What up, man? Coach Tatum in the building. Appreciate everybody for joining us today. Uh TrenchMob Summer Clinic is on and popping, man. It's gonna be a great day. We got an incredible lineup of speakers for all just straight up learning for the summertime. If it's your first time being here with us on this clinic, we do it all day type of deal. Go ahead and do the check-in. Guys are already putting them in there. I'll start reading those out shortly. One second. Sorry, I had my live stream up. That's gonna be awkward. Anyway, but go ahead and sign in with me. I'll start reading those out, giving y'all shout outs as they're coming in. But yeah, the first 30 minutes is kind of like getting guys in here, kind of going over the schedule in a little bit. We kind of giving an opportunity to kind of get a shout out, right? And just being like who's here, who's hanging out with us. What we usually do is once we start doing shout outs, I will have people to take a picture of how you are watching the live stream. So take a picture. Like most people are like, "Hey, I'm sitting down watching on my TV. I got my breakfast, coffee, or whatever." Snap a picture of it. It could be me awkwardly sitting here, but take a picture of it and then post it on this thread. And I'll pull that up right now. We're gonna pull it up on this thread on Twitter or the Facebook. So I am streaming live on Twitter, no, on YouTube and Facebook. But right here, go ahead and find this thread on my page and just go. It's a TrenchMob Summer Clinic thread. Just go down and just click, make a post, add a picture, stuff like that. And then just make a comment, blah, blah. But I want to see how you're doing. So you're doing your phone, however you're doing it. Kind of want to let those kind of flow in. And as you're doing that, go ahead and use the hashtag Tatum OL. Okay, so Tatum OL. So I can kind of keep up with all that. So that kind of gets people to kind of generate some traffic on that post. We can get people in here because the link to the YouTube is on there. If you're on Facebook, same deal. Just do it on the Facebook page. So that'd be really simple to do as well. Just post the picture of how you're watching, and then share it out, man. This is absolutely free, and we have people coming in and out all day. Nobody's obligated to stay all day. So yeah, appreciate y'all doing that for me. All right, let's start getting some of these shout outs. Christopher Williams, looking forward to a great day of learning and growth. Appreciate you, Coach. Chris Williams, Overheels High School, and O-line coach in Spring Lake, North Carolina. So let y'all know, anybody from North Carolina gets a shout out afterwards. So shout out North Carolina. Appreciate you, Coach. Anybody that I know that I'm friends with. So here we go, Coach Dave Easton. He's the head JV coach at South Jeff High School in New York. Shout out to my buddy, Coach Easton. Looking forward to hanging out with Tatum all day. I appreciate you, Coach. Here we go, Coach Matt Wakefield. No, Coach Matt at Wakefield. He's the O-line coach and tight end, run game coordinator, and JV head coach. So I assume that's Wakefield in Raleigh. So if it is, shout out North Carolina. Michael McCollum, the Sheffield Giants O-line coach in Sheffield, United Kingdom. Appreciate you, Coach. Coach Alton Terry, O-line coach at Westwood High School in Blythewood, South Carolina. Appreciate you, Coach. Barry Cracknell, the Humber Warhawks in the United Kingdom. He's the receiver coach. We'll appreciate the receiver coaches coming and hanging out with us in this kind of O-line centered clinic. Coach Williams says, "What's going on, coaches? Yeah, y'all interact if you want to." Brian Krause is a middle school and high school O-line coach in Mount Zion in Carrollton, Georgia. Shout out to Coach. David Butler, afternoon coaches. Appreciate you, Coach. Coach Jake, he's at Jack Britt. Shout out to my guy, Coach Jake. Right, another Tatum Trenches classic free game. It is free game, man. Appreciate you. Bruce Roberts, Deanza High School, offensive coordinator at Richmond, California. Appreciate you, Coach. Philip Neal, Waltrip High School, the O-line coach in Houston, Texas. It's always bigger in Texas. Coach Trey Gaither, O-line coach at Statesville High School in Statesville, North Carolina. Appreciate you, Coach. Shout out North Carolina. Shout out Coach Breon Holmes, new head coach at Statesville. Good morning, coaches. Chris Morris, D-line coach at Parkland High School. Appreciate you, coach. Morning, coaches. Eugene Klein, Elizabeth High School, is the head coach in New Jersey. Appreciate you. Coach Chris is Campbell Middle School, offensive coordinator in Smyrna, Georgia. Appreciate you, coach. Then Bobby Rome, the Akron Tigers varsity head football coach and O-line coach in Akron, New York. Appreciate you, coach. Brandon Merrick, the O-line in Mount Vernon High School in Mount Vernon, Indiana. And then Coach Javon Edwards, the O-line, the run game coordinator at Ferndale High School in Ferndale, Michigan. So appreciate that. Guys, again, for these people that kind of rolling in, appreciate everybody. Make sure you go ahead and share it out. Please share out what we're doing on Facebook. Share out the stream on Twitter. You can repost it, but also remember to take a picture of how you're watching the video, the stream, and post it on the thread on Facebook or on Twitter. And I'm gonna go kind of look through those. Let's see what we got. Coach Easton, I appreciate you for doing that for me. So yeah, man, it kind of just gets people to generate the traffic on that. So again, keep going with the check-ins, and we'll keep rolling. For anybody that's not aware of the schedule, we can kind of walk through that as well. Let me go ahead and share that. It's been put everywhere, so we should know, but it is what it is. All right. So, here's a little bit of the schedule, right? So 8:00, just kind of a check-in with me. Good morning, overview of the schedule. At 8:30, Coach Brian Green, he's the O-line coach at Mercer University. He's gonna talk about wide zone. And then at 9:00, Jelani Lord is the O-line coach at Lenore Ryan. He's gonna talk about explosive run action screens. And what's unique about those two guys is that they are recorded, because both of those coaches are out of town. They couldn't be here this morning with us, but we had those videos. So it's not live, but I have them for you to watch. And then at 9:30, Richard Hutchins, who's O-line coach at Texas A&M, Texarkana, talking about gap double teams. At 10:00, Marcus Lawrence, who's the O-line coach at Fayetteville State, shout out North Carolina. I'm talking about from spring game to fall camp. Okay, kind of that development. At 10:30, Alex Land at Carroll College in Montana. He's an O-line coach. Obviously, he's going to talk about wide zone technique, combos, and install. At 11:00, we had a coach have to drop. Coach J.B. Wells had to drop out. So we are going to try and replace that. I'm trying to find a replacement right now. You know anybody that wants to come on and talk at 11:00, let me know. 11:30, Chad Johnson at Neville High School in Louisiana. He's talking about building a complete offensive line system for high school football. So if you're on socials, on Twitter, you know all about Coach Johnson coming blowing up the last little bit here. So hey, get him on, see what he want to talk about. 12:00 at noon, Coach Bobby Johnson III from Ohio Wesleyan University talking about pass pro fundamentals. And at 12:30, Clay Marshall at Truman State. At Truman State, he's talking about counter, install, and variations. Obviously, that's near and dear to my heart. Zach Sharaf, I think it's Sharaf. At Weber International University in Florida, I'm talking about run game, technique, and fundamentals. Then at 1:30, my guy Devin Bice, the University of West Georgia. Talking about pass protection. And another one of my dudes, Joe Blitzstein from Ripon College. He's going to talk about protection for split field concepts. And then Cole Hoover at Saginaw Valley State, Michigan. He's talking about O-line skill development. And then the heavy hitter, somebody that I look up to a lot in the O-line profession, right? At 3:00, the GOAT, Alex Maribal from University of Miami, is going to be on live to talk about reaction drills for O-line. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm sure he's got something prepared, but I guarantee you if y'all start asking questions, he would just get off on a tangent and start talking about it. So if you have questions for Coach Maribal, bring them. We'll try to get to them if we can. and kind of roll. Then I'll get another heavy hitter, Lonnie Teasley, University of Nebraska. He's going to talk about creating a style of play. And then Elliot Rotten, I think it's Rotten, University of Texas, Permian Basin, talking about blitz pickup and ID and teach. That's huge for a lot of people on how like a college guy will teach twist pickup. So be sure to tune in for that. Christian Hairston at Winston State University, shout out North Carolina. Talking about power, position of power and adjusting for different body types. And then Nick Olney, I hope Coach hits me back. I haven't heard from him yesterday or today. He's going to be on tonight. We'll see. If not, I'm replacing the 5 o'clock. But if he's here, we're talking about building the culture within a culture. And then Eric Ruist, I think it's Ruist, hopefully. University of Rochester, New York. 3 types of double teams, technique and application. And then Coach Rojas at Warren High School in Texas. We're talking about duo to wrap up the day. So that is how we're going to be spending our day together. If there's any questions on anything, make sure you drop them in the chat. Again, keep it going with the check-ins. Let's hop back on it. Coach Blake, offensive coordinator at that one. Ville Platte High School in Louisiana. Okay, appreciate it, Coach. Jamel Bird, my dog, the DC and linebackers coach at Huff in Cornelius, North Carolina. Appreciate you, Coach. Dylan Jackson, O-line coach at Van Vleck High School in Van Vleck, Texas. Appreciate you, Coach. Derek Weeks, good morning, Coach. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Good morning, coaches. John Wilburn, O-line coach at West Orange High School in Winter Garden, Florida. I bet it feels great in Florida. Good morning, Coach. My dog, Coach Trinell. Appreciate you. And then Kevin Ledesma. Sure. Offensive coordinator at Sherryland High School in Texas. David Zinani. I don't know, Coach. I hope I don't want to butcher your name, but he is at McNamara High School in Illinois. Coach Bass, Windsor Academy, the varsity head coach and OC. Keith Anderson, offensive line coach, run game coordinator at Howell Township High School in New Jersey. And then Samuel Wright is the O-line coach at Ballantyne Ridge in Charlotte. Appreciate you, Coach. Shout out North Carolina. Good morning, Coach Matlock, Glen Rose, Arkansas. Appreciate you, Coach. And then Deja Young from Masleon, I don't know, Ohio. It's OC at Glen Oak Middle. And then Barry Booth is the O-line coach at Lebanon High School in Virginia. Appreciate you, Coach. And then good morning, coaches. Coach Maddox, O-line coach at Portage High School in Indiana. So that's all it is for the shout outs right now for everybody that's come in. Again, make sure you share it out. Make sure you post how you're watching. I'll kind of show a little bit of a example, I guess, to get people. Again, screenshot if you're on your phone. Take a picture if you're watching on the computer or your TV. And kind of this is what I'm kind of looking at. So like what Coach Easton did. He posted a picture. It's a screenshot of what we're doing and kind of posted, but he tagged me and then put Tatum OL. Take that and put it on this thread. TrenchMob Summer Clinic. Comment a picture of how you're watching the clinic today. Just go down here, post, add the picture, do whatever. Same thing for you Facebook guys. If you're on the Facebook, wherever you're watching the live stream right now, just comment underneath it. Use Tatum OL as a hashtag so I can keep up with who's coming in and out and all those things. Plus, interaction boost the post. If y'all don't know how social media works, kind of boost the post so everybody can see. But yeah, appreciate that. Trying to get some guys to do that. I appreciate it. My dog's back here snoring. I don't know if you can hear her or not, but she is. Love it, man. Getting texts. Let me do this real quick. All right. Cool. All right, more guys coming in. So, Coach, he already signed in, but he's from Union Pines, O-line coach. Shout out North Carolina. Appreciate you, Coach. Timothy Merriweather, from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, is the offensive coordinator at Hallandale High School, Wayne T Club. I hear you, coach. Get after it. Derek Weeks, the offensive assistant coach in South Carolina. Okay, appreciate you, coach. Andy Gregory at Lakewood, Colorado Green Mountains High School. Awesome. Um, he's the O-line coach there. And then Jay Stansberry, he's the head coach at Nitra, Slovakia. Appreciate you, coach. Appreciate you. All right, let me pull this up real quick. The joy having two screens, I can do multiple things. Good. People are sharing out. Appreciate that. Y'all the best, man. Appreciate it. Hold on. Yep, keep going with the check-ins, guys. At 8:30, we're gonna start with Coach Green's clinic. Just so y'all know. We'll start with Coach Green's clinic. Cool. That's live. We're on and popping. Love it, man. All right, Coach Greg Wellman. He's O-line coach at Algona High School in Algona, Iowa. Appreciate you, Coach. Got guys coming in. Heck yeah. Appreciate you, Coach, putting that on the thread. Coach Easton, appreciate you. Coach Terry, appreciate you putting it on and tagging me. I love seeing the on the TV. I love it. All right. Coach Derek Dean, who's the head coach at Attica High School in Attica, Indiana. Appreciate you, Coach. Shout out to you. All right. In about 10 minutes, guys, we're going to get rolling. Make sure we're sharing it out. I'm debating when I should send another email because I don't think everybody's coming in. I got like over 250 people that are registered for the clinic, but I don't see 250 people. So maybe it's because we're not necessarily giving away stuff this clinic, but we have some great speakers, so they might as well come on in and hang out with us. Let's see. Let me share this. Yeah, when you're here in the morning, you can kind of see like the behind the scenes and how things work. But keep rolling me. Also, before we get rolling, I want to kind of keep up with you guys. How did y'all do last year? Good, bad, the ugly? Let me know. Comment down below. How did y'all do last year? We're trying to make it a better year this year, or trying to match what we did, or trying to improve from last year. We went 9-1 regular season. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, we went 8-1 regular season. We played 9 games, and then we went to the third round. We had a first round bye, won our first game. Well, second round of the playoffs, then lost in the third round. So we were 10-2 last year. So no, 9-2. Yeah, 9-2 last year. We're gonna be a lot better this year. Outside of one position, we had a linebacker go to Division One. So outside that position, we're gonna be way better this year. So we're looking forward to the development for this coming year. So let me know how y'all did. Keep checking in if you haven't. Let me know how y'all did last year. And then we're rocking and roll. But I'm gonna send this out to one of my threads. Let's see. Copy and paste. All right. Send that. Cool. Also, just want to say shout out to you guys for absolutely killing it on adding your emails correctly. It never fails every single time I do my Google Sheet. I have guys add their emails so I can invite them. Multiple guys mess up their emails, but I only have one out of 250. So I appreciate taking care of that for me. Barry Cracknell, number Warhawks. I think you already signed in, Coach, but I appreciate you doing it again. Coach Easton, you're not giving away stuff. Why the heck am I here? Just kidding, brother. Excited to hear all the speakers went 3-5 on the season, but kids developed, which is the most important piece of JV. It really is, Coach. I appreciate you for taking so much time and putting it into the JV. up there in New York. Appreciate you, Coach. DJ Chanel, I don't know, Coach. Coach S. Appreciate you, Coach. O-line coach at Bishop Ryan Catholic School in Menoit, North Dakota. And then Coach King, who's a varsity O-line coach at Suitland High School in Suitland, Maryland. Appreciate you, Coach. Keep rolling with the check-ins, guys. About 7 minutes. We're going to get rolling. Here we go. Deja Young, last year, I was OC for a youth team. We went 8-1, won our league championship. We averaged 36.8 points a game. I hear you. Getting after it, Coach. I appreciate that. You signed in with that. Yeah, my dog. Appreciate you, man. What were y'all running? Let me know. It's youth. It's funny. The more I talk to youth coaches, they're running everything now, right? So what were y'all running at the youth level last year? Coach Morris, what up, brother? What up? What up? What up? Appreciate you, Coach. Brian O'Hara, who's the O-line coach at Valley Stream Central High School in New York. Appreciate you, Coach. Mm-hmm. Okay, MD Roundy, who's the head JV coach and varsity OL coach at Hillcrest High School of Bucky Urban. Appreciate it, Coach. Okay, Amber Alert just came through. I was like, well, that's my phone blowing up. All right. Appreciate that. Again, keep it going with the check-ins. Yep. I just saw a boost in and people coming in. So yeah, I sent out that email. So let me see. Let me share this out. Yeah. There we go. Again, make sure we're sharing it out, guys. There we go. All right. All right. 5 minutes. Again, kind of getting started for the day. Coach Brian Green, for those that weren't here, Coach Green, his clinic is recorded. So I'm going to go pull that up now and we can kind of get started a little bit early. The reason Coach Green's is early is because he really wanted to do the clinic, but him and his wife are out of town and he had to go. So, but he's like, I can I record it? I'm like, of course you can. So we're gonna show the recording. Coach Marshall Dixon, who's O line coach for So Icy 11U Georgia travel team. We love the spread with a got power. Heck yeah. Um, Stephen Jiang is an O line GA at UBC in Canada. Heck yeah. Deja Young, we run a lot of basic things just out of different formations. Powers, sweep, quarterback runs, the youth level has definitely changed. It really has from what I've seen. Trey Gaither went 8-4, lost to a very good Ashbrook team. Yeah, very good Ashbrook team. Bringing back a very good core on the team. Really excited on how the season will go this year. Coach Cedric Blair, good morning, OL coach in Alabama. Appreciate you, Coach. And my wife is upstairs. She's going to be cracking up. Mrs. Coach Tatum checking in, not a coach, but married to the best coach out there. Well, I appreciate you so much. All right, let's kind of rock and roll. All right, so let me go ahead and pull this up for you guys, and we'll get to watching on Coach Green's clinic. Anytime I can steal time, right? We're O-line coaches. Anytime we can steal time, it's a good deal. So make sure locking in with us. Before we get rolling, on my banner right here, I want to say shout out to our partners, man. Shout out to Coaching Share. They do a lot of good things for us, man. It is a online platform for coaches to be able to add resources that they've created or gained over the years and make a profit on it. So if that's something you're interested in, make sure you go to Coaching Share and hit up those guys. Or if you're interested in purchasing or just looking through the free options, go to coachingshare.com. Coach Easton uses Coaching Share. A lot of different buddies of mine use Coaching Share to kind of get their stuff out there. Make sure you go and check them out. And Dome Hatwear, the hats we use, on the stream. We got like 1,000 of them. Appreciate them for always supporting us with hats and doing that. And then Coach Speak, right? My guys, Jamie and Dustin down in South Carolina, they do an awesome job with their podcast, Coach Speak. So make sure you go to YouTube or Spotify or Apple Podcasts, however you find your podcast. Check them out, Coach Speak. New episodes every Tuesday morning. It's absolutely awesome to listen to or watch, and they do a really good job. And we launched a platform online called Coach Speak Pro, which is just an online database to help circumvent a workflow for coaches. If you're interested in that, please DM me. We can find out how to get you plugged in with Coach Speak Pro. Just go to coachspeakpro.com. And get you hooked up there. It's going to be a really good resource, especially if we're adding even more stuff to it throughout the coming months. But without further ado, let's hop into the video with Coach Green. Let me go ahead and share it. Go right here. It's really funny. I'm going to take myself out, and we're going to watch the video. Again, appreciate everybody for watching. I will get everybody updated with the check-ins that your guys are putting out there. And without further ado, let's
doing. My name is Brian Green. I'm the offensive line coach at Mercer University. Sorry I cannot be with you guys live. My brother is getting married today, so I'll be a little busy today. But first and foremost, I really want to thank Coach Tatum just for everything he does for the offensive line community, being able to put this on for everyone. I think it's absolutely tremendous. Today I'm going to be talking to y'all about some wide zone fundamentals and drills. I've had a lot of people ask me over whether it's Twitter, whether it's texting me individually, kind of how do you guys progress with this? Because a lot of people don't know where to start with this. So that's kind of what I'm going to be talking to y'all about. Okay, so, and then first thing I put on here, if y'all have any questions, that's my Twitter. Go ahead and, or X now, go ahead and just shoot me a DM and I'll get right back to you. Okay, so really the first thing, especially when we're recruiting high school offensive linemen, every time I talk to them when we're going through, they always ask, hey, how do you guys do wide zone? And every time I ask them, they're always going around and turning when they're trying to block people. So it's not as much of a turning mindset. So really the first thing we kind of talk about is what is our aiming points when we're doing this? Okay. And when we're talking about aiming points, okay, where do you put your eyes on the block? Because immediately your hat's going to follow where your eyes go. Okay. So for us, when we're running wide zone down here, okay, play side aiming point, if I have trail help, it's always going to be that play side shoulder. So I'm going to try to put my hat right backside through there, backside hand right down that sternum. I know I got trail help coming behind me. If I'm the covered guard and I got a 2 and we're in whatever your combo is between the center and the play side guard, that's where your landmark's going to be. Okay. If I'm on my own here, where if we're in a spotted back run and we got a 3 technique there at guard, now we're going to tighten it up to really, and I always tell kids to play side collarbone. Well, hell, the kids feel their collarbone and some of them think it's all the way out here. Right under here, kind of where that ball of your collarbone is or under the chin is where I now want to put my hat. Okay. So kids have an easier time when they can see this landmark with that collarbone. That's where I want your hat to go. Now that also tightens up our backside hand to being on the backside bicep, backside sternum, or sometimes the backside boob. They all know what that is and they all know how to follow that. Okay, so that's kind of when you're on your front side stuff, backside aiming point. And the most important thing really when we're doing this is people always ask me, how do you teach your first step? How do you teach your first step? Well, that's all predicated on the alignment because there's 800 different alignments that we're going to get from a defensive perspective. How you're going to be able to adjust is dependent on how am I going to get my second step down his crotch line? Hell, it might be a wide 9 at tackle. I'm going to have to take a little bit more of a bucket step, as some people call it, and to get my second step down that crotch. Tightening up my landmark to under the chin if we get a 9. So your first step's really going to be predicated on the angle that we need you to release on to get to that linebacker, or are you one-on-one with this guy and he's tight? Okay, it's going to be a tighter first step. Okay, so when we really start talking about this is kind of the first thing that there's a lot of different ways, a lot of different combos that people do kind of the way I've dumbed it down for our guys is what is your angle of departure need to be? And I'll be the first to tell you when we're game planning, if I always put our kids in going to plus backer locations, I'm a bad coach. Like that is bad on me. We are chasing bad angles. Like that's not really how you want to run wide zone by any means necessary. I always want our kids to be in at bare minimum these stacked, and I really want them to be in these minus run looks. Okay, whenever you're chasing these plus looks, and we got to go out to a backer that's in a 53-5 side, we know we're getting games. Hey, that's going to be more challenging for our guys to be able to pick up. Okay, so I want to be able to through game planning as a coach when we're doing this. You need to find whatever formation is going to be the best, whatever it's going to be to put your kids in the best position for them to be able to get into these stacked locations and these minus locations. Okay. And really the next thing that we kind of teach our kids is how's that linebacker going to play? Are they a scrape team? Are they a fill team? Are they a spill team? How are they going to play? And that's ultimately going to affect our game planning a little bit. But once again, these angles are what we are looking for when we are doing wide zone. I'm not trying to get guys running dead flat down the line. This is a much more find them on your track, take them on that track, dictate the track when we're running. That is the mindset behind this play. I want it to be vertical. I want it to be downhill. And this is a physical ass play. I'm going to come off and put my hat right through your chin. Okay, so just some examples of kind of how I like doing this. Okay, so like here, box one up here, you get a YY wing set. Okay, once again, targeting. Okay, targeting the front seven is always going to be, a lot of people don't do that anymore. And that's something that I still believe in, man. These guys still don't want to be the ones that are going to have to be in the fit making the tackle every single play. That's not their job. And I'm a big believer in that. Like ultimately, if we can target the front seven, front eight really in this picture, we're going to be good. Okay. So when we're targeting these YY, once again, getting angles here, and we got to read a DN, God bless them, let them do it. Okay, same thing like a boss play. Okay, Y leading on the free safety. Once again, giving us angles through this. Okay, odd structure. I really like wide zone. We're always going to be able to get a good combo on that front side. Good A, giving us a chance to have leverage on these guys. Okay, and then really the last box is kind of how we ran it a lot at NC State. Here is back targeting here. Now you already get a pre-boss look with the backers bumping over a hair. Okay, probably should get rotation rolling behind this down in there. But once again, for us, this is giving us the opportunity to target the front six now. Okay, we're going to handle the Sam Nickel, whatever you want to call him, with this H. He's outside leverage there. Okay, can motion, get him in here from the X, go dig the strong safety. Okay, so giving our guys the opportunity to have that leverage where they don't feel like, okay, I got to sprint flat. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, whenever we're spraying flat, if I get shoulders fully turned like this, man, it doesn't matter how big, how strong you are, you're going to get your ass shoved in that backfield. Okay. Kind of some of the individual techniques. I won't talk on this too long because it will take me a whole long, but really wide man, this is kind of our base teaching that we'll teach people. And if you guys need this, just hit me up on Twitter and I'll gladly send you this. Kind of wide mans, man, just dumbing it down for the kids. Okay, you got no help backside. Here's everything you need to do. Okay, hat to your play side collarbone, underneath the chin, backside hand, the backside sternum. Second step down the cross line. Your first step's going to be a little tighter. Should have a tighter of a defensive line alignment. Okay, your wide combos, where now I know I got trail help coming behind me, whether it's a play side tackle and a play side guard, play side or center, whatever it is. If I know I got trail help, here's exactly how I want you to be able to step. And then you guys have all heard the 3-step decision mantra that's, hell, it's been alive a lot longer than I've been alive. Okay, but your snap, overtake, and really your climb aspect. I always tell people you got 3 steps to make 3 decisions. Okay, so it's either snap where you're going to be defensive lineman if I'm the cover guard of the 3 technique and I start getting him reached and then he's kind of hanging back. If I'm the trailing guy at center, I'm going to snap that hip pocket out, overtake. Hey, if that 3 technique all of a sudden spikes into the A gap and I'm playing center, now I got to overtake it or climb. Hell, I'm playing guard. I start with my wide man on that 3, and he keeps running with me. If I'm that backside, if I'm that center, I got to haul ass to get to my linebacker. I'm on my climb path. Okay, so really 3 steps for 3 decisions, and we'll watch some of that on the film. Okay, some other techniques we'll teach in there. Okay, so really the first thing that we'll do is just teaching kids how to generate force. And I was at I didn't mention I was at NC State for the last few years, so I was very fortunate to have some really good athletes here. But this is our left tackle, Anthony Belton, over here. He got drafted in the second round to the Packers. You can really see how he's driving off that instep in the ground. So off just base start, we'll start with a towel here, driving off. But you can see how much ground he covers on that first step, okay? He has covered a whole yard of ground getting vertical through this just off a knee, okay? And that's probably the hardest thing, that it takes time for guys to learn how to really be able to generate force off that backside instep, not taking that false step. And really what else you like about everyone is the shoulders are staying square. You're on that vertical angle, which everyone wants, okay? When you get into these angles where I'm constantly getting turned, that's when it becomes problematic. Okay, so really good rep there by our left tackle. Getting over there. Okay, going right here. Once again, just getting vertical through this. Okay, vertical. You can kind of see our the guy in the middle, AC. He just had an invite with the Raiders for mini camp. You can see how much force he's got to use to get his torso going here. Okay, would like him to be a little bit more vertical off the first instep. So you can tell right there, okay, when you guys are doing your indie, he's not driving enough force off that backside instep. He's not in a loaded angle, okay? But once again, getting vertical, square shoulders, okay? Kind of your next progression we'll do is we'll add a defender in here, okay? Coming off a knee, really good rep by our guy in the middle, Tim McKay, okay? He's with the Commanders now. Backside hand, okay, stepping over the pipe. Second step, backside bicep. I know it's a little tougher with the med balls, okay? Really what I want to emphasize here is we're finishing for 8 yards, okay? So this is a mentality play. I always tell the running backs, you get one goddamn cut. If you ever dance back there, this play's never going to be worth anything, okay? So really good rep here, backside hand, that backside bicep. You can see all their hats are really getting right to that play side collarbone, and you can just see the vertical movement that we're chasing when we're doing this. Okay, here's us doing it, other than me walking around for a little bit. Okay, really good rep here by our left guard here. So drill I like doing, pipes, and then we put 2 cones through here. Okay, so I was telling them you got to drive your second step through the cones. First step's got to clear the pipe. So really just going to highlight our left guard here. Okay, stepping over the pipe, second step, driving through those cones. Okay, I'd like for his hat to get a little bit more to the play side collarbone, but he's doing a really good job getting this thing vertical and driving this defender for 8 yards. Okay, really highlighting him. He does a great job with that, but you can see the vertical movement when we're doing that. Okay, coming back the other way. Really, some of our young guys doing this, I think they do a good job. And it takes time to teach these freshmen how to learn. Like, it's every time we install wide zone, it's always ugly, a little bit in spring, and then towards the end of spring, okay, here we go. It's starting to look good. Okay, backside hand, backside bicep, sprinting over that cone. Okay, like you can see, this is kind of when we first started doing it. You can see a lot of their second steps are not going through that cone. Okay, so that's something we got to get corrected. And this is just a learning progression, but a really good drill that shows them their exact landmarks, and something that I can really watch when we're doing this. Like watching our right guard over here. First step, second step, driving right over the cone, backside hand, driving for 8. Okay. Finishing mentality. Okay, kind of the same thing, doing it on a bag now. Really going to highlight our right tackle here. Okay, first step, more of a backside cutoff, but same premise. Okay, backside hand making contact, front side hand. Okay, getting it moving vertical. Okay, highlighting our left tackle again, AB. Okay, first step clearing. The only thing I'd like for him to do is to be able to get that whole instep in the ground instead of landing on his toe. Okay, but he's reaching for it. Hell, the defender running away from it makes it a little bit easier than it needs to be. Okay, but you guys can see the landmarks and the verticality that we want through this. Okay. Now, exact same landmarks when we're going to the second level. We do not change our landmarks at all. I might tell guys, hell, if they're a team that's really going to scrape quickly, I might tell them to aim half a man outside. So you got to aim a man in front of them. So if I'm the linebacker, you better aim a whole man outside of me. If they're really fast and athletic, which, we see every now and then. Okay, but it's the same landmark. I'm trying to gun for that play side collarbone. Do not slow down. Make them make a decision. Okay, but sprinting off the ball. Okay, really good look by one of our young guys here from Venice, Florida. Sprinting off the football, climbing the second level. Okay, you guys see sprinting off if I'm on that climb angle, sprinting off the football. Okay, really I'll throw this in here just because center is a little bit different than every other. Really, when we're playing center, it's more of an emphasis of just getting your hat across. Centers are really the only one where I'm good. Hey, we might lose a little ground here. Okay, you got to really get your hat across when you're reaching people because man, we're backed up off the ball a little bit already. Okay, so for the other four at center, you might have to lose a little ground to gain your leverage that you need. So just trying to get your hat play side as quickly as you can. Okay, here's reaching a one technique, but it's the same landmark. Getting my hat play side, backside hand, backside bicep. Okay, and then once I get that backside knee into the relationship here, that's my cue. Okay, so the second we get to really this position here, okay, I got to drive. All of my force is going to come through that backside knee. It's very hard. You're not going to be able to generate force from your front side knee when I'm trying to sprint right. Okay, so I got to put weight through that backside knee, that backside MCL, and I got to be able to drive off that. That is kind of your drive phase that we're going to need to do. Okay, but ultimately getting your hat play side is probably your first thing. Okay, kind of our next progression we'll do is get into your combo phase here. Okay, so play side guard, center here. Okay, so by our right guard here, okay, playing long, getting the shoulder turned, okay, climbing on my ankle. Now, exact same thing to the linebacker, play side collarbone, fit it, do not slow down, okay? Full speed getting across, okay? Overtake by our center, he's got a 2-eye, plus backer leverage, okay? He's on an overtake, hat getting play side, reaches it, okay? Good rep there. Okay, now play side tackle, play side guard, okay? Kind of in our overtake aspect of this. Okay, so he's got a 4-eye, whatever you want to call it. Okay, playing long by our right tackle here. Okay, goes away, get on your climb path. Okay, same leverage here. Okay, play side collarbone, vertical aspect of this. Okay, right guard, we get an overtake, comes to. I'd like for him to tighten up his landmark a little bit more. I'd like him to be right through here at this point rather than getting his hat to that shoulder. So a little bit tighter of a landmark when he's doing this, but does a good job getting this thing moving vertical. And once again, this is a play you have to emphasize finish. You have to emphasize as much as we can. We need to get these guys displaced vertically off the ball. And really, if we're ever going to get movement and we get into these overtakes, if I catch people vertical on movement, it's going to be creasing all day when we're getting this, okay? Okay, overtake here. So I forget who we were playing, but 4-eye here. Okay, a little bit thicker by our right tackle. So he's got minus leverage now. Okay, so he knows he can be thicker. Different than if I'm working to plus or stacked leverage where, hey, I might have to get my ass moving on this climb track. Okay, or I can still be vertical. Now I can sit on this for a long time. Okay, so backside hand getting on his climb angle here. Right guard knows he's in an overtake. Okay. First step, I'm good. He's setting his angle with his first step. That's all I got to do with my first step. Set your angle and take them on the angle that you find them. Okay. Getting his hat right underneath the chin. So whenever I'm the trail player and I know I'm going to have an overtake look, okay, we really tighten up our landmark to under that chin just so they know that they can. It's a little bit more vertical and our kids miss less when you're doing that. Okay. You tell them you got to get to the play side collarbone. Great. Okay, now they move, and oh my God, I ended up all the way outside on his shoulder. I'm too loose. Okay, so tightening up that landmark to under the chin whenever I'm going to be in an overtake. Okay, last rep here, really our center and our right guard. Okay, right guard's in an overtake, center's in really the lead man of that combo there. Okay, so playing long on the 0. Okay, so 2 gap into 0. Okay, playing long on him. Okay. Really the aiming point of when we're in the backside guard here is I always tell them that you got to trail and get through the center's hip pocket here. Okay, so I'm running. I'm trying to get my hat. Once again, I'm just trying to sprint and get my hat underneath his chin there. Okay, that's how you get the thing vertical. Okay, good by our center, hanging on that thing long enough. Okay, a little bit less athletic of a backer than we're normally going to see, but Luke was awesome. Great person. Okay. Climbing on it. Okay, so this would be an example, backside guard in the center. Okay. Now, really something everyone does half line. Something that I think really helped us last year at NC State was doing the middle three. Okay, so working everything that we could see from the middle three was always really helpful for us. Okay, so right here, working a play side combo between the center and the left guard here. Okay, backside guards on a cutoff here. Okay, now the backside D line didn't do a very good job. I didn't get him coached up well enough. Okay, three technique slants to me here. Okay, so I'd like for Cayman to be a hair thicker through this on more of this angle. Okay, but gets enough of it. Once again, our center, your job is to get your hat play side. Set your angle with your first step, get your hat play side. Really good by our left guard getting into the climb phase, angle of departure. Okay, getting his hat to that play side collarbone, getting this thing sealed off. If we were going to run this, it's probably going to rip right through the B gap. Okay, backside here. Okay, once again, I'm trying to get through hat to that play side collarbone. Okay, I still want to be vertical on the backside. People on the backside, everyone gets turned here, and I end up on this angle. That's when you're going to get your ass washed back, and you're never going to be able to make a cut doing that. Okay, so really good job playing long here with the right hand. Okay, trying to get that shoulder turned. Okay, and I'm good with at our tackles losing a little bit of ground. Okay, but now by that third step, it needs to be vertical through that three technique. Okay, so backside hand, play side collarbone, good angle of departure by our right guard, right to that play side collarbone. Okay, now really our climb aspect of this. Okay, so right guard here, set your angle with your first step. Only thing I would love more is if he got that foot a little bit more in the ground here. Okay, but you can see hat landmark right there, play side collarbone, backside hand, backside sternum. Okay, front side hand, front side armpit. Okay, and then getting this thing moving vertical. Really good rep by our right guard versus three technique. All right, center's got 3 steps. 1, 2, 3. Get on your climb path. Now, I'd love for him to be able to get his hat play side here, but you can see the climb phase of this. Okay, climbing on through. Once again, going back to our 3-man pod here. Okay, now center. Okay, knee goes away. So key and knees when we're doing this. Knee goes away. Get on your climb path to your linebacker. Okay, backside guard. Once again, you can see how we're all trying to gain ground. I do not like how our left guard is trying to big arm this thing out. I don't know if we were practicing more of a mid zone, but he should be trying to work this thing more vertical through this. Now, he was also in his 6th year, and he was starting to get old, and hell, he could barely practice. So didn't give him too much hell. Okay, our left guard and our center here when we're doing this. Okay, now this is your snap phase. Okay, so I'm working to a little bit of a plus leverage here. Okay, climb it, snap the hip pocket out. Okay, getting on his climb phase. Play side collarbone is where he ends up. Once again, verticality of this. Okay, I'm playing left tackle. If we were running away from a tight front to the field, okay, 4-eye slants to become your C-gap fitter. Okay, tight landmark here, driving him out. Okay, good snap by our left guard, getting on his climb path. Okay, running a wide zone to the left here. Okay, really good job. Left guard sets the angle with his first step. Okay, hat goes right to the play side collarbone, backside hand, front side hand. Okay, center's working to a plus linebacker, so he's in a snap phase. Okay, now we don't get to the linebacker because he snaps our one of the best scout team players I've ever had in my life, but he snaps him out 8 feet, so that helps. But you guys can kind of see, I get 1, 2, 3, snap it. Okay, now we got a D lineman playing. You should probably be an A gap fitter if we're going to snap him all the way to the B, but hell, we'll cut behind that all day of the week. Okay, and then really kind of something that I feel like people get wrong a lot is, hey, how do you guys handle movement and everything? Well, we're going to handle movement with kind of our eyes is number one. So keying the knee and then obvious linebacker location. Man, you get a 3-5 side with a 50 linebacker. Hell, if that's not a dead indicator, I don't know what is. So when you guys are game planning, telling your kids, okay, if we get this look, now we got to be high alert to bang whatever it is, a 3-4 or a 5-man zone call, whatever you guys want to deem that as. Okay, different than, hey, if we call a combo between the center and the play side guard and we don't see that linebacker location, we're not seeing the stunt, we're going to be vertical through that. Okay, that play side tackle, hell, that 5 technique might spike his ass in. If we left that combo with the play side guard and the center on, you're bot on that. Okay, linebackers now got, or the right guards now got to be through to get to that linebacker if we mess it up. Okay, kind of how we keep our verticality intact. And once again, going back to those run phases, I don't want to be in a lot of runs that are going to make our kids, okay, I got to run dead flat to even have a chance to get in here. I don't want to be in that. That is bad coaching on me. Okay, but just emphasizing there's a difference between a two-man combo and a 3, a 4, and a 5-man combo. They are vastly different. Okay. We have to be able to play vertical when we need to through these combos. Okay. And if movement happens, it happens. It's something you got to train. Okay. So something here kind of into our half line aspect of this. So we saw a lot of 4 strong kind of through this, him crossing. So this is kind of our 4-man combo that we would use with the front 3 and the backside guard. I don't have him right now, but that's fine. Okay. Getting on my climb path here. Okay. Climb, climb, climb. Okay. So kind of working your 3, 4, 5 and zone man combos. Okay. Now, no reason that we need to use this. You get 3, 5, you get a 20 backer, not worried about it. Okay. Now you end up getting movement here. 3 technique slants in, 5 stays out. Okay. 30 backer ends up being a B gap fitter. Great. Okay, center working to get his hat play side. Our right tackle looks like an old man trying to run off the ball. Okay, it was a little bit later in the season. Okay, but running off the ball here at right guard. Okay, goes away, play vertical, try to pop that shoulder on the way through, get on your climb path, hat right to that play side collarbone. Okay, now working this in half line here. Okay, now 3, 5 side. Okay, 20 backer, not worried about it. Okay, leave the single on. Okay, now I'd like for our center here needs to make a decision whether to snap this or get into an overtake here. So kind of a poor job in that. He ends up snapping it, really end up putting 2 guys into the gap here. Okay. D lineman was supposed to play there. It is what it is. I was hoping he'd snap that hip out. Okay. Would like him to snap that out, but once again, not an indicator. Okay. Now we all of a sudden, you get a 2, 2, 5, and a 40 backer here. Okay. Alarm bell's got to kind of start going off in my head here. Okay. Now you probably get a fitter coming from the will over here into the A gap for him to climb to. But once again, this is kind of you can see how the footwork's not as vertical now. There is a time where we got to be a little bit more lateral. But once again, through game planning, I want to alleviate as much of that as possible. Okay. Once again, no indicator here. Okay. Play side guard, center, combo, play long, get on your climb path. Okay. Right tackle is bought here. Hell, if that guy spiked in there, that is his job to buy it. Okay. Now here we start cheating this into a 40 backer cock stance here. So just showing your guys how to do this. Okay. Overtake, get underneath the chin. One thing I'd like our right guard to be a little bit more vertical on that path through there. Or right tackle, pardon me. And then here's just kind of some game film of us doing this. So playing Notre Dame. Okay. Now, same thing here. How are we going to be able now? They bossed the backers to the field. Probably should have been in some kind of weak rotation with that free safety, ending up being that B gap fitter. But if they're a late B gap fit team with a back fit team from quarters, that's fine. Let's go dig this. Okay, with that X receiver. Okay, so hey, we knew we were going to get that. Okay, let's target this to 4. Let's combo this to 34. Okay, tight ends on a run sift here. But once again, you can see really good job by our right guard here. He knows he's got all day. We're in minus angles. Okay. Being vertical through this, sealing this thing. Okay. Play side tackle here at the right tackle. Man, he knows he's one-on-one. Tightening up my landmark. And some people are more comfortable with just being that under the chin landmark. If that's what they want to do, okay, whatever's going to put our kids in the most successful position is what we're aiming for. Okay. But good playing thick through here with our right guard. Really good job. Getting the shoulder turn, center on an overtake. I'd like for him to get his hat play side. Okay. Would like our left guard here to be a little bit more vertical and get through this. Okay. But once again, this is a really good, this is probably one of the better front sevens in the country last year. Okay. If we can get them running one-on-one with the corner, I like our odds. Okay. 7 yards. I'm pretty damn happy about it. All right. Playing Wake Forest. This was kind of a fun one that we kind of saw in the box when we were doing this. We got them on this earlier. We knew when they were going to roll this free safety down into here, into 3 bisets, that he was going to end up fitting back into his half here, or his quarter up there. Okay, so we knew we didn't have to target him in this. So this was one they showed us. through game planning and through making sure they were still doing it in the first quarter, okay, we knew we were going to be able to just go dig this with the X receiver. Okay. So we knew right here, okay, let's target this thing to 24. Okay. Nothing for them to work to with the mic removed. So they automatically lock this thing. Okay. Just based off targeting. Okay. Right guard playing vertical as hell through that 2-eye there, running right through the B gap bubble. Okay. More of a mid zone with him being a gun, but just using it as an example. Okay. Playing through this. Okay, really good job being vertical. Once again, just absolutely displacing a two eye. Okay, 5 yards down the field. Okay, once again, really easy run. Okay, getting through. Once again, right tackle. Okay, setting my angle with my first step. A little bit, call it a 9 if you want. Okay, setting my angle with that first step. Hat really under the chin versus a looser technique. Okay, strong backside hand to keep him out there. Okay, really good run there. Backside, okay, they got no one to combo to with how we knew we were going to get this rotation rolling back. Okay, so we knew, hey, let's press this front side B gap and we're going to go rolling through it. Okay, really fun one that we found in there. Okay, Georgia Tech here. Okay, kind of once again, giving our guys angles. Now it's the same thing that we got to do with our tight ends here. Okay, so they present really a 4-3 structure after the movement here. Okay, so starting a bunch set. Okay, jet the Z. Okay, now these two are really common to 15. Once again, 87's got leverage and angles all day. Okay, maybe not as good as leverage and angles in here, but ultimately when we're doing this in pistol, trying to get this thing out on the edge. Okay, I'd like 87 to be a little bit loose or a little bit tighter here. Okay, but ultimately, once again, if we're going to run on a corner, run on a safety, I like our odds when we're doing that. Okay, really good run. Once again, getting 7 yards, getting downhill, getting vertical through this. Okay, really kind of one of our last ones here with Notre Dame. Okay. So running closed run here. Okay. They are comboing up here if I can get my damn mouse. Okay, comboing here, single here. Okay, working a backside combo there. Okay, snap that hip pocket. Okay, by the center, get on your climb path. Okay, and it's the same thing. Like we snap, overtake, climb. It's the same thing. He's in an overtake or a snap position. Okay, hip pocket's there. Snap it. Get vertical. Okay, if you can surf from 8 yards away and still make the tackle, God bless you. You are God gave you something there. Okay, once again, but 5 vertical yards through here. Okay, kind of last one of the day here. Now motion. Okay, we were having issues playing Notre Dame with the same thing I just showed with that backside DM making the play. So now we just have the receiver come seal him. Okay, so combo in here, play side guard center, play side tackle tight end. Okay, now we decide to cut this 3 technique or 2-eye backside, pardon me. Okay, and now this tackle should now be on an angle all the way through to the will linebacker. I'd like him to be able to get his hat play side. He thought he was more athletic than 27. He was wrong. Okay, really good look here on a wide man. Okay, I'd like his hat to be a little bit tighter. Okay, but ultimately he knows he's got trail help here, so more of a wide combo there. Okay, hat goes play side shoulder, backside hand, middle of the sternum. Okay, center sees color, snaps it out, gets on his climb angle. Okay, puncturing it right through. Okay, once again, targeting the front 7 so we have those angles that we need to be able to get vertical. I put my Twitter up there. If you guys need anything or if you guys have any questions about this, I know there was kind of a lot of stuff in a short amount of time. Just hit me up. I'll be really responsive on Twitter. And want to thank Coach Tatum one more time for everything he does for the O-line community.
All right, guys. That was Coach Brian Green. His talk was previously recorded. Now I'm gonna bring up Coach Jelani Lords. His also is previously recorded because he's also out of town. But want to get you guys these talks from these guys because I really believe these guys. Plus, they were local guys. Coach Lords at Lenore Ryan here in North Carolina, and then Coach Green was previously at NC State, now at Mercer. All right, so let's go ahead and bring up coaches, and I'm gonna go ahead and back out.
Hey guys, this is Jelani Lord, offensive line coach here at Lenore Ryan University. Today I'm going to talk to you about some explosive run action screens that we do here at LR that are extensions of our run game. I think it's very important that you guys should include some run action screens that can marry up with your run game as it gives you another simple completion that you can carry week to week. First thing here's some information or that you can reach me or contact me. I'm really good with email. You can also reach me on X or Instagram. If you needed anything, or even if you would like this presentation, just reach out and I'll get it to you. Okay, a little bit about my background. Okay, that first logo there is Semel Ridge High School down there in Loxahatchee, Florida. That's where I got my first opportunity coaching offensive line there under my high school head coach, Matt Dickman. Is a great mentor of mine, really brought me up in the game. I'll never forget. He took me to my first Glacier clinic as a young coach and really told me sit next to him, write down everything, and then sat with me and kind of went over it after the fact. But I owe a lot of credit to him for helping me, become part of the coach that I am today. After that, I spent some time at Florida Atlantic University. I was there with Carl Pelini. I also spent some time there with Charlie Partridge. I felt like that was a great place where, I learned a lot of ball, was able to grow as a student assistant coach, ultimately becoming a quality control coach there. And that's basically home for me. So it's being able to, be at a place where I graduated from, and then also, help recruit the area that I grew up playing football in. And then I was at IMG Academy there with Steve Walsh. I learned a lot of ball there. Really special place. I got a really good thing going there. And then I started Kaiser University with our head coach here at LR, Doug Sosha. We were at Kaiser there for 7 seasons, having an ability to win a national championship there, going to 2 of them, 5 conference titles in a row. So it was a really special place to build up a university from having nothing to being one of the most, perennial NAIA programs in the country. While I was at Kaiser, I also spent some time with the Kansas City Chiefs. I did a fellowship with them. Really special being in rooms with Andy Reid, Eric Bieniemy, Coach Heck, Corey Mathey. Those are some mentors of mine, guys that have really allowed me to take that next step as a coach. And now currently at LR. LR's been very special. Hickory's a great place. We have, a special situation going on in Hickory, and really excited about what we can do there. Okay. All right, now I'm going to just get into the meat and potatoes of why run action screens. The number one reason is you're going to be able to put your best players, give them the ball in space. I think that's the most important thing. If you can find ways to get your best players the ball, I think it's a great situation. Not only is it finding a way to get on the ball, but it's also creating an opportunity for easy completion. That's an extension of your run game. All right. You're going to be able to force linebackers to fit the run. If you got, that defense, they're really sound and they're fitting that run really hard. Right now, it's one of those situations that you can have something off of those defenses that are fitting the run extremely hard, right? You can influence safeties with motions, and then also understanding, hey, that's the +1 in the box. You get in a little bit of rotation. Hey, run the screen opposite of the rotation. All right. It causes defense to have hesitation. If you're running outside zone and you're getting those backers flowing really hard, now it's an opportunity. Okay, hey, all right, that backside backer, he's crossover running. Coach, let's get to the outside zone tunnel screen, and now he has to redirect. So it allows those defense to slow it down a little bit in regards to how they're fitting and how they're playing. And then again, I think I said this earlier, an extension of the base run game is why we do it. Why I think you should implement it within your scheme offensively. But I think it's a way to get an easy completion, but more importantly, right, not invent new plays. Just have a little bit of change ups whereby you're still running, your base run game to the front side, and have something to the backside where it's a change up where you can run some kind of tunnel screen or something of that sort. But this is the reason why we do it, especially for, these defenses that are hard run fitters. We were a heavy run offense at LR and the place I was at before. So we had to have some extensions off of, some of our run game in order to allow us to, take advantage of the way they're playing. Okay. When you talk about game planning screens, right, and run action screens, first off, you got to know what your base run plan is, right? Are we running the inside zone? Are we running counter? How are they fitting the wide zone? right? So first off, you have to look at yourself and say, all right, these are our base runs that we're carrying into this week. All right. Now with the next step in that, all right, how's the defense and how are they fitting it? Right. Can it slow them down? Is it causing some type of hesitation? Does it cause thinking? Right. Those are some of the things that you need to look for when you're talking about game planning, run action screens. Right. And then again, right, you don't want to think more plays. You want to do what your kids do really well, right? Multiple times in multiple ways. So again, it's one of those things that, you don't want to think more plays, right? And not trying to, reinvent the wheel with a new blocking scheme. But how can we, say we're running GT counter, how can we take GT counter to that next step and have, our play action off of it? And then, how can we still present the same thing, but get to a screen out of it? So I think, again, you got to think about what's our base run plan going into the week? How's the defense fitting it? And can this be an extension of our run game with some of these screens? Okay. All right. And then the problems for the defense is a big one, right? Defensive coaches models. And I hear our linebacker coach and our DCs say it all the time. You got to see it, you got to fit it, and you got to stop it. Right. And they're telling those linebackers, the minute you see it, you got to react. Right. We got to fit that run, and then we got to stop it. Right. So the more disciplined teams that you're going to play against is the more explosive you're going to have off of some of these teams. Right. And I think it punishes keys. Right. It forces players to play with more eye discipline. All right. And it slows down their defenders. And then, of course, you're going to have a numbers advantage on the perimeter play when you start moving pieces. So I think it's very important. Like, the problems that it can present for any defense that you face. All right. And the biggest thing I tell our whole line, you got to get an Oscar, right? We got to sell the run. It has to look like a run, has to act like a run, has to play like a run. All right. Tell those guys all the time, right? Patience is the key, right? At the end of the day, we got to, we want it to look like the run. So we can't be so fast to get out. Right? We got to really sell the run keys first. We got to stay on our tracks. We got to do a really good job of blocking, leveraging our landmarks. But more importantly, we got to manipulate the fits of the defense. So if we do a really good job of selling the run play, and I tell our guys, let's get that Oscar award, right? If we get that Oscar award, guess what? The screen's going to have an advantage on the perimeter. And that's the one thing that's going to allow, our offense to take that next step. Our O-line, they got to get the Oscar when we talk about selling the run play. Okay, so one thing that I've done at two places now, we run a lot of wide zone, outside zone, we call it. It's one of those things that it's our bread and butter. It's a day one install for us. We're going to always, I feel like this is something that I've done a lot of study on. I've been at places that have done it, and we feel like, we're going to be really good at it. So again, with us running the outside zone, we better have some kind of tunnel screen off of it, right? So we run the outside zone tunnel. The biggest thing for us, we tell our guys is, right, sell outside zone, okay? Even with the quarterback, that mesh point has to look just like outside zone. Running backs, you got to run it just like outside zone. The front side of our offensive line, you going through your three-step indicator, keying in there near the next defender, right? Doing your keys, look, lean, climb in regards to the outside zone. Right? Quarterback doing a really good job with the ride mesh. Now, again, right, the wide receivers, they're going to delay, right, and then proceed to the tunnel. But again, we are all trying to sell the outside zone. And for us, there's many ways to do it. If you feel like your tackle isn't a guy that's super athletic, sometimes we'll have our tight end go out in the alley first, and then our tackle will be the second guy. We've also done it where our tackle has been the lead. I'm going to show you a couple different ways we've done it at this place at LR and places I've been at before. But again, we talk about setting the sidewalk so that nice tunnel for where our receiver will enter through so that they can take it, up the field. But the more important thing is, we have to sell the outside zone in order for this play to be effective. Okay. Here's just a simple draw up of it for us. It's a 2x2 set. We're running, the outside zone to the right. We're showing this action to the right here. Okay. Again, as you can see, our center, right guard, right tackle, they have to, do their keys and their responsibilities to the outside zone. And on the backside, we tell our guys for 3 steps, we're going to get into the outside zone, right? 1, 2, 3. On our third step, that's our plant step, and we're going to sell running flat. Okay, sell running flat. And I tell those guys, 1, 2, 3, sell running flat. We have to do a really good job at this left guard position of shoving that nose hard over to the center. I tell those guys, use that nose, right, as a wall to push off, right, to get you into the screen, right? And then now the next thing I tell the tackle, you got to do a really good job of being an athlete, getting out here on the perimeter. And how we look at it pre-snap, right? Number one from the sideline over is usually going to be our slot receiver or our tight end's gonna be responsible for. Then we talk about blocking number 2 and number 3 from the sideline over. The O-line is responsible for number two, and number 3 from the sideline over. Okay, so now this is number 1 that our tight end will be taking care of. Okay, we have to make sure that we have our eyes on our luggage pre-snap, right? Because as you can see, this boundary safety here, he could drop, he could come down, anything of that sort in regards to what could happen on this play. Our tackle has to do a really good job of eyeing up his luggage pre-snap. Okay, so again, on the backside, our guard and tackle, they're going to get into the outside zone for 3 steps. On that 3rd step, they're going to plant. Okay, and I tell our guys the most important coaching point is to run flat. Okay, we want to run flat. Okay, now our receiver, he's basically on a 3-step release. So he's going to sell vertical for 3 steps, come back down to stem, and then he has to understand of where the sidewalk is going to be set up for our offensive line. Okay, so now as this tackle runs flat, right, if this boundary safety is triggering hard, the tackle will pick him up. Let's just say the boundary safety's, playing in space and he's playing back. All right, at a certain point, our tackle is going to just turn right. He's just going to turn right and understand that he has to take that boundary safety. All right. The biggest thing we tell our receiver, all right, you got to understand you can't be too fast or else you're going to mess up the tackle's block. So as he catches his ball, we want him to make sure that he goes like 2 ships in the night and he's just going to cross with the tackle and get up into the sidewalk, right? So this is an outside wall of the sidewalk. Okay, and now our guard is going to cut off the backside. So again, with this action, we're thinking, okay, we can pull the backside wheel for 2 to 3 steps. If we pull that backside wheel for 2 to 3 steps, that helps our left guard out in this situation. Okay, as long as we pull that wheel, our guard will be able to run flat, turn right, and we can seal the box here. And now we have our nice honey hole of where we want this play to hit. Okay, so that's one way we've done it. There's also multiple ways that we have done it at other places. I'm going to show you a couple clips here later, just some different ways that we have gotten to this screen. Okay, here's another way out of just like with the slot receiver out of a fib look. Okay, again, it's the same thing. Our slot receiver is going to block number 1. Okay, all right, our tackle. We're selling outside zone as hard as we can to the front side. All right, here's a look at it. We're running it to the tight end. All right, in this situation, again, our backside is going to sell it for 3 steps. 1, 2, 3. The 3rd step's our plant step. We're then going to run flat, right? Flat as fast as possible and understand that honey hole or that outside sidewall that we have to set up on that boundary safety. And then our guard, right? Again, using that nose as a wall. We're going to use that nose. We're going to try to force him and throw him inside, okay? And then use him to plant and redirect so that we can seal the box on this backside wheel here in this situation, okay? But again, this has been a really good play for us. I think there's many ways to run it. I think it can be, if you're a big wide zone team, you should really consider it because sometimes these backside linebackers, they love to get a part of it. Sometimes you even get this nose screaming as hard as he can the minute they see, our back and pistol running wide to the field or whatever the case may be. You just got to have an answer off of it where you can take advantage of these wheels and these backers that like to super fit or fast fit with the outside zone game. Okay, so this is one way we've done it here. All right, so we're just at our 3x1 set. Okay, as you can see, our back is, in the drive, what we call the driver sidecar here. Okay, we're basically selling outside zone to the right. So I'll just give a good look here. So again, as our O-line sells that outside zone to the front side, okay, you'll then see our tackle run flat. Okay, now our tight end, okay, he ends up picking up the most dangerous. Okay, so right now in this situation, this is essentially 2 from the sideline over, but our tight end ended up picking up most dangerous. Anytime that happens, we just tell our tackle, all right, you're just a security system, right? You're double checking it. If it's blocked, you just turn right and go get the next wrong color. Okay, as you can see here, if you watch our left guard in this situation here, he throws that nose hard inside. Okay, he's running flat. He's trying to seal that backer right there. Okay, we're trying to get vertical on that backer. Okay, now our receiver needs to do a little bit of a better job and making sure, we can get out or have a little bit of a better play. But as you can see, that's a first part of it, right? Okay, the biggest thing I want from our tackle, I want him to stay a little bit flatter. Okay, I think he's trying to get back flat, which I'm fine with. Okay, I think he sees, our tight end blocking apex, so he just turns right. Okay, let's look at the tight just so you can get an idea. Okay, again, we're selling outside zone. Okay, there it is. 1, 2, 3. Throw that nose inside by that left guard. As you can see, we want to really force that left guard hard inside. Okay, now we're going to get flat. Can't get vertical there. Okay. All right, let's look at another one here. Okay, again, selling outside zone to the right. Okay, as you can see, exactly what we want out of this backside backer, we're getting. Okay, so here it is. Oh, we moving for 3 steps. He even keeps going. Okay, now he's not a part of it. He's not a part of it. So in this situation, we had a dropper. So anytime we had a dropper, we tell our guys, block the dropper. Okay, so as you can see, our tight end's blocking the end man. Okay, he's a dropper. We block him. Now, hey, listen, you take mine, I take yours. So here's our tackle. Okay, all right, guy took himself out of the feet, turns right, gets vertical up the field. Okay, not a bad way. Bad way to, adjust here. Okay, if you watch the guard, okay, I think the guard is a little bit fast. I think our tackle's a little bit fast, but here's just so you guys get an idea of what we're trying to get accomplished. Okay, this is a really good job by the guard getting this thing sealed. Okay, there's the honey hole where the ball's going to hit. Okay, this is that sidewalk we talk about. We're trying to set up for the receiver. Okay, here's another one. Okay, selling outside zone to the left. Okay, as you can see, getting a crossover run by the backside backer. Okay. Okay, decent job here by the right tackle. Throwing that guy inside, use his right hand, throw him inside. Okay. Right tackle's flat. Caught these guys in a blitz here. That's what you really want. Okay, ball hits outside. Okay, tackle stays flat. Blocking number 2. Stay on number 2. Okay. And then our backside guard, he feels somebody, peeling off. Now he just takes care of that piece there. So our right guard did a good job getting out here. Okay, feels somebody retracing. Okay, slows up, gets a piece of that. Positive play. Okay, here's another one. Okay, selling outside zone to the left. Okay, as you can see here in this situation, okay, we're getting some pressure. Okay, we're getting some pressure. So with that being said, I know our quarterback is going to be a little bit quicker. Coach DeMayo is going to tell our quarterback we got to be a little bit quicker when we see that, we're getting some pressure here. So we get that blitz, ball gets out to the perimeter. We caught him in this situation really good. Okay, I think our right guard here does a really good job of avoiding that contact and then getting and sprinting to his responsibility to seal the box there. Okay, here's a good job of our tackle. Shoving that guy inside, getting flat. See, his guy gets a piece or his tight end gets a piece and he just turns left. Okay, go block the safety. Okay, really good job by the receiver setting that up there. Really good job by the receiver setting up that block. Okay, again, now selling outside zone to the right. Okay, see on this one, I would love our center to take his left hand, right? Especially with these head-up nose versus these odd teams. Take this left hand and let's throw him across the front. Okay, I really love if our center did that in this picture. Did not get that accomplished. But, okay, on the back side, again, just a little bit too fast. Got to sell the outside zone for a little bit more. I think our tackle's doing a really good job making a connection. All right, disengaging, running flat. Again, we're catching these guys in pressure. It's really good. It's really good when you can catch a team in pressure running some of these screens. Okay, so now this is where, right, I tell our tackle, we got to be a security blanket, right? Don't be in a rush to turn upfield. Let's make sure that we secure this thing, okay, so that we have a nice honey hole, okay? Anytime we're blitzers, we tell our guard, just keep going. Just keep going. Unless you feel any type of retracers or somebody peeling off the D-line or a linebacker peeling back. Okay, just picking back off of this, right? Tell our guys, if we can catch a defense blitzing, all right, these screens can be very explosive. Okay, so now the next thing I'm going to get into is just about the gap scheme run action screens. Okay, the biggest thing about the gap scheme, right? Pull or sell a story. All right. On the front side, you're presenting down blocks, right? So it's giving true run keys to a defense, right? The pullers sell a story, but they also are going to allow the linebackers to pull or plus over or boss over, whatever the situation may be, right? Or however you articulate that. But anytime we see those pullers moving, all right, and I'll say this for our defense, anytime they see pullers moving, they're going to react. Okay. And I know our linebacker coach does a really good job of, having a guy plug and then one scrape over the top in regards to the pullers, right? I think also gap schemes also compress the defense. Okay. And then the last thing I'll say, it forces extra hats in the run game. So again, these gap scheme run action screens, I think are very good. I think it's a way where you can get guys moving to help your plays. And again, the pullers, again, they sell a story. It helps the play 100% of the time. Okay, so now in this situation, I'm just going to show simple GT counter screen. All right, off of this, we talk about, on the front side, we got to sell a story in regards to the double team on the front side. Okay, our center's going to block back and Olay. Okay, he's literally going to be in it for half a second. Right, we're going to make great contact on that nose, and then we're going to Olay him. Okay, our guard and our tackle, all right, they're going to work their normal responsibility in their GT counter scheme. They're working, pull right, hit right. The guard's going to skip, or the tackle will work his skip pull up to our point linebacker. All right, the double team is, they're going to get busy in that double team, and then they're going to, slowly get off, right, where our guard's going to now run the pile. He's going to run and Olay at D-line to get to the will, and I tell our tackle he's going to run for the alley defender. Okay, so now our center releases. As he lays, he's going to pick up anything in the alley. If there's nothing in the alley, he's going to turn right. Okay, again, it's kind of the same principle whereby we're going to try to block number 2 from the sideline over with our center. Okay, and I try to tell those guys, we got to do a really good job of making sure that again, this is another way whereby we can get some reaction out of these backers with these pullers. Okay, our X has to do a really good job of coming back and being parallel to the line of scrimmage, right down that stem, and then being parallel to the line of scrimmage to make sure that we, like I said earlier, right, with our center, right, they're like 2 ships in the middle of the night, right, in sync, and then we're going to set up that sidewalk, for that ball to get vertical up the field. All right. Again, our quarterback has to do a really good job of the mesh with the tailback, and then understanding he has to retrace and then get the ball out to that X. It's one of those situations. Hey, if it doesn't look good, dirt the ball. We can look for the next play. Okay. If it's a situation whereby, it looks really, if it looks really good, hey, we're going to take it. Okay, we're going to take it. So I think it's a situation that could be an easy completion for a quarterback, whereby you're getting pullers, you're getting backers moving, you're selling GT counter, and then you're trying to take advantage of that honey hole that defense can present on the perimeter. Okay, here's another way that I've done at the last place, not so much at this place, but it's really we're selling power on the front side. Okay, really, double team on the front side. You got your Y kicking out. Center's going to block back, and then Olay to try to seal the box on the will. Our left guard's going to pull for our point linebacker, all right, and then our tackle's going to work the first stage of his gap seal, right, So he's going to gap hinge on that tee and then get flat, right? He's going to lay on that end and get flat for number 2 from the sideline. Again, if that boundary safety triggers, that's going to try to seal that backside wheel. You're expecting this wheel to get some really good, the minute he sees that guard, pulls, you should really see that wheel plus over the top. If he pluses over the top, helps the play. Okay. Again, the quarterback's going to be quick to get out of the mesh. Okay. Again, we have our tight end setting up he's blocking on number 1. Okay. Our center's going to run flat. Guard's going to run flat. Try to get that backside backer. As you can see, the pull out of the will linebacker in this picture here. All right. We're pulling them, and as you can see with the action there, it's selling the story, right? Yeah. They're thinking that we got GT counter coming. Oh, but look, there you go. Okay, our frontside guard gets out, gets a block on him, and now the ball is up the field. Okay. Okay, here's another one. GT counter, center blocks back, Olays, keeps going. Good contact there. So great job, great patience by the receiver, having our old lineman set this up for them. Okay. All right. Okay, now this is a way we were showing super counter. Showing super counter here. Okay, center blocks back. Olays. Okay, you need to stay flatter. Okay, you see how he bends back there? We do not want that. Okay, the center needs to stay flat on that line. Okay, he bends back, gets just enough. Ball's up the field. Okay, there's our tackle running in the alley. Good. Get just enough. Finish in the end zone. Easy ways to find completions with your guys. All right. If there's any questions on this stuff, fellas, you guys can reach out to me. But it was awesome presenting. Coach Tatum does a great job, with the TrenchMob and, all the O-line coaches. And I see all the clinics that he does. And, this is basically a fraternity, fellas, how we can all help each other become better coaches. All right, Coach, can't thank you enough for this. But, fellas, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. All right. All the best for the all season. Good luck this season.
All right, guys. All right, so I'm going to bring on Coach Hutchins. How you doing, Coach? All right, I think you're muted, Coach. Can't hear you. Yeah, I still can't hear you. You might need to go down to the little gear wheel and check your audio. Make sure you click a certain mic. Still can't hear you. Oh. All right, well, Coach is doing that, guys. Appreciate everybody for checking in with us so far. There's a lot of guys over the last hour have checked in. If you have, I really appreciate everybody for doing that. Make sure you keep on sharing it out. Been rocking and rolling for the last hour, and keep on signing in. Mm-mm. It's like something's trying to come through, but I can't hear you. Nope. Mm-mm. Something I had them before. If you have your phone on you, you could join on your phone and keep both of them up, and then I can hear the audio from your phone, and then we can see your visual from your computer, and we can share. All right. My coach is doing that. Shout out to Coach Brandon Borich, who's the head coach at Rock Ridge High School, Minnesota, checking in with us. Christian McCora, O-line coach at Mississippi Delta Community College. Tim Sandersfield, who's the O-line coach at Bluffton High School in Bluffton, South Carolina. Coach Brandon Tyler, who's the O-line, who's the head coach at Salisal High School in Oklahoma. Appreciate you, Coach. TJ Galloway, who's the OC at Clemson, South Carolina. Dominic Steamer, the O-line coach. Appreciate everybody for checking in with us. Narlene Clancy is the O-line, the OC at West Orange High School. If you need me to text, I can text you the link. That'd be better. Okay. I'll send it to you through Twitter. That's the best way I can. Where you at? Where you at? There you go. All right, just sent it through Twitter, Coach. Huh. It says, see, you're not coming up. Oh, there you are. Hold on.
All
There
right.
we go.
Can
I
you hear me
got you.
now?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to turn me down on one of these.
Yeah. Let me see. I'll do that one.
Yeah,
Now talk.
can you still hear me?
Yeah, you're good. All right.
Okay.
Okay. So the little monitor with the plus sign down at the bottom is where you share your screen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, click share screen and then click wherever you have your presentation.
Share screen. Okay. So just click on the where I have my presentation. I'm sorry, I should have got my
Yeah.
GA butt up this morning and got him over here with me.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, click on him. Yeah, you
Shit.
click share screen. There it is. Awesome. All right, Coach. I see it. I'm gonna back out. You got it.
Okay, yes, sir. Hey, first of all, I'm just gonna introduce myself a little bit. My name is Coach Huck, and I'm the offensive line coach at Texas A&M Texarkana. We're a new startup D2 program over in Texarkana, Texas. We will not have a season this first season, but we will have one starting. We will have a season in 2027. So we do have that schedule and everything. So we're ready to rock and roll for that. So we're gonna have our guys on campus this fall. And we're gonna get after it for some practices, and then after that we're gonna go through regular spring ball and then go to a 27 season. So extremely blessed to be here, and I appreciate Coach for thinking of me and asking me to come on here and talk. And I appreciate you guys for being here this morning listening. Okay, so next thing I'll do is, just kind of give you a background of who I am and stuff like that, of where I've been. I've been to A&M Texarkana. I was at Arkansas Tech before that, North Alabama, Hendrick. So I've been all over the South, really, and in some different places. Yeah. So first thing we're going to talk about today is we're going to talk about some gap doubles. All right, we're going to talk about a few gap doubles. All right, now move some different slides in there. Like I said, I should have got my dang GA's butt up this morning and got him in here with me, but I didn't. I let him go ahead and sleep in. But let me move this up here real quick. All right. Don't think I put that in the right place, but it's fine. I'll just go off of it. So sorry guys. All right, so we're not going outside zone doubles for one gap. All right, so we'll just go here. So one of our gap doubles is called, we call it the galloping post. On my other slide, I have it on there, the post rules and all that. The galloping post, and really it's I've heard people call it a lot of things. I heard it called axe handle. I've heard it called several different things. But we only use this gallop and post when we have a head up two, because the defense, a lot of defenses we seen last year, a lot of those guys branched off of the same person. So a lot of those guys and in that GAC had the head up twos, two eyes, and they would have really extremely tight three techs. So we could use that. We use that then. All right. So the big thing is the big thing for the guy that gallops, he's gonna stay square. He's gonna his first step has to gain that ground, because if he doesn't gain that ground on that first step, then he's not gonna be able to get to the hip of that defender. If not, if he doesn't gain enough ground on that first one, he'll just run right into his guy, and he'll knock his guy off, and that three tech or that 2-eye or that two will just be there right there in the gap to make the play. He has to have low shoulders, and he has to run through the hip. And I have some drills and some stuff like that on here as well that I'll be showing you guys. So the first thing we do whenever we're getting to our gap scheme day, I'm going to put my guys under the chute right here. I'm going to put my guys under the chute, and what they're going to do is, let me full screen this thing. What they're going to do is they're going to just gallop, and they're going to hit this back. So that first step, when I'm talking to them, that first step has to gain that ground, and they have to stay square. Because what could happen is, if this defender right here that he's galloping to hit that hip were to slant back at him or anything like that, he needs to be super square there to be able to take that over and press back vertical to keep that guy from crossing face or gaining penetration on that front side of our gap scheme. Okay, so that's kind of what we do there. That's the first day teach of any when we're gap scheme going in. This is a first day thing that we're going to do. Okay. So that was a tackle doing it. Here's a guard doing it. Now we will use this gallop technique on a few different times. So we can use it versus that even front, but we can also use it versus that odd front when that center has that head up nose and he's having to get over there to knock that nose over to get back. So we'll do this, like I said, first day, we're going to always do this. All of my guys are going to get into it. This guy does it really well right here. He gains that ground in that first step, stays really square, really low, hits that shoulder into it, and he gets out vertical right now, running through the hip. Running through that hip there, okay? So we'll get into our own pods where we're servicing ourselves, where my guards got to get over and knock it over. Now, this guard right here needs to stay a little bit lower. Needs to gain some more ground on that first step, stay a little bit lower, get through that hip, but not terrible there. Not terrible. Okay. This one right here, same thing, center. It's a center with the guard there. This guy does it really well. He's explosive off the ball, hits the hips, and run through the hip. So he has to change the pace right here. Once he hits that hip, he now has to run through it to get that guy really turned there for him to get back to that backside backer. Now, what I don't like is as soon as he hits the hip, I, as a coach right here, I should have been better at this right here. I should have started moving this way so he didn't have to turn his shoulders to get back. Because once this backer right here sees this pull, he's going to start scraping here, right? And once he starts scraping, he won't have to turn his shoulders as much to get back to that backside backer. It's going to be more vertical form. So right here, I could have been better as a coach by moving my butt across, but it was raining that day and I was feeling a little lazy. I have to be better as a coach right there. So, but no, but so he doesn't have to come all the way back there to me. All right, let's go back to this one right here. So we have this center and guard going here. Fast forward it. Center and guard going here. We're going to get some tackle and guard going in just a second. So right here, we got a guard and tackle going. So this is when you use that with that even front with that two, head up two, 2Y, or whatever the case may be. But this tackle has to get down there, knock that hip, and get back. Again, need to stay more square, but this was a day I should have moved across, and it's going to help them when I do start moving across. But you'll see it in the game film, and things like that. You'll see where they hit that hip and get across. Here we go. So we took that from the under the chute, and then we went self-service pods. Now we're in pods with our defensive line. So you see right here, like I told you a while ago, why he has to stay extremely square. This tackle has to stay square here. Because now that guy slanted back, that guard's rules here, because I didn't have it on there. I needed to be better with that. So his rules is his first step has to get him in position to get his screws matched up with that guy, with the defensive lineman screws. Okay, he has to get his screws matched up with the defensive lineman screws here. Okay, so whenever he does gallop over and hit the hip, his screws are matched up. He can now press vertical, and when he hits that hip, now he can just dump his butt over there. Right. So his first rule is he has to match screws here. He has to match screws there. But once he matches screws here, that guy slants back. He now has to press vertical with that next step. Has to press vertical with that next step. Right? Now, by him slanting back here, the gallop guy staying square here, he's now able to take that over because he stayed square. The guard just comes off to the backside backer. So not bad here. I wish my guard were here when he pressed vertical, because as soon as he took that first step, match screws, he seen that guy slanted. He got back vertical with that next step and pressed through him, right? Pressed through him. But then when he comes off, he's a little bit out of control. I wish he was a little bit more in control there. I wish the tackle was a little more in control there as well. But that's just an example of why he has to stay square so he can take that over. All right, here's another one. Very next rep, he matches it. Boom, first step matches screw, second step's vertical, right? Now he doesn't slant back as much. The tackle gallops over, knocks him back to him, and he keeps him over there, right? That's better what we're doing. Now I wish this tackle would stay more square coming off of this, but again, didn't move across. We didn't have backers in here, so he just knocked it over and stayed on it. Knocked it over and stayed on it. All right. So here's an example right here, a game film of it. So we were playing SWASU here. SWASU is an odd front team, right? So what they're going to do, they're a tight front team or a tight front team, which I call tight front of 4 eyes, 0, 4 eyes. So they're a tight front team. So my guard and center here, right here, he's going to get over, knock that over, and get up to backer here. Boom, knock it over to the center. Now, center, once he matched screws here, because he's already head up, guard knocked him over to him. Center has to run his feet right here. Center needs to have his feet running like hell here to dump this guy over here, because now my guard, especially when you have that 0 right here, seeing that guy scrape over or trying to scrape over here, he has to get off to get to that. I wish my center would have stayed over. He didn't stay on as much as I needed him to, but that's a good example of the guard getting over to gallop and giving him to him and getting up to that backer. Center has to stay on. All right, here's an even front right here. Now, like I told you a while ago, a lot of people in our league, they play, this is Washita Baptist we're playing, they play those head-up twos. They play those head-up twos so they can play out to a 3. They can stay head up or they can play in, right, to a 2-eye. So you never know if they're a B gap guy or an A gap guy according to their how they align a lot of times. They don't give that indicator. Usually they give 2 2s, but this guy lined up in the 3 today. But usually that guy stays, they pretty much stay head up 2s there, so you don't know where they're going to be. So this one right here is going to be a good example of when that guy slants out. He's going to slant out hard here, right? Trying to get all the way out here on this one. And that tackle staying square here, that first step, sees that guy slanting to him. Now his second step has to be vertical to take over. My guard now has to just get back vertical. As soon as that guy slants out, he knows his buddy's coming because they made this call that, hey, they're going to gallop and post here. So his screws are already matched. His first step was just inside here to protect inside, make sure he doesn't slant across. That next step is extremely vertical because he was already head up, but that guy slanted out, so he's going to stay vertical there. His first step here for that gallop, boom, he took it. Now that guy slanted out to me. Now I need to just press vertical on it, take that there, And it was able to be successful there because the guard got back vertical and they just traded responsibilities there, right? Just traded responsibilities there. So I love this. I love the gallop and post because what it does is it keeps these two right here extremely square for anything that could happen. For anything that could happen, they're there for it. So right here, it was supposed to be he's supposed to take that inside lead there. Now he's taking that second step extremely vertical. He's galloping over, hitting that hip and sprinting through it to get to this backside backer here, right? That's what's supposed to happen. But because they were extremely square, they slanted on us. They slanted the whole defensive line out. Guess what? He was square and able to take it, stay on there, and the guard was able to stay square to pick up that backer, and we're good there. We're able to go down to Ouachita and get a win that day because they were staying square and doing the things they need to do that day to get through there. All right, here we go. Here's another example of it. Now he's still the same thing here versus Ouachita Baptist. They're lining up in those head up twos again, which is, I'll be honest with you guys, it sucks because you never know what they're going to do. So these guys up front have to stay extremely disciplined in what they're doing every play because they're not at all declaring where they're going to be or know what kind of defender they're going to be. Right, and they're stacking those dang backers right on top of them. They're moving right. Only reason this guy's moving is because he sees the motion coming. So again, first step was to protect my inside here. As soon as that guy slants out, I need to get back extremely vertical. My tackle's first step to that gallop, staying square there. Hey, he slanted out to me. Now I just have to take it. Now, my guard here screws it up because now the tackle has him. Guard needs to get his butt or eyes back to this backside backer, and he will be right here pressing this out, and there'll be a huge gap right there in the middle. But I love the way the tackle took that first step of the gallop, sees that guy slant out. Next step is extremely vertical there. Boom, gallop, and extremely vertical as soon as that guy slanted out to him. Here it is right here. Another instance where we got a head up two here. Now, he's going to have to take that inside to make sure he takes that away. The second step needs to get extremely vertical. He's going to 4-step over. He needs to be 4-step low over, and he's getting back to 34. Boom. Match screws there. My tackle is galloping over. Now, the reason why this doesn't work perfectly is because my tackle didn't gain enough ground on his first step. He almost stepped under himself. So this is a prime example of why you have to make sure that those guys are taking those on that first step of that gallop. They have to gain that ground because this is what happens. He hits our guy instead of the D lineman. But he stays square. He's able to climb to this backer here. So here it is right here again. So they're in these head up twos. This is why we have to make sure on these galloping posts that we make sure we take that inside step first, that lead with that inside foot if I'm that guard, if I'm that post, right? Because now that guy slants inside and my guard is in bad position here. So this is a prime example of why we have to make sure we're getting an inside lead on that to make sure to protect against this. Now my tackle, he starts on his gallop. He sees that guy go away. Now he's just flat and he's down. He's gallop, square. All right, goes away. Now I can go ahead and get to where I'm going. So that's the thing. These guys have to understand and see what's going on throughout this play because there's going to be some in here where we're going to turn this from a galloping post to basically a power double. Here we go again with those head up two. Well, this guy's a 2-eye, and he got a head up to the other side. So now my guard, this guard actually steps inside, gets screw to screw here. His first step is inside and gets him screws to screws here. Good. Boom. Taking it inside. My tackle is galloping here. Boom. Hip goes away. So instead of him trying to dig on in there, instead of him digging on in here and missing this guy that could come back here, he stays a good track here. Gallop, boom, get back to my track, and he gets back to his backer here. Very good here by the tackle. Very good there by the tackle. Guard's not bad either. That first step is really good by him. I would like for him to press this guy more vertical, but he gets himself in a position to be able to log this down. It's a good block. Here it is again. We can use this same technique, and I tell him here, hey, I want you to still step inside to try to get screws to screws here, so he can now gallop down, run through the hip on his way back to that backside backer. My guard doesn't do a great job here of getting screws to screws, but my tackle does a great job here of galloping down, staying square through it, and getting back to his backer. Does a great job of staying square through it. Here it is right here. What I was telling you all ago. So this guy lines up as a 2-eye here. He's going to slant out. When he slants out, this is going to turn from basically a gallop and post, and now a power double on the run. So he slants out. So he steps inside here to get screws to screws. That second step, he has to be vertical on this. He has to be vertical on that second step because he slanted, it was awesome that he got back vertical. My tackle galloped down square here, and he was looking to knock that hip, but because he slanted out to him, now it just turns into a power double on the run. Just turns into a power double on the run. Boom. Very good by those two. But the reason why I like to do this a lot, and we work on that a lot, is, again, keeping those guys extremely square, because a lot of time in gap scheme, it's easy for those guys to get those hips turned and get themselves in a bad position. Very good by those two.
5 minutes, Coach.
Yes, sir. Here's another one right here where we're facing an odd front team. Southern Nash, they would say that guy a little bit to each side, but they would give you the 4-eye and a shade. Most of the time they would shade that cat to the 4 side, where he's head up over here instead of the 4-eye side. Well, so now my center is going to step to get his screws with the D lineman screws. He's now going to gallop over, hit the hip, and get back for the backside backer. Very good by this guard here. Knocking that hip, getting back, staying square here. He stays square through the whole thing here. Quarterback pulled and threw it out here. That's why his backer went away. I would like for that guard here, because they're moving on the run here, I would like for that guard here, once he hits that hip, to get back extremely vertical. But he's not good knocking the hip. Now he needs to get extremely vertical to try to get back to 12. Here's another example of it. Once they got, oh crap, my bad, guys. Another example of when they fast scrape here, of why this helps that tackle stand extremely square here. Because he's able to now fold back out here. By him staying square here, he's able to fold back out now on that backer that's scraping over extremely fast. And if the backer is a little more patient, by my guy scraping back out on that backer, it's right here. It's the kind of stuff that makes that dreams are built out of holes like that. You know what I mean? But the big thing is making sure those guys that stay square on the galloping post so they can make different moves in a lot of different directions. Here's a great example of it right here. The guard here got screws and screws. The tackle here is going to get down. He's going to hit the hip, displace that guy, get back vertical, and get on his backer. Very good example here of him gaining enough ground on his first step to be able to not hit the guard, but to hit the hip of that D lineman right here to be able to displace that guy. He displaced him. The only thing I don't like about the tackle here is I don't like him keeping that hand on here. Because what happens is when he takes that hand off, it almost turns his shoulders, and that shoulders turn, the hips will turn. So I wish he would leave that outside hand off, but he displaced that D lineman, climbed to his backer. Very good. Here's another example of a tight 3 that we post and galloped here. So my guard stepped inside to be able to take over, slanted to him. My tackle is galloping over, knocking the hip, climbing for his backer. Tackle really displaced that guy so that guard could take him over, climb to his backer. Very good there. Guys, I appreciate you guys so much for being here today. This is honestly a privilege and honor to do this. I would love to do it again to be able to do and that's why I ended on this one right here to be able to do my outside zone double stuff with the skip and the post and stuff like that because I really love to do these type things, and actually this is my first one I've ever done. I've never had the opportunity to do them, but I want to get into these more to be able to talk to other coaches about things and to be able to put the things that we do on the field out there to help other people and all those type things. And Coach, I really appreciate you for asking me to do this. And I love the fact that you're forward in O-line play because a lot of times those guys, the O-line doesn't get a lot of recognition. And by forward and stuff like this gets those guys that kind of recognition. And I really appreciate you for doing this for not only the O-line, but the O-line coaches around the country.
Yeah, man. Well, I appreciate you coming on and doing the clinic for us. Stay tuned. Like, hit me up. We can get that done for sure. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, Coach.
All right, guys. Coach Lawrence is in the background. He's right here. What's up, Coach?
Good morning. Good morning. What's going on?
Not much, man. So if you see the little icon, it looks like a monitor with a plus sign.
Yes, sir.
If you click on that, you go to share screen. You should be able to click if you have your tab up with your presentation.
All right. Share screen. Bam. And then let me click on my presentation. Okay. Let me go back. Share. I'm on my wife's computer, man, so you gotta bear with me. Can you see that?
Yes, sir. I got it.
Did you see it?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Cycle through the slides real quick. Make sure that works. Sometimes PowerPoint don't like to work. Sometimes.
Gotcha. Let me. Boom, boom, boom.
Yep, it works. Awesome. All right, Coach. I'm gonna back out. You got it.
You let me. Oh, so I'm good right now.
Yes, sir. You go ahead.
Okay. Cool. So, man, like Coach just said, I caught the last coach from I think it's Texas Commerce. I know I'm probably saying the wrong school, man, but caught his some of his presentation, man. And honored. It's a privilege to do this. When you hit me up to do it, man, I was super pumped up, super excited. Just being a fan of what you're doing, man, putting offensive line coaches on the forefront, like you said. So I'm excited, blessed to have this opportunity. I know 30 minutes for O-line coaches is not a lot of times, and it's a lot of information that get put out there when we get rolling. So I'm gonna do my best, Coach, to stay within that 29-minute time frame and get the next coach's time. But just jumping right into it, what I'm gonna talk about is pretty much just going from the spring game or spring practice, whether it's high school, college, once you finish spring ball, spring game, spring practice, whatever, and what are you doing with that time from that last snap of spring ball to that first fall practice one, fall camp one? That's kind of what I want to dive into with it being the season that we're in right now. It's, I think, a time that's super pivotal for offensive linemen. I really do. So I'm going to kind of hit on that, kind of talk about what's my mindset going into that time frame, the calendar for me as offensive line coach, what I want to get done, and just kind of what's the things that I'm really implementing with my offensive linemen. So quick overview of myself. Again, Marcus Lawrence, born and raised in Charlotte, North Carolina. So this will be my first coaching job in North Carolina. Excited to be home. Played my football or college football at Winston-Salem State University. Graduated from there and went on to start my coaching career. Coached at Hampton for 3 seasons with my head coach from Winston-Salem State, Coach Connie Manor. From there, I took my first offensive line job at Bluefield College. Well, it was Bluefield College when I was there. It's now Bluefield University with my head coach, Dewey Luss. Was there for a season, did some great things with him. Got back with Coach Manor after that season at Bluefield, and I was at Alabama A&M for 7 seasons and did some phenomenal things down there. Learned a lot. Was able to coach a lot of really, really good young men down in Huntsville, Alabama. Again, got reunited with my head ball coach, Coach Manor, who's a North Carolina guy as well. And then last year, I got to work for Coach Chennis Berry at South Carolina State University as their offensive line coach. Again, another great head coach that I was around that I learned a lot about, learned a lot from, especially with this O-line deal. Was the first O-line guy I worked for, and I was able to learn a lot of things and win the championship with him like I did with the previous coaches. And now I just took a position at Fayetteville State University. Like I said, my first position in North Carolina. And if you can't hear me, just let me know, Coach, because I'm on my wife's laptop, but I have headphones. So if I kind of go in and out, just let me know.
No, you're good to go.
Okay, but at Fayetteville State University, been here since February. Get really excited about the position. Get to kind of take a step up in my career, and so it's we've been hitting the ground running since I've been here. Excited to work for Coach Richard Hayes, who is a nephew of the legend of North Carolina, Bill Hayes. I actually played at Winston with Coach Richard Hayes and Bill Hayes were at Winston-Salem State in the department. So excited to work for Coach Hayes, man, and got some good nuggets to give you guys for today. So just again, a real quick debrief of who I am and how last year went for me. I was blessed and able to win the Black College National Championship while I was down in Orangeburg at South Carolina State. Also won the MEAC Championship. Was able to coach Offensive Lineman of the Year down there in Roger Smith. And also saw one of my offensive linemen from Alabama A&M, who is from North Carolina, Carson Vincent, who played for me for 4 seasons at Alabama A&M. He's from Cary, North Carolina. He was drafted by the Baltimore Ravens. So 2025 was a great year for me. I also had my beautiful daughter, Ty, who was in the last slide, her and my wife and my son, Trenton. So 2025 was a great year for me. Was able to coach some phenomenal young men, win championships, and see the birth of my daughter. So I'm trying to repeat that this season, have another offensive lineman of the year. I've had 2 in a row with Carson and with Roger and win another championship. So let's just dive right into it. So talking about spring ball, like I said, once we finish that spring game, my gears are running or spinning. I'm trying to figure out how can we get better. A lot of times in college ball, you probably get after your spring game. Most people's spring game is right around in April, sometime in April, and you're trying to figure out, what am I going to do to make sure I continue to peak as a group, or I get back in the right direction. You might have finished spring ball and didn't go as you wanted it to go. And those guys are getting ready to go home for the summer. Some come back for summer school, whatever your situation is. So 5 things that I try to reflect on when I'm doing my post-spring self-scout is, where are we as a group? Once we finish that spring game, how did we finish? Are we a tough group? Are we a group that's young? Are we youthful? Did we get better from practice 1 to practice 12 to practice 15? Did we decline? So where are we as a group? That's going to tell me a lot of what I'm going to do and how I'm going to attack the summer. Next step is personnel reflection. That's kind of what I just talked about when I said, are we youthful? Do we have some old guys? Do we need some experience? What's my group like? Do I have a strong 5 that I feel good about? Do I have a strong 8? Do I have depth? Do I have 2 guys I can count on and everyone else is unproven? So try to reflect on what I have through the spring and see what I can give those guys in the summer to help them, get to the gate. Next thing, again, what are we good at? Simple, seems cliche, but what are we good at? What did we do in the spring that I was impressed with, that I was satisfied with. I don't want to say satisfied, but that I was okay. We can build on that. It could be, you know, running inside zone. It could be communication. It could be we're a good pass pro group. You know, just whatever we're good at. I want to make sure I know what we're good at, because that may be something that we can tap into in the summer, but we're not going to spend a lot of time on, because the next step is, where do we need to improve? I need to spend more time on what we're not good at. You know, we need to be better in gap scheme. We need to be better in, you know, getting out on screens. You know, we need to make more athletic plays as a group. You know, we need to be better with our vision, seeing the box, seeing the roof. You know, those things are what I really want to capitalize on. It's kind of what made me want to get into this live, because I'm coming into a new position at Fayetteville State, new offensive line coach, never coached any of these guys before. And I want to make sure that the spring to summer transition is inevitable for us. It's impactful. I see the progression, and my guys feel it. And the last one is just, again, we talked about, how do we end the spring? Did we end it on a high note? Did the spring game go well? Did we end on a low note? Did we not run the ball like we wanted to? You know, did we get guys banged up? You know, just that's kind of my self-scout on that last day that I kind of go through. And those are my mental notes. I put them down on paper. I keep a sticky note on my desk. So every day I come in the office in the summer, if I don't see my guys every day, that's okay. I know what needs to be done. I know what I need to focus on for those next few days. Next slide is off-season goals. So this is kind of what my mindset is going into summer, attacking those summer days, week-to-week objectives. I'm a big believer in making sure that we break it down week to week in the summer, just because in the season it's week to week. You know, day to day kind of becomes a routine. You know, you got your Tuesday practice, you got your Wednesday practice, your Thursday practice. It becomes routine. Inside run, boom, boom, boom. But the opponent is the one thing that changes in the season. The opponent, you're not going to play the same opponent 2 weeks in a row. You may have the same type of practice schedule, but the opponent changes. So I believe in building that in the summer. You know, summer week 1 may be we're focusing on our footwork for mid-zone, inside zone. Okay, summer week 2, our objective, we're focusing on our gap scheme, fit, and things like that. Week 3 may be whatever you want it to be. I believe in doing that and then letting those guys know we won this week because we got better at this. And those guys start to believe it. So that's big for me. It's just creating those and putting it on the calendar, letting those guys see what we're going to focus on. The next step is quality over quantity. And that's from a what are you trying to accomplish in the summer standpoint? Again, every coach, I'm sure, has about 20 runs in their playbook, 20, 25 runs, you know, when you start adding in your tags and things like that, RPOs. But for me, I feel like, and this is something I learned, you know, from Coach Berry, being around Chennis Berry, is focus on 1 or 2 runs max in the summer and just rep it. It could be, we're going to run duo every freaking day of the summer. It could be, we're going to run pin pull every day. We're going to work our pin pull communication, the footwork, the eye discipline. We're going to work it every day of the summer. And when I say we're working it, those guys know what you expect, because you don't get a lot of time with your guys, if any, in the summer. But the time you do get, you can implement what you want. So, hey guys, I want you guys to work on this footwork. I want you to work on. And again, you give them a list of what you want done, and you work that crap every day. And so it's something I learned that I think works. I think it worked for us, because that one play that you run all summer, run game wise, that's the 1 or 2 plays that you can run all season, and you may not have to spend as much time repping it in the fall. You can put more focus on, okay, I can focus more on wide zone because we did so much duo or pin pull in the summertime. So focusing on what you want to get done and just honing in on it so you can perfect it and master it. Another thing for me is camaraderie and chemistry, building that. And I'm gonna speed up a little bit because I got a lot of film I want to show, just some of my drills. But camaraderie and chemistry, communication, I believe in. Again, summertime, you don't get to be as physical as you want, so it kind of eliminates a lot of your combo work. But I think doing combo work and getting those guys together as much as possible builds camaraderie and chemistry. Is something you can build in the summer, and it helps you as an offensive line group going into the fall season, creating good habits. So summertime, again, I have my guys out there. I make them record their workouts. I make those guys get together when they work out. I make those guys get behind the line. Like, those are things that they're doing when I'm not there, or if I'm sitting in the bleachers watching. Those are things that I want them doing without me. So when I get out there with my whistle, when I have my group, I don't have to say, hey, get behind the line. Hey, we're putting toes on the white. hey, we're doing blah, blah, blah. You know, I want to create those good habits in the summer. I want to go ahead and start to build those right then. I want to build those habits right then, with them having self-accountability about those habits. And again, those habits will carry on. One other one is fire drill communication. I'm big on when I say fire drill communication. If there's a fire drill, everybody in the building is yelling. I haven't been in a fire drill and the siren is low as a whisper. It is loud. So that's how I want our communication to sound. It's a fire drill. Be loud. Alert everybody what's happening. And then I want to build on our identity. Build on it. I want to build on it. I want to create it if we don't have one. Again, I tell guys I'm a big wrestling fan. So, you know, if you're the Undertaker, be the Undertaker. You know, he was a mean guy. He didn't do a lot of talking. He was a physical choke slamming MFer. You know, if you're a flashy guy, you're Ric Flair. Ric Flair was Ric Flair. So who are we going to be as a group? I want to make sure we build on that, or we create it if we don't have it in the summer. So again, we're not trying to find out who we are when we're hitting adversity in the fall with practice, or, you know, depending on our opponent. Next slide is just talks about the summer, what I want to accomplish. Again, June and July, the normal months where I can get my time with the guys in summer school or things like that. Your typical things, man, weight room and strength and conditioning, making sure they're lifting every day. I want to see the progression. I want to see you putting extra weight on the bar. Want to see you running those extra sprints. Again, I was driving in, so my son came to work with me the other day. And as I'm walking into my office, I could see the offensive lines. They already getting their little running in together, voluntarily, of course. So impressive for me, the offensive line coach. I liked it. I didn't pat him on the back, but it was nice to see. Nutrition and dietary plan. Again, just kind of tweaking, you know, what they're eating in the summer, putting their protein on it. If you got a guy who needs to lose some weight, putting them on a certain diet. If you got a guy who needs to gain weight, summertime is time to put the pounds on them. Player-led programs, just kind of hit on it, but just those guys voluntarily doing their thing, man. You kind of lay the landscape, the blueprint for what you want done in the summertime. I do. I tell them, you know, hey guys, again, this is voluntary now. You know, you don't have to do it, which they don't. But if you're gonna go out on the field, this is what I would like to see you doing: getting some walkthroughs, getting some you know, pass pro, getting some one-on-one shadow reps, getting some indie. You know, these are the things I would like to see done, so we're not out there just wasting time. You know, we can execute June 27th, June 26th, whatever day it is. We want to make sure we're getting something done. We're not just out there just, you know, playing around, farting around, wasting a beautiful summer day. Face-to-face meetings. A lot of times you don't have the chance in the fall to get those one-on-one meetings with your guys. I mean, we as coaches, O-line coaches, we try to, but when you got 20, 21, 22 guys in the room, it's just hard to meet with everybody individually, one by one. So in the summertime, I think it's the time to do it. You know, you'll have your group meetings, but you also can get you some, you know, hey, man, John Doe, come by my office, man. Let's sit down and talk. You know, I try to get 3 or 4 guys in a week. You know, I can't get everybody every day, but just to come in and just talk, man, learn about them. Ask them about their family, you know, see how's the summer going for them. You know, you'll be surprised what those guys will tell you when they sit down with your door closed or open, one by one. I think that's something that has worked for me as I've been going forward in my coaching career now that I am a father. And then lastly, have fun. Find ways to have fun with them guys, man. It's summertime. You know, you're going to go on vacation as a coach. They're going to go on vacation as a player. You know, go to the pool. You know, go get some wings, play some basketball, run, like have fun with the guys. Like, you know, there are no wins and losses in the summer. You know, as coaches, we on our grind, but have fun with them, man. Have fun with them. You know, in the months of June and July, it might be one thing. There's a lot of free things you can do. You know, hell, you can go get a basketball, like I said, and have a 3-point contest. You know, get on the grill, you know, grill master it. So those are things I try to do in the summer. I know for me, just to build the camaraderie, build the confidence in my guys, and let them know that you know, I want to win every football game, but I also want to win with them in life as well. So I got some EDDs. I got 15 minutes. I'll try to wrap this up right at 10:29, Coach. I'm going to kind of go through it. But just things that I have given my guys in the summertime over the past 7-8 years that has worked for me as O-line coach. So a lot of this film is old from the past, but it's things I still do to the day with my guys. I do it, you know, some of it's pre-practice drills, some of it's just things I get them to do in the summer. So a way to get my guy to play low, and I'm going to have the film running, just give them some tennis balls. Now, when I do this, when I have them do it now, this is from South Carolina State, but you can put them on a white line. So you can just put them on a white line on the football field. You can put them on a 10-yard line, 20, whatever. And just the objective, truthfully, is to keep that tennis ball on that white line. Right here, I got tiles laid down to give them a landmark. But if you notice what this does, I got them under the chute. You don't have to have the chute. We just had it right there, so we used it. It keeps the Z in the knee. It keeps that nice knee to ankle relationship. Get a nice little knee inside the ankle. Elbows are tight. My eyes are up. And what I don't want to see, I don't want to see you waddling. I kind of want to see your feet, as I say, killing roaches. Bam, 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 bam. Short, choppy steps. Because if you don't, you're going to outrun your tennis ball. You want to keep that tennis ball fingertips right underneath your nose, flat back. And again, it's just creating them, getting them feeling what it's like to be uncomfortable. This is an uncomfortable position, but it's helping them understand what feeling low, playing low feels like. When we say get low, get low, get low, okay, they've done it all summer. We'll do this 3 or 4 times a week in the summer just so they can feel their hips down, their knees bent, back flat, eyes up, feet pounded. Now, it's a position that they feel every day of the summer and just has helped me over the last few years. A combo drill that I give my guys to do, simple. Put the towel in between the hip. We all done it. Put the towel in between the hip, and pretty much you have a player stand right there. So there's a player standing right there with the camera, and you pretty much have them point a direction. So they start off coming off the ball straight up the field, and you just point a direction, left, right. Pretty much you're taking your vertical double team, and now you're just giving them a little bit of adversity or difficulty to take that double team to the backside linebacker without that towel movement. So the goal is to keep those hips attached. Is it tough? It's very tough. But now you see the big guy in the black shirt. He has to take the double team down the line without losing his his partner. His partner in the gray has to keep his hips attached. Don't come off too early. So I'll have those guys go either direction. I try to make guys go with their position they're going to play beside tackles and guards and centers. As you can see, you got a 6'6" guy going with a 6-foot guy. So we got to get our hips down. We got to get together. We got to play low. So that's another drill that has been beneficial for me in the past. Some zone scheme stuff right here, just simple boards. Got a guy standing right there with his hand up, pretty much just simulating a shoot. Ball get off, ball get off, ball get off. As you can see, he's got one knee down, driving off the turf, driving off that big toe, boom, exploding out. Would like to see his hands tighter than they are, but simple zone drill, again, summertime drill, cliche, but we're going to get a lot of reps of it to make sure we're not losing the fundamental. Another one right here, again, more of a wide zone. The last one more of a tighter inside zone, mid zone. This one's more of a wide zone. Same deal. Just snapping off that grass. Just getting off the ball, pushing off that right big toe, training them right now. Again, this is something you may not be able to rep in the fall, but in the summer we can get this. And again, if you're a coach and you go to Cancun for a week or you go to Myrtle Beach for the weekend, your guys can do this without you. They don't need you to do this. You don't have to be there for them to do this. They can get out there and do it by themselves. I tell the guys, you can do this in your room. You can literally get on one knee and just work on bam, bam, snapping off the ball. The med ball is just right there to give him kind of the angle where I wanted him to get to, pressing off. And then the next rep, I got him on his 2 feet. He's pushing off his right foot. And now that he's chasing that outside shoulder of the defender in front of him. So again, you got some help. You got somebody with you. My feelings kind of slowing down. Sorry. You got somebody to help you out, like in that aspect. He has a landmark run. But the towel is on the ground to make sure we don't false step out. So this could be a right tackle working a backside cutoff. This could be a right guard working a backside cutoff on a 2-eye. So just making sure I get my hat across underneath the shoot, low pad level. And I'm snapping off that football, making sure I can get to my landmark. If I can't get to my landmark on this, then I'm gonna run the guy to the sideline. I'm gonna keep driving. He can't be in the backfield. But if I can get to my landmark, it takes me to my next clip right here. So now I made T with the towel. If I can get to my landmark, I want to get vertical. The last coach that presented talked about it on wide zone, his outside zone clip. I saw it. You want to get that hat to the outside number. Here I say get hat across, get neck across is what we want to do. So again, just think right here, right guard right here, reaching the backside 2-eye, getting his hat across. And once I get my hat across, bam, I stab. I get vertical. If I can't get vertical, it's because my hat's not across. So I should keep on chasing, driving that guy so my running back can make me right with a cutoff. But I can't be wrong. The only way I'm wrong on this is if the guy's in the backfield. So this is a good drill. Again, just seeing the footwork. And what I do when I make these guys record it with their phone, I send it to them. I build a photo gallery, a shared photo album. If you have an iPhone, you can share a photo album, and you can send this to your players, and they can watch this daily. Like they can watch themselves, watch the footwork. Like, hey, watch your feet right here. Boom, boom, boom. So this is something that, again, is free and it's helped me. Like, I'm going to try to pause it. Bam. That first step right there, he's low. His hat is moving because he's moving his feet. He's losing ground of game position. Seconds, freak. Excuse me, guys. I'm thinking I'm on Huddle. I'm on PowerPoint. Let me get back to my Y zone. I know I got a few minutes, but I promise I'll get through it. All right, yeah. So you just watch his footwork, man. The towels help out a lot against cheat, but it helps us work the footwork on the summertime. All right, now we got gap scheme. I'm gonna kind of speed up a little bit. Simple. This is literally the field goal post on our football field. And I'm literally just having these guys boom, boom, 1, 2, working a back block, gap scheme, working back blocks. I feel like in the fall, we don't spend enough time. I'm not gonna say we don't spend a lot of time. We don't get to spend enough time on back blocks. And so I drilled a lot in the summer, just working boom, boom. Something that you don't have to be out there as a coach. You can put this down on a piece of paper and say, I want you guys to get some back blocks. And they already know what they got to do. Put the towels down to simulate, stepping over the towel. Again, back block, get my hat across, get neck across. Because sometimes hat can get beat. If you get your neck across, you'll never get beat with penetration. That's something that, again, I've learned. If you get your neck across on the down block, you'll never get beat by penetration. The second step, boom, boom, is so I don't get beat over the top. So if you see their hands, I'm telling them to shoot for the end. They're a little higher than the end on there, giving them a landmark. I believe in giving landmarks to everything. But neck gets across, that stops the penetration. Hand and the second step stops getting beat across my face. So a good drill. Here we are right here now, just kind of progression to the drill. So we'll get 3 reps, boom, boom. Again, I put them on, I believe in landmarks, man. I'm a big landmark guy. I put him on the dotted line so he can see himself getting movement. I want to see the movement. I want to see your first step going through the line of scrimmage, getting neck across. I want to see your hand. I want to see you moving him off the line of scrimmage. So I'm I need to paint some lines on the field. I'll just paint them. I ain't got to be 5 yards apart. I just want lines. I want to be able to use landmarks to give those guys a visual to see what's happening when we tell them to do this, do that, and it doesn't happen. We can kind of give them a visual of it. That was more interior O-lineman back blocks. Here's more gap scheme for tackles. Again, another thing I think is we don't get a lot of time with is working hinges, backside B-gap hinges. Tackles are stepping over the towel, not false stepping. So just think again, the kid with the black cleats on right now is a left tackle working a power right, counter right, cutting off backside B-gap. Kid in the black shirt with the white cleats is the right tackle. He's working counter left, power left, get in the B gap, stab in the B gap, just in case the backer shoots, or the 3 technique is right there, and my center has to get back on it. I can get in there, stab and help. All right, then we'll transition or progress to the next step, stab and get to the hands. Stab and get to the hands. Again, simple drill. Put a towel down, get to your field goal post, and they can work the freak out of this until they perfect it, until they get great. Because you're not gonna have a lot of time in the fall. Just being honest, to get a lot of it. I got about 5 minutes. I'm gonna get to the next one. So we put it all together. Again, just another simple drill. Just working counter, half line counter, working the kick. Again, we don't get a lot of physical attempts to run the kick out, but you can just get you a pop up, steal it from the D-line coach. You don't need it all the time. Steal it from the D-line coach. Get you a pop up. That can be a kick out. And what I'm preaching is I want to see you dragging nuts over the kick out. That means you're going through it. Dragging nuts over. Big fella right there, fell down, love it. He's settling out. He's having some fun. Still working the back block with the center, and then you still get your skip pull with your tackle. All right, some pass pro drills. Again, summertime. Just med ball. I call it med ball dribble. Literally just using the med ball, keeping that med ball right there underneath your nose. You got somebody to tell you when to kick, when to post. So right now, this is Roger Smith, who was player of the year in the MEAC at offensive line. He's a left guard right now, working setting left, kicking left, posting right. Kicking left, posting right. All right, eyes are up, pad level's low. You can't keep the med ball if you don't play low. So you see his pad level low. His feet are hot. Killing roaches with my feet. Never stopping my feet. And I like to keep him in this drill for about 6 or 7 kick post, like about 7 seconds to make them feel what great pass pro feels like. Like keep them in the drill a little bit longer than normal so they can feel the burn in their thighs of what great pass pro is. Next drill, just in the sand. Same type of deal. But now I like using the sand, especially with pass pro, because you can't keep your foot stuck in sand. If you do, you're going to sink. So it creates just a natural habit of using hot feet. Great drill. They got to move their feet, keep their eyes up, something like that. Again, most schools have a track team, so if you can actually track coach use sand pit, it works. It does help out. It's helped for me. Same type of drill, just kicking and posting. Next drill, just a simple little kind of wave drill. Striking the outside number of the end, posting back inside. Again, all these drills have a rhyme and reason to it. This is more of a 50% drill starting out, though, just to get everybody on the same page of how to do it. So we'll have some young guys who don't really understand, and I'll tell them guys, go 50%. Do not do this drill more than 50%. So it's a good drill for them guys to use to get used to just the rhythm of what you're asking them to do, not speed them up too much, too fast. Last 3 drills right here, just a simple short set, striking the 5-man. Hot feet, as you can see, this guy right here is going to slip. But it's a short set, just bam, striking to get my hands back, striking to get my hands back, striking to get my hands back. More of an interior lineman position, a drill. You can see right here, shoulders are square, eyes are up, striking to get to the next pad. It's not a race, but I want to cover up pads as I'm striking my feet move. Now for my tackles, I turn them. And so now I got their ear hole to the pad, and this helps with their vertical set. Bam, striking the first 3 and then opening, and then shuffling for the last 2 to simulate keeping the end wide and outside. Strike, bam, get your hand back. Strike, get your hand back. Now flip your hip, bam, bam. Keep that end outside and let them run the hump. So this is a money maker for my tackles. It has done wonders for me. I think it's a drill that you can do with the 5-man. If you don't have a 5-man, you can literally get 5 offensive linemen to hold a pad, and that can be a human sled, as I call it. If we don't have a sled, we'll make a human sled. That's a good rep by that big guy right there. We'd like to see him play a little bit lower. We'd like to see this kid flip his hips a little bit quicker. But a good drill for me, good drill for tackles. If you like vertical setting, it's a moneymaker. Last 2 drills, and I'm out of here. Just a twist drill. Everybody does it. It's good in the summertime. You can add the physicality to the drill once you put the pads on, but in the summertime, it's something that helps out with your guys seeing a twist game, calling it out again, fire drill communication, twist, pick, hot feet, keeping my shoulder square, filling the bump with my partner. So this is a center guard rep right here. Next rep would be a guard tackle rep. You can tell the tackle is long kid, 6'8" kid. But just again, I love to see the bump. Boom, see the bump, bam, see the activity. We're not stopping until they stop on that side of the ball. So that's my contact information. I see it's 10:29, man. Like I told you, when I get rolling, I get rolling. But and I'm so appreciative of this. Would love to do this again anytime, man. Talk more scheme or whatever it needs to be talked about, man. Can't wait to hear the other speakers. And again, Marcus Lawrence, I'm excited to be back in North Carolina. Excited to do this presentation. Again, appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Coach. I appreciate you coming back to North Carolina. Come back to Fayetteville and
Yes,
helping out our guys in our state. Coach, I appreciate you. I'm going to go ahead and get Coach on, and I'll catch you later.
Man, appreciate you. Yes, sir. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, man. All right. Coach Land, how we doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Great, man. So if you see down at the bottom where you have like the little monitor with the plus sign.
Yeah.
Click on that. You can click share screen.
Okay.
And then go ahead and bring up your presentation.
Go.
While Coach is doing that, guys, make sure you go ahead and like the stream, man. If it sounds good, make sure you subscribe. If you would do that for me, I really appreciate that. All right, Coach, everything looks good.
You got it up there?
Yes, sir. You want to go ahead and rock and roll? I'm going to back out.
Awesome. Thank you. Hey, just really appreciate you guys and all you guys jumping on here. I think this is awesome to get together and talk a little O-line play, but really appreciate Coach Tatum and asking me to do this, and I'm always fired up to do this stuff, guys. So, I'll put my contact at the end, and I'd love to talk ball with you guys individually as well. But really fired up to do this, guys. So kind of what I'm getting into today, there's a wide zone emphasis, but Coach Tatum was talking about the summer and kind of how to develop through the summer. So as the summer goes and getting ready for fall camp, I'm putting together my installs and what's the install order, what's the progression of how I teach my guys here at Carroll College. And I guess I should have started with a little intro, guys. So I apologize, but I'm Alex Land. I'm the offensive line coach at Carroll. I got here in February. Fired up to be here on the mountains of Helena, Montana. We're an NAI program out here, and don't kill me if I'm wrong here, guys. I'm pretty sure we are the winningest NAI program in history. If not, we're one of the top couple. A lot of really big-time coaches. A little bit of the North Carolina tie to this program is Coach Petrino actually played here. His dad coached here for a long time. Hall of Fame coach here at Carroll. A lot of the Petrinos played here. So, there's a ton of tradition and expectation here. I'm fired up to be here and ready to go. But getting back to kind of the presentation, what we're going to do here is the install order. So I start with techniques with my guys. Before they even know the play, I just want to teach the techniques and how we get there, starting from the stance all the way through. Then we get to the combos and how we work together on the offensive line. I'll intro the play after that. So, hey, what's the goal of this play? What are we trying to get done? What's the running back track? Things of that sort. And then I'll get into fronts with them and show them, hey, this is the rules for the fronts with the linebacker alignments. After we get to the base rules, we'll go to adjustments. And then at the very end there, we'll get to our specific looks. We'll have the whole defense on the drawing for those guys. We'll give them clips of the defense and how that works together. So when I go through this isn't necessarily going to be Carroll College clips. I just got here in February, so I haven't coached a game here. But you guys will see a lot of my install tape, the stuff our guys watch here at Carroll, a little bit of my prior stop over at UMary in Bismarck, North Dakota. Okay, but this is kind of how I installed my guys. So moving forward, I'm going to get to the techniques at the very end. Okay, so as far as that goes, I'm not going to spend a ton of time going through the actual reach technique until I get to it later. But when I go over techniques with my guys, I start with when to use this technique. I need them to know, hey, this is when I use it. So a reach block for them on the front side of outside zone or wide zone. And I do have help from my backside O-lineman. Okay, and then going down to the aiming point. The aiming point is where I bring my eyes to. Where are my eyes going? Where's my hat going in this technique? The next part is the footwork. Okay, how do I get my feet to go to where my eyes are going, to my aiming point? Okay, once I get to that aiming point, where do my hands go? And then how do I finish? I think really when you talk about a technique, this is what you break it down to. And I try not to write a novel for these guys. I'm not going to read a whole chapter to these guys. I want a couple words here, a couple words there. When I get to a line of scrimmage, hey, I got drop pop footwork. All right, I'm getting to the far armpit. I think those are things they can think about on the fly as they get up to the line of scrimmage. I'm a picture guy. Okay, again, I'm not a chapter book guy. I'm a picture book guy. Okay, so you guys, for me and my guys, I'd like to have this picture of J.J. Watt. I don't know why he has a Packers jersey on, but he does. Where do I put my hands? Where do I put my eyes? And just make it simple for those guys. Want them to play fast. Don't want them to think a lot. Okay. The next part we get to is the combo calls. Okay. So I'm just going to give a quick example, but, eat for us and not even here at Carroll is at the prior stop, but was end and tackle, okay, in the combo. So we got the tight end and the tackle, eat in the combo, going to the designated linebacker. So in zone, in wide zone, it'd be going to the +1 backer, either your nickel or your safety, whatever that is. So I give them the drawing, kind of explain it to them, and then I'll give them a picture. Again, I'm a picture guy. I think guys can digest some pictures very easily. I don't want to give them a whole chapter to read here. So for us, the lead man is the front side man in zone. We got outside zone to the left. And then the trail man is the backside man in the combo. And I give the technique up the top. So we got to eat with the 9 technique. The lead man's got to reach, and the trail man's got a 3-step rule. Coach Green at Mercer talked about some of these techniques. So there will be a little carryover. I thought he did a heck of a job earlier. So I enjoyed watching his for sure. But as we get into it, I give him the picture. And then the next one, let's see if I can get just to the tight view. We don't need all the wide view stuff, guys. All right, we'll give that a go. Okay, so again, now we got the eat combo with the 9 technique. The lead man's got a reach block. We're going to drop pop footwork to the outside armpit. The 3-step rule, the tackle, all right, has a 1, 2, 3 reading the hip. If it plays outside, he'll climb up to backer. And for me, guys, again, these are the teach tapes. I think our guys buy in when I can get the best guys in the world doing this stuff in the NFL, and then an FBS clip. And then, once I progress and I've had a year here or even, half a season into bye week, I will have Carroll College clips and I can show them doing these same techniques. Okay. So again, 9 technique, we got the reach. He plays outside, the 3-step rule up to backer, and go from there. Okay. Again, now we got a 9 technique to the left. Okay, he plays inside. One show differences, and hey, now he plays inside. I'm going to stab through a tight end. I'm going to take over a tackle and work up to that same backer, that +1 backer. Okay, so giving them different clips as far as that goes. Then the Oregon State clip, I thought they ran wide zone. I think this is 21 and 20 maybe. They did a heck of a job back then, and they still do run this play. But again, I got 9 technique to the left here. Tight end's got a reach to far armpit, drop pop footwork. Tackle's got a 3-step rule. He sees some color, he hits the hip, and he climbs. So just give him different examples. And then, some of my guys that you married last year to the left, we're running the eat technique. We're going wide zone to the left. Tight end plays a little wide here. I'd love for him to stab through with the +1 backer inside the box here. Okay, more of a reach and not running around here. But we got the eat where he's supposed to stab through, get more vertical. He plays inside. Tackle's got the takeover on 3 steps and can run through. Okay, and then one more time. Okay, at you, Mary. We got a 9 technique to the offense's left. Tight end's going to reach. Tackle's got 3-step rule. He plays inside. Tackle will take over. A little better as far as being thicker on this. I think he could even get more vertical at tight end here, okay, and helping out getting to the +1 backer. Okay, but introing these combos, and then for every combo, hey, well, what if he's in a 9? Now he's in a 6 and then a 7. So going through all these. Again, the lead man, he's got a reach block when he's in a 6, a head up, especially if the +1 backers inside the box. If he's outside, you can make the argument for a stab, and that's great. But for my guys, as a base rule, if they're head up, I teach them to reach, and then I got the 3-step rule for climb, define, or takeover. Okay, so again, outside zone to the left. Okay, tight end's got the reach block in his hat to the far armpit. Tackle's got a 3-step rule, getting to that far armpit as well. Okay, and take over as he gets in the gap, and we'll climb up to backer. Okay, another clip of it going to the left here. To the right here. Head up, 6 technique. Tight end's got the reach block to the far armpit. Tackle's got a 3-step rule. He plays inside enough to where we can take over. We got our hand on the tight end's back, can push him up to the next level, and then drive our feet, take them on the angle we find them. Okay. Us at you, Mary, doing it. Going to the left here. Okay. Again, the 6 tech, head up. All right. Don't watch the rest of the play. It didn't go our way on this one, right? But we got the eat combo. Tight end's going to the far armpit. Tackle, he's going to the far armpit as well. 3-step rule. He plays enough. We can take over and push the tight end up to the next level. Okay, and then the 7 tech, if they're inside shade, we got the lead man. In general, we want to stab. Depending on where +1 is, we can be really thick or thin with this stab. Okay, stay on it for a long time. Or if he's out-leveraged us to the play, we can be thinner and then help our tackle take this thing over. But again, the tackle now with him in the gap has a reach block getting to the far armpit. So just a couple examples here to the left. Okay. We're working in the box on this one. So we got the rocker vert. We're going to stab through the logo. All right. And then we got the reach block by the tackle. Should be able to take over and get up to next level. And then us at you, Mary, doing the same thing. Okay. We're working to 44 here. All right. Would love to see the tight end be a little thicker with this stab. Okay. But the tackle's got a reach. We got the combo. I want to see the tackle run his feet forward and not torque them. Okay, but nice job taking this thing over. Okay, and good job by the tight end getting to +1. We'd love to see that a little thicker, and we'd love to see the tackle start getting vertical and run his knees vertical. Okay, one more time here, guys. We got the 7 tech inside the tight end. Okay, playing out. +1's a little wider now. We're a little thinner. Would still love to see a little bit of help here. He slants in, tackle gets the reach. Want to see him drive his knees vertical, but ends up a pretty nice gap for us, and a good job for those guys. Okay, so after I go over the combos, the techniques and the combos, then I'll get to the actual intro of the play for these guys. Okay, so those things can start to click once they start seeing the intro of the play. So for us, and not necessarily Carroll. We don't call it Oakland here, but I love to use a mnemonic device saying, hey, there's a little story behind why we call it this, and it clicks in their mind. Again, the less I can get my guys to think and the more I can get them to play fast, the better off I think we are. So Oakland in my prior stop would mean open side with the O, outside zone, or wide zone, okay? So again, on the next slide, I give them the mnemonic device. We got cities, and outside states. We got outside zone. Okay, so we make it pretty simple for those guys. Open side, outside zone. Okay, we got Oakland. Okay, for all my run plays, I want to give my guys a mission, issue, and answer. I want these guys to know exactly what we're trying to accomplish on the play. What's the issue? Okay, so they know, hey, I'm not going to send them to bad looks regularly, and then they can have an answer and they understand why we're getting to the next. Okay, so for us on an outside zone, it's a stretch and puncture play. I'm not necessarily trying to get the edge. I'm trying to run through, create a line of force on the front side, a 45-degree angle, stay on that 45-degree angle, and reach and displace that front side. The backside's a cutoff. Okay, so the running back is more of a stretch and puncture rather than trying to circle the defense. The issue of the play, and with most run plays, that +1 defender, who's the unblockable defender? Is he present in the play? If he is, what do we need to get to? In general, in dirty runs, call it, run it. Okay, we would check away. Okay, so if there's a +1 defender and he's present, we would check away. You can find motion, you can condense splits and RPO, but if you're just calling it to run it, I love to check away, meaning just wide zone away. So example of that, guys, we got Oakland to the right here, open side, outside zone to the right in the first clip on the left. Okay, the nickel is not an issue here. The slot can block the nickel. We're in great shape. So we will keep our 6 to block the 6 in the box, and we can run away from the boundary safety and feel really good about the play. If we get that nickel where, hey, the slot can't block him for whatever reason, maybe he's a blitzer, maybe he's just all the way in the box and we can't get it done. Maybe this safety rolls down in the box, whatever that is, +1 shows up and we can't run this play, we're going to check that thing away. Okay. So example here. Let me get to the wide view. This is the only time I pull up the wide view for you guys on this one, guys. But again, okay, we're going wide zone to the left. The offense is left. Our slot can go block this right here, okay? And then our outside receiver, we got 2 for 2. We got the box taken care of. We're in good shape. So we'll keep the play on, okay? So to the left, again, starting from the center over 1, 2, 3. Block 1, 2, and 3. We're in good shape. Okay, so we'll call it, run it, and we're in good shape on this one. Now, when we get to this next play, and you guys see safety starts to creep down. You should see that again. Safety starts to creep down. You can tell he's getting a little excited over here. There might be something going on here. If you guys watch Joe Flacco on this, okay, and give me a second. All right, this little fun hand signal. Hey, we're checking away from that. We're not going to the nickel here. We're not going to run 1, 2, 3 to 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, simple math. We'll run away now. Go strong side zone. Okay, so that's kind of the operation for us and how we get to those things. Okay, I want my guys to understand the ID. All right, I try to make it super simple on those guys. So the play side linebacker is the ID. That's where the first O-line combo is working to. All right, so in this picture, we have a shade here. Okay, they would take the A to the shade. The A to the ID, and then the backside combo would work to -1. We have solo reaches on this one, but want those guys to understand, hey, the front side combo is working to the ID. The second combo, the backside combo, is working to the -1. Want them to understand how to ID that, okay, at the line of scrimmage. I think it's really important for my guys to understand the running back track. Okay, so the running back track is working to the ghost tight end on Oakland. If you're running strong side zone to the butt crack of the real tight end over there, that's the track. The running back is going to run the track till he can't, and then he gets one vertical cut. Okay, so you guys as O-line coaches, you're going to have to coach the running back a lot of times. That's part of it. Okay, And for the running back, you're going to run the ghost tight end. Okay, you're going to run the track till you can't. You're reading it one gap at a time, outside in. Okay, and you get one vertical cut. There's no cut back on this, at least the way we teach it here at Carroll. Okay, there's no cut back on this. Okay, it's one vertical cut. Don't go back into their help. Okay, so a couple examples I like to show the running backs. Let me get just back to the butt view of this. Okay, here we go. All right, going wide zone to the right. Obviously, we got quite a bit of room on the edge over here, but run the track till you can't. Okay, if the edge presents itself, take it. Okay, so not necessarily designed to circle the defense, but if the edge is there, let's go ahead and take it. And then we're going wide zone to the left here. In general, right, you're not going to get that kind of look, but we want to stretch. And I love this picture. You guys can see the tailback getting to the heels of the O-line, really stretching these gaps as much as possible, getting these guys run side to side, getting these linebackers run side to side, opening up these gaps, and then we get one vertical cut, and we go from there. Okay, so again, run the track till you can't, outside in. Okay, the C gap's taken. There's no B gap defender. That's a threat. Let's get vertical through and go. Okay, another clip of it. Going wide zone to the left. 26 presses all the way to the heels of the O-line. Okay, one vertical cut. Reading outside in. B gap's open. We'll take the B gap. Okay. Here we go. And I think this is a good one of run the track till you can't. A gap presents itself, reading one gap at a time, get vertical through the A gap and go. Okay, so I think my guys, it helps them to understand, hey, they get one vertical cut. This is where I'm blocking for them to go. This is the gap we want to threaten. Okay, again, run the track till we can't. We got some movement up front. These guys are doing a good job at University of Utah flowing over. Okay, one vertical cut right off the backside tackle. You guys can see it's not really a cut back as much as he's getting vertical now. Okay. So that's how we teach the running backs. For us, I want to give my guys must. So we must reach and displace the front side, cut off the backside. We want to create a line of force, meaning a 45-degree angle through the front side, okay, through the front side armpit, and on the backside, we're cutting off, getting backside pocket, front side pocket. And then we're going to finish on the angle you find them. Okay, so a really good clip of that. Again, I think these guys did a heck of a job back in the day with this play. Okay, but you see these dudes running off the ball. I want people to watch this and be like, man, those guys can sprint off the football. Okay, stretch these gaps. Okay, reach and displace the front side, cut off the backside. I think this is a really good picture of you see the 45-degree angles and then the cut off the backside, and that's where that ball should hit is in the first open gap. Okay, then I give them the fronts. Base front for us, over G, okay, meaning we got an over front with a 2I instead of a shade, okay. Give them the combo calls with just the front in there, okay, give them their base rules, okay. Then I give them this picture, and what I like to do is they get to keep these pictures. I'll tag them in huddle, and then they can kind of quiz themselves, right? So they get to this stuff. Hey, what is my combo? Who's the IID? What's my technique? I'll give them the next page. Okay, so I can have the answer ready for them there. They can all see that. Hey, was I right or wrong? And quiz myself through this stuff. Okay, and I'm going to skip through some of this, but again, give them the fronts and all this. But I want to get to the next part would be the adjustments, right? So want to give them all their adjustments and their alert calls. This one in particular, if we get a tight 5, a tight 3 on the play side, and the linebacker's wide, we're going to get off all combos. We're expecting slants. Okay, so we'll call alert, and work out to it. Give them the picture of what that might look like in real life. Okay, of them to slant, linebackers wide. Okay, and then give them the actual clip of that. All right, so again, front side, take off all combos, just working your gap, tackle, stab through, work up the backer. Front side guard, we got to reach to the next guy over, take over there. Really nice job by 61, and then a reach by 70. Okay. Really what I wanted to get to after this, and then I give them the specific looks, but really what I wanted to get to, and I don't have a ton of time, so I get it, and if I had to stop, that's okay. but it's the wide zone techniques. Okay, so we went through the teach progression, all the way through, and then I wanted to give you at least a couple of the wide zone techniques and how we teach them here. Okay, so reach block here at Carroll. Okay, it's on the front side of wide zone. Okay, but I do have help from my backside O lineman. Okay, so our aiming point for our eyes, we want to take our eyes to the far armpit. We want to take our hands to the cuff and lock through the sternum and under through the sternum. Okay, we're going to drop pop footwork. So that drop should set my line of force, that 45-degree angle through the outside armpit. And the pop is as fast as I can through the crotch. And then run that line of force as long as we can. Take them on the angle you find them. Okay, so a couple of clips here. You can watch the guard, the right guard. Okay, the drop looks different based on the location of the aiming point. Okay, so when he's tight like this, he doesn't have to drop very much. Okay, now this tackle, he's wide as can be. His drop is going to look much different than the guard. But the guard here, okay, his drop sets a 45-degree angle through the outside armpit. We're popping through the crotch as fast as we can, eyes to the outside armpit. We got cuff, we got lock, and we're getting vertical or 45-degree angle through 58, 55 is able to take this thing over. And once we get to second level, we want the same aiming points, and we keep on driving our feet. Okay. I like to give them another college clip if I can. And then here's us at UMary doing it. The right tackle here, he's going to drop, pop through the outside armpit. So drop, pop through the crotch. Okay, I would like to see his hand go through the sternum rather than the ribs because he has help. We can kind of sell out for that, but I think he does a nice job of going cuff. We get eyes to the far armpit, and we take him on the angle we find him. Okay, I think we could have pressed the edge here a little bit more. He does a nice job transitioning vertical. If we press the edge here, we might actually get it on this one. Okay, solo reach is the same technique. Okay, but if we do not have help from our backside O lineman. Okay, so for us now, our hat is going to the far number instead of the far armpit because we don't want to get beat under. Okay, we have them by ourselves. Okay, so we do not want to go to that far armpit. We want to cut it a little bit short, but still set the line of force through the far number. We're still cuff as far as our front side hand. Okay, but our backside hand is going to go through the ribs, so we can redirect vertical if we get that inside move. Okay, still drop pop footwork. We're cuff and catch is what I call the backside ribs there, and still taking them on the angle we find them. Okay, so really cool picture of it. I like the right tackle in this one. A drop, okay, and then pop. But watch his backside hand and really over-exaggerate that thing. I show my guys know this clip really well because I think it's really cool to see that over-exaggeration of the detail going through the ribs and taking them on the angle you find them. Okay, going to the far number. So drop, pop, through the far number, through the ribs, and take him on that angle, okay? Reason he uses that is we have a combo right here. He doesn't have help, so the right tackle is now going to solo reach instead of a reach block, okay? Us at UMary doing it. The right tackle here, again, 63, okay, doesn't have help. They have a combo right here. Right tackle's by himself, okay? Drop, pop through the far number. I guess he's a single number, but you guys get the point. Okay. All right. We got the cuff, we got the catch, and then take him at the angle we find him. Okay. I think this is a really good clip. The left tackle here. Okay. Timo. We got drop, pop, but I love how his hands go through the ribs over here. Okay. So 50 slants in a little bit. We're able to redirect vertical through this now. Okay. Rather than go past them. So that's why we do the catch hand through the ribs instead of through the sternum so we can redirect our body vertical. That catches us, redirects, and I think he does a nice job of running his feet and allows us to get to the edge if we finish the inside block. Okay. And then the backside, and this will be the last one I go over here, guys, is the backside we do a rip reach. Okay. So another type of reach block. Okay. But on the backside, we're looking to cut off. So we start to pull. When we drill this, we go 3 steps and then try to get vertical, but we're really looking to get our backside pocket to the defender's front side pocket and get vertical. Okay, so again, on the backside of a wide zone or outside zone, we're going to start to pull and cut off. We're still going cuff and lock, and the movement of the guy, the vertical movement of the guy really comes from gaining leverage to the football, and he's working back over top to his gap. Okay, so if we can win to the spot, we're in good shape. Okay, so if you watch the left tackle here, as he opens and runs flat, he starts to pull, okay, that piggyback scoop, gets his hand on the guard, pushes him forward, and he's got his backside pocket, the front side pocket, starts to run his knees vertical. There's nothing I hate more than the shuffle, get square, shuffle. When you get to the spot, start to run vertical just like this by the backside tackle, that's a heck of a job by him. Okay. My guys at UMary love this clip, the left tackle, okay, because he finishes them, and we like to be physical on the offensive line, as you guys know. Okay, he opens up, starts to pull. Okay, I love how his knee and his hip go to the sideline. He can get his backside pocket, the front side pocket, start to run vertical, and then finish violently. Does a really nice job. And then I'll show you a quick clip of us at University of Mary. Okay, backside tackle here. Start to pull, get backside pocket to front side pocket. Want to see him bring that hand under to the sternum, but I like how he's able to start running vertically and transition vertically. Backside guard, gets his hand on the center, gets backside pocket to front side pocket. This is a really good ratio for him. Okay, he's got cuff, he's got lock, and he's able to start running vertically, which is really good. But, Coach, I think I'm about out of time. Is that right?
Yeah, about a minute and a half. Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll stop right there, because if I start going more, then I'll tell you what. But, Coach, I really appreciate you for having me on this and setting this thing up, and appreciate all you guys for taking time to listen. And if there's anything I can do, let me know. I thought I had this. Let's see if I can get back to share, since I got 2 seconds here.
Yeah, you're good.
I'll go ahead and throw up my my contact info for you guys.
There it is. I got it.
Cool. Let's get to the end here. If I can. Here we go. Here you guys go. Hey, I'll be super available on Twitter anytime. Email me if you have any questions, want anything, any presentation I can help you guys with. More than happy to share and help out. But I really appreciate you guys. So there's my contact info.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you, Coach. Thank you for coming on.
Awesome. Thanks, Coach.
Yeah. All right, guys. Let's kind of do some catch up with the stream, and everybody's checking in and stuff. Let me just get this to the right one. There we go. So y'all know, Coach Olney is just so y'all know, Coach Olney at the end, like 5:00, had a drop, had a family emergency, so he's not going to be with us. And then the 11:00 speaker, Coach Wells, also had a drop, and I wasn't able to pick up somebody. So we're going to kind of, do some different things, catching up with some shout outs. A lot of people like to hear their names being called. So we're going to do that. Coach Reinhardt is a freshman O-line coach at Father Judge High School in Philadelphia. Appreciate you, Coach. Morning coaches, Millard Robertson from Slidell, Louisiana. He's retired. Appreciate you hanging out with us, Coach. Coach Chris, who's the head coach at Phelps High School. Then let's see. Here you go. Coach Steve. Appreciate you, Coach Steve. If y'all not checking out Coach Steve's show, really good guy. Appreciate him. He's the office coordinator at Addison Trail High School in Illinois. He's now the quarterback coach, but used to be the O-line coach. Narlene Clancy, who's an OC at West Orange High School, Winter Garden, Florida. Let's see. Coach Clem, or I assume, he's the O-line coach at Two Rivers High School in Minnesota. Jeff Ashby, who's the head coach at Grand Island Central Catholic in Nebraska. And then Derek Thompson, who's the OC O-line coach at Piedmont Middle School in Charlotte, North Carolina. Appreciate you, Coach. Shout out North Carolina. Flip Madison, who's the assistant head coach in DC at Cedarport High School in Birmingham, Alabama. Shaq Dudley, who's the assistant head coach and offensive line coach at Health Sciences in Buffalo, New York. Martin Rogers, who's the head coach at China Grove Middle School, China Grove, North Carolina. Appreciate you, Coach. Troy Taylor, who's the head football coach at Fork Union Military Academy. Appreciate you, Coach Gilchrist, who's up at middle school in Virginia. Coach Mark Kiefer, who's the OC O-line coach at Smoky Hill High School in Aurora, Colorado. And when Coach Marcus Lawrence came on there, a lot of faithful guys started talking about that. Coach Danley, who's the O-line coach at Heritage High School in Newport News. Shout out to 757. I used to coach out there. And they're talking about that. Coach Hassan Elkin, or maybe it's Coach Hassan at Elkin High School, and is the JV head coach and varsity offensive line assistant. Appreciate you, Coach. Ricky Torres, run game coordinator, O-line coach at La Vega High School in Waco, Texas. David Duty, who's the OC and O-line coach at Sherryland Pioneer in Texas. Coach Smith here. He's the O-line coach at Jag High School in Montgomery, Alabama. Kelsey Snow, O-line, D-line coach at Two Rivers in Ola, Arkansas. Joel Sinclair, who's the AD, head football coach at Crowley High School in Crowley, Louisiana. Coach Herbert, who's the O-line coach, D-line coach at Georgiana School in Georgiana, Alabama. And then Mike McQueen, who's the O-line coach at Freeport High School. And then Coach Wade, who's the head coach, O-line DC, does everything. Field Kinley High School in Coffeyville, Kansas. Coach Guardo, Atlantis University, who's the O-line coach. Coach Kai, who's the O-line coach at 71st High School in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Appreciate you, South North Carolina. Coach Navarro is the O-line coach at Ontario High in California. Jimmy Nugent, who's the OC quarterbacks coach at New Canaan High School in New Canaan, Connecticut. Coach Duran, who's the O-line, D-line at Dimmitt High School in Dimmitt, Texas. Dang, I would have jumped on 11 a.m. if I had known you needed an opening. Yeah, Coach, you got we're only 3 minutes into it. I can send you a DM. Send me a DM on Twitter, and I'll get you on here. If you can go ahead. So if you want to do that for me, DM me, and I'll send you the DM. I'll send you the link right now. Before Coach does that, make sure, guys, that you are liking the video on the stream, man, liking the stream on YouTube and Facebook. Make sure you comment, all those different things. Shout out to everybody that's doing that for me. While I'm trying to sort out some things with Coach Nugent, I do need to pay some bills. So some of y'all know that I've done these claims before. My wife likes me to put out the Venmo and the Cash App. If you want to, please, we would greatly appreciate it. But if you don't, it's not necessary. Y'all know this is a free clinic. But I know some people are like, man, we want to support you monetarily. And the best way to do that is through Venmo or Cash App. So if you want to do that, go ahead and scan that. If you're on your phone already, I can tell you what it is on there. But if you want to donate, we appreciate it greatly. But again, it's not necessary, and you're not going to get kicked out or anything if you don't. So you're totally good. The Venmo is at Coach Tatum 90, like all my social medias are. And then Cash App, I'm pretty sure it's Coach Tatum 90 as well. Let's see. Pretty sure I'll never do these. Yep. So it's $sign Chill Boss 90. It's a little different. So yeah, if you want to scan those, that's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and get the link and send it to Coach Nugent. He just DM me. All right. Go ahead and boom. And if you want to just send me a DM on Twitter or on Facebook and say, hey, Coach, I'd like to help y'all out monetarily as well. Again, you don't want to scan it. You want to figure out another way or become a member on YouTube. However you want to do that, you can let me know. We can do that as well. But this allows me to kind of keep things free for the majority. And for those that have the means to donate, and my wife doesn't get mad at me that I spend my time doing this. But anyway, so that's that. I'll bring that up again at some point. But yeah. But then let's go back to these comments. Zachary Caldwell's the O-line coach at Harlan County High School in Kentucky. Coach Scott Gonzalez, the O-line coach and recruiting coordinator at Crosby High School in Crosby, Texas. My dog, one of my best friends in coaching, Austin Trotter, who's the head coach and who's the head coach of Pine Lake Prep in Mooresville, North Carolina. Man has a great beard and knows everything you want to know about cooking food. So my guy, Frank Daggs, who's the head football coach at West Jefferson in Louisiana. And yep, that's all. All right, Coach. Appreciate you, man, for coming and filling in.
No problem, man. I always love watching this. And when you had said that you need an opening, or Coach Wells actually was my college head coach when I was in college. So it's funny that I was gonna hop in and watch him. But no, I'm happy to jump in and help you kind of fill this time in. Because I know that people are watching, want to try to learn some things. So
so whatever you have, you want to kind of bring. You have a presentation. You kind of want to share your screen and kind of bring it up. I mean, you can kind of roll through it. All right. So I could just doing that again, guys. Make sure you go ahead and like and subscribe. And make sure you keep checking in. Next time I get a break, I'll make sure I catch up on those as well. All right, Coach. All right, I'm gonna back out. I'm gonna go take my dog outside, and I'll be back later. All right, appreciate you.
All right, hey guys. So this is a Glacier clinic that I presented this year. It was using unbalanced formations in the run and pass game. We did a lot of unbalanced stuff this past year, not just with linemen, which kind of you think about unbalanced. That's kind of what you think about, but we did a lot with receivers in our pass game and our run game. So kind of we combined it both. So again, our offensive philosophy real quick, going to get our playmakers the ball. We use our running back as receivers and receivers as running backs, defend 53 in the third, right? The entire field. We want the defense to think, right? Make them think. We want to create some type of chaos and we want to have fun with it, right? Kids see this type of stuff and they think, oh, this is kind of fun. This is our offense a little bit this past year. I think the biggest thing that I want to note is that we had 64 different variations of formations. 10% of them were unbalanced. We had 14 players record a catch and then 11 players run the ball for us. So a lot of kind of creativity and kind of using a lot of players on our team. Why unbalanced? We want the defense to think, like I said, we line the defense the way up that we want. So a lot of film study and knowing if a team lines up field boundary, if they line up to a tight end, if they line up to the back. If we know that, we can dictate how we want them to line up. Again, we want to create chaos, force communication between the three levels, right? So the defensive line must communicate, the linebackers must communicate, and now when you go unbalanced with receivers, the secondary has to communicate. We're going to create extra gaps. Again, types of unbalance. We go wide receiver, running back unbalanced. That's formational for us, and then O-line, tight end unbalanced, which is create more gaps. Is what when you say unbalanced, that's what normally people think about. So again, for us, terminology-wise, truck is tackle over to the right, toll is tackle over to the left, right? Our formations, anything that starts with a D is a 2x2 formation. So this picture here would be dime right, toll, right? Dime right tells the tight end he's on the line to the right. Toll, we're going tackle over to the left. Here's a picture here. We're actually unbalanced with a tight end and a tackle over. So we have a center, we have a guard, and these are actually two receivers. We're in a condensed split. And so here we got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-man service over to the offensive right. Here's just a clip of practice here. We're in the tackle over. We have the tight end here. We're unbalanced. All right, just showing you guys, all right, hey, this is what we do during practice. We want to make sure that, we actually run everything that we practice. So here, all right, we're getting some eye candy here. We're just having the tackle, release, just running a quick little screen and go. Here it is in a game, right? Pretty much kind of the same place on the field. We're getting over to it. You see the communication that's happening. Right, so there's just a great example there, right? We want to make sure that we practice everything and we call it, right? If we're going to spend time calling something and practicing it, we want to make sure that the kids feel confident in it and we call it during a game. Here's that first clip that I showed you guys with the 6-man surface, right? So again, we got 6 gaps over here. We're actually going to run a little quick jet sweep. Oh, sorry about this, guys. All right, just get the ball in our athletes' hands. Nice little tight shot here. So going to hit right, force communication. And we're creating a gap in the seam. Here's another one. Again, we have a condensed set, tackle over. Again, right, forcing them to communicate. Now we're in a tight end, tackle over, right, formation in the boundary. It looks like formation in the boundary. We know that they're going to roll down to the tight end. Now we're running jet away from that roll down safety with 2 tackles play side. Let me get the tight shot for you guys. Tight shot here again. Tight end, tackle over. We're going to run long trap. So again, everybody here, they're overloaded over to the tight end. And we run the other way with it. Same look, right? Tight end, tackle over. Long trap. Here's a funky one here, right? We're tight end to the right with tackle over to the right, right? And now we're going to pull this last guard. You see everybody over here, and we're going the other way with it. All right, our next one is our wide receiver unbalance formationally, right? So again, this picture here, formationally, if the X was over to our right, all this formation is thug right nasty. But now if the X is over to the left, to the right, we're just calling an over tag, right? We'll specify the receiver. So this formation here is just thug right nasty, X over, right? So the X normally would be here. Now we call the over tag. He's just coming over to the right-hand side. Again, we talk about forcing communication. And the play's off. All right, this is a good look here, right? This team was matching our receiver, right? Following him wherever he went. And just getting 12 yards here. Nice little run. We'll do it into the boundary as well. To the field, right? Our biggest things, we want our running backs one-on-one with the safety. Anytime we get that, we know we're at least 5 yards down the line, down the field. Give our running backs a chance to make somebody miss. Nice little compliment off of that. And again, you saw just 4 clips in a row of our pin pull to this condensed set. Now we'll run counter back the other way to protect it. And we'll work it off of flip too, just to give the illusion that, hey, we're still coming this way. Get the linebackers to take 1 step play side, and then we're going the other way off of it. Let me give you a tight shot here. Oh, here we go. I think get another one. I'll give you this one. Internet's a little glitchy, so sorry about that, guys. No. There we go. Go naked off of it. It's from the tight. Right, and then we'll just do a one-man route here where we'll fake the toss and we'll just call the X or the Z on the post with the safety creeping down. All right, we just missed this. Another concept that we'll do, right? So obviously this receiver who's on the ball, he's covered up, so he's ineligible. So he's just another blocker. We'll run double post here and we'll run sail off of it. We'll kind of hide that number 4 receiver behind this tight end blocking. All right, so the next unbalance that we'll do is with our running back. So again, instead of just having him unbalanced on the as a receiver inside, what we'll do is we'll call it bride and groom, and that'll put the running back outside, right? That'll put the running back as an outside receiver, which pushes the X or the Z as the number 2, right? So that way we'll be able to get some more advantageous personnel matchups, put the X on an outside linebacker or a safety, and then the corner will be on the F. Okay, so again, just kind of all matchups, trying to figure that out. So again, this picture here, deuce right, if the F was in the backfield, right, it's just regular deuce right, but then bride, right, we have a right and a left call for all of our formations. Bride tells the F that he's going away, right? So bride goes away because the bride gets given away by the father, and then groom, the F goes to the call. Groom is to, bride is away. The way that we teach the concepts here for the running back just needs to know the concept because he needs to know, okay, is somebody coming into my area? Is somebody running into the flat, or is somebody not going into the flat? Because the only 2 options that they'll be able to run is we want them to run a hitch or they're running a go. Okay. So this picture here, I believe we're running some type of shallow. I think we're going shallow, which means nobody's attacking the flat, right? So again, he's just going to run a hitch here. He's essentially the check down for our quarterback. Okay. So again, I mentioned earlier on that we want our running backs to be used as receivers as running backs. So again, running backs have to know the entire concept of the play. So when we're in our bride and groom series, they need to know, okay, hey, somebody in my area in the concept. If they are, then I'm going deep. If nobody is, I'm running the hitch as the check down. Another way of doing this here is, right, we can guarantee one-on-one matchups, right? So again, 14 is one of our better players. We know that it's one-on-one matchup over here. And we're just going to guarantee that matchup. Nice. So we're running just a curl flat series where we got OTB, out, curl, right? So again, the running back here knows that we have somebody running to the flat. So his rule, he's going vertical. All right, so there he is going vertical. Nobody covers the OTB, so we're getting it to him quick. All right, so you gotta see kind of what happens here because all 4 receivers are eligible. Good look at the tight here. Also run a quarterback run game. Here we have tight end. And we're just running our long trap here. Our guard coming back. Got a tight end here. We're in a bunch. All right, just a quick little snag series. So again, right, we're just adding a tight end in the blocking scheme. This is later on in the same game, right? They're bumping everybody over, all right, giving us a one-on-one matchup on the backside. All right, so having things got to complement off each other, being able to go to single receivers, being able to go to our strong side. They have 4 over 3 over here, so we know, okay, immediately numbers wise, not a great matchup for us. Same look here, right? Tight end, 3 receivers over here. Everybody's eligible, right? Got these linebackers bailing to the field. And we're going back the other way around the tunnel. And we got the numbers game here, right? We got 4 linemen on 2 secondary guys. Again, just a numbers game, right? Tight end here. We know that this team was going to play their overhang down on a tight end when they get it. So kind of messing with the rules a little bit defensively, right? Again, knowing their structure, knowing how they're going to line up to specific formations. But when we add a little wrinkle to it, just putting our running back out there, all he sees is the tight end. So he's going to follow his rules normally. And now we're putting a matchup here where we got 3 versus 2. Nice. So now we'll get into a quads look. As I mentioned earlier, right, we want our receivers, running backs to be one-on-one with the safety. That's what we want, right? Let our guys make a play, make a move. All right, so again, a 0 -2 yard pass goes off for 10. Right. So again, they were aligned correctly, but hey, this was play 26 of the state championship game 3 years ago, and we got 10 yards. So what did we do again? We tempoed it, ran the same exact play. All right, not lined up. All right, you got guys running all over the place, having to chase it. You get 16 yards off of it, and we run it again. Right, so 3 plays in a row. We had a gain of 10, 16, and 7. Right, we're on around our 25-yard line. Now we're past the 50 with just 3 plays just like that. Now fast forward to this year, right? Same opponent, and we did the same thing. But instead of keeping it on the same side, right? Now the next play we tempo it, we flipped it to the other side. All right, a couple years ago we tempoed, ran it again. This year we did the same thing, but we flipped it back to our sideline. But as we flipped it back to our sideline, we snuck on this player here. Okay, he's number 12. 12 is usually a quarterback number. 12 here is our backup quarterback. And we throw it back. And a score. So, finding little wrinkles there, doing stuff that's fun here, right? Biggest thing for us is make sure that kids can execute this play, right? We put this in September and it didn't work at all during practice. And we use this to start off the second half on Thanksgiving. And you could just see the kids having fun, the excitement here. And that goes back to one of my main philosophy points is having fun, right? Having fun, making sure everybody's enjoying themselves, because the more kids that you involve in the field, the more kids that are playing, the more kids are having fun. And for us, that's kind of what we think of, a happy team. So, I think I sped through that very, very quickly. But, that's kind of what we did unbalanced wise, with run and pass game, because you don't just have to be unbalanced and do run game. You can do both. Right? And so that was the thing that we kind of majored in this past year, something that our kids really enjoyed. And, we had a lot of success with it.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you, Coach, for coming in, kind of saving the session and doing that for me. Guys, if you want to check out Coach on, you did the same one on the board drill, didn't you?
Yeah, I did that one in there. And those guys
Yeah, go search up the board drill, man. Coach's episodes on there. You can kind of watch it more in entirety. And then, Coach, I know some guys are kind of asking for your presentation. So if you want to,
I'll put up my. Let's see.
Yeah.
My window again. My contact info.
Yeah, y'all hit up Coach and reach out to him. He'll help you out. But Coach, I appreciate you.
No problem. Have a great rest of the day. Again, thank you. Appreciate you putting this on. This is always fun. And I know some of my guys are watching.
For sure. Appreciate you.
See ya.
All right. Coach Johnson, what's going on, man?
What's happening, Coach? How you doing?
Not much, man. Hey, man, you are the hardest working man in the offseason 2026. I'll tell you that right now.
I don't know about that. Maybe got more time on my hands than I need. I don't know.
Hey, man, it is what it is. But awesome. Okay, Coach, I already got your slides up there.
Okay.
So kind of cycle through them, make sure it's working before I let you go.
Yep, looks good.
Yep. Awesome, great. All right, I'm gonna back out and let you have it, and I appreciate you a lot.
All right, thank you, Coach. All right, I'm Coach Chad Johnson from Neville High School in Monroe, Louisiana. Been listening all morning. I do want to thank Coach Tatum. I mean, he does a heck of a job with this. A lot of stuff on here for free that we're all able to get, and it's just so awesome that he's able to put this together. I can't thank him enough. Listening all morning, I have figured out that there's a whole lot of coaches a lot smarter than I am. But I think that maybe I figured out a way to do things that make it a little easier for us high school coaches for sure. But great speakers all morning. He said Coach Lawrence, I talked to him on Twitter a few days ago. Coach Land, Coach Wynn stepping in, that was huge. This whole fraternity is just really, really cool. I see so many names that I recognize, that I've talked to. I've told people this. I just got into this social media type fraternity back in January, February of this year. So I'm still new to it, figuring it all out. But it's really cool, networking and seeing people that you recognize. Let me go ahead and get in. I'm going to be talking about building a complete offensive line system for high school football. Who am I? Quick rundown. I've been coaching for a little over 25 years. I'm the O-line coach at Neville High School again in Monroe, Louisiana. We got 2 state championships and a runner-up, and that was my first 3 years here. So I thought it was going to be really easy when I first came back in 2014. We won it in 14, 15, and got runner-up in 16. And so those were 3 really good years and really, really good tradition-rich school. We're usually in the semis, since then, which is 1 game away, playing the Superdome. That's kind of the goal here. I have been lucky enough to coach a few NFL guys. Will Campbell was my left tackle a few years ago. He started in the Super Bowl for the Patriots. Lance Hurd was the right tackle, and he's the starting left tackle for Kentucky right now. So been really blessed in that aspect of having some good players come through. I'm the founder, creator, what Coach Tatum was alluding to, of game day systems. I try to make coaching tools and resources, drill videos, manuals, things that make life easier for coaches. And the reason I started it is because it makes my life easier. I want to get organized, and so I thought I would share that as I went along. I'm not going to be talking about drills, game film. I don't have any of that. what I'm gonna be talking about is maybe some ideas that you can have to build a system to get organized with your offensive line. And everything you'll see here, it's on one PDF. It's on gamedaysystems.substack.com. You can go to it whenever, and the PDF download is on there. So I'll show you that again at the end. So what I was looking at is the problem, the O-line problem. I say it's a problem. What happens to a lot of us, and this is myself included, is we get drills, we get plays. We have this fancy terminology we spend time making up, got all the clinic notes. You know, a lot of coaches have that. A lot of them's a lot smarter than I am, but they don't have a system or a way to put it all together. I used to be that way, like I said, and what it results in is inconsistent technique. You might be coaching something this day, and the next day is something else. Players are confused, not sure what you want them to do. The development might be a little slower than you want it to be, and then maybe it gets better during practice, and you get to game night, and you got problems again. So my hope today is that I can give you some ideas to put some stuff together, organize it to make your life easier. What exactly is an O-line system? To me, you need a way, or every coach needs a way to be able to handle their O-line. How do we teach it? Have a way that how you teach it. How do we practice it? How are we going to get our point across, communicate it? How do we evaluate? I think you need to evaluate as much as you can. To me, that's how you get better, and that's how you prove that they're getting better. How do we solve problems when they arise? And then, basically, how do we develop our players? And if you don't have one of those or a couple of those, that might be where problems come from a lot of times. Let's see. Identity. Before we ever get started looking at schemes, this summer we've talked about this a lot. You have to define who you are, who you want to be. There's different ways, and every O-line group, every team is different. Might want to be tough. We all want to be tough, physical, smart, consistent finishers. What do you want to hang your hat on? That's the main thing. Maybe it's tempo, speed. I think that everything that you do, all of it, comes back to identity. It grows from that. Your drills, your schemes, all of that need to reinforce what you're trying to be or what you want to be. So before we got started this summer, I came up with some non-negotiables for our guys. They helped me come up with it. We talked about it. I hear Kenny Simpson talks about non-negotiables all the time, and hear other coaches talk about it. And Kenny's real big on you better only have 3 to 5, because if you get too many, you can't enforce them all. So that was kind of my deal. We came up with 6. Some examples you could have: effort, communicate, be accountable, discipline, protect the team, be coachable. I believe that players are going to rise to the standards that you enforce. You talk about it every day. You enforce it. You mention it. You hold them to it. Then they're going to rise, to those standards. I really, really believe that. I think you got to coach your culture. Whatever you want your culture to be, you got to coach it. And I think standards are going to eliminate any gray areas. It's black and white. This is what's most important to me. And players can know what's expected before anything comes up, anything happens. So we reference these. We talk about them every day, and not all of them, but they know. And we just came up with the ones for this year back at the start of the summer. But we stress them a lot. So here's ours, Neville, non-negotiables that we came up with. Be early is the first thing. I think if you're not early, you're late. Be there early. Be ready to go, whether it's meetings, practice, bowling at the bowling alley, whatever it is. Be early. Pay attention when coaches talk. I think especially with kids nowadays, they got so much going on in their head, in their pocket, whatever it is. I think they need to have their eyes on you and listening with their eyes in their ears at all times. That's one of my big pet peeves is when I'm just really giving it to them and I see somebody whispering over to their partner, to their teammate. So they know that's important to me. We hustle everywhere we go. We don't walk on the field. We don't walk between drills. We're hustling everywhere. Finish every rep. Very important to us is we want to go through the whistle. Never stop your feet before the play is over. Be a great teammate. Take care of your teammates, and then communicate everything. I'm a huge believer in communication on the O-line, probably more than a lot of coaches are. I don't think you can over communicate. We want to talk all the time about everything. We got a text group. I send them stuff all day, all the time, and they probably get sick of it, but I don't care. I want them to learn. We're going to talk. We're going to communicate. We're going to know what each other's doing. Scheme and technique system. What is that? Going into the next part is I think it's important that you don't teach plays. You teach schemes, movements that show up in multiple plays. I used to teach plays, wasn't long ago, and didn't teach schemes, and I struggle. They struggle to learn it. The last couple years, I've really started emphasizing the scheme and not the play, and I've seen it pay big dividends. Our deal is we got basically 4 schemes that probably account for 85-90% of our run game. We have zone, gap, man, and then what I call locks, half zone, half man. That's what I want our guys to know. Just this week, I drew it on the board, and I'll show you a picture in a minute. First, I asked them. Had a lot of young guys this year. I said, which of our plays are zone? Which of them are gap? Which of them are man block? Lock, whatever. And you'd be surprised if you quizzed them and asked them. A lot of them have no clue. Maybe some of your older guys they will, but my guys were trying to learn plays basically. On a movement library, I try to keep up with the different unique movements we might have per scheme. Some of them might be part of all schemes, but I try to keep a library of it. I like a lateral lead step or a slide step is what we call in our zone steps. Bucket step for outside zone, gallop technique, for gap. Our shop or show pass technique on our counters. Build a library of your movements within your scheme for your players, print it out, and have it where they can get eyes on it and see it. And they don't just have to rely on remembering something that you told them. This is what I drew on the board this week. It was we have meetings every Wednesday. We're not allowed to do any football work, just to give them a rest day after they work out. And I drew this up, zone, and we don't use tags. We use one-word calls. So we might run zone, and it might be 12 different play names. My kids were talking about this play, that play. And I told them, I said, it's zone. It's all zone. We block it the same. The tight ends rules might change. We block zone right, zone left. Went through gap, told them these 3 play side. We're blocking gap on backer. On their combos, we got a wrapper handles play side backer. We got a kicker. Somebody blocks out the end on the play side. Duo, we're all responsible for our backside gap. And we're going to have a tight end there on the edge to handle that defensive end. And I think it really simplifies it for them. I didn't put lock on here just because we hadn't started talking about it a lot this year. But that's, your insert, your pass protection, half slide, same as insert. I mean, the steps and the blocks are a little different, but it's the same rules as it's half man, half zone, half man. So try to put those things together to make life a lot easier for your guys. How we teach stuff. So for every every technique for everything we teach, we try to tell them why. You know, I'm a very curious person. My brain works different than a lot of people. I'm a nerd. I want to know why. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? Don't just tell me to do it. Tell me why we're doing it. Coaching points, common mistakes that you need to have there ready for when they make them. You know, you can tell them that people mess up here a lot. Don't do it. Drill progression. You got to start small and then work your way up. Players need consistency on everything you teach. You know, if you teach something really well, and this happens, and I do it, I'll hammer on something. You know, I'm going to tell you everything I know about it, ins and outs and everything, and we get pretty good at it. And then there might be something that I just kind of fly through, and we're not very good at that. But if we try to be consistent in the way we teach everything, it means a lot. It matters a lot. Just the graphics that I use. Some of you seen these graphics. And I'm not going to go through all of this, but I talked about the shop technique a while ago, show pass. Some people call it show and go, flash and go, whatever it is. Our play side tackle on counter might use, if there's no B gap defender, where we're trying to get that squeezing in to get upfield just for a second, show him pass before we go to the backside backer. But I break it down. Why we use it, and the kids again have this, you know, exactly what we're trying to do. Counter scheme, squeezing DNs. We might even use it on split zone if we got somebody that's really hard, you know, squeezing in there. But coaching cues: protect your gap first. If there's a guy in there, we can't do it. I got to be aware of that. It's a bonus, something that we use if we're able to. It's not a necessity. I'm not going to hammer them too bad if they don't. I might ask them, why aren't you? You know, but it's definitely a bonus. So I got the technique details for them to look at, you know, everything that they need to know in order to execute it, common errors, things that might come up and that I've seen players make the mistakes they made, you know, in the past with it. Another one, first two steps. All right. We preach that, how important it is, those first two steps. So we got the why. You know, we use it all the time when we use it. Coaching cues, position step is our first step, and then we're bringing power with the second step. Got the technique details. First step, again, gains position. Second step, we're delivering power. We want to get that second step in the ground right as we're making contact, and then run our feet. Again, we got common errors, things that guys struggle with at times. Well, we'll know that. We'll look for that. And then duo rules was the last one that I posted, I think. Same thing. Go through everything. We go gap double backer are our rules. Have illustrations for them to see. And we'll talk about all this on the board too, but I want them to have this in their hand. They all have a notebook, got a speckle notebook that they take notes on. Then they got a folder that they keep all their stuff in. And I really think it makes a big difference with them seeing, you know, what we're doing. So those are just a few examples of the techniques and what we go over and how we teach it. Communication system is the next thing. I think, like I said, it's huge. It's at the top of the list of things that are important, if you ask me. You know, front IDs, mic IDs, combo calls, alerts, emergency rules. I really believe that the great O-lines communicate somehow all the time, constantly. They know what each other are doing, you know. And I've heard coaches say we don't believe in making calls and that's fine. I haven't really figured out a way to be 100% with that. And I don't like not trying to be 100%. So I want them to know what each other's doing. And I think it's important. I got a few examples of our communication system. I made this for the guys. This is mainly inside zone, identifying the front, declaring the mic. You know, the center does that. If it's a front that we've seen all night, they don't have to identify it every time. But if they change, they'll call it out, call out their combos, make any alerts walk-up linebackers, late movement, anything like that. And then if it breaks down, something happens, they can't hear, they move at the last second, we don't get a call in, they know to just trust their rules. We call it gang it. Well, we'll all block our track, zone right, zone left. So this, again, kind of is reminding them of what we're trying to do. These are our combo calls for inside zone. Real simple. I've went to this in the last couple years. Actually, this year we've changed a few of these because I want it to be uniform and makes a lot of sense to me. On play side, we're ace, deuce, trey, and then we're single, double, triple on the backside. The backside is where we used to have some different calls, and they were fine, but again, I just wanted to be uniform, and the kids seem to be good with it, and they're picking up on it pretty quick. Defensive line stunts, just some stunts. These are very common stunts that we see. We face a lot of teams that will stunt, try to disrupt our zone game and our combos. And I just want them to be able to talk to each other about it, be able to talk to me about it. Don't come to the sidelines and tell me, well, he went this way and then that way. Tell me they're running a tech stunt. So things they can look for, maybe that 3-tech starts loosening up and end starts playing inside, just looking at position. And they can call, look for nuts here, look for eat, whatever it is. So I just want them to know, again, the basic common ones. I'm not asking them to know anything complex, but I think this helps their football knowledge. And anytime you can do that, it makes them better players. How we practice, our practice system, I think practice must mirror game night, has to mirror game night. We do basically what most people probably do, but I just break it down so that we stay on schedule and, we have a nice routine of how we go through it. This is ours, and how we do it. Position meetings, our pre-practice work, stretch, indie group, pass pro, team, post-practice. We go through it again like a lot of people do. Let's see. All right, so our pre-practice and our position meetings, this is where we correct mistakes. We talk about the negatives and the positives. We always make sure we go over the practice script to a T. Let them know, because our practices are really fast. We go at a fast tempo. Our head coach is not okay with slowing down. So we make sure they know exactly where to be, where to go. Pre-practice work, we get some time. We'll work stance starts, quick fundamentals, get them loosened up. And we'll always tell them what the focus is, what we're working on in practice today. And then our coaching points emphasize what we're going to. We want what we're doing in pre-practice to carry over to Indy, have us ready for Indy. In Indy, we kind of go at a progression where we'll start out on the boards, usually the shoot. We're working sleds that day. We'll be there, work on our first steps, build the base, work on leverage. And then we'll go into our solo blocks where they'll partner up, usually work our different blocks, footwork in their hands. And then we'll go to combos after that. So it's a progression in our Indy and how we do it. We usually get 20 to 25 minutes, and we might get 20 minutes and then have a couple of sessions with group or with the defense where we're working situational or something. And then we'll have a special team segment so we can go back to Indy. And we just try to make sure we get it all in, work our pass sets, what we emphasize, how we coach it, and all that. I have, again, printed out how we want to teach our one-man blocks, have a diagram for them. I also have like an encyclopedia of our blocks and the basic fundamentals of them, things to look for, coaching points that I can go through. And, again, the kids can see, what we're asking of them. Two-man blocks, same thing. We're working different schemes and what we're trying to do with that. And again, I have pages printed out, PDF, to where they can look and see exactly what we're asking for on these blocks, what the technique reminders are, so that I coach it in practice, but it's like if they want to look at it, or they can go back and do that too to make sure that they're on point with it. We do pods a lot. Love pods. I have a lot of these. I'll print them off. I got a whole folders of just pods, and the kids, they pretty much learn, pretty quick. If I say we're working inside zone, I want it with an odd front. They know how to line up where the tight end needs to go, because we always work backside tight end with an odd front. But I can go down the line and see every block for the play, exactly how it happens, and we can work quick. They know where to line up. I might tell them to get in a 2-eye here, get in a 2, give me a 3 tech, whatever it is. I can do all of that. But we can dissect the play, break it down, and work all the blocks with it. Group inside, we do 6-on-6 runs a couple days a week, 1s versus 1s, usually full speed, 6-play sets. We get as many in as we can. We're working front ID, communication, combos. Our running backs are working their mesh. We're talking about daily emphasis, how we run it. Common issues that might arise from that. Our pass pro, kind of the same format. We're working pass pro. We might work half line some days, 1 versus 1 most days. We'll go one at a time, but pretty quick. Work our different sets, and then again we have our daily emphasis, how we run it, and then common issues that might come up during that. Our team period, everything comes together. I think that's how everybody kind of does it. Communication, technique, physicality, tempo, all of that. And I put here, it doesn't create our habits, but it reveals what we've worked on, the habits. I think every period in practice needs to build up to the next one. If you're going to be, if you're going to make it work, I think that's the way it needs to be. And then finally, I think you need to have an evaluation system. I mentioned this earlier. I think if you're not evaluating kids, your players throughout the year, fairly good, then I think it's going to be hard for them to improve. And I've been guilty of this, to where, I'll watch the film and I'll tell them some stuff here and there, but was I really helping them to get better? Was I really telling them what they need to get better at? So as much as I can, I try to have a system where I grade people, grade players weekly, daily. At sometimes on Tuesdays, I'm going to give you a grade on this practice, and it takes some time. And I got little ways that I can make it pretty quick, but it's important. I think it's really important to see if they got better from day to day, from week to week. I think that's what we're all striving for, is to be better at the end of the year. And the way to do that is to have good evaluation system. If we evaluate and work to improve every day, the wins and losses, I think, will take care of themselves. Here's my spring evaluation form. Started this year, actually. At the end of spring, I put all the linemen's name, gave everybody one. I went over their strengths and their weaknesses with them, told them what they need to work on this summer. So that was a check mark what I saw them as coming out of spring: starter, competing, developmental. I was honest with them. I talked to them in a good way, but I was honest with them and said, this is what you need to work on. And then about a month later, we went into our summer training, and this is actually a 3-page PDF that I went over with them. Preseason summer evaluation. I let them fill this out themselves. I went back behind them, changed some stuff that I needed to. I can tell you from a couple guys, I had a lot of 5s, and I said, you ain't no 5. We're talking high-level college guys or 5s. So we went back through and got it right. The second page of this is a plan, kind of a plan for what you're going to try to improve on, so that you're not trying to improve on 50 or 60 different things. You really focus on a couple things to improve on. We're going to work everything, but you really focus on a couple things. And then the third page is the post-summer preseason evaluation, to where we see how much better did you get. I just think it's important to have ways to evaluate and look back and see how much you are improving. Again, O-line system, just to wrap it up, I think you to build a complete system, you need to have your philosophy in check and what you want to be, how you want to be it. Have your standards set, what you're going to allow, what you're going to stress, what you're going to harp on. Teach schemes, not plays. You get a lot more reps that way. You work the same thing over and over. Have a way that you teach your techniques that sticks with the players. Have a way to communicate, a system that you use, that is uniform across the board. The way you practice, have a set way that you practice, a routine for the players, a routine for you, and then be able to evaluate, everything every day as much as you can, but for sure, every week. So I think your O-line will never outperform your system, meaning you don't have it. They're not going to just magically get better. You got to have a way to push them to make them better. And again, I really started harping on this back January, February. I knew I needed to get more organized. I had a lot of it, but I really put it all together. I've done a lot of this, but it was not as organized. So that's been my goal, my purpose. And I've enjoyed sharing it with others and hoping they could, learn from it and get better. Again, I want to thank Coach Tatum for having me on. I joked with him and said, you got 19 college coaches and some dumb old high school coach. But I really am honored and really appreciate it. Have a plan to build your system. Systems create consistency. Consistency develops players, and then developed players are going to win you football games. I really believe that. If you want to get a hold to me, reach out to me, DM me anytime. You can follow me on Twitter at Coach_Chad John. TikTok, I just kind of started that. I told you I'm new to a lot of this social media stuff. It's no underscore, Coach Chad John. You can download today's presentation for free. Go to gamedaysystems.substack.com. I'll put it in the chat too. But when you go to that page, that's my Substack. You'll see article titled 2026 TrenchMob Summer Clinic. Click on that, and there's a button at the bottom, the PDF. You can print it off, download it, print it off, and keep it, and you're good to go. Welcome to Explore the Game Day Systems Vault. My one little plug. It does cost a little bit, not very much, very cheap for what's out there. So anyway, thanks again, Coach Tatum. I really appreciate it. And this has been awesome. Been a great day, man. I love it.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you. Yeah, definitely plug your stuff, man, because you put a lot of time into it, and I think people that put time and effort into things should, it should be compensated. So I appreciate you for doing that.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Coach. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man. All right, guys. Again, make sure you hit up Coach. He's kind of all over the socials for that, and then let me see. Let me get my stuff back going. All right. Yeah. So Coach Bobby Johnson had a drop, guys. He forgot about an engagement, and today he told me about it. But he had a drop. But we're gonna keep rolling, right? We're gonna keep on trying to figure some things out. So get back with these shout outs. I do like to shout out people that have come through during the part of the day. Here we go. Sloan Boyer, who's the OC at West Jefferson and Harvey in Harvard, Louisiana. Coach Brian Ryan, which that's a hilarious name. O-line coach at Sholo High School in Arizona. Mike McQueen, who's the head coach and O-line coach at Freeport High School in New York. Let's see. Here we go. Coach Cody Moore, who's the junior high head coach at Arroyo Grande in California. Coach Baker is in Onstead, Michigan. And then Coach Clean. I don't know, Coach Monroe County. Appreciate you, Coach. Coach Jackson Combs, who's the O-line coach from Madison Plains High School in London, Ohio. Coach Davis, head coach at Sterling High School in Houston, Texas. And then Sebastian Moore, the former FCS assistant quarterbacks coach. Appreciate you being here, Coach. Good. Everybody's kind of coming through. Ricky Troy, good stuff. Coach Johnson, thanks for sharing. Substack has a ton of stuff from him. Yeah, so his Substack's really good, guys. And then Travis Hall, who's an OC at Parkville High School in Maryland. Awesome. Kind of caught up with everything. Appreciate everybody for coming through and hanging out with us. Let me see. This is not air. That's what I want. Kind of going through, guys. Everybody's been kind of been steadily coming through and showing love. I appreciate it, guys. We are 20 away from 4,700 subscribers on YouTube. When I first started doing all this, YouTube was kind of like the main deal because I already had my Twitter going. So goal of mine is to get to 5,000, right? So, I think if one day we can get to that, it'd be awesome. Probably by the end of next year, we can get to that. But we're 20 away from being 300 away. So for that, and we kind of got the Facebook up and rolling. Facebook kind of been blowing up as of late. Daryl Rhodes, Notre Dame Academy in Kentucky, 7th and 8th grade. Appreciate you, Coach. Appreciate you. And so yeah, we again, Coach Johnson had a drop today. Is what it is. So the kind of the 12 o'clock hour, the 12 o'clock session until 12:30 is kind of just me and you. So anybody anything they want to talk about, just drop it in the chat. We can talk through it. And we can kind of roll. We got 90 people watching right now, which is good for the noon time. Connor Bryan, head coach and O-line coach at West Shore Rebels, Canadian Junior Football League in British Columbia, Canada. Well, appreciate you, Coach, the Great White North. Appreciate you for coming on and hanging out and spending your time with us. That's absolutely awesome. 2 guys to subscribe. Y'all are awesome. Some people are like, Tatum, you don't do long form content anymore. I do, guys. It's just it gets to be time consuming to get some stuff in, especially in the summertime. And I don't have a place to film like in person on the board. I had like the coach's office, but like once we get in there and we start coaching and we're trying to leave, people trying to go home. So it is difficult, but we're still doing the shorts, man. Hop on the shorts game, man. We upload every day pretty much. And then, if you're on TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube, we post. And obviously we're live on Twitter all the time. So hang out with us. Coach Moore says it's 9 a.m. in Cali. Well, shout out to you, Coach, for hanging out this morning. It is funny. Usually my West Coasters, when we start the clinic, it's like 6 a.m. for them. So they're usually, just waking up. Here we go. Coach Blizz is the O-line coach for Team Manitoba, the under 16 assistant head coach for Hammerscarld JV Vikings. Appreciate you, Coach. Butchered that, but I appreciate you for signing in. Again, make sure you go ahead and like the video, man. Like the stream on Facebook or YouTube. And you guys on Facebook, if you want to get pretty much the same stuff we do on Facebook, we do on YouTube. But if you want to support, make sure you go over on YouTube and subscribe as well. Or just make sure you like if you just discovered us on Facebook. And my dog is sitting here crying at me because she wants to go out, but she got to wait. And we'll keep rocking and rolling. And then, again, if you want to support us monetarily, I had the Cash App and Venmo up. If you are interested in that, just DM me. We can talk about doing that. Or you can go ahead and become a member on YouTube. There's a couple things on there, not a lot, but if you do want to monetarily help us, you can do that. We appreciate it. Or just directly send us whatever. It is what it is. Coach Johnson did, and he told y'all, he's like, hey, definitely show some support If you want to do that, cool. Again, you don't talk about anything. Let's rock and roll and talk about it. Otherwise, I am going to be sharing stuff. Here we go. I'm subscribed on both. What's a better app to watch on? Should I go over to YouTube? Whatever's comfortable for you, man. Does not matter to me. You can go over to YouTube. You can go to YouTube. I just started posting my stuff on Facebook, and it's actually done very, really well. Things that don't do well on the other ones always do well on Facebook, which is interesting. I never would have thought that. What's your favorite RPOs, Coach Tatum? Favorite RPOs are, hold on one second. Okay. Coach Marshall, if you're still watching right now, 100%. Let's get you on a little early. We'll go ahead and go a little early with Coach Marshall. Let's see if you sent me your email. Let me sort this out, guys, and I'll get right back to that. Yep, you did. All right. Let me do this. Coach Moore, my favorite RPOs are ones that involve a puller, so gap scheme, and RPO middle inside backers. So we do like a fold scheme. Some people call it one back power. It's like an ISO fold scheme with our guard folding to the play side linebacker, and we will RPO the backside linebacker. If he follows the puller and overlaps, we throw it behind his ear on a little we call stalking slant. And if he plays back in that window because we beat him on it before, then we should have numbers to run in the box. So that's our favorite one that we've run a lot. And more often than not, our running back is our best player. And then when you put the slot receiver that's running that slant behind the B gap player, we do that. He's our second best player. So you kind of can't go wrong with whichever decision the quarterback makes on that. And then obviously we'll do sorry, I'm just doing this. And then we'll do just simple, tag quick game on our runs and get the seventh defender out of there. Simple stuff like that. Let's see. I don't know if I can hear my other dog snoring, but he is going to town. Saw on these logs. CL more. Cool. I think hopefully that's right. Boom. All right. Number system. Let's talk about it. Number system. Are you talking about like a zone number system, like a count? Or are you talking about a number system in like your play calls? Let me know. We over here on YouTube now. Appreciate you, man. Make sure you hit like on the video. Love that fold scheme. Concept RPO, very sound, very tough to defend for the defense. Yeah, it is. Only some ways that I've seen people kind of take it away. They bring that. Oh, that's not right. They bring that safety down to replace the linebacker that RPOing, but you have to know when we're calling it. So, but yeah, that says that's not working. Okay, well. Hold on, guys. Oh, because I'm an idiot. Take that out. And then it should be good. Y'all see, usually I'm doing this in the background while the other speaker is going. Y'all never see any of this. All right. There we go. All right. Just sent that to Coach Marshall. We'll get him in there. Yes, zone. I'm going to be super hands-on with the O-line this year, going over to more zone scheme. Don't do it. But also keeping some of our gap. We got to. But zone, I know account systems work well. I do. I know that. I've never been a zone. I mean, I'm a zone guy. I've just never been a count guy. Covered uncovered is more of what I do. Wondering if I should use 0-1-2 number system for zone and pass protection. Should I keep it simple for junior high kids? I think I can teach the number system. Rule number 1: if you can teach it, do it. If you can't teach it, don't do it. That's kind of it. If you can get the kids to understand it and you can make it make sense, then do it, coach. He said, "Lol, don't do it." I am a 100% gap scheme first guy. I like zone as well, but I'm an install gap first. That's just me. So, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Covered, uncovered. We also, I'll bring you on a second, coach. We used to just declare double teams. So if you have, think of it right now, you have an over front with 3 to shade, right to left. Instead of being like, oh, covered, uncovered, you do this. We'll call an ace, which is the play type guard in the center, and they work. The guards cover it up. He pretty much fans out the 3 technique in the center, checks his hips, and climbs. And the same thing on the backside. If we have a shade, we'll scoop it, as we call it, backside guard and tackle. And the guard is working to reach and cut off the shade, and the tackle checking his hip and climbing. And it turns up a little bit more lateral than traditional inside zone, but it gets you away from the center stabbing back and then having to climb back A gap, which right or wrong is what it is, but we've had success with that. But yeah. All right, Coach, let's go ahead and bring you on. It's Coach Clay Marshall. Coach, if you want to go ahead and you see this little monitor with the plus sign?
Yes, sir.
All right, you want to click that and then share wherever your tab is. Where your presentation is. We'll go ahead and rock and roll early.
Got it. It's might be frozen. I'm not seeing my tab pull up on here. Here we go. Let me see.
You're good.
Here, let me try. So
there it is. Yep.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, cool. Awesome. All right. I had to refresh. Let me get back to my presentation.
All right. Yep,
All right.
I got you, Coach. I'm going to back out. You got it.
All right. Sounds good. First of all, super grateful for this opportunity. Glad Coach reached out about this. It's my first clinic I'm doing, so super happy to be a part of this. Today I'm going to talk counter install and variations. Again, I'm the O-line tight end coach and run game coordinator here at Truman State D2 school up in Kirksville, Missouri. And hopefully you find something out of this presentation that does some good for you and get something out of this thing. All right. So for us last year, counter was a great play. Called it 105 times, had 89 carries for just over 650 yards, 13 to 16 on the RPOs, 7.6 yards per carry, which we're obviously really proud of that. Anytime you can call a run play and guarantee yourself 2nd and 3 or 2nd and 2, you feel like you're doing a pretty good job. Super explosive run play for us last year. I mean, almost 20% of our 23%, I think it was, of our carries went for explosive runs, at least how we define an explosive. And the 7 negative runs is something we definitely want to clean up. In my opinion, you always have less than 5% of your, any concept be in that negative run category. You're going to have something that are, bad calls or, just a tough look. But I definitely want to get that negative run number down, heading into this fall. It's too good of a play to have negative runs. So why counter for us? I think it's really good, regardless of your O-line talent. A lot of buddies that I played with, or high school coaches that I'm super close with, they start talking about their offensive line, a little undersized. Obviously, you can't recruit. And, they really struggle with zone schemes. And my first piece of advice is always to check out gap schemes, specifically counter. I think blocking on angles is easier, especially, whether you're undersized or not. I just think blocking on angles is easier and truly blocking someone up, mano a mano, one-on-one, like in zone schemes. And you can get your doubles and things like that. But if you're struggling to find a good run play and you think it's because of your offensive line, I think counter could be a potential answer for you. I think there's tons of variations. You can run the same play so many different ways, and we'll kind of talk about that here in a second. But I think very few plays are as multiple as counter is, in my opinion. And I think it's an attitude play. It's violent. It's tone setting. Like if you're going to pull on counter, whether you're the first puller, second puller, I mean, you got to bring it for this play to have any juice at all. And again, you don't have to be talented to run full speed into somebody. And if you can teach your offensive line, your tight ends, running backs, whoever your second puller is, like that mentality and really get them to buy into that, I think you can be a good counter team. I really do. And so talking about the variations, this was my best way to try to, show what I mean or how it looks in my mind, But all of these different versions of counters, I got my guys in purple here that like stay pretty consistent with their rules, right? Front side down blocks, you're going to get your two pullers. The reds, your skip puller, the blues, your kick puller. Regardless of the variations that you install, which we use through tag words at Truman, you're going to be able to get different versions of counter and keep it all the same for your offensive line, which I think is huge, huge, huge in terms of keeping too much scheme off their plate and still being able to change the game from, if you got tendencies, you can do it back strong, back weak, to the tight end, away from the tight end, 10 personnel sets, 23 personnel sets if you want to. Like you can get so much out of counter and hide some tendencies. The left side here is more for, if you don't have a mobile quarterback. I've had a coach tell me that before. Well, they see counter as like an option type play, specifically with GT. My quarterback's not mobile, so now what? Well, these ones on the left side to me are all versions of counter that you can do and still have, RPO relief instead of an option for the quarterback to pull it, right? So if you're doing GH or GY counter, backside D is accounted for. Your front side or backside RPOs. Again, if you're capping it backside to run GT because your tackle's a better puller than your tight end or whatever it may be, you're still protected. And then your split GT counter, same idea. Back's coming across to protect your quarterback where he is solely an RPO threat and not a threat with his legs. Here at Truman, our quarterback's, one of the best athletes on our team. So we do a lot more like quarterback counter, quarterback run game, because that kind of suits his talents. So like GR counter, where now you get your quarterback as your primary ball carrier, or you can do it out of a two-back set and give this your primary back the ball, secondary back as a second puller. But again, it's the exact same thing you're seeing with GY counter. Now you just have your running back as a second puller. GT counter read, obviously reading the backside defensive end, tight end your support blocker. And then you have your bash variations, back away mesh, getting the running back as the perimeter aspect and quarterback getting back vertical to run the counter play, right? So again, this is just my visualization of how many ways you can really run counter, but keep things consistent for a majority of your players on the field and not have to teach them brand new stuff. You can just tag it as you go. All right, so our counter install starts as such, like 14, 15 is our counter, 14 to the right, 15 to the left. I always start with the big picture, right? So before I get into I know some people are different. Some people are the opposite. I always start with like the big picture, the big idea behind what we're doing before I get into the technique. All right. So we always start off with where the ball carrier is going. Okay. So on our counter, we call it A gap counter. It's kind of our thought process, but running backs working A gap out, A to B to C to the front side. Okay. We use the term ball me man. I didn't come up with that. I stole it from somebody else, and I don't know who said it, so I can't give them credit. But started using that when I got to Truman a couple years ago. And ball me man's been a big thought process for us. And so the thought process behind it is I want to keep the ball between me and my man, or keep myself between the ball and my man, right? In order to be able to do that, you have to know where the ball is going. I think if you're not telling the O-line where this ball is aiming to hit, you're making it harder on them to understand how to get their job done to have success out of the play. Okay, the next big thing is again, big idea. The front side of the O-line is responsible for denting the front, right? So gap down backer, block back inside. If we're running counter to the right side of the offensive line, tackle to center, is in charge of bashing everything inside and creating the inside of the runway, okay, for our running backs. The pullers, all right, because again, on counter, we said we're going to have two pullers, are responsible for kicking the first two threats outside the tackle, all right, and they're building the outside of the runway, okay? So again, right now it's a bunch of words, but then I always follow it up with some kind of visual cue, okay? So again, this is super basic, no defense. I just make this on PowerPoint. And again, it's not supposed to be pretty. It's supposed to be just an idea for the kids to understand, like, big picture, like what the hell we're talking about. All right, so if we're running counter to the right here, again, we want to build the inside of that runway, okay, with the down blocks. Everybody's blocking down and inside to try to create that pipe on the inside for the running back, okay? The first puller, the kick puller, is kicking first thing outside the tackle. Second puller is looking to kick first thing off of the kick out. And now we have built the runway for our running back. Again, he's aiming A gap out, right? But now we know what we're trying to create for our running back. That's the tube that we're trying to create for him to run through. Okay, so now the backs and the O-line, again, just conceptually are on the same page of what we're trying to get out of anytime we call our counter play. All right, so then I show them one clip. Okay, and again, this clip is not teaching. This is like we're running to talk about open counter today. This is actually closed counter, running to our front side tight end with the down block. But again, I'm not teaching them anything off this clip. I just want them to see what counter is and what we're talking about. And this is the same for true freshmen, fifth-year seniors. We all go through this process together when we talk about counter because, again, I want them to understand the big picture of what's going on, right? I'll try to slow this, make sure the film's not choppy, okay? But as you can see, with our counter that we're into the left here, we built the inside of the wall. We've got our 2 kickouts to build the outside of the runway. All right, now our running back has a crease to get vertical and go do his thing, go do what he gets paid to do and score touchdowns, right? But again, the big point of emphasis up to this point is to understand that we are building that front side wall, bashing everything down inside. And then as our first puller goes out and kicks, he sets the outside. Second puller follows up on the outside. Now we've got our lane. Now our running back can get vertical. So now we have a rough idea of what counter is. This is our counter like install page. This is what our playbook looks like. Yeah, I blacked out the stuff that I didn't want to put on the podcast, like signals and stuff, but everything else, like this is our counter install page. Okay. So again, it's 14, 15, 14 to the right, 15 to the left, right? This diagram is 14, which is counter right. It's open side counter, okay, which is important. We tag a lot of our counters, but we have 2 different counter plays. Okay. So what I mean by that is we have open side counter and we have closed side counter. Okay. The reason that's important for us, right, is because it changes the identification system, which we'll talk about the open counter one here in a second. But I do think it's important that your O-line sees that as 2 different plays. Again, the majority of the rules are going to stay the same. But to keep them on the same page relative to the tight ends, running backs, even quarterbacks, if you have run checks, I do think it's important to differentiate closed side counter and open side counter, whether it's like us with 14-15 and 24-25, or if you use words, however you got to do it. I do think it's important to differentiate the open side counter and closed side counter. But again, it's a gap scheme, which hopefully our kids know that as we're kind of going through this install, right? The first thing down here in the notes is the plum ID. And so again, I think I've watched a lot of clinics of other people do this, and it's a little bit different, it sounds like, but I think it gets the same, goal accomplished. But we ID the first defender, really linebacker, second level defender on or past this plumb line, right? Which puts our center in half, okay? I know a lot of people ID the first guy past the plumb line. If you want to find out more of like why we do it that way, I'll have my contact information at the end. Feel free to reach out. But for the sake of time, I'm going to move on. But we ID the first linebacker on or plus the plumb line, right? So let me get into our rules. I break everything up based off of front from like a big picture idea. It also keeps me good about going through like every base option they can see, every base look. And so we always talk about even, odd, and bears and how we approach it as like a base concept, okay? So again, we got play side tackle to backside tackle. Play side tackle versus an even front. Our center will always declare the front and point the ID. All right, we identify an even front. We know we're deucing back to the -1 backer. Again, the -1 backer is the first backer behind the ID, which we point on or past the plumb line, okay? If we get odd front, and so you get that open side B gap as a tackle front side. Now you're thinking B track, which is just a B gap railroad track backside. So if a defensive end or something shows up, take it. If not, stay on your B track back to the -1 linebacker, okay? And then versus bears, we make a daddy call, okay? And sometimes you get, your line will giggle because you're making a daddy call, right? But it's got 3 Ds in it, okay? So that tells you down block, down block, down block, center, guard, tackle. We see bears, DDD, down block, down block, down block, right? If we ever get a front that's like super confusing, right? It's exotic. It's a 3rd and long. Center can't figure it out. We could always make a daddy call and in our mind fight to, live to fight another day. And it should still be a good play. But if you just can't figure it out, can't get the ID, clock's ticking down, daddy it, block down, kick, we'll be okay. It's kind of my teaching progression to the offensive line. Okay, next play side guard. Again, even, we're still deucing to the -1 with our tackle. Odd, we ace to the -2. Okay, so again, odd front rules from an ID standpoint are almost the exact same. We have one kind of special look that we make a different call to. But again, we'll ID the first packer pass. So this is an odd front, and they had like a boundary jack over here. Our ace is actually going to work to the -2 because there's only 3 D linemen instead of 4. So we're going to work back to another linebacker backside. Okay. Center, again, even front, he'll dirty or down block, backside D tackle. Odd front, again, will ace with the guard to the -2. Backside guard is the kick puller. Okay, he's kick pulling for the first defender outside the play side tackle. All right, I want to stay tight. When I say hugging butts to the down blockers, all right, and then pull side, hit side, okay, is for if we're running counter to the right, pull right, hit right, counter to the left, pull left, hit left, right? But again, whatever side I'm pulling to, so in this picture, I'm pulling to the right, I want my guard to hit with his right shoulder on contact, okay? I'm going to skip to the Y and then cover the running back at the end. Again, same thing for the tight end. Oh, excuse me, I got to get the backside tackle. So I teach a jab pick technique. I know everyone uses gap hinge. It's kind of the same idea. The reason I use jab pick is because my O-line coach used jab pick, and so it's just what I knew it as. But it's also, the B and jab and the C and pick is a thought process of jab and B picking out to C. It's kind of why we use that. And I like to stay square more so than hinge and open off the backside, but we'll talk jab picks here in more detail, right? Versus any odd front, you just cut off the backside defensive end. So whether he's a 4 or 5 or some kind of wide 9, cut off the backside defensive end. Okay, and then bears, you get back to your jab pick just like you would on even front. Okay, tight end or second puller. Okay, because we install regular 14-15, so GH counter and GT counter the same day, just with our tag word. Whoever the second puller is a skip puller. Okay, for the first defender off the kick. So again, you read the kick out for either the log or the kick, and then I go to the next adjacent defender after that, right? Stay tight to the line of scrimmage, okay, just like the pulling guard, and make a fast decision. I cannot emphasize that enough. I would rather you make the wrong decision quickly and get slow to the right decision, okay? Because, again, this play hits fast, right? We're getting downhill. Just go through, and, again, we want to hit the right person, but hit somebody hard through a fast decision, and it's going to work out more times than not, as opposed to slow footing through this thing to try to get it exactly right. You're going to ruin our counter play. Okay, so again, go fast, make a fast decision. All right, off of the second puller. Okay, and again for the tailback, so our base counter is same side. Okay, so 14 back lines up to the call side. Again, he's going A gap out. Okay, his read is the second block or the block of his second puller. So based off if we get spilled or kicked on this ID with our second puller coming up. All right, and then we alert this -1 cutback. Okay, because again, some teams that fit gap scheme really well, they're flying over the top of this thing to get there and fit this gap scheme up. So we teach the running backs like, hey, if you feel all this flow getting over the top and you find some daylight backside, do not hesitate to take that backside cutback, all right? But again, I think it's important to not give your running backs too much to think about. So again, we try to break it down to react off the second puller. You find daylight, take it. Because again, I think if you essentially can get paralysis by analysis with these running backs, they get paid to be fast and make people miss. As long as they understand the general concept of it, let them do their thing. Do not give them too much stuff to think about. Like, just let them go be ball carriers, and it'll work out better for them. At least it has for us at Truman. Okay, so the next part of the install, all right, are these diagrams. So again, they just kind of get a feel for what it looks like versus like various fronts. Okay, so again, 4-2 under, the deuce, the dirty, the kick, the jab pick. Same thing with this 4-1. If we plus it with our plum ID, if we get less than 6 in the box, okay, so like a 4-1, we'll ID that single backer and work back. So it's a super heavy deuce is what we talk about, just a heavy deuce. So now we can really wash that nose guard down, get him out of the picture on the way to that -1, because I've got all this space and all this time to really take advantage and knock that nose guard down the line of scrimmage, knock that D tackle down to get back to my -1. Okay, if we get this, again, odd fronts, okay, so the big change is our ace is going to the -2. If he's walked up backside, like you're playing mint front teams, we make a Dumbo call, which just tells the center he's working to the DN instead of the -2. Tackle, take the -2 instead. Okay, it's a little bit farther down the line for us from an install perspective. Again, regular 3-2, ace to the -2, B track, kick, okay? Versus 3-3, this is the one I was talking about earlier. It's kind of a bastard. So if we see 3-3, we kind of treat it as 3-1. And so now we have less than 5 guys in the box, so now we can ID this Sam backer in theory, right? And again, we don't play a ton of odd front teams in GOVC, so it doesn't come up a ton. There's a couple of clips you'll see it. But if we start getting 3-1s and 3-3 teams for the sake of the play, we like to ID that Sam backer. And again, we try to relate to our ID as much as we can. All right, but if I can find a way to steal it to get us in a better fit, I try to on any given week. And then bears, again, daddy, 3 down blocks, kick, wrap, we're rocking and rolling. Okay, so now kind of talking about each block individually. Okay, so starting backside with the jab pick. Okay, it is a post set and a kick set. That's how I teach it. Okay, so if you're in pass pro and you post down, leading with that inside leg, all right, then once you get a hand on and jab, all right, that 3 technique, if you've got a backside B-gap defender, then pick back out, all right, kick set to cover up this defensive end off the backside. All right, so again, jab pick is jab inside, high leg forward, punch, all right, and then kick back out to shield off your backside defensive end and get hands on him now. All right, like don't make it easy. Okay, get hands on him, make him work, make it hard. All right. Now, if you don't have a backside B-gap defender, okay, because this happens a lot, especially with young tackles, they think the jab on jab pick is not as important. So they'll just kind of half it and just go right back out on this defensive end right here, right now. I do not want that, okay? Because we are still jab B gap to pick C gap, but B gap first. All right. So whether you got a 30 backer or a 50 backer, some kind of will backer here that's shooting this backside B gap, well, our center is 8 up on his dirty block. So the only person that could be there to pick him up is you, tackle, and that's why you jab first always. Okay. So even if he's a 3 technique, or excuse me, even if he's a G, a 2I, and there's no one that you feel like you need to jab to, jab anyway. All right. It is there for a reason. You are protecting that backside B gap on this gap scheme. Okay. The other backside element is obviously the pullers. All right. Again, we're trying to open pull. I like to point my toe into the line of scrimmage to kind of help my direction get into the line of scrimmage. A lot of times you encounter guys pull flat way too high, and then it makes it easier for them to get spilled, or even box teams. It can just get ugly if you're pulling way too deep into the backfield, get into the line of scrimmage. And then if teams are spilling, all right, and we have to log it, all right, I still want pull right, hit right mentality. Okay, so as I'm working this way and my right shoulder's leading, so my shoulders are facing this direction, as he's trying to spill me underneath, again, if I'm trying to make contact with that right shoulder and track him, it should naturally square me up, okay, to drive him vertically off of this thing. Again, I don't want to not be able to run counter just because teams are spilling. If that is a problem for you, and again, just logging it's not working, there's a lot of cool stuff on the cool clinics this year. I know the Watchdog coach, Shockley, he did a really cool counter install on like the Wii block. And so if that's not good enough for you, I definitely check out the Wii block, because that's also something, it's a cool answer for spilling defensive ends. Right. But as we get that log tied in, you fit outside of the log. Right. Now, as opposed to if we get the kick versus box teams, or maybe even a bad spill technique, now I can read it and work up underneath my kick out. So those are the two main options we're talking about from the kick pull perspective, is it's either going to log or kick. And then your second puller, whether it be a tight end or a tackle, fits off of that to this corresponding player. Okay. So here's some practice tape. I was doing it like inside run. I got to love inside run. I have a little 6 versus 8 action here. Okay. But running counter to the left. And so again, watching the parts we talked about, starting with the jab pick with my right tackle here. Okay, again, doing a good job jabbing inside, getting the hand on that D tackle, right? Give your center some time to get back to this 3 technique. All right, once I've secured him, now I can get my eyes out to this defensive end and kick back out. And although we are opening up a little bit, again, I kind of understand why, because the D tackle's up on him. All right, so again, I'm trying to stay square. If we open a little bit to ensure that we're getting this D end blocked and cut off backside, I'm not going to, make too much of a fuss about it. As long as we're fighting to stay square, I just don't want us to get on that jab and then drop step this foot all the way flat and now give him a chance to run this thing, run the hoop in case we are throwing like an RPO or something to that effect. Okay. Now looking at the pullers, again, our first step's a little bit flat. I like it to be more in line, okay, to get us downhill. All right, the contact's not bad of pull left, hit left, but again, I think we're way too high right here. Okay, we really want to try to get there in that shoulder rib cage and stay low. Okay, it's not a bad kick out as you play the clip. Like, he gets his job done, but I want to be more aggressive and I want to be lower right there. Okay. Looking at our second puller, again, as he comes across, he sees the kick. So now I can fit underneath it. And now I'm hitting with the wrong shoulder. All right. And he's a true freshman. He's going through his first camp. So again, he's learning. Right. But again, you can see here why pull left, hit left is so important. I ain't got no power hitting with my right shoulder right here. Lean in with that left shoulder, left leg, and go open this thing up. Because again, if we need to run right here down the hash, we can't, because you have not given us any space to work with right here. So pull left, hit left, get low. And again, have the mentality that you're going to go work that guy out of here. Okay. And again, you can see here on that -1 cutback, right? So again, that's our ID. All right. That's our -1 backer here. I see he flows over the top and running back presses his aiming point, A gap. If he feels that backside daylight, go hit it. If the -2 is making the play, and again, inside run is what it is, right? But then that's when you have your RPO bubbles, your glances, things like that out here. But an inside run, we are not accounting for the -2. He can make as many tackles as he wants to. That's just how inside run goes. All right, now talking about the down block. Again, whether it's a center or a guard with a 2-eye, the down block technique is really the same for me, even tackles with 4 eyes, stuff like that. But depending on how close that defender is, dictates how close your step is, okay? So you see I kind of got our steps down here at the bottom relative to the defender, right? But the closer he is, the closer my step gets. Again, the farther, the wider, right, as you can see here, okay? Aiming point with the hat, all right? I want to put my hat, okay, the screws of my helmet, all right, in the collarbone, okay, near side of that defensive lineman. I want to throw my head in there, and again, screws up. I don't want to duck my freaking head, all right? But I want to throw that helmet there into the collarbone. And then my hand placement over here on the right, my inside hand, I'm trying to get up there to the center of the chest, grab a breastplate, grab something, and then take my outside hand, my top side hand, and get up there, armpit, rib cage, anything I can, and really torque that guy down the line of scrimmage here and really try to create that movement of the down block again. Ball me man. I know the ball is going to my play side, so I want to try to keep this guy backside away from the call. Okay. Getting back to the footwork, if again, the closer he is, the closer your step. So again, if you've got like a tight shade on your center, like a 2-eye on his guard, the step's probably going to be pretty vertical and pretty short. All right. If we're playing a team that plays that backside shade and his whole purpose in life is to just try to mess that center up and just go at him, there is a world when we can actually lose a little bit of ground with that step, but it's very game plan specific. I only really like talking about it with older guys because younger guys, it can create bad habits. But if you don't like gaining ground on that first step because of how tight he is, we do some similar stuff, but it's very, very game plan specific, right? If you're a center blocking back on a 2-eye, okay, or a guard blocking down on like a shade, all right, your step's going to be a little bit wider, and I want to point that toe, in theory, at the crotch of that defender, right? So, again, the wider he gets, the more my toe might open, but I want to point that toe at the crotch of that defender, throw my helmet at the collarbone, and, again, use that hand to strike him down the line of scrimmage. If you're blocking back all the way to a 3 technique, which really only applies to centers, no one else has to down block that far, at least the way we do it, all right, now that step's going to open up quite a bit, all right, because, again, you got to point that toe, all right, to the crotch of that defensive lineman. All right, so it's going to open up a little bit, and I really got to gain ground and push off this foot and get it back forward again to get all the way back to that 3 technique with the same aiming point for my helmet and same aiming point for my hands. Okay, but again, your down block, your step is relative to how close that defender is. So the closer he is, the smaller my step is. The farther away he is, not that my step's going to get so big that I can't move, but it's more so the angle of which I'm going to get there is going to open up so I can actually cover ground and get back to that 3 technique. And, of course, if your centers can't get back to the 3 technique, you can always pull your center and keep the guard in. This is not something that we do a ton here at Truman. All right, but same thing, looking at practice reps here. All right, so really focusing on this center. All right, working on his down block back to this 3 technique. Again, first step's not bad. I think he's got his toe right there at the crotch of that defender, okay, in a perfect world. I think his hat's getting to the right spot. It's just a little bit high for me. I want to be on the lower end, okay, of that collarbone if I have my pick. I don't want to go up there and hit him in the side of the helmet. I really want to put the screws of my helmet in that collarbone, okay? I think his hands are decently tight. And, again, I want to really use that left hand. Okay, he does a pretty good job here on his down block to the right. Use that left hand to push him down the line of scrimmage and get him out of there. All right, and, again, helping that tackle out with his jab pick, like create part of that wall. Again, you guys are all in this together, creating that backside wall. Okay, and, again, versus our defense, we get this a lot. Right, -1 over the top. Running back finds daylight. Hit it. Don't think twice. Go get us 4 or more. Okay, now looking at the deuce block. Again, whether it's a deuce or an ace. So, again, for us, aces are center and guards. Deuces are guard and tackles. Those are our gap scheme combination calls. It's really going to be the same footwork regardless of the combo. Okay, so, again, the guy that's covered, okay, if he's got a thread inside of him, he just treats it like a down block. Right, same idea with the center. Helmet on the collarbone. Hands in the same spot. Taking a good down step. Nothing changes there, okay? Tackle works what we call a high knee gallop technique. I don't know everybody teaches the gallop. I've always liked it. It's been effective for us. But with high knee gallop is really a 3-step progression, okay? So if you're high knee galloping to the left, okay, because this is my right tackle on 14, all right, it's going to be left, right, left, okay? As you take that first left step, lead high with that inside leg. That's what the high knee aspect of it is, like lead with that inside leg, almost like a post in pass pro, okay? As I get that first step in the ground, my right, left foot, so my outside, inside foot are going to hit together almost in combination to generate my force from the outside foot into the inside foot to bang that defensive tackle across the guard's face, okay? Now, if he's a G, all right, he's all the way inside here, it might be more of a 5-step progression. So if you get to your 3rd step and he's still really far away, get another gallop in there, okay? I see too many guys when we're doing this, the high knee gallop inside 1, 2, 3, all right, and they're only this far, and they try to lean their shoulder all the way across, 3 yards inside. It doesn't make for a good play. So, again, if he's too far, you don't have to bang his hip yet. Keep working. And if he goes away, stay on your B track to your -1. If he is a 3 technique, okay, so if he's covered to the combination side, which for right guard would be to the right tackle, we do what's called replace drive footwork, pick it up, put it down, drive vertical, then inside foot. Again, I'm on the inside half of this thing. Still high knee gallop. Still want it to be quick. Still want it to be 3 steps, even though he's a 3 technique. All right, again, inside, outside, transfer that weight back inside, hitting that D tackle, okay, right here on my top left picture, anywhere really from his rib cage to like the top of his hip bone. It's kind of the sweet spot, all right? Anytime someone hits you around your hip, it's really, really hard to maintain your leverage and maintain where you're at, relative to the play. So you get a tackle coming inside and really transfers that weight and hits that hip. You can send that D tackle flying across, and now you've got a pretty good gap scheme to the front side of this play. Hopefully it doesn't take out your center. I've seen that happen before too. All right, but watching my right tackle here, okay, running 14 to the right. Again, starts with this high knee gallop, so again, inside legs high. I don't necessarily want to turn to my defender. I want to stay square as long as I can, but you can see, okay, again, 7 with our left foot, generate force from right to left, hitting that, again, that rib cage down to his hip, and now we get that D tackle knocked across. Okay, so again, watching right tackle, inside high leg is the high knee. The gallop is the right to left, transfer of power, boom, into his rib cage, knocking him across. Now guard, you just keep him pinned inside. Don't let him fight back over the top. Okay, now you can see our tackle here on the second level. Okay, because again, this deuce isn't just level 1. All right, he goes through and gives us a pretty good deuce block. I'd like him to stay more square, but I'm being nitpicky. Then as we get to the second level, all right, anytime I pause the tape, if I see your hands out here, and this is more just general blocking philosophy for us, but it probably ain't going to go good for you, okay? We want to keep our hands as tight as humanly possible. First level, second level, don't care. Ain't nothing good going to happen with your hands out there, okay? You're going to hold or you're going to get lit up, all right? Our general rule of thumb, and again, I heard somebody else say this first, so this ain't my idea, but when I pause the clip, all right, if I was right behind you, it should look like you don't have arms because your hands are so tight and inside as you're throwing them on people. You should look like armless as you're making contact with people because your hands are so tight and your elbows are scraping your rib cage as you're going into contact. You go into contact with wide hands, all right, now our freaking 300-pound tackle gets lit up by a 210-pound linebacker, and that shouldn't happen. And again, that's just technique elements, not necessarily counter-specific, all right, but a big point of emphasis for here. And again, it's good we're getting it in practice. Hopefully it's cleaner in games, but do not ever want to end up in that situation at tackle at the second level. Keep those hands tight and inside, deliver a blow. All right, same thing here. Now we're running counter to the left. Okay, so this is 15. This is a 2-back variation. All right, my left tackle here, couldn't practice the fall. This is a spring ball clip. He's about 240 pounds. A high potential freshman for us, going to be a really good player here, but you can just see it's not just the cream of the crop guys, that are having success or struggling with this. Okay, so again, we're working high knee gallop to the right, high knee inside leg, transferring the weight over. And again, now that D tackle is going away, all right, so I want to stay on track. He overcommits and actually crosses his left leg back over. That is a cardinal sin, all right, of the way we do our deuce blocks. We do not ever want that to happen. All right, I want to stay square as I'm working this hip across because as soon as you open, now it's hard. Like we're big 18-wheelers. Again, he's only 240 pounds here, so maybe not him so much. But normally, your big 18-wheeler, it's hard to turn those tight corners, man. And so, again, don't get yourself turned and angled in where now I've got no chance of getting to that linebacker scraping over the top. And again, like I said, he's young, he's raw, he's fighting, but you can see the technique here. We're good at this point. I like what I'm seeing. Guard's hands are too wide, but I like the tackle. Now just keep falling through this thing square. Don't turn yourself over, all right, and that'll keep you from getting into this position. All right, again, we see the pullers coming across here. It's a decent kick pull. Again, a lot of our young guys here in this clip, but I like the kick pull. I like the contact. I don't necessarily want to ever hop into my kick pull. Again, kind of looks like a high knee gallop. We're running, pull left, hit left. It's going to be a freaking car crash right there. Just go get it. All right, again, you can see a good job here by our running back. All right, again, A-gap play. All right, he's down the hash. Again, he's going to find daylight and make it right, okay? We ID. All right, the guy on or past the plumb line. So this is our ID. All right, this is our -1. We're saying this is the guy we're going to be short on. All right, and we know that as coaches. So, again, whether we have to RPO it, get it tight end front side to come crack or do something special, we can. But, again, I think it's important that everybody on your offensive line and quarterback knows who we're blocking and who we're not blocking. And so even when it's ugly, at least we're all on the same page. And then, again, if it's a bad look, then piss on us as coaches. We shouldn't have called that play or put that play in the game plan. Okay, so now we're talking counter variations, okay? And again, this is really just to see some of the variations that we've done at Truman. Again, hopefully maybe something that you could incorporate where you're at. And again, they're all could be done for the most part, same side or coming across, which I think is so important. Teams, defenses, whether it's they set their strength, field boundary, run strength, to the tight end, away from the tight end, to the back, away from the back. If you can figure it out, you can use counter. Again, I promise you there's a counter variation that you can use to take advantage of that. Like I personally don't mind running it to a 2-eye or a 3. We had more success out of a 3, so I try to see what I can do with tight end motions and running back alignments to get it to a 3 technique. But again, that's one thing I love about counter is you can move these tight ends, running backs, change the formation, and still be able to run counter almost any look, which I think is important from a game plan perspective in terms of like putting your kids in the best, chance to win. All right, so we're starting here with a clip. This is from 2 years ago. All right, but this is against William Jewell. Okay, they had a kind of a tell, all right, anytime these linebackers start getting closer than 30, right, so they're closer than outside the guards, we knew there was going to be some kind of inside game. So you can actually see our left tackle here abandon the gallop and go to a down block technique because we got the call off, right? Sometimes, you're kind of guessing a little bit, which I don't love that part. But again, if you feel like you got a 100%er, I don't ever mind giving that tip to the O-line and letting them handle it. And here, lucky enough, it worked out, right? But you can see the tackle negates his high knee gallop because of the look we got. We thought that D tackle might spike, and now he can down block it. Now he's way too high, right? But at least we were able to get that executed, communicated, and we're now still able to get that -1 linebacker run through by our guard. Okay, our pulling guard here, pulling from right to left. Again, pull left, hit left. He's pretty squared up here. And again, I don't love his power position. I want to keep driving that out of there, but he does get good movement. All right, our tight end coming across, same thing, gets the kick, so now he can fit inside. And we pull this to throw the RPO, all right? But again, you can see the path that we created for our running back. If we do give this ball, like we're still going to have a great run play here. And again, I'm never mad about us throwing the RPO. We got him there for a reason. Like, take advantage of what you can get. All right, same thing here from the butt shot. Again, we abandoned the high knee gallop to work a true almost daddy down block technique. All right, again, we pull and throw the RPO. All right, but if we would have gave it, I felt pretty confident that would have been a good run play for us. Okay. All right, here's a clip. Not all these clips are going to be good. Sometimes I watch clinics and I see all the good stuff. Sometimes I want to know about the bad. Okay, so here, first and foremost, our split's too tight. Okay, I teach 2.5 to 3 foot splits. Our base split, we're way too tight here. And part of the reason I like that spacing is because it helps give us time to get there on our high knee gallops to a 3 technique. If he's ever playing truly in the gap or too close to the tackle, we don't feel comfortable and it's not good angles for a deuce, we'll make a ghost call. All right, and that tells guard on, and now the tackle just down blocks it by himself. We didn't make that call here, and you can just see the tackle's footwork. And this is the first game of the season last year, and this is the first team all-conference tackle. He's a great player, but, this is obviously piss-poor technique, all right? And he's in a good power position. He's driving, but, again, it's kind of like we got out in the game and we just abandoned everything we worked on in practice, and now I'm just trying to bury this guy in front of me and not really thinking about my second-level block, right? Well, because we're just, again, abandoning footwork and burying this thing down, albeit physical, this is the -1 linebacker we're supposed to be working to, right? Washburn does a good job of spilling this thing. I like the guard squaring this thing up and turning him inside without spinning. All right, our second puller tight end coming over the top. He reads it. He gets above it. All right, and now we got a corner unblocked, which we always try to do for the most part. We try to make corners tackle. A receiver coming in to crack this safety. And so, again, if he handles his one-on-one, this should be a good play. But no, this -1 is going to track over the top. All right, now put us at a 5-yard gain and get us at 3rd and 1 instead of a first down. All because we abandon the technique and we bury our head into this guy instead of, again, the full concept of the play. We've got to get this -1 cut off over the top, if at all possible. And so, again, like this is an example of counter not working out well for us. It's still efficient, and it's good and all that. But, again, like these details matter. If you want to be a good counter team, I think it's important. All right, we're playing McKendree here. Heavy stunt team. Good Lord. So many stunts and blitzes. I can't even freaking understand it all, right? But, again, it seems like that. I love gap scheme, right? Because, again, you can just track your gaps. Again, A gap, B gap, pull a kick the first thing that shows and not have to worry too much about being right, all right, in terms of pre-snap who we're picking up. Like, let's gap this thing out and see what happens. So they end up looping the front side defensive end over the top, bringing us a front side nickel pressure. So we end up kicking the nickel because he's the first thing off the tackle. All right, second puller gets vertical, finds the second thing off of him. Running back does a great job pressing this thing in A gap, working A gap out. He sees the outside daylight of the tight end, gets outside, goes and gets us a 20-yard gain right here. So, again, even if you're playing teams that are chaotic up front, you can still run these counter plays. Okay, this is GR counter. So, again, whether you have a tight end running RPO or you want to get into a trip set, whatever, again, it's still just guard running back counter. All right, so, again, this is our open side counter. I know we're running it to a closed side, but our tight ends and kids know if we do run open side counter to a tight end, auto get the +1. And so it still keeps the same ID -1. This is a safety at about 8 yards depth here. He's a little tight to the box. But we can run it even to a close side technically, but we still know it's open side counter across the offensive line. All right, it's not a great kick out by our second pull by our running back here. He hurt his hand the play before. You see him kind of grabbing his hand. He's getting in the way, but I sure don't like it. And again, we're getting our front side deuce. We're going to cross. Again, we're losing our first step. We're crossing over here, which is not good. All right, but we do get the big power. We do cover up that tracing linebacker over the top. And, again, at Truman, we're lucky. Our running back's one of the best athletes on the team, or quarterback, excuse me. And so now we can do a lot of these cool quarterback, runs and let him go do his thing and go be special. All right, the same thing here versus Washburn. Again, it is open side counter, even though it's to a close side, so he arcs for +1. All right, it's a much better job by our running back here. Like, that's what we want as a kick out, right? Go freaking deliver a blow, get nasty. Pulling guards coming through, doing a good job, pull left, hit left, driving his feet. All right, again, we do a good job on our combination, burying this thing down. Stay on tracks, tackle. Go pick something else up here. Don't block that DN just because. I'm glad you're blocking the crap out of somebody, but Come on, man, stay on your tracks, trust it. I like it on 3rd and long, and draw is always a good play when you have a mobile quarterback. I hate running draw into twist game. Maybe I just don't coach it well enough, and it's a me thing. But I would much rather run quarterback counter on 3rd and 12 than draw here at Truman, just because we have a quarterback to do it and it works out for us. But again, you get these exotic looks on 3rd and long and all these different sim pressures and twists, and man, just gap down backer this thing. Let's see what happens. And so here on 3rd and 15, again, it wasn't perfect. Our center should stay on tracks and not chase this linebacker over the top. That's what our running back's there for. But again, we're getting bodies on bodies. We're being physical. And now we convert on 3rd and 12 on a run play. And again, not having to do anything different. Still day one install. GT counter. We like to tear motion this thing. But again, another play I think you can do same side if you want to cap it, which we'll talk about next, or if you want to tear motion this thing to set them up. All right, but again, we do a lot of tear motion and then throw bubble screens and screen run options. So trying to manipulate this guy a little bit. So now our deuce has freaking all day to work back here. And now we're still just running GT counter, reading the backside defensive end. We get the spill. That's a little bit too twisty for me. It's a little too much of a spin top. I want to run through that and get physical and get vertical. And then our pull and tackle over the top gets caught by surprise by this inside-out backer and just ends up taking the blow. All right, but he covers him up enough. Still not the standard, but, he's getting there. It needs to be better. Again, running it to a close side, tight end automatically arcs for +1. And again, between a corner and safety, block the safety, especially their safety, because I'm pretty sure he was a first-team all-conference player. Same thing here versus McKendree. I'm going to run quickly here. I'm glad I had that extra time. I tried to make it go as long as I could. All right, we end up getting the pull here. But you can see this defensive end, you can't really tell, but this kid was built freaking like Myles Garrett. He was really good. So we kept the tight end front side to kind of mess with him before he goes to his +1 to help the kick out. All right, but again, if our running back has the ball and this D end isn't crashing and we get a give, you can see the lane which we can run through here. Quarterback ends up pulling it. And again, when you got a quarterback that can run and go freaking juke people out of their shoes, let them carry it. Don't overthink it. Cap GT counter. This is a good example of a good kick pull. One of my favorites from the season. Again, that's aggressive. Same thing. This defensive end was a first-team all-conference player, really good. So we tried to get him with the little doink front side. All right, we got a great kick out. Good job by our tackle, trusting his track. Again, we created a lane for our running back to run through. Go get vertical, go be special. Counter bash. Again, GT counter. Same GT counter your O-line's been repping since day one for us, right? 3rd and long. We don't like the look we're going to get. Let's just bash it, gap down backer, and see what happens. All right, doing a pretty good job here again. Pull the kick, second offensive lineman, pulling the kick, found our crease, quarterback get vertical. We end up getting to 4th and 2 and convert, and a big point against the eventual conference champions in that game. You can do your same GT bash with a fly sweep. So now you get the receivers involved. You got good ball carriers. You want to run some of that spread option philosophy. Now you can run the same counter bash and now get your receiver on the perimeter. Okay. I'm going a little quick here, try to finish it. Odd fronts here. Okay. Sometimes we're playing, these odd front teams that plays 4 and 4 eyes. We'll tag an arc front side to widen this defensive end. Nothing changes for the rest of the offensive line. Okay. We will change our ID system a little bit, where we'll actually will ace. Okay. Still the -2, but we ID someone out of the box to help clean that up. Right. But again, it's a minor tag. You can see what it does to this defensive end. It gets him to expand, which helps the kick. And again, now we've created a gap, let the running back get downhill. And my favorite part, what I'll end with here, is once you get it figured out, any formation, any personnel, I promise you can run counter. These are some fun ones we did last season. Again, we're in a 22 personnel go-go set. We get a tear motion with the back. We're running GT counter to the open side with the Y wing block for the quarterback pull backside. Again, we got all kinds of confusion from the defense. We get our touchdown. Same thing here versus William Jewell. We're in the full house freaking backfield. We get our backside tight end arc, our 2 tight ends out of the backfield arc. We've got some really good perimeter blocking rules. If anyone was ever interested in learning about that, feel free to hit me up. That's been really good for us. But again, whether you want to get in the heaviest formation or spread out in 10 personnel, I promise you can find a way to run counter. And in my opinion, it should be able to be effective for any and everybody. Now, those that don't run counter, obviously, no disrespect. You do your thing. All right, all good. But again, that's kind of it for me. Super grateful for this. Again, there's my contact, my email, my Twitter. Hit me up, ask questions. And these are kind of my guys here. All the guys we've been watching, freaking been lucky, been blessed to coach these guys. Great players, had a lot of success here. And, you always know why. It's because of the players. It ain't because we're some offensive savants. I can tell you that much. But, yeah, that's it for me today. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Coach. Yeah, counter is the best play in football. So I've been
awesome,
saying
man.
that.
So multiple.
No doubt. Well, Coach, I appreciate you. We're going to kind of roll on, get next coach in here. Thank you for doing that.
So absolutely appreciate you, man. Appreciate the opportunity, and good luck this fall.
Appreciate it. You too. All right, guys. Hey, we are rocking and rolling. Okay, this is the 5 hour mark coming up. Kind of rocking and kind of flying by. I'm not gonna lie to you. You're still with us, guys. You've been here since the beginning. I know Coach Easton's been here since the beginning. If you've been here since the beginning, make sure you check in with us. Make sure we know you're still here. Still have 80 people watching. 73 on YouTube, 7 on Facebook. Make sure that we are liking the stream. Make sure you go ahead and subscribe if you have not yet. And we'll keep rocking. I sent the invite to Coach. He hasn't joined yet. Until he does, we'll go ahead. Go ahead. I'll tell him to go ahead. And we'll keep going. I appreciate everybody that's donated. I'm gonna put it up real quick. If you want to donate, there's the Cash App and the Venmo. I've already had a couple people do that. Again, these clinics are free, and I don't ever charge for these. But if you feel like you would like to support what we're doing, go ahead and just pull your camera out and scan those QR codes for me, and consider donating. It helps me pay the bills, and my wife allows me to keep going, keep doing this. So go ahead and just have that on there for right now. And then we will get Coach on here in a second. Coach, I can see in the background your video is not up. There it is. Cool. All right. I'm going to go ahead and take this off, and we will get back to regular scheduled programming. Coach, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, man. If you want to go ahead and share your screen, we'll go ahead and start a couple minutes early. And get rocking. All right. Cool.
Got me?
Good. Yep, I got you. I'm gonna back out. You got it.
Awesome. First off, Coach, thanks for putting this together. Thanks for all the coaches tuning in. Let's jump right into it. We're going to talk about run game fundamentals and technique today. So the first one we're going to talk about is lift, drive, and torque. So the main coaching points. I tell my guys, you want to be armless from behind. If I'm standing behind him, like number 67 is right here, your hands should be so tight and your elbow should be screwed in. Okay, so tell my guys pinky to pinky to overemphasize it and shoot your arrows. All right, so how we do it is we'll go 2 pops in a drive. Obviously, you see the torque at the very end right there. Right, reason why we want to torque, let's say run inside zone to the left here. We want to make sure that the defender is between us and the ball carrier. All right, we always want to try and fight to win for leverage. All right, number 65 does a good job here with his elbows being screwed in. Can't really see them. The detailed coaching point I'd say for him, his feet have to get in the ground more, right? Kind of hanging in the air a little bit. Other than that, good rep. All right, so same guy right here. We're going to go one motion now. All at once, we're going to bring our hips, shoot them out. You can see that slight dip towards the end, right? He's lifting, and you can see he rebites his hips once he gets locked out right there. Right? I want to continue to lift and continue to lift your defender. Finish with that violent torque. All right, so here's some live clips of it. One of my guards just graduated here, did a really good job for us. He gets his first 2 feet in the ground, right? It's very important, in my opinion, for blocking. It doesn't matter what type of scheme, get those first 2 feet in the ground. And you can see a slight stalemate. Well, that's because you see the elbow flare. He's not lifting, all right? He gets those elbows screwed in, continues to drive, and right here, he rebites those hips and lifts his defender. And you can obviously see the defender's helmet is slightly above him when he's lifting. Here's another clip of it on the board, right? Trying to get those first 2 feet in the ground always. All right, we get knocked back initially. You see those elbows, right? Not screwed in, right? Then he realizes, all right, got to get them screwed in, rebite my hips, and win leverage, right? It's a good job at correcting it. All right, so, speaking on leverage, rules of leverage, right? If you have it, you keep it. If you don't have it, you got to go get it. And if you cannot get it at all, you have to find a way to get violent and finish your opponent. It's a good job by the right guard here. All right. The last 2 clips I showed you guys was, even leverage, no slant, nothing like that. Now, obviously, the D-line is trying to cross our face, and you can see he finds a way and gets nasty. All right, he finishes with a violent torque right there. You can see his feet aren't that good. They're slow. He still gets 2 in. Right, way to fight for leverage there. All right, root and drive. So it's pretty much, like a brace step, you could call it, or, pick it up, put it down step. Don't really give my guy hey, step 6 inches, right? It's not fair for me to say, 6'7" left tackle or 6'5" left tackle is the same as, a 6'1" guard. All right, so we're going to watch the right guard here. You can see the difference between him and everybody else. He gets his first 2 feet in the ground. His elbows are screwed in. You can see the defender's head snap back and him raise a little bit, right? He's doing a good job of lifting and getting those first 2 feet in the ground, right? Everything we do, we want to finish with a violent torque. Show it one more time. This is a good job. All right, here we're going to work the same drill, but from a med ball. All right, so in the last clip, it was working, midline targets on body defenders. This clip's an off-body defender. This guy plays center, put him a little bit tighter. As you guys know, those noses are breathing down your neck, even in a one shade. So here you can see his aiming point changes to inside via the neck, but still trying to get those first 2 feet in the ground before contact. I'll play in slow motion so you can see it, right? Both those feet get in the ground before contact. Really good tight elbows. The lifting motion is a good job. Live clip of it. So put these 3 guys on here to show everyone's getting their first 2 feet in the ground and lifting in some sort of way. All right, so you're going to watch the left guard here first. Left guard gets his first 2 feet in the ground. Aiming point is inside via the neck. That's a really good job. Right, winning for leverage. Always trying to fight for leverage. The right guard here does a really good job as well. You can see his first 2 feet get in the ground before contact. And you can see, he goes to lift, torque right now. We know the ball's being ran to the left, make our job easier, declare lanes for the back. Right tackle is also getting first 2 feet in the ground, rooting, and then finishes with a snatch. Going to watch the center here. We're on a down call. Again, right, always getting those first 2 feet in the ground. And you can see our aiming point rise inside via the neck still with off body. Does a really good job lifting. And you can see that in slow motion right there, that lifting phase, trying to win leverage. All right, does a really good job. Always tell my guys have a heavy inside hand. Make sure that ball goes in between you and the defender. All right, so cover. All right, so 2 ways to do this. If I'm already play side and my foot's already back, you can see the definition here. My first step is flat and my second step is equal to that. All right, third step's downhill. If my foot isn't back, all right, your first step is backing towards the direction of the play and your second step's equal to that and third step's downhill. This is really primarily used for inside zone. It can be used for trying to get leverage and square up at backside 2-eye. It could be used by the center when a 3-tech crosses, converting into a double team on the run. Right, but this is a good job by those 3 interior. The only thing I'll say by this guy right here, right, he winds up. I don't like the wind up. I want everything to be low to high, shooting arrows, lifting your defender. More of what 51 and 53 is doing. Right, finishing with that violent torque. All right, so here's another covered board drill. I like to put 2 guys behind the boards. As you guys know, offensive linemen tend to get a little lazy. Down here in Florida, it's 100 degrees. Those guys like to, cheat some reps here and there. Break that mindset, put 2 guys behind it on the med ball, and they'll feel the pressure they have to give. Okay, so we're going to watch the right tackle here. It's a really good job. Right, first step's back and towards the direction of the play. Everything else is downhill. Square. Elbows are tight. You can see the difference too right here. Right, everyone's hips compared to him. He's rolling his hips, all of his power into it. Tight elbows compared to him, little flare. He's pretty tight elbows over there. It's a really good job. He's on his insteps, both feet in the ground square. And you can see he is trying to lift and drive his opponent. Right? Like the finish should be a little bit better. He's better than that. And he knows that. Some live clips of it. Same guy. We're going to watch the left guard. All right, we're running duo, the left side. And for me, duo is a gap scheme play. All right, so we don't really cover in duo. The only time we'll cover in duo is if, center gives a certain call up front, foos called, or, a cage call, whatever he might call right here. Here he calls a foos. He wants his guard to come cover play side gap as well as the front side. Right, so he covers it. And you can see he's totally square, lifting his defender. Again, you can see he's trying to keep a heavy inside hand. He does not want that guy to win leverage. Watch it one more time. It's a good job. All right, so here we have a combination. We're on inside zone. We have a B to -1 here. We're going to cover. And this guy will obviously, I call that root to high leg, which will be next. But you can see he's winning leverage on the cover. And if the ball was handed off, obviously, he has leverage. Quarterback kept it here. All right, high leg. All right, so, I call it a high leg. Others call it a gallop. It's not really much of a difference, in my opinion, besides the back foot. In a high leg, the back foot's trying to stay more on the ground, and a gallop, short and choppy on the run. Right, here's a good drill. You put the bag in between their hips, have them squeeze it, working a double high leg. Open hands. I'd like this guy to have his hand out open, this representing a linebacker presence. Obviously, you can progress this drill and put a guy with a med ball here and have him step off and snap flat. Here's another way of doing it. Now we're going to walk it. Right, coming together on the run. Right, the center is a little bit off key. Does a good job making up for it, and the guard does a good job squeezing the pad. Watch some live clips here. So we have a practice one and game clip next. I love it because we rep this, versus our scout team this week, and the next clip is exactly versus the same team what we accomplished. Right, so here we're going to run a duo. These guys will do a good job to get there. We have a double high leg, vertical double team. All right. And you can see right there, the linebacker commits left and doesn't know really which side to choose. He's being swallowed by the double team coming at him. Here it is again. Same two guys, same exact look. Right, coming together on a double high leg. It's a really good job. They're both pressing off their back foot, both giving each other a target to hit. Make sure, if you're going to rep this drill or teach this, make sure you give your buddy a target to hit. You never want to take up the full body on this kind of footwork. All right, here it is coming together again, right? More of on the run by the center, just like the drill we saw a second ago. He has to take about 2 high legs to get into his midline. And again, those high legs, we want it in his crotch. Really good job showing why we do this too, okay? That linebacker is scraping over top. He's flowing over top, I should say. And he's allowed to snap off flat, right? Snap off flat. Try to do a better job of winning leverage. All right, so root to high leg. All right, so we all saw root footwork earlier, to pick it up, put it down, 3 to 6 inches, depending on, how tall you are, big, foot size, all that good stuff. But this is going to help us convert, a double team on the run when defenders cross our face. This could also be used for, a backside of a B block. Could also be used, if I'm a tight end, root to high leg on a tray or a co or C with a tackle. Okay, so you want to pick this foot up, put it down, and when this guy crosses over, you want to drive your second leg, your high leg high through the defender's crotch as best as possible. The reason why we do that, and you'll see here, it allows you to stay square to your linebacker. Obviously, we move like cruise ships, offensive linemen. We're slow, quick in short spaces, but we're not going to turn a full body, right, very fast. So we want to stay square as possible and leverage as possible. Here's a live clip of it. We're going to watch the left guard here. It's a really good job. And as you can see, right, this box, is not gap sound. They're stacking right here, 3 tech and a B gap backer, a 30 backer. We're not sure who's playing the A gap. So, pre-snap, I'm thinking, possible spike, slant, movement. Right, and here it is. Right, 3 tech is spiking. And you can see he picks it up, puts it down, and gets his second leg vertical through the crotch, keeping it high. Obviously, if the linebacker was to commit, we would have plenty of leverage, stay square, and open hand and eyes on him. See one more time, slow motion. Good. All right, here it is again by the left guard. So here we're running a deuce. All right, it's a 5. You can see he picks it up, puts it down. This guy starts to creep over. So he might blitz that A gap. He blitzes that A gap. You have to be prepared for anything. And you can see right there, all right, his knee is driving through his crotch. I would have liked this tackle to stay in a better high leg here. Doesn't do a good job staying in it and staying square, right? But the guard is what you're looking at. The knee through the crotch, driving. A good job seeing he's pushing off that back leg, not picking it up. All right, here we're running, inside zone. They're running a B block to -1. I tell my tackles, it really guards too. If guys are leveraging you, like 90% of the time, your footwork is going to be cover footwork in zone scheme, or I should say inside zone scheme. Right, the left guard, he roots a high right here. The leg gets through the defender of the crotch, and he covers. Right, you can almost see it's like a 3-legged race. All right, you ever see those like potato sack races? That's exactly what it is. Right there, overlapping. You can't see any space, any other color besides the gray and the offensive lineman, right between the hips. That's what you want. Right, driving him vertical. Obviously, if -1 was to play this gap here, he would be in perfect position to snap off flat. Right, front side has to do a better job getting to their ID. All right, so this is my first spring, this clip here. It was my first, I think, week teaching all the new techniques. Had about like 7 linemen at Weber before the fall. We had, going in, we had 20 for the fall. But, here we have 5, 2 other guys, not sure where they are. I think they were hurt. You can see how awkward they are, right? First day high legging, brand new technique, brand new players, brand new coach. And you can see it's a little awkward. I recommend you guys, if you're going to teach it, gallop or high leg, whichever one you do, definitely have them do it on air, about 5 yards, 3-4 times, pre-practice, because you want these guys to stay in there, working up the second level in this position. And you can see he's the only one really pushing off that back foot in high leg. Everyone else is picking it up. Right, you want to create as much force from the ground. All right, so here's a good job of the right tackle. Okay, we're running inside zone to the left. And you can see, obviously, we're a gap open here. All right, so the guard, he probably called a slim call. He's going to take him down by himself is what that means. He's going to gallop or high leg through the gap, knowing, our aiming point is an A to A gap play on inside zone. Right, and you can see him galloping here, right? His back foot kind of picks it up off the ground a little bit, short and choppy. Right, I tell my tackles, you want to aim down inside via the neck to the midline. Right, good job here, inside via the neck, delivers the blow to the midline. It's a really good job. We're going to watch the left tackle here. So we're running, gap scheme back to him. We're not sure if this defender, right, is going to play inside of me or outside of me, all right, as a left tackle here. So what I tell my guys is, you want to get that high leg in the ground right now in case he does come B gap, you can wash it down. If this defender plays out, right, you have access now to your linebacker, right? And you can see he kind of drops it right there. I don't really want him to drop it, but what he does good, though, is duck walking square, short and choppy. Right? I don't mind that. All right, you can watch the left guard here as well. All right. I always tell my guys, my left guards and right guards, when we're acing with this center and nose guard, sometimes those guys are a little far, so you have to take one step flat and then get vertical into the crotch or the midline. And you can see he does a good job here. All right, so rock backs, right? And another part of inside zone. I also will use this for duo, right? Duo, I know it says gap scheme play, but a lot of times, those guys will move up front, and we have to be able to redirect square and change our weight, right? So it's mainly used for inside zone. Like I said, we will use cover footwork. That'll allow us to be square and push to move, right? So I try and tell my guys, even on cover footwork or, when we're shuffling, whatever you might be doing, you want to push off this foot right here, load up all that weight and push off that foot. When you push off that foot, it's going to cause your guys to be more explosive and learn how to drive through their insteps, right? So you're going to push up off that foot. And again, their first step is going to be back and towards the direction of the play. Second step equal to, and obviously with this drill, which we'll see in a second, these guys will determine what he does, all right? So as you can see, this defender plays away, right? He's going to cover on a B block. This guy plays away. Imagine you have a tight end right here. All right, and this guy is spiking, right now to the hip. It's really hard, for the tight end to get that block, or if he's a guard, could be a tackle. Either way, it's a hard block for those guys to get. You never want these guys to airmail and earhole your adjacent lineman, right, your buddy. So what we say is, turn these off for a second. What we say is when I cover, right, my defender goes away, you want to rock back into it. I would like him to play a little long here instead of putting his full body in. But what he does a good job is converting this back into a high leg, right, on the run, right, because this guy should be covering. It's a good job. All right, so here again, so working the same kind of drill, and obviously there's a few progressions to this you can do. You can obviously do it in pods or half line, even full on stuff. Here it is. He's covering to the right. You're imagining there is a center here, all right, rooting this guy out, okay? And if he were to spike here, it would be a root to high leg and a cover right here. Obviously, he plays away, and he's spiking the hip. Again, you can see he's highlighting back into it after the rock back. It's a really good job. All right, so on this drill, I didn't mention it before, still the rock back drill. But what happens when the defender doesn't move away, right? When there's not a bunch of movement going on up front, right? So we'll say, hey, if this guy plays you and you're covering, you have to root your feet in the ground right now, screw your elbows in, obviously, and lift your defender. He does a good job. So we're never looking at the backside guy. I didn't mention that before. We're not looking at him. We're reading the play side of everything around these rock backs, and that'll tell us to rock back it or not. Right here it is. You can see he's playing him. What I like about it is, if you remember the drill earlier, the cover, right, where his hips are rolled, insteps in the ground, elbows are tight, he's lifting. This is exactly what it is, right? You see that again, the exact same thing. Elbow screwed. All right. I like to say the word screwed instead of anything else. The reason why is because those guys, like I've learned, if I tell my guys scrape your ribs or sliding by your ribs, those guys sometimes, this guy's a freshman, they'll literally, scrape it, but it'll be slightly flared out. I want to make sure my elbows are fully screwed in there, right? So he's a good job screwing it. His hips are forward and rolled on his insteps. It's a good job. Another part of this drill I will say too, I don't have it on here, but have these guys both play out right now. All right. And when that happens, you just have them follow their tracks. Okay. Because when you're in the cover mode and they do play away and he plays out and you go to rock back and there's no pressure, you have to get back on your track square. All right. So that's something to keep in mind as well. All right, so here's a live clip of it by the right guard. Really good job. So we're playing Warner here. You can see they're in a 3-3 stack. I always tell my guys, if they're in a 3-3 stack, you're expecting some kind of movement. All right, something is going to happen. And I always have a little phrase I like to say, if something's going away, something's coming to play. All right, so right here, the nose is going to spike front side, and you can see the guard recognize that immediately and rocks back into the defender. And like I said earlier, this tackle or tight end, right, it's a hard block to cut these guys off when they're slugging in there like that. Right, you can see a full motion right there, right? He covers, the nose spikes, he recognizes it. And that's the difference between this look and the indie look of the other tackle is as he's rocking back, yes, he gets half his body into him to knock it back over, but he finishes long, right? That's going to give him momentum and better timing and space to get to his ID, right? Obviously, you can see the running back just didn't trust it. The running back trusted it. He would hit it right here behind the guard. I also wanted to show the center here. All right. The center here, his base footwork should have been a root to high leg. What I'll say is take all of it, right? If you need to take all of them, put both feet in the ground and drive and do that. And this is why I always say get those first 2 feet in the ground. Your first step, yes, pick it up, put it down. And your second step will dictate, by the time your defender goes. And you can see he does a really good job too of rooting, lifting, and washing him out right there, right? Keeping leverage, heavy inside hand. Here, just want to put this up, proud of my guys, up front. I always say we are coaching and teaching, but those guys are out there, playing hard, and practicing hard for us, right? So this is their accomplishments, and I'm proud of them. Coach Tatum, I appreciate you having me. Appreciate everybody who tuned in to listen. If you have any questions, feel free to, follow me on Twitter or hit me up by my phone number if you need me. All right. Appreciate you guys and have a good one.
Appreciate it, Coach. I appreciate you coming on and sharing with us. Love the presentation. I love the fundamental ones. Those are always good ones to kind of track, especially for the summer type deal. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you, man.
Yeah, man. All right. Guys, I got a few minutes before I bring Coach on. Make sure you're liking the stream. Make sure you go ahead and subscribe. If you haven't, make sure you like the page as well and share it out. Right, we're slowing down a little bit, but we still got a ton of people. Still got 66 folks here trying to get better right through the afternoon sessions. But Coach, How you doing, man?
I'm great. About you?
Man, I'm living the life, living the dream. Summertime.
Yes,
All right, Coach, you want to go ahead and share your screen? You should be a little monitor with the plus sign down in the bottom. Click on that, hit share, and then just click your tab. But let's see. Coach is going to be talking about pass protection. Coach Bice is at West Georgia. All right, Coach. There you go. Awesome. I got your presentation. I'm going to back out. You got it.
I appreciate you. And I'm glad to be here, man. I had to take some time out of the day. I'm at the Down and Dirty camp down here in Central Florida. So just getting my days going. We got 3 days today, trying to get these O linemen, D linemen working. But I'm excited to be here. But yeah, like Coach said, I'm Devin Bice. I'm the offensive line coach, tight ends coach, and offensive recruiting coordinator for West Georgia. And I'm excited to be here, man, and be able to talk ball and be able to talk about offensive line play. Okay. And I always like to show this PowerPoint and just talk about my guys, give them a little shout out. But I mean, you know where it is, where we got to win at is in the trenches. All right, a little bit about me just before we kind of get started. I know a lot of guys know me, but if you don't, my name is Devin Bice. I'm from Bonifay, Florida, right outside of Panama City. I played offensive line at the Citadel. I'm going into my 13th year coaching. And the cool thing about my story, and if you don't know my journey, I've coached at every level besides NAIA, right? I started off as a high school coach and then worked my way up from a GA at NC State to D3 at center to D2 at West Alabama. Then we just finished off our second year at Presbyterian College, went 10-2, and now we're at West Georgia starting back in January. So worked at every level, man. So I get it, and I've been in your shoes and just keep working for sure. All right, so what I want to talk about today is just pass protection, okay? So I'm going to talk about 50s and 60s and the way we teach it at West Georgia and just kind of breaking it down for you guys so you can see what we teach fundamentally, but also adjustments and what we look for to be able to pick up blitzes and different stunts and all that stuff as well. All right, why pass protection? So for us, we drop back pass a good amount, but I mean, we're about 50-50. I know a lot of people like to say that, but we're true 50-50 because we like to do a lot of RPOs and all that stuff as well with our run game. But we do drop back pass a lot. So we really have to truly work on pass protection. All right. And so that's number one, just it's important. All right. Number two, how to communicate with the running back. So for us, if we're 60s and the running back's incorporated, you have to be able to communicate. And we use hand signals. We make sure we communicate with him and the quarterback and make sure they know who the mic ID is, who we're working to and stuff like that. Because we play in a lot of places, man. And if you don't use hand gestures and be able to communicate, he might not know who the mic is and who his guys are that he's looking for. Number three, just adjustments versus movements and blitzes, right? So it's very important to understand, especially in 50s when it's only 5-on-5 or whatever it is, we're working the box with 5 linemen, understanding that we have to adjust if there's a blitz or like how do we pick these things up when we got to help the quarterback out, right? And then number four, best way to protect with no running back in 50s, right? So how do we truly block what we need to block in pass protection if there's no running back and there's just five guys blocking, right? So I like to be able to incorporate those things and be able to talk about that in pass pro, okay? Our protections. So for me, before I even talk about 50s and 60s, we got to understand the pocket, right? So I look at the pocket as a home plate in baseball. Okay, so my center and guards are going to determine the depth of the pocket. So my O-linemen have to understand, is it a 3-step drop by the quarterback, 5-step, 7-step if we like to get to that. But we have to understand, is it quick game? Is it true drop back pass? So my center and guards have to understand that. And then my tackles, they determine the width, right? So I'm not a big component of, hey, my tackles, I want to work out, I want to work back, right? So if it's a wide jet alignment defensive end, I'm not going to work out to him. I'm going to work vertical and let him come to me before I even get any width, right? So I have to truly understand that, and that's why I look at it. A lot of people look at it as a circle. I look at it as a home plate in baseball. And then for us, I teach them a perfect set and equals bull rush, right? So the defensive lineman, you cover them up, they're automatically going to go into bull rush because they don't know what else to do because now we're even, right? So if I get a bull rush, I did it perfectly. Now I have to make sure I pick up the bull rush, okay? All right, so now going into our protection, so 60s. All right, so we make a call. I know a lot of guys, Rip, Liz, whatever it is, we make different calls for if it's 3-man, 4-man, and 5-man slide. Okay, just so our guys up front and our running back knows what the call is. So you can pick whatever verbal call you want to make. But we make a call according to if it's a 3-man slide. So like the top one, 3-man slide. So it could be a Liz calling this look right here. But we identify the mic. Okay, so if we get 60s by the quarterback, we identify the mic according to where the true mic is. So if you have 3 linebackers that are at linebacker level, you are identifying the true mic, okay? And we're pointing to him and identifying who the true mic is, and that's who our slide side is working to, okay? Now, by us gesturing the call and doing the hand signal for us to understand that it's the 3-man slide and we're working to the mic, now the running back knows that he has the next linebacker in the box to the outside guy. So it could be a nickel off the edge, a corner off the edge, or a safety off the edge. But he has the next linebacker in the box to the man side to anything off the edge. Okay. Now, devil's advocate, we can also pick up anything off the edge to the slide side. And I'll talk about that and I'll be able to show that on film as well. But we always want to make sure that in our offense, and you'll see in clips, our running back, if his guy doesn't come, he wants to get out quick, right? And I know it's a lot. That happens a lot, especially in a lot of people's offenses where the running back, oh, my guy didn't go, so I'm going to get out into my pass route. So we got to make sure that we understand that if something comes late, we can pick it up off the edge. Okay. So, but we're picking up the true mic. We're sliding to that guy. We're doing hand gestures so the running back knows who he has left outside of that. Okay. And then I teach my guys, we have a slide side and a man side. So slide side, you are blocking the 3 guys in your slide side, 3 to 4 guys on your slide side. If you're on the man side, you are now picking up your man. All right. So if anything else comes, you don't have it. That's the running back's man, defender. Okay. So you have the man side. All right. I also teach my guys, you pass set according to the technique you have on you. Okay. So there's no need to haul butt out there and glide if he's right here on you. Okay. So in this look right here in the top right, my center has a shade. So he's going to vertical set and try to cover him up. And I also teach, hey, if you're the last man on the slide, you're the buster rule player. All right. So what that means is you have that buster no matter where he goes. Right. So if that shade would cross your face, you have to stay with it. You're the last man on the slide. There's nobody else coming. The man side's taking care of their man. Okay. But the center is going to pass it vertically to pick up that shade because he's right there on him. Okay. Same thing for this look right here. The guard, his eyes are to the mic. So he's going to vertical set because the mic's right there in the 30. Okay. And then my left tackle, he's a little wider. He's a 5. So he can glide out there to him and cover him up. And the way I teach my guys is I want to make sure that I am inside leverage, but covering him up. Okay. So inside leverage, covering him up. So then he has to determine which way he's going. And I can pick it up either way. If he goes outside or if he wants to send across my face, I can have that, but I want to have inside leverage covering them up down the middle. Okay. So that's the 3-man slide. 4-man slide. We make a call. We understand it's a 4-man slide. We make a gesture. We identify the true mic. And now 4 guys are sliding to the slide side to pick up 4 guys, a possible guy off the edge as well to that slide side. And then once we identify that, the running back knows he has the next guy in the box, the will. And then my right tackle right here in this look is, man, he's by himself. He's on an island. So he has that guy no matter where he goes. Okay. So 4-man slide right here. Same thing. You're going to pass that according to what the technique is on you. And in this look, unlike the top look where the center was the buster rule player, now my right guard is the buster rule player because he is the last man in the slide. And if that nose was slant across his face, he has to stay with him. Okay. Same thing. Running back now has the will or anything off the edges. All right, so we got to make sure we understand those. All right, and I know you can see in my notes too, we have alert fans, so we can only fan to the slide side. So if a linebacker would walk up off the edge or that mic unravels and comes off the edge, we fan that. We make a gesture, fan, and we go out to it. And I got a clip of that in my film to show you what a fan looks like. But we can fan that because now we have to go out to it. We have 2 men outside the tackle, so we have to fan that. Okay. All right, now we have 5-man slide. So this is if we get a reduction front or a 4-eye backside, we can 5-man slide that. All right, so you can look right here. So we have a true reduction front. So the strength is to the left. We have a 4-eye to the right tackle. 5-man slide that.
All right, and the same thing, we got 5 for 5. So we got the 4 down lineman, a true Mike, and we have to make sure we gesture that to the running back. So now he knows, hey, I got the will or I got anything off the edge before I get out into my pass route. Okay. All right, and then we got the fan look right here. So just like I talked about, so if the Sam is now walked down before the snap, we can fan that because we have 2 guys off the edge, and we have to make sure we identify that because it could have been a Liz call or a 3-man slide call. And then we want to now get a fan out there, so communicate it down the line. So now the center and backside guard knows we are going out to those 2 guys off the edge. Okay, so now the center has to pick up that slant tackle, and then that guard's got to stay on that nose as the buster player. All right, and then with that fan, now we got to identify that to the running back too, because now we're not working to the linebackers out in the box. He has 1 to 2, those both linebackers in the box. So if either one comes, he has to pick one of those guys up. So it's very important for us to be able to identify who we're working to, but then also gesture and communicate to the running back, like I talked about before, of our calls. So then we know, hey, we're calling a fan. So now running back, you have those 2 linebackers in the box. Okay. All right, so now talking about adjustments. So we got the Mike walk down. He's mugged. So we got 5 guys on the line of scrimmage. It's a bear front. Hey, it's big on big. 5. We got 5 guys for 5. Okay, so we gesture to the running back. Hey, big on big, 5 on 5. Now you have anything else. So we pick up these 5. You got anything else? So those 2, the nickel, Sam, the will, the safety, anything off the edge, you got to pick it up. You got to go coast to coast, just like you see in the picture. Okay, so we got to make sure we pick that up. We would vertical set that. So anytime we say big on big or 5 on 5, we are vertical setting, because a lot of times, and we'll see it a lot, is where that Mike might mug down and then he'll bail, and then somebody else will come. So we got a vertical set to make sure that we pick up anything that comes, and that allows us to get depth. And if there's any twist game or any blitz, we can pick it up. Okay, so for us, we're huge on vertical set, especially in the 50s, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But vertical set, if we get any difficult stuff, big on big, 50s, we vertical set, get 3 yards back, let it play out, and let it fall into our lap. Okay, all right, box and bam. So if we get odd front, these are the adjustments. Okay, so box, box, box. We got a Okie front, so 5s, head up, nose, and then we got 4 linebackers at linebacker level. We'll call that a box call. So what that means is the center's going to vertical set, the guards and tackles are going to vertical set, but now they have 1 to 2, okay, to pick up the Sam, the Mike, or the Will, or the outside linebacker. Okay, so we can pick up anything that comes off the edge. So box, box, box. If we get an odd front, Okie front, we can box this and be able to pick up any one of those. So what that means is the center's vertical. He's manned on the nose, and now we're 2 for 3. Okay, so the guards and tackles can pick up the D end and any linebacker that comes. Now, if both those linebackers come to one side, the running back has to be involved. Okay, so we call box. So now he's looking, just like you saw in the big on big, he's working coast to coast. So we give him a gesture, hey, box, box, box. We got the box. You work coast to coast. So if both linebackers come to one side, the running back has the outside guy. We'll pick up the inside linebacker coming from the box. Okay, so that's big for us, especially in the odd front or the Okie front. We want to call box, and we have 4 linebackers at the linebacker level. All right, the next one is bam. So we call bam, bam, bam. What that means is back on the Mike linebacker. Okay, so same thing. So it's Okie front, stack look with the linebackers, 3 in the box. We call bam. All right, we have the linebackers, the Sam Nickel, the Will, and the running back automatically has the Mike. All right, so it's 2 for 2. Center's still manned up on the nose. Okay, so we got to make sure we gesture those. Same thing, we're going to vertical set, let those things fall in our lap, and make sure that we understand that we're communicating with the running back, and he knows who he's getting, and we can vertical set on that. I know a lot of people, if they get odd front, they want a 4-man slide that and still be able to pick the true Mike up and all that. We used to do that, but then we started getting a lot of movement, and we're 4-man sliding. Now somebody crosses our face, or a linebacker comes from linebacker level to the man side, we can't pick it up. So why not just vertical set? When they do this look, a lot of times they're bringing only one guy, or they're not bringing anybody. So we can still pick up everything instead of 4-man sliding and then going to one side. We changed it a long time ago to be able to do the box and the band. Okay. All right. Now we're getting into 50s. Okay. So 50s, we automatically vertical set. Okay. So just the base rules before I even get into the adjustments, base rules, we are automatically vertical setting. Now we're still going to identify the true Mike. We're still going to have a three-man slide and all that stuff, but we're going to make sure that we vertical set first. So instead of truly sliding to one side, we vertical set with our eyes to that true Mike. Okay. We got to take care of the A and B gaps, the most dangerous gaps. That's between you, the defender, and the quarterback, right? So we got to make sure we take care of the A and B gaps. Anything off the edge that we can't pick up is the hot, quarterback's got to throw it. Okay. So, and especially when we do a lot of 50s, it's a quick game. He's going to get the ball out quick. So hopefully we can get the ball out quick and not get sacked. But the thing for us is we're still identifying the true Mike. The quarterback can change it if he wants to, but we're identifying the true Mike. We're still calling our slide side of that side, but we're vertical setting, like making sure we're taking care of the A and B gaps. Okay. Now the adjustments, squeeze call. So if we get 6 guys on the line of scrimmage and it's 50s, we know the running back's not staying. We squeeze it. So what that means is instead of vertical, now we're vertical with a direction of more of the inside. So now the guards are looking at the A gaps and the tackles are looking at the B gaps. Okay. We get a lot of this look, right? So we get mugged up and we get 2 linebackers walk down. We still identify the true Mike. So in this look, it would be a Liz call, technically, 3-man slide. But what defenses do in this look is wherever the center slides to, that's who leaves, and the other linebacker comes because now he's going away from him. So we came up with this squeeze call for the center to automatically vertical set, now make them determine who's coming. Okay, that's big for us because we see it a lot. You see it at all the levels where it's 50s protection or whatever it is, and the center, he slides to one linebacker and he bails, the other one comes, and now there's nobody picking him up, right? So for us, we just make a squeeze call with the mug look. Center gets vertical, make them determine who's coming. Whoever bails, now he can turn back and pick that guy up, and we're still 5 for 5. Okay. And the adjustment I love is this next one, the red and blue. So what we do is we identify the true Mike. Okay. But if the other linebacker comes, we can change the direction of the slide if it's pre-snap. Okay. So in this top look, we have a red call. So what this means is we identified the Mike. That's to the left. So we have called a Liz or a 3-man slide. The Mike is looking like he's not coming, but the Will has the demeanor of coming, right? He's creeping up. We call a red. So what that means is we vertical set, but now instead of our eyes going to the Mike, now we change our eyes to the Will and be able to pick that up. Okay, so it's big for us. We've done that the last couple of years and been very successful with it because we're still vertical setting, but instead of now truly just looking at the Mike and trying to pick up the Mike, if somebody else comes, now we can truly, if we have a demeanor where we think somebody else is coming, we can pick up the opposite and change the direction of the protection, right? So on the bottom one, we have a blue call. So what that means is we identified the Mike as the right linebacker. All right. We have the demeanor of the true Mike or the other linebacker on the left creeping. My O-line, hey, blue. So now what that means is now we vertical set. Our eyes now shift to the left linebacker, the blue side, and now we can pick that up if he comes. So now it's 5 for 5. We can pick it up. Most dangerous A and B gaps. Okay, so way better with our adjustments if we're able to do that, especially pre-snap. Now post-snap, we have to adjust, right? So we got to make sure we vertical set. My linebacker doesn't come. He comes from depth. We got to make sure we get that. But if he's creeping and has that demeanor, we can change our call. Okay. All right, so that's my presentation. Now I'm going to go to the film to be able to show you guys. All right, so protection. So what we have here, we got 60s. And I'm going to show you right now. This is 60s protection. But look how quick the running back gets out. Boom, right? So we identified, we got a rip call or slide to the right. Okay, you can see everybody's communicating. My left guard's communicating. Hey, it's a 3-man slide to the right. Running back, hey, that's the end of the slide. You can adjust. And now you have the left linebacker. 41 is his linebacker because we identified the Mike as the one on the right. All right, so now we got a slide going to the right. You can see my tackle. Wait, we got 2 guys off the edge, right? So number 8 looks like he's coming off the edge. Hey, fan. We could potentially fan that. All right, so we got the Mike to the right. Running back sees 41 has the demeanor of not coming. He's out quick, right? You can see in our offense, I'm telling you, running backs, if their guy doesn't come after a second, he's leaving. Okay, but great job by my right tackle. Hey, it's a potential fan. He goes out, that guy drops, he gets back vertical. And now we're still able to pick this defensive front up. We got a man side on the left. You can see my left tackle does a great job of vertical setting, right? He's a wide jet aligned defensive end. What that defensive end wants you to do is slide out to him, because what he wants to do is you slide out to him, he can just cut underneath. So for us, we teach the vertical set. He's wide, get vertical. He's got to go through you to get to the quarterback. Great job. Now he has a bull rush. Now he can sink, sprawl, and anchor and make sure he stops that penetration. It's a great 60s protection with the running back getting out quick, right? That's what we want. We want to make sure he can get out for the potential check down, okay? And we got a beautiful catch right there because the quarterback can throw it and throw it to our really good receiver out there, okay? But really good job. You can see we're getting depth. You can see the pocket is just like a home plate, like I talked about earlier. We want to make sure we stay square, cover these guys up, but have inside leverage. And once I feel the bull rush, now I have to adjust and I teach the sink, sprawl, and anchor. Okay, so can't get too deep and get in the quarterback's lap. All right, next 60s protection. So you can see we're identifying who we got. All right, so it looks like we got a Liz call or a 3-man slide to the left. My right guard, he identified, hey, running back, this is what the way you got to come, because we called a Liz or a 3-man slide to the left. All right, but we got a fan over here. So looking at it, so we got 2 guys off the edge, fan. All right, running back. Hey, when we call fan, I talked about it earlier. If we call fan, now you have to adjust, and you got the linebackers in the box, right? So you can see this is a great job right here of the running back understanding that. And now he has 24 who comes like green dog, kind of delayed. He picks him up. Number 5, really good job by the running back. We got a fan, 2 guys off the edge to the left guard, left tackle, staying square, vertical set, let them come to him. All right, really good job by my right tackle, right? So we have a wide defensive end, number 41 / linebacker, that's over the tight ends, okay? But he has a 4-hour or 3 on him. He's going to vertical set, but he have his eyes out there to 41 and adjust once he goes and twist, right? So really good job with him also understanding, hey, the center got to understand that guy's looping all the way. We got to communicate it down the line. Hey, twist. Now the center's ready for him to come into his lap, okay? But really good job by the running back. I want to make sure I put this clip on here of understanding, hey, we got a fan call, so now he's got to get 24 because he's in the box. He's got to stay and pick that up. And now quarterback's got time to throw. Really good job right here when we beat Furman. That's awesome. Love to highlight that. All right. Another 60s protection. All right, so looking at the defensive front. All right, looks like we have a 3-man slide to the left with the gesture. Talking, good job by the right guard. All right, hey, well, looks like we mic number 10. Okay, so we mic number 10. The running back has anything off the edge. He's got 31 to the linebacker off the edge, number 20, that's coming off the edge, right? So he's got to go all the way out there. You can see him. Once we identified who the mic was, we got the gesture by the right guard. Now you can see the running back is now looking at who he's got. He's got 31 to 20. Now, they both come. Okay, great job by the right guard. That defensive tackle crosses the center's face. He gets vertical, and now he's able to pick up the down lineman and potentially the linebacker coming as well. And now the running back has the guy off the edge. We want to make sure we take care of anything in the box and let the running back take care of anything off the edge. Okay, so great job by our guys up front, vertical. They got a bunch of twist game going off in the front. Really good job by my left tackle. That guy's wide outside the tight end. Work vertical. Don't go out to him. My left guard, hey, that guy slanted all the way out to the tackle. That defensive end dropped. Now I can look back in to find some work. We're able to pick all this stuff up just by communicating, understanding what's going on, and working vertical instead of working out. Really good job. Really good tight end right there, All-American. All right, now going into the 50s. All right, so like I talked about before, so 60s, we had a true identifying the mic, and we're able to glide and pass set according to what the defender is. Now it's 50, so we got a vertical set. So no matter what, we're still identifying the mic, we're still calling the different calls, but we're vertical setting first. We're trying to get back 2 to 3 yards, get vertical, let it play out, and pick up what I can pick up in my gap. Okay, so this is empty right here, so this is automatic 50s. You can see our guys automatically vertical set and getting back. There's a lot of twist game. There's a twist game onto the left. A really good job by our guys, right, of getting vertical, letting the twist game happen, communicating. And what we call right here is I'm able to stop the penetrator, right? So stop the penetrator, communicate, pass him off to the guard, and then get depth for the looper, all right? So that's a really good job by the left tackle. He understands the technique, right? That tackle's coming right down his face or inside. I'm gonna stop him, help my teammate out, especially if he's going at the guard, knock him off, right? Knock him off his path, pass him over, and then I get vertical to pick up the looper. Okay, so really good job right here of being a good teammate, helping the guard out, communicating, twist, get vertical. Now I'm able to pick up that looper coming over top. And then the center, same thing. He's getting vertical, nothing comes to him, now he's good trying to find work. Really good job. This is quick game, so the quarterback's getting the ball out quick. We're able to pick up anything in our most dangerous gaps, and we're able to make a play. Really good job. All right, next 50s protection. All right, against Erskine, looks like we got 5 down. All right, we got an odd front, but 5 down. And we game plan knowing that these defensive ends / linebackers going to drop, right? So we got 50s protection. We identify who the true Mike is, vertical set. All right, we might have called a box call right here, depending on what they called, or we can even potentially just work vertical and see what happens. But right here, we're working the box. It's a vertical set. Guards are looking for work. Really good job by that right guard. Hey, I know that defensive end dropped. I'm working to the Mike or the safety. Now I'm looking for work. I'm able to help the center, and now we can get the ball off and make a play. Really good job right there, right? So same thing that I talked about, right? Don't panic, especially if I have 5 guys down. One guy, if I'm the tackle, guy over top of me, guy outside, just look at their demeanor. If they're not coming, I still got to work vertical because it's 50s. Let it play out. Really good job right here. Really good protection. All right, another example of 50s against Erskine again. All right, so looking at the demeanor, you can tell, look, hey, we might have to fan this because look at his demeanor. He looks like he's coming off the edge. All right, vertical set. Oh, he does come. Tackle's got to go out to number 4 on the right tackle. Guard's got to go out to that defensive end that's over top the tackle. Center's on an island. Same thing to the left side, vertical set. That left guard, he ain't got no work. Nobody came to him. So now he's looking for work, looking inside because that's the most dangerous. Got to cover up. There's a little twist or get a little knockoff. So the left guard is able to pick up 99 trying to come. All right, really good job by the offensive lineman. And like I talked about, 50s, it's important. You have to get vertical. You got to be patient. You can't panic no matter what the front is because especially if quick game or if we do 50s in third down situations, like there's going to be something coming. And I tell my guys all the time, there's something coming. So you got to be patient and just get vertical, let it play out. It's going to fall right in your lap if you do everything right. Okay. Really good job right here in this 50s protection. Able to give time for the quarterback. All right, another example of 50s. All right, looking at demeanor. All right, so it looks like we got a fan call out here to the left side. They communicated. You can see them communicating. We got a mic. The true mic is 33, but fan. Great job by the right guard of understanding, hey, we got 33 as the true mic. So my guy, number 30, goes out to the tackle. Now I got to get my eyes back to 33. All right, so really good job right here understanding that. Now, I would like for him to do it a little quicker because 30, that down lineman, is already almost touching the defense of the tackle. So understanding that, hey, that guy's gone a little quicker and able to pick up 33 now is better, right? So, but he does a great job of understanding that. Hey, he leaves. Now I got to look for the true mic that we identified, and we're able to pick that up and keep him off the quarterback. So great job by that. Great job by our guys understanding the demeanor of the defensive end and the linebackers and being able to fan that. Center understands, hey, he's on the island. I got to pick him up. Got to stay with it. Nobody's helping me. And then being able to pick up the true mic, number 33, coming from delayed. All right, another example of 50s. All right, you can see vertical set. We're ready ready to strike. They got to come to us. They got to come to us. If we get back 2 to 3 yards now, they got to come to us and determine what they're going to do. Really good job. And this is a great example of being able to see truly. I know when people talk about vertical sets, how do you teach it, right? It's not a back pedal. We are truly, we still have a post foot and a glide foot and all that stuff, but we are truly, I teach my guys a drill where my post foot is on a line. We get on the line, and I'm just vertically setting. That my post foot should not leave that line. Really good job by these guys. Center's working. We identify the true Mike, but we're vertical setting. Nobody comes to him. He's working. He's looking for work. Giving time for the quarterback. Great job. All right. Well, I'm glad I got to share and be able to talk about pass protection and everything that we do here. And if you guys need me or anything like that, just let me know. My Twitter is @DevinBice88. I'd love to be able to communicate and be able to talk to you guys and answer any questions that you guys have. Truly, but I love doing this stuff, man, and I've done a lot of them and I know people have questions. So if you didn't want to talk on here, you definitely can hit me up and ask questions and all that stuff as well.
Awesome. Appreciate you, Coach. Love the presentation. You
Yes,
can always
sir.
get better at Pass Pro. I don't care
Oh,
what
yeah.
it is. You can always learn something new about Pass Pro. I feel
Absolutely. And that's the same way with us, man. Like we truly, like, we don't do a lot of drop back pass, but when we do, we're ready for it. We're licking our chops because, I mean, like you saw, we want to make sure that we're protecting the quarterback and be able to pick up everything. We do every scenario, depending on the front and the blitz and the adjustments. Like we got to be able to do that. Even though we do a lot of run action stuff and a lot of different RPOs and stuff to get the ball down the field, but you still got to be able to pass pro.
No doubt. Well, I appreciate you taking time out of your day with the camp and stuff like that. So it really means a lot.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
All right.
All right, guys. Again, Coach Bice, man, absolute rock star. Appreciate him a lot. Make sure you guys go ahead and like the video and all those things I've been saying. Make sure you subscribe. We are, let me check. Yeah, we are 11 away from 4,700. So if you haven't subscribed, make sure you go ahead and check down below. Make sure you have. Do that and then click the notification bell. Make sure you get notified whenever we make a reel or a post or anything like that. It really helps us out by doing that. But let's go ahead and hop in. Coach, how you doing?
Good. How you doing? You hear me all right?
Yeah, man, I got you. If you want to go ahead and share your screen, we'll go ahead and rock and roll.
Cool.
Appreciate Coach for coming on right here at the 2:00 hour. We're coming up on the 7-hour mark. And we're gonna get rocking and rolling. And Coach is gonna talk about protections as well. So you like I told Coach Bice, you can never learn too much about Pass Pro. So, Coach, I got your presentation. You're good. I'm gonna back out.
Awesome. Appreciate you, Coach.
Yeah, man.
First of all, my name is Joe Blitzstein. I'm the offensive coordinator and offensive line coach here at Ripon College. We're a Division III school in central Wisconsin. It's a great place. I'm very fortunate to work with a lot of great kids and great people. But before we start, I do want to take time to thank Coach Tatum once again for the opportunity to speak with you guys today. I think what he's doing for the coaching community is awesome, especially for young coaches out there. I know when I first got to Ripon, we started changing some of our run game stuff. The first person I texted was actually Coach Tatum for some information to help improve what we're doing over here. So what he's doing, man, is awesome. If you don't tap in with him regularly. He's a great dude, and he's definitely helping us. All right, but diving into today's presentation, I'm talking about protecting the split field concepts. For us, split field passing game is huge. It really falls into everything that we believe in offensively, and it puts our guys in a lot of positions to be successful without being complicated. All right, so the first thing that we're going to dive into is really who we are. I think, especially as I go to more clinics and I'm listening to guys, there's so many great ideas. I mean, we've heard from great coaches all day today. But there's so many things out there that you can kind of get lost. And it's important for me to remember who we are, what our identity is, so we can make sure that those things match with what we're trying to accomplish, right? So offensively, all right, our identity is we're violent, we're vertical, and we're simple. Those are the three things that we're going to pride ourselves on and make sure that every scheme, every play falls into those three categories, right? As far as violence goes, sometimes the quarterbacks and the receivers, when they hear that, they don't always understand what I'm saying. It's not like the violence we're used to up front. But that violence is, if there's a 50-50 ball, you go grab it out of the air, it's yours, right? You're violent on your fakes when you carry them out. Those kind of things are extremely important to us. When it comes to being vertical, right, you'll see here in our second, all of our pass concepts are trying to stretch the field vertically. In the run game, we want our running backs getting vertical. Obviously, when we're blocking up front, get vertical, keep working. And then finally is we want to be simple, right? At the end of the day, we want to make it as easy as possible for our guys on the field while forcing, the other team's 18 to 21-year-olds to communicate and pass things off. Up front, we have to make sure it fits that identity, right? We all hear about it. We're the Hogs. I'm sure everybody has their own, acronym or what they use to identify their group. But for us, we're hard-nosed. We have attitude. We win. We have grit. We sacrifice. Those are things that are extremely important to us. That was created by myself as well as our guys that play here. So it hits close to home. So if what we're doing doesn't fit into those things, we can't do it because it's not who we are, right? And fortunately for us, the protection, the scheme we're going to talk about right now fits exactly into our identity. And that's probably why it's pretty successful for us. Next thing is looking at Ripon College last year, kind of by the numbers. We were top 5 in offensive efficiency in the Midwest Conference. We had 15 passing touchdowns, which was top 5 in the Midwest Conference. That was 5 more than 2024. We gave up 4 less sacks than 24 and 7 less than 2023. A lot of that, I do believe, is because we changed our approach to protections to allow our guys to be more physical up front. We increased our yards per carry from 2024 to 2025 by 1 yard a carry. We averaged over 6 yards on 2 different runs, and we ran duo for 4.2 yards a carry. So basically, we're trying to be an extremely physical team, which is going to tie in here into what we do. All right. Our split field passing game. This is essentially what it is. It is this simple. So we're trying to stretch the field both vertically and horizontally. Okay. The front side of our concepts we'll dive into in a second are going to be a little bit more of that horizontal stretch. The back side is going to be a little bit more vertical. We're trying to create easy reads for our quarterbacks, right? So it's an if-then type of read. So if we have 2 over 2, we're going to throw the ball. If it becomes 3 over 2 or some other things that they do defensively, we could work to the backside and not have to sit in the pocket and kind of let it collapse around us. Okay. It allows our receivers to make plays in space, which I think at the end of the day, if you can get the ball into your playmakers' hands, you're going to be more successful that way. All right. The next thing comes into the simplicity of it. Our running back protection and check down rules are simple. All right. So if it's 3 by 1, our running backs know they're going to be a middle hook. If it's 2 by 2, they know they're flat to the deep side. All right. So it's very simple. You know who you're blocking. You know where to go if you don't have to. And then most importantly, right, especially for the O-line guys in the room, it allows the O-line to be physical and play at the line of scrimmage. For us, when we set back and we get a lot of depth, we're just taking up space for the quarterback. So we kind of changed that approach here, and we went more to a dish set, which allows them to play more physical and play at that line. Okay? Just diving right in here to our split field pass game. All right, so there is going to be a front side and a back side, and that's predetermined by the call and by the protection, okay? So for the front side, we're really trying to high-low the corner, okay? So we're trying to look at smash, fade out, things like that make it easy to see who the ball's going to go to and read that corner, and if it's 2 over 2 or 3 over 3, right? So if we look at this, it's a clean look. It's 2 over 2. We're going to take advantage of the side. As soon as that wheel starts to work out, right, or if we're motioning across, we're doing something and that wheel flies, and it's 3 over 2, we know it's dirty. We could look to the backside, which is going to be that more vertical type of concept. All right. As we look at the backside of these, some things that we run is we run some choice game off of it. We run some post game. For us, a big one in the spring was going to be dagger, just because it takes advantage of the space the free safety leaves. All right. So here we're running dagger. That free safety runs, little cover 2. He's getting a little bit of width. We can snap that into a post and take advantage of the middle of the field, right? Another way that we could allow our receivers, our playmakers to make plays in space. All right. Running backs, like I said, super easy check down rules. If we're 2 by 2, right, they're going to work through their protection and they're going to work flat to the backside here as kind of that pull route, that last resort to get the ball, once again, hopefully in space if they drop everybody to allow them to be themselves. All right. General pass setting philosophy before we dive into split field passing, this is just kind of who we are and what we believe. The first thing is to set square. I think everybody here knows pass setting is hard enough, right? We're going backwards. Those guys are going forwards. We can't give them an easy access, an easy alley towards the quarterback, so we want to be as square as possible. Okay. The second thing is we're going to set to an aiming point on the defender, not the space. All right. I'm a huge fan of the movie American Sniper. Unfortunately, what I'm learning is a lot of guys, incoming guys, or a lot of young guys haven't seen that movie. So if you have kids around, please show them that movie. It's a great movie. But a big part of that is aim small, miss small. And for us, that's a big thing, right? So for our centers, your aiming point on the defenders, we want to set you nose to nose, okay? I want to make a 1 and do a 0 and control the space. If I'm a guard, my aiming point is going to be the corner of the eye. So where the eye meets the nose, that's a really small aiming point. That way, if I'm off in any direction, I'm still on the inside part of that defender, and I can win the rep. Finally, for our tackles, we're looking at that inside eye for the same reason, okay? This next point is probably my biggest belief in all of protections. First touch wins. All right, we're going to play long, and we're going to force a defender to react before they're ready to react, okay? Every defender is going to go down into a stance before the ball, and he's going to have an idea of what he wants to do and how he wants to rush the quarterback, right? 3 steps, I'm going to chop. 3 steps, I'm going to rip. So by us getting our hands on first, right, and playing long and getting that first touch, we're forcing them to react. So we are now dictating the rush, all right? And for us, that's a huge advantage. Our guys, they want to fight you in a phone booth. It's kind of the mentality we instill here. So we want to make sure that they have that opportunity rather than backing up and waiting, okay? The last one is in pass setting. Just don't get comfortable, right? Make sure your feet are moving, your hands refit, because any good defender, when you think you win, they're going to come back and beat you across, all right? So we're going to make sure that we're never comfortable, and we're always training that refit, especially with those outside hands. All right, now more specifically, in the split field protections, for us, everything's going to be a predetermined call, okay? So the front side of the concept will be the call side. For us, the way we remember it is all of our split field passing game protections are beers. All right, so we're going to jump into beers. All right, that's kind of how we talk about it. For the guys that are under 21, we tell them to slide away from them just to make sure we're all good, all right? But call side is going to be man on man, and we want to jump set everything, right? We want to play at the line of scrimmage right now, get those hands on, and widen that pocket. Backside is going to be gap sound rules, so we're A, B, C gap, center guard tackle. And then we're going to be a dish set pocket, right? So we're going to move a little bit flatter to our angles to make sure that we create more width in the pocket for step-ups rather than the depth and getting pushed into the quarterback's lap. Okay, our backside tackle is going to make a smoke or fire call based on the safety leverage. So for us, all that means is we're looking at the keys that are on the field, and we're going to make sure that we have an idea of what could possibly happen based on the relationship of the safety as well as that outside linebacker, that spur. Okay, and the 6-man or quarterback's going to be responsible for the call side linebacker, who we're going to identify as the point to that opposite smoke fire linebacker. Okay, so here's a little diagram. We'll talk through it. All right, so here we're going to call something to the left. All right, so we'll call Miller here. It's going to be front side is going to be the left side. So we're going to jump 1 and 2. Our guard's going to jump the 3 technique. Our tackle's going to jump the defensive end. We're going to identify the will as our point. All right. Now, when it comes down to the smoke fire look, this is kind of that look we were talking about, the relationship. So if this is the spur here, we're going to see if that safety is either outside or inside, right? If that safety is outside of the spur, we know that there's a high chance that we can get an outside blitz, all right, from this spur. He could rush outside, creating this kind of look because he is unlocked, right? And at the end of the day, we want the guys that block every play blocking the guys that rush, okay? So we're saying this is the most likely situation based on what we're given. Our running back knows he has point to opposite, okay? Our smoke and fire calls are going to be auditory as well as visual to make sure that our guys are on the same page, all right? When it comes to the individual techniques here, our tackle and our center are going to take a quick set, an angle set to their aiming point on the defender, and our guard is going to flat set with a strong right hand here just in case anything comes to him into that B gap. Okay. The next look here is now if we're running it front side, same thing. We're still running Miller. Okay, now we have a one technique to the front side. That changes things for our front side, our call side guard. He's now joining the slide on a 4-man slide with a power push rather than a jump set. Nothing changes for our tackle. He's still going to jump the defensive end. And then we're going to have a normal set here, our same dish sets that we have to the gap side. The biggest difference in this look is now that we think this spur is probably not going to blitz because of the leverage relationship with the safety, right? Because the safety's inside, we think he might be in coverage, which means the more likely combination of rushes is now going to be this fire blitz. So we're going to protect that. So our running back on his check down or his protection scan is going to work from that point to now that smoke player because we don't think he's going to rush. Okay. If there's any questions or if I'm going too fast, please, guys, let me know in this chat here. I got it up so I can answer any questions you guys have. All right. The nice thing for our protections is going from 6-man to 5-man. Nothing changed for our guys up front. Okay. Everything stays exactly the same. The only difference is now the quarterback's going to be responsible for that 6th man rather than the running back or a tight end in some cases. All right. Now getting into some individual techniques. The first thing is going to be our jump sets. So this is for the call side, right? So if I'm the tackle, I'm pretty much always going to have a jump set. And then that guard, if I have a 3 technique, I'm going to jump set. The most important thing is just to set the defender on the angle you find him, right? Gain ground with your outside foot and just go through his midline. That's the most important thing. Don't change the angle if you don't have to. Tackles, if you have a wide 7 or 9 and you want to push it a little flatter to jump, that's how we train that. But we're going to take him on the angle we find him to run through that midline. Okay, our first step is outside foot to the midline of the defender. It has to gain ground. All right, we can't lose ground. We can't flat step him if he's on our frame because we're going to end up going outside of our aiming point. Okay, when it comes to the punch, our outside hand is going to stab through the sternum, and our inside hand is going to either under or clamp, depending on the rush, right? If we know we're going to get a power guy that wants to go bull, we're going to go under right away with that inside hand to kind of stop that slow, all right? We're going to own the inside half, so that means our feet can never stop. And most importantly, when we train these jump sets, we have to train the refit, right? If I'm going to stab this outside hand, I know that a good defender is going to try to refit underneath or inside of that, so I have to train that refit, and we'll see a couple of those clips here in a second. Okay. The other call side technique we have is going to be the power push. This is when you have a defender that's head up or has inside leverage. Okay. So our steps, first of all, you have to maintain that front foot. All right. You can't lose ground with it. You got to push flat from it across the defender's face. Our punch is we're going to strike with an inside hand, strike and lift. Outside hand's going to clamp or under to control the fit. All right. But we're still going to get first touch with that near hand. Okay, we want to push this slightly past the aiming point, right? Because it's always easier to work out rather than take them on the line to the quarterback. When it comes to drill work, all right, these are some the greatest things I've ever made are these little PVC tees right here. It's just a couple PVC pipes. We put them in a tee, and we use them for just about every block we have. So here, what we're going to training is going to be the jump set. We're going to watch 65 here. This is Peter. He's our left tackle. Pretty good player for us. First thing you're going to notice is he gets hands on first, right? We want to stab right in the sternum, all right, and let our feet almost catch up to us as we control through the block, all right? Now you see the other 2 guys going, right? This is Simeon. He's a right tackle for us from Georgia. He's treating this more like a run block, right? He's bringing his hips too early. He's not playing long, which is going to prevent him from redirecting if he has to late, okay? Want to stay square and stay long. Next clip here, it's the same drill. All right, this is Jordan. Great job stepping over, right? I'd like to see him play a little bit longer, tighten that elbow down. But what he does a really good job of here is that refit right there, right? We're not always going to win the beginning of every rep, but what we're going to train is to win the end of every single one. All right, I think that's extremely important, especially when you play so close to the line of scrimmage. Bad things can happen sometimes, but you got to train the reaction off of it. Here's another way we train this, right? Everything we do, right, either it's the tee or it's going to be using parts of the field, is to see feet gain ground. All right, the most important thing is gain ground and play long. So watching Jordan here, 77. All right, he's going to play long, step towards him. I'd like to see his elbow down and a little bit longer, but he does a good job staying in front and once again refitting under that hand. Here's kind of the next layer of this drill. We'll start adding movement to force them to redirect. All right, so here's another jump set by Jordan, playing longer, better elbow, don't see it flaring, right? And he's playing the extension, and now he just redirects back with the movement back across his face. All right, but the key is to step to the midline right there, hand through the sternum, and that inside hand comes under or clamps to really make sure that we can control this in the block. Here's a jump set from the center. This is Isaac. He's from New Mexico. He's been a 3-year starter for us. This just shows that you jump and first touch always wins. He gets into the defender before the defender's ready, right? Obviously, I'd like to see a little bit better of a snap, but he gets into his chest right there, and now he can just anchor down and stay in front, right? First touch principle is going to win, invade his space. He does a great job stepping to that midline and just sitting in. All right, now kind of transitioning from the front side to the back side. We have 2 types of sets. I kind of already touched on them a little bit, but the first one's going to be a quick set. This is an angled set used by our tackles and our centers. All right. For our tackles, we want to almost have that same set every single time and then adjust our angle off of the angle of the defender to that aiming point. The faster we can get out of our set, the faster we can get our hands on. And I think that's extremely important, okay? So that tackle is going to take the same set, adjust his angle to the width of that defensive end, okay? Our center is going to take a little bit more of an angled set, try to get some more depth because we believe in a vertical set here. So he's already a yard or so in front of everybody else because we set up with our hands as a guard and tackle in the middle of the center's foot. So his job is to kind of get back into the same plane as the guard to make sure that they can work together. Our guards are going to flat set. So in a second here, you'll see a couple of drills where we're going to push flat down to the line. We want to make sure they're flat to get hands on that 3 technique as soon as possible to really widen them to create a better lane for the quarterback. A punch, the same thing. I'm going to be honest, right? For me, it's simple. It's violent. We're going to keep repeating it so we get really good at it no matter what we do. All right, we're going to stab the sternum with the outside hand, and we're going to under and clamp with the inside hand to control the block. Okay, the more we can do the same thing in different looks, the better we can be. All right, so here, first drill that we're going to do, first day of camp, we're going to do this barefoot so we can teach our guys how to control their body weight and absorb the ground, right? So this is a simple balance drill. I'm sure everybody's seen it all over Twitter. All right, I'm going to point a direction, and they're going to take one single set. All right, Jordan, here's a guard. We should watch his 77 here. We should watch his left foot if he sets to the right. Just follow that black line the whole time. Okay, that's a pretty good flat set. He's going to absorb the contact, and then he's going to slow, change direction to the next set. Okay, it's all about learning how to absorb your body, right, and change direction fluidly through those movements. All right, next drill. Our guys like this drill a lot. We do this a couple times together during indie periods, and then this is actually going to be part of their pre-practice stations. Okay, so we call it crab drill because you look like a crab sometimes. But for us, really what it is overspeed training. Okay, so we're trying to take our guys and have them work through proper technique at a faster speed than they're used to, right? If you train faster, you can naturally push a little bit faster through these blocks. So right here, this is Jordan again. Okay, he's going to be working that flat set. So I have a rope or a bungee he's attached to right here. We got a student assistant or one of our injured guys that's going to be right here. They're going to pull this band as he sets to make him to move faster than he's used to, okay? So what we're really just trying to do is get you used to moving fast, okay? This is a great drill to do in any protection. We'll change the angle of it, but this just helps our guys get out of stances and move faster than they think they're possible, okay? Here's Simeon. He's a tackle, so he's working a little bit more of an angle here, but it's the same drill to get him used to settling against that resistance, to pushing faster and controlling his body under speed. Here we're working a power push here. So this is going to be, we have a head up or inside defender. We got to get to our inside aiming point. So we're going to push, and we're just doing it at a faster speed. All right. Here's sternum stab. This is going to be a center here. So we're just learning very early in spring just how to do it, how to get out of our stance and play long. All right. The longer I play, the more time I have to create and correct any redirects. Here it is again. We're working flat here as a guard. Front foot is flat down the line, stabbing in the chest. He's a little bit past his aiming point here, but he's still playing the inside of the defender. Okay, here he is again. Flat down the line, stab, right in and settle. Here's going to be a tackle. A little bit more of an angle, right? Stab the sternum. He's playing long, and he's playing through the middle of the defender. Next drill, we'll do this with the running backs as well. For the running backs, we have them back off to simulate a rush. But what we're going to do here is, this is called picket fence. They work flat down the line, okay? I'd like this to be a touch slower, right? But he's working his range. Once he's in that handshake distance, he can put his hands on him, and the last rusher is going to be live, working a refit, a sink, how to stop the bull. All right. There's a left guard doing it. Same thing, nice and flat down the line. Hands are in front. They're never down. Sink, settle, right? I like to see him refit those hands more underneath here rather than on top. Here it is again. Same drill. Rushing, refit the hand, anchor. Nice and easy ways to do the same thing. Working flat, kick off of it, anchor. Finally, it's kind of a sequence drill, right? We're working on timing, punch, angles, putting everything together. We're going to set flat here to a defender, punch, defender backs off. We keep our feet hot. He re-engages, all right, and then he does it 3 times, all right? I'd like to see on this last part here, all right, 77 stops his feet. I'd like to see them keep going to stay at his aiming point. But once again, he does a good job refitting that right hand back into the fight. All right, couple one-on-one clips. Every O-line coach's favorite drill. This is Peter. He's going to be a left tackle here. We're watching. Just shows kind of first touch. His hands are a little wide. He clamps, but it's still first touch principle. I get my hands on first. Okay, now I can control the block. Run him around the horn. We'll be fine. All right, quick sets to your angle. Stay inside. Win the rep. Next rep here, we're going to look at the center. Okay, once again, I get my hand on first. Now I can kind of dictate the rest of the rush, right? We figured out fast that he's going to lean. So we stab the hand, he leans, chop. All right, protect the legs, move on to the next play. Okay, but everything comes down to making sure we get that first touch so we can dictate the rest. All right, now we can kind of go through the whole thing, put it all together. This is going to be front side of this is going to be the right side. We're running cores here. Front side's the right side. So we're going to jump the defenders on the right, and we'll slide to the left. We're going to run basically fade out here. We're going to run switch smash here to get an easy completion. All right, so we watch the right side first. Engage, cross the line of scrimmage, gain ground, right? Widen the pocket. That's the biggest thing about the dish is you see the pocket widen. So the quarterback has a clear view, okay? We watch the running back here. He's going to scan down into his check down. And our offensive line, we're in the fight. We're playing firm up front. We get the ball out, 7 yards, easy completion. All right. Next look here. Front side is going to be the left side of the offensive line. All right, that's the call side, so we're going to jump 1 and 2. Apologize for the film. We're going to jump 1 and 2. 1 is inside the guard. He's going to power push to his aiming point. We're going to jump here from the left tackle, and then we're A-B-C gap setting a little bit flatter as the guard. Watching the jump set first, right? A little wide hands here by 65, but he still gets hands on first and runs them around. The left guard's got that power push to get to his inside number, right? Love to see him play a little lower. And then right side, we're trying to be gap sound, get the ball off on a little fade out because we knew that 1 was going to be a run fitter, so we had all the space in the world to throw the front side. All right. This week we knew, all right, right now we're running Miller, so that's going to be the front side's going to be to the left, so we're going to jump 1 and 2, both outside shades. We're sitting really nice. We knew going into this game that if they played a 0, he was going to play the A gap opposite of the 3 technique or the 4, so we knew where he was going to play, so it didn't have to change our rules dramatically in those sets. All right, so we'll jump here. We'll watch the left side first, jump, work the angle, widen the pocket. All right, then we'll watch the backside here. We set flat. 71 does a really good job of scanning, seeing there's no threat, and then finding some sauce on the ribs to create a little bit of chaos in the pocket and firm things up. All right, looking at it from the routes, right, we're running some choice stuff here from the slot, and then we're just going to run fade out to the bottom of the screen. All right, so nice little fade out. We had all the space. We just got to put it on. Front side's going to be to the right here, so we're going to jump. And then we have our 3-man slide. So watching 74 here, the right tackle, right? He gets right through his midline, drives the knee right to him, and look at all the width that he can create, right? He's got to move his feet a little bit faster to widen him. But we create enough width and a big enough hole for our quarterback to feel confident stepping up in, all right, and getting a 6-yard gain here. I don't know why he dives, but that's fine. All right, this front here, this one's a little unique. All right, so sometimes we see some unique looks. For us, this is going to be the first defender, right? So we're calling this 5-man protection to the right. Okay, so we're going to basically make this a 4-man slide. We're going to identify 18 is going to be the point for our quarterback. So we'll 4-man slide to 11. We'll jump this defensive end, and we'll be gap sound on the backside. All right, so as this plays out, watch the jump set here by a freshman. You got to keep engaging in the space. Like to see 77 keep his right hand free so he can get off of this. But our quarterback had good awareness of what's going on. Middle of the field was open. And once again, we allowed our playmakers to make plays in space. All right. That's kind of all the time I have. I appreciate everybody for listening, tuning in. I appreciate Coach Tatum for the opportunity to speak to you guys today. If there's any questions, if you want the PowerPoint, more information, you want to set up a Zoom, anything, I'm here. My contact information's on here. So please don't hesitate to reach out. Love to connect with anybody I can.
Appreciate you, Coach. Yeah, man. Y'all hit up Coach. He's a good one. He'll make sure he gets back with you. Coach, I appreciate you. I'm going to go ahead and back you out and get Coach Hoover on.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Coach. All right. Coach, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. All right, Coach, you want to try and share your screen? This is a little monitor-looking thing with the plus sign down here. And just click share, and then wherever you're – there you go. Good. Love it. All right, Coach, I'm going to back out. You got it.
Appreciate you. Awesome. I know it was summer. I know, obviously, you guys all got maybe a little bit of time with families and stuff like that, so I think this is awesome what Coach Tatum's doing, getting a little bit of time to talk ball for college coaches in between recruiting and camp season and OTAs now. High school coaches obviously just kind of getting into the your workouts and maybe off-season stuff. I know maybe there's 7-on-7s going on or, AAU basketball, travel baseball going on, but any opportunity to talk football and try to, be the best coach for our kids is huge. So real quick, I'll introduce myself, Cole Hoover. I'm the offense coordinator, offensive line coach here at Saginaw Valley State up in Michigan. We play in the GLIAC conference. I've been at Eastern Illinois University, was where I played, where I GA'd. Got the opportunity to go out to Ball State University, work with Colin Johnson, one of the best offensive line coaches out there, in my opinion. He's out at Michigan State right now. Went to Western Illinois University for spring before I was able to go back to Eastern Illinois, be a tight ends coach and offensive line coach. And then, in January, Coach Engel called me up to be the offense coordinator here, and couldn't be more excited to kind of get rolling here and kind of turn this place around. It's been had a history of being successful, but opportunity to become compete in one of the best conferences is pretty awesome. So we'll get rolling here. I think when you talk about offensive line, it's hard to not talk about the mental side of it too. We're going to talk about physical development and skills that you can do with the offensive line, but this game is just as mental. And if you're not sharpening the axe mentally for your guys, I think you're kind of falling short. You got to go out there with the mentality of just being nasty and being physical and trying to really kill the guy across from you. Just as much as you got to go out there and be powerful, be strong, be able to move side to side laterally. And I talk about unplanned redirection. You got to be elite at moving quickly on your feet. But like I said, if you don't go out there with the mentality that you're going to win every single rep, you're going to go out there and get hurt or get somebody else hurt. So these two quotes come from my college my college head coach, who is the O-line coach over at Texas A&M now, Adam Cushing. You move towards and act like what you think about most. You think about Fortnite. You think about going out on the weekends. You think about anything else. That's what you're going to become. You think about becoming the best offensive lineman. You think about becoming the best version of yourself, the best student, the best brother, the best husband, the best father, the best role model, the best leader. That's what you're going to become. You become. The other one that he talks about is you're the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with, which I think is hilarious as the offensive line. You are going to become a product of what you're around and what you're putting in your head, in your body. And so we want to always move like we are the best offensive line in the country. We want to move like we're the best, team in the country. And at some point, that's what we're going to become. And then with this, skill development or drills that you kind of add to your toolbox, the confidence and the mentality that you can build comes from reps. You don't just go out there on a Saturday and just become, GLIAC champions. You don't just go out there on a Friday night and instantly you're state champions. You got to build confidence in your guys so they go out there and execute at a high level. But you also build confidence by continuously doing certain things, okay, by continuously repeating the same drills, the same expectations, same standards for your guys. I firmly believe that you can get that from Indy. As the offensive line coach, it's always going to come that you're going to fight for more Indy time, but I think that's something you got to do. You got to stand on the table for some fight to get more repetitions for your guys. I think you become better football players by playing football. So team is vital for the development of young offensive linemen. But at the same time, if you're not developing your first and second steps, your hand strikes, your set angles before you even get to team or before you get to game days, I think you're cutting your guys short. You're not putting them into positions to be successful long term. I think you look at the calendar, obviously, of how you're developing guys from a college standpoint. I think that this is kind of what we go with. In terms of the winter, your heavy strength conditioning, you've got to be big to play this game. Big people beat up little people. You got to be bought into the strength and conditioning and not just becoming big and not just becoming a bodybuilder, but also becoming able to move and being functionally strong. Really big in hand striking and building the base. I don't need guys hitting the sled in the winter. They just played a long season. At the college level, you're starting, 21 practices before your first game, bye week included. If you're playing in the playoffs, you're looking at almost a full semester worth of work. So really, I'm just big into punching and hitting a bag, not trying to load the spine or load drives. Really, it's really just about the hand striking. Make sure that we're very intentional about our strike, that we have hands inside, elbows sewn to our jersey, W hands, thumbs up. You tell yourself you're doing a good job in every single punch that you have. I think that's really big. And then building the base, making sure that you're able to play low, you're able to play in your insteps, you're able to keep your knees inside your ankles. All that stuff is just being able to be comfortable in a very uncomfortable position. In the spring, you teach by concept. I think, you're trying to install in chunks, install zone plays together, install gap plays together, install pulls together, install man schemes together, and all the different techniques that would go by that. Again, I think you get lots of reps. Again, go to your head coach, go to your offense coordinator, be a dick and just say, hey, I need more reps. I need more indie time. And that's every O-line coach. That's what we do. But stay on the table for what you believe in. I think if you need the more reps, then you got to ask for it. Worst thing they can say is no. And film everything. I think it's vital when when you're not worried about game, you're not worried about game film, you're not worried about breaking down the next opponent, you're not worried about teaching the next team. I think you just teach the guys to become better at what they do and see, hey, I'm not just telling you on the field you had a bad first step. You had to actually see what a bad first step looked like. And then you got to watch Jimmy, who did a really good job with his first step. You guys saw a really good hat placement, and you get to see exactly what it means. You get to teach the expectation from the film. Summer, I call these bucket groups. What it is after a fall or two seasons with guys, you get to kind of know where they are deficient. And I think if you're not working on your deficiencies, you're not going to put your guys in success. So bucket groups of, I have for my guys core strength, body composition, upper body strength, lower body power. Some guys it's just coming back from an injury, and you have bucket group partners. So me and Jack have core strength that we need to work on. So we're going to do core strength together, and I'll give them kind of a packet to work on. Unplanned redirection, that is what we do. Going backwards while skinny guys are running at us, trying to change direction on us. So trying to make them game like reps of mirror dodge, where we're going shuffling back and forth and chasing the rabbit, where we're pulling on a linebacker and that linebacker moves real quick, trying to keep a base and try to again get the speed of the game and train our eyes where we need to look, so that we're able to redirect as quickly as possible, and then fall, go play. Again, at that point the development's done. You got to go out there and see what you're doing. Young guys, there's always development plans that way in terms of like non-travel lists and things like that, but really your main focus is going and playing and winning games. For high school guys, obviously this can change based off of if you got guys in other sports. We really encourage guys to play other sports, even offensive linemen. We want to see you play basketball, want to see you wrestle, want to see you play baseball, throw the shot, things like that. That's really, really big for our recruitment of athletes. And so for us, if you're maybe missing some hand striking because you're going and winning, state wrestling, then you're doing a good job. You're developing in a different way. So I think the same thing is developing that mental side of just being a competitor and being a ass kicker, which we think is awesome. All right. Drills, the way I look at it, drills got to match install. You got to be on the same page with the coordinator. You got to be on the same page with your head coach of what we are trying to accomplish as an offensive line. If we're not pull scheme, if we're not going to do that, then throw out your pull drills. If we're not going to be a screen team with a rat kill and trying to get out in space on slow slip screens, then don't worry about the sweet thing you saw on Dan Casey of the drill with med balls and throwing them out. So you got to redirect off of that. I think you got to make sure that you're on the same page and you have clear, concise drills that match what you're doing. If you have those in your offense, but they're not going until week 2, then why are you doing a screen drill before that? I think it's got to match the install. It's got to prepare your guys for what they're going to do. I think that's really big. Clear start, clear finish in every drill that you do. I try to go off the cadence. I stole this from my head coach. Every drill we do, we start on 2. That way we're used to hearing it, and that way you can play with your cadence a little bit more. You don't worry about guys jumping off sides because they're not used to going on 2. And then a clear finish, you'll see in this some of the stuff, not clear finishes as me as a younger offensive line coach, in ways I've corrected this to try to establish that mentality or style of play from the offensive line. Simulate game environment, speed. We cross over a lot with the defensive line. We cross over a lot with linebackers to get the best look possible. I think if you're walking through, you're not preparing the guys. Again, I go back to saying that you got to go out there and you're the lesser athlete. You're maybe a little bit slower than the guy across from you. You got to go out there and still win your rep. Again, like I said, or you're going to get somebody hurt out there. So the best you can put your guys in game speed drills, then the games themselves will slow down. The guys won't shit their pants the second they see somebody cross their face. You got to enhance what's currently there. You have got to build on the strengths of your team. If you're not doing that, then guys start to feel like, what's the point? And they start to lose interest. But at the same time, you got to prove what's lacking. You got to find the weaknesses and you got to attack those. Hey, we're not a good pass protecting team. Well, you still have to throw the football in today's college football. You know what I mean? You still have got to throw the ball vertically down the field. As much as I love running the ball, and it pains me to say this, and I love duo to death, but the most explosive play in all of college football is still a vertically thrown football. That is the most, positive yards that can swing games. So you've got to be able to do it. If you're on the other side and you're like, well, we have a bunch of super fast offensive linemen, we're 200 pounds across the board and we're super athletic and we can drop back pass and lock everybody up, but we're not getting any movement in the run game. Well, you got to find ways to do that. Again, you throw for 500 yards, you might win the game. You run for 500 yards, you're definitely going to. So you got to find ways to improve what's missing. All right. Like I said, these are a couple drills that we do every single day to try to develop some better athletes in our guys. We call these agilities. You can set these up. You don't even need the boards. You can do pop-up bag or the agile bags. You can do these just even on a line with the guys, but it's just, every single day telling them, these are the movements we're going to do. We're going to get really efficient moving our feet and being intentional about where our feet are being placed. We're not stepping underneath ourselves. We're dorsiflecting as we're running. We're keeping our eyes up in every single rep that we do. This is kind of just the normal progression we do. 1 foot in each. You tell them right foot, you tell them left foot, go back. You can have the guy next to them so they're kind of competing with each other. The slow feet don't eat thing. Again, we are 300 some pounds running up against guys that are 240 pounds and faster, and we're doing it backwards. So you got to be efficient in how you move your feet. Lateral here, again, trying to push off your back foot, trying to keep your eyes up. You can tell the front guys are some of those starters and all conference guys for you, and then towards the end it gets to some of your freshmen who still need a little bit of development, and you can see kind of how it pays off here. As more guys are in the program, they get faster, they get more confident in it, they get more coordinated. And again, I think this is something easy that you can do. Just kind of warms them up during a special teams period, start the practice, or even before you get to Indy. This one is always a fun one. After you tell them, going left foot lead, going left, right foot lead, kind of karaoke-ish. Again, you can see the guys who have been in the program a couple years have done it a couple times, more confident, faster in it, and the other guys kind of second guessing themselves. And again, it all goes down to moving your feet efficiently and being very confident in where you're placing your feet. 6-point punch is another one we'll start off with just about every single day. The startup for this one, I want 6 points of contact, hands, knees, and feet in the ground. I tell them laces in the dirt. I don't want them curled up on their toes here. Reason being, I don't want their muscle memory to be the only way they can unlock their hips is when they're on their toes. We don't want them on their toes too much. Obviously, when we're run blocking or when we're punching, we want to be, all your cleats in the ground. So we try to tell them, your body can do it at any time. You don't need to have your toes curled up to do so. So you watch 74 here. Great job. Tight hands. His hips come unlocked. He falls down, dick in the dirt. First thing that happens. 78 does a good job too. I just don't like him catching himself. He's not fully getting his hips through on his punch. Right. Pretty good job with their hand placement. Again, I tell them, pretend like your elbows were sewn to your jersey. They're going to stay tight as can be here. 66, good job. You can just see his hands go wide. You start to punch almost the guy, not as much the med ball. We don't like that as much. We want to have the tight inside hand placement. Based off the scheme, we'll talk about when we want to go far pec, near bicep, where we want to go double under, where we want to go, punch the collar or punch the logo. But again, for a lot of young offensive linemen or guys that haven't played the position too much, the easiest thing you can say is just get your hands inside and you'll have positional leverage based on the guy that way. Another good rep here, 72. You can see really powerful and getting his hips all the way through, not being afraid, again, to fall on his face if he has to. 77 here never really gets his hips all the way through, but and again, pretty good job. Again, thumbs up. He's telling himself he's doing a good job every single time he punches, and we like that, getting that full extension. Cliffhangers, all right, you watch 70 here. 70 and 67 do a pretty good job of this one. You want a guy, again, just about 3 yards off the ball. And what I'll do is I'll clap, and that'll start them to lean forward. As they're leaning, they're going to try to catch themselves with their foot and try to make contact on their second steps. It's getting them to run off the ball, getting a little bit of their pad set early in practice. The good thing about this is you get to kind of watch everybody, because he may make contact before he does. Again, don't really care too much about what foot they're stepping with. I really want to see them fall really out of the window and run off the ball and try to catch themselves and make contact on that second step. 67 again does a good job here. Good tight hands, run his feet through contact, trying to stay low as he can. Fitted drive, all right, is the kind of the next piece. So now we've punched. Now we've taken our first 2 steps. Now we're going to try to accelerate our feet through contact. Again, you can place the board between their legs just to try to keep a base about them so they can continue to stay where they need to. Really good job here by 57 here in the middle, pushing off his inside foot, staying low, and driving. All right, you can see he's, again, shitty coaching here, not having enough guys finish at the top. We tell them either finish with some nastiness or get a violent shove, all right, in everything that we do. I think it can create, a style of play if you do it in Indy. Another one I saw off Twitter, you just blow the whistle, have them sprint back down the line. And again, it kind of emulates them chasing the ball down the field. But another one, again, now 58, you can see rises up. This left guard here rises up kind of the second the whistle goes, the clap goes. We don't want that. We don't want to be upright. All right, again, as everybody loves to recruit 6'5" offensive tackles and 6'7", massive dudes, but if they're not able to get underneath guys, it doesn't do anything for you. So being able to play with your knees bent, again, 70 and 57 do a pretty good job of playing low, playing with a base, and chasing their knees. Their feet never stop on contact. All right, again, you want to try to develop that. Hops, all right, getting into a little bit of pass pro. Again, another one that we'll do pre-practice. Just have them jump up and down, kind of be in an unnatural position. Then I'll tell them the angle of set I want, whether that's a vertical set, an angle set, or even a jump set. All right, so being uncomfortable, being high, and then resetting our hips underneath us and being able to push out and load our weight correctly from an unnatural position is one that, again, I felt like for young guys, it helped them get back to where their weight needed to be. All right, from just jumping, having your weight even, to getting your weight to that inside foot and pushing off of it. All right, was something, again, I thought for younger guys, you could see 75, have your hands behind, then be able to frame your hands where they need to be, being able ready to strike. Again, just have them face another way. Just, again, fat kids trying to, do non-fat things. All right, being able to then, again, same exact thing. I'll blow the whistle. I'll tell them vertical set, angle set. So they got to get back to square and then load their weight. All right. You can see trying to keep their feet hot, trying to keep a little bit of pad level to them. Try to go a little bit quicker here. I'm going to skip a couple of these to get to some of the run. All right, so starting the run drill here. All right. Boards, I love them because they're able to, just develop. Your guys know exactly where their feet need to be. They're not playing with their toes next to each other. You're in a powerful position. You spend all the offseason in the squat rack and doing cleans, doing deadlifts with a base. And so the boards are able to kind of be that physical corrector to get back to where your base needs to be. So we'll start with stitches. This is what we call the double team, the post guy, where he's trying to stitch and close his backside gap. So he's going to have his toe middle of the board. He's going to take a pace step. All right, pick it up, put it down, step on a penny. Second step's going to drive vertically through his crotch and get into that stitch position where we're not vacating the gap behind us. This is a zone drill or a gap drill. Again, anytime you're working double teams in any type of way for your offense, this would be the footwork and the technique and drill we like to do. Again, would like to see a little bit more eyes in his play side gap if this is a zone play, but good job with the second step, getting through and running. All right. I tell the guys, I don't care about your play side hand getting into the fit. The biggest thing is your feet and your hips. All right. You think about a tank can shoot in a 360-degree way, but the tank is only going to go in one direction. All right. I think about our upper body as the tank that, again, I can put my left hand on it and still be okay as long as my tank, my hips and my eyes are going where I need them to. The second I close my hips off, I'm never going to be able to come off to a backer or any second level threat. Wide zone version of it. All right. Again, I have them take a knee, so they just emphasize pushing off their backside foot, loading their weight. I tell them pinch the toe opposite where you want to go. So all of them are pinching their big toe opposite where they want to push off from. So again, they put their bottom pinky toe on the board, and it emphasizes them pushing, and now I'm running. Right. Don't like the kind of duck walk. Again, this is early in spring ball as we're installing some new plays here. Like 75 here, the right tackle, having a little bit more urgency about him, but still not exactly what we're looking for. Again, on the backside, if we open pull, we're probably pretty good on the backside of that. And then you just get to covered. All right. Again, whether this is a gap play and we're hitting our backside gap, or this is a zone to the left play. Again, just stepping over the board, putting your pinky toe opposite. So now I'm putting my instep right there, and now I'm driving my second step through, trying to make contact on that second step. A change up as I've put this guy on a knee, so he's got to emphasize being low if you don't have shoots. I thought that was a really good way for just a physical way to lower that defender. So you really got to drop your hips and get underneath it. If you're going to play tall, you're not going to move the guy. So having this guy take a knee was a good change up that I found. That helped our guys. For us, this is a zone play, so have that play side tackle a little bit wider with his aim point, trying to knock this guy out. You'll see these guys be very intentional about their hat placement. If we're going zone left, he's going to have his hat near V. These guys that are backside trying to cut this thing off, they're going to get their hat to that play side number, tight to the aim point. All right, but here you can see just step over it and then fight like hell, strain and drive. Really don't like our left guard here. Again, kind of taking a rep off. Also, partially the defense not being a great look guy. But, again, you got to be very intentional about the finish of this thing, whether it's a violent shove, finishing with some nastiness, or sprinting back and covering down. Indicator, all right, I don't have film of this. Got this from Jeff Stoutland off of Twitter. Great, obviously, one of the best coaches out there. Probably the best coach out there in terms of offensive line development. The way you do to set this drill up, you have a defensive lineman here and a linebacker back here. You tell them how you want them to fit. So if you have him go away, you'll have this linebacker come downhill. If you have him step to the offensive lineman, this guy will step out. Trying to get them to not chase and still climb vertically. You can still have the boards here so that they're still climbing in demeanor. Again, or you have this guy even cross face and you still have them work vertical. All right, you can see how this one applied to us this year, or just this past spring ball. You look at the two guards here. All right, as this guy goes across his face, we don't want to just vacate to darkness. We don't want to chase back. So they're going to put their second step down through their crotch, through each defender's crotch, and now we're working vertical to whoever is going to show up in that gap for us. Need a little bit of a better step and eyes in our gap by the drive guy, but you can see here this would work the same way for the center and the right tackle on that indicator drill. If that guy steps to us, we got to be ready to take that over. All right, have a plan, be low, got to have a little bit more drive out of that, but a good job by the guards being able to cover that up and stop the penetration. Stack drill, you can see as offensive linemen, sometimes our indie gets moved when we got to throw our red zone routes. But set this drill up. You have three guys over the tackle, three guys over the center. You tell them the A is 1, B gap is 2, C gap is 3, A gap is 1, B gap is 2, C gap is 3. You tell these guys, again, in the order, hey, go to gap 3, go to gap 1, go to gap 2. Go to gap 1, go to gap 3, go to gap 2, or whatever it might be. You're trying to sorting out movement or not non-traditional blitz patterns trying to, again, just get your guys' eyes in the right gap. You can see how this would cross over. Again, kind of same thing here. You're trying to, sort out some blitz movements. It's very, undefined exactly where they're going to, end up, but you can see, you guys just take your zone track. You can see how this one plays out here. You're in some, kung fu, crazy 3rd and 8 defense. And the right tackle sees a guy in his gap, he takes it. Right guard sees somebody in his gap, takes it. The center guy goes away, he's just going to climb vertical until something shows. He's just going to stay there until he has to come off. Left guard, same thing. Something shows, he's going to come off and take it. I think that was one of the better ones we saw to try to emulate some movement. All right. Rip the Ripper. All right. I might have time for just this last couple here. But Rip the Ripper, we're in a fit position. All right. You're going to have the, ball carrier go off one direction. All right. You can have, you stand back here as a coach, tell the running backs which way to go. The D lineman is going to come off to wherever that running back comes off to. So as he rips his backside hand, we want to rip ours and rip the Ripper just to stay engaged for one more step, try to stay attached and try to, again, finish plays and everything that we do. This, you can see 70 starting to fall out a little bit, didn't bring his hips through. We want to try to, again, not just get a holding call with our hand outside, bring that backside of hand and knee so that we're engaged there. Let's get here. I apologize. Talked way too long here. All right, just ways to try to create the crossover and create those competitive periods here. A pod drill where you just have the D lineman, you can have the linebackers get in the fit too, but you just, again, create whatever defense you might be seeing that week. If you see more shade, if you see more G, just get them kind of how you need to, and then give them a scheme. Tell them, hey, we're going to go zone right. We got to have squeeze the hip. Hey, we're going to go power this way where we're going to go around and we're going to kick out, or we're going to pull the backside guard, whatever we need to do to try to give them their different, zone 2 or gap down fits. And I think that was something that, again, just created a little bit of competitive juice between the two. Like, obviously there's no linebacker, but want that center to try to stay in the fit a little bit longer here. This will be the last one before I know I'm getting close on time here. Another just competitive way. Again, you're just kind of, have the whole team involved. You're just trying to not necessarily board drill, but have the running back read off a block, have the defensive lineman react to it. You give them kind of an enclosed space. And I think it's obviously awesome. You have your head coach, getting excited for a victory. Obviously, the big guys don't get a whole lot of love from some of the skill positions all the time. So trying to create that, I think you can create some team camaraderie, obviously buy-in for the offensive line. You have the defense root for the offensive line like it's a 4-minute drill. And then you have the offense root for the defense like it's a 2-minute drill where they got to get a stop. I think that's a kind of good way to get some buy-in for the offensive line. But again, I apologize for being a little bit late. I had a little bit more for you guys, but obviously, again, I think what Coach Tatum's doing here is awesome. I think more offensive line coaches, talking with each other can help grow this profession. But if you ever need anything from me or anything I can do to help any coaches, please reach out to me. Would love to help, do the same thing for some coaches that, helped me early in my career. But I think that's all I got. Appreciate you, Coach.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you, Coach, coming on and talking. I love it. Like I said, the fundamentals, I love that aspect of, especially getting through the summer, But I appreciate you, Coach. Don't be a stranger. I'll hit you up.
I see.
All right, man. All right, guys. Make sure we go ahead and are following. Make sure we're sharing it out. Coach Mariball is in the background. Going to be coming on here in a second. If you're excited for that, make sure you go ahead and give us a thumbs up. Coach, you got me?
Yeah, I got you.
Awesome. How you doing?
Good, brother. How you doing? You doing good?
I'm fantastic. Coach, I appreciate you coming on and doing this for me. All right, so we're going to try and share your presentation. What program do you have it on?
XOs.
Okay, so down at the bottom, you should see a monitor that has a little plus sign, one of these tabs. Yep. Awesome. Looks good.
Should be good.
Yep. All right, Coach, I'm going to back out. You got it. Thank you.
Okay. Ian, are you all going to stop me when I have to answer questions or anything like that, or no?
Yes, sir. If anybody has any questions on the side, I'll jump in and let you know.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it, brother.
Yes,
So
sir. Thank you.
here's what I wanted to talk about is I wanted to talk about some of the reaction drills that we use at the University of Miami. The first one's a simple drill. I'm sure everybody does it. It's a foot fire wave drill. So the foot fire wave drill, and this is us during OTAs, during player-led practices. So there's a foot fire wave drill. It's a good way for you to move them 4 ways, right? We're moving them laterally. We move them forward. We move them to the side. Good. And everything we do from a footwork standpoint at Miami, whether it's run or pass, is we're looking at foot firing our feet, even in pass pro. So here, right, I'm just moving them side to side, right? And to me, it's also, this is a great way for you at camp. If you got kids coming into camp and you want to see how athletic they are, how they bend their knees, how they sink their hips, their ankle flexibility is also a great drill for you to use. Run or pass, because you'll see that we will also, when we start talking, got a couple pass protection things that we talk about, and you'll see that we don't kick in pass pro. We actually foot fire our feet in pass pro here. So these are just our guys. Again, some of these guys are freshmen. Kid all the way over here on the right of the screen with the tape on his hands, on both hands. He's a true freshman, Joel Irvin, and you can see how he bends his knees, sinks his hips, right, and moves his feet. So that's just a simple drill that we do, and we call it foot fire. So from a reaction standpoint, now this is I call this our Canes chase drill, and I believe as coaches, your individual drills is you gotta put them in drills that are gonna help teach them the reactions that they need to what a defender is doing, right? So in pass pro, one of the things that we do is, this is called Canes chase, right? It's a reaction, the rusher attempting to retrace or chase the ball, right? So our job, the O-line, we chase the defender. We do not chase the ball. We do not chase the hash, at least at Miami. That's just the way we do it. I'm not trying to convince anybody else to do it our way. I'm just telling you this is the way that we do it. We do not do this in 2 minutes. In 2 minutes is an exception. In 2 minutes, we're going to chase the ball. We're going to chase the hash. But other than that, in the normal time of play, we're gonna chase the defender that we're blocking. So when that rusher, when the quarterback takes his hand off the football and lets the ball go, the D linemen, they're going to chase the football, right? They're being yelled at by their D line coaches to retrace, chase the ball, yada, yada, yada. Well, our job is to stop them from getting to where they want to go. Okay. So I tell my guys, don't chase empty calories, right? When you're chasing, chase the rusher, right? Stop the rusher from getting to where he wants to go, which is to the ball. Now, I've spoken with other high school coaches and college coaches, and they've said, well, coach, what about if there's a fumble? Well, that might happen once or twice, and you might be there to recover it. In my opinion, if we throw the ball 50 times, 52 times in the game, this is a lot more effective. This gives me a lot more of what I want, which is to wear down the rusher and to discourage the rusher, right? As opposed to that one time in a whole season, if that, when you might recover the fumble, right? So during our individual, this is what we're working on, right? During our skill guys individual, they're working on ball security and all that stuff, right? So we're a huddle team. We're not trying to run 90 snaps in the course of a game. So I'm not teaching them to chase the hash. Okay, I'm teaching them to chase the defenders for us at Miami. Okay, this is us in game action. Watch the right guard here. I know you're gonna probably go, oh, watch Malachi with a great catch. Yep, it was great throw by Carson Beck. Yep, awesome. But watch the right guard. Okay, the right guard here. Okay, watch the right guard the whole way. Don't be distracted by anything else. Watch the right guard. The right guard starts to chase at the 20-yard line. and the right guard basically goes to the other 25, right? So to me, right, that is what you want to do. You want to discourage them chasing. You want to discourage the defenders from chasing, okay? So again, that's what we believe in. Here is, in this clip, it's the left tackle, the left guard, the center, and the right tackle all discouraging Pitt's D lineman from chasing. Specifically, I want you to see the left guard. The left guard here goes with what we call an up post. He goes with an up post on the A-gap defender, bump, bump, right? Ball's gone, right? So Carson delivers a football, right? Now that D lineman is going to try to come off our left guard. Our left guard's job is to chase. There it is. See it? Watch the left guard discourage and stop him from chasing. To me, that's what I want. I don't want our left guard running aimlessly over to the right hash. I want him finishing his job on his guy. Malachi Tony's job is to catch the football, right, and immediately turn upfield and protect the football, right? Our job up front is to discourage the pass rusher from chasing. That's how we talk about it at Miami, okay? Watch the right tackle here, all right? Here's the right tackle, Francis Mawinoa. He's pass setting. The defensive end starts to chase. Watch Francis. Francis goes and cuts his butt off, right? And it also creates an edginess about how you're playing the game of football, okay? Again, here's a look at the left guard, right? He's coming up posting, boom, right? Ball's gone, and you'll see him fly into the screen here, right? Cutting the guy off, okay? But that's something that we do it in the game, but because we do it at practice, right? And here's the right guard. This is the first play of the game against North Carolina State. Just focus on the right guard. Don't focus on both circles or you'll lose yourself here, right? Focus on the right guard here, right? Again, Carson delivers a football on a check down to the running back, okay? Boom. Right? The guy that the right guard's blocking now, he's been trained. He's been trained by his defensive line coach. All right, when the ball's gone, now I got to go chase the football. Well, we train our guys to chase that guy. So now he's chasing him, right? He's chasing him and wearing him down and now making the defender be more worried and preoccupied with him than he is getting to the football. Okay, again, there's our right guard, right? Ball's gone. Defenders chasing, don't let him, okay? And it's something we train that way, okay? We do individual drills for it, right? And we also, any kind of our team setting, that's what we do, okay? Here's this is the left guard, the center, the right guard, the right tackle. But this is the left guard using an up post, right? And playing long with his inside hand and stuffing the pass rush of South Florida's guy. And then, right, instead of the ball's gone, instead of me just running up the field, right, and watching South Florida tackle our guy, right, I'm going to not let the guy that I'm blocking get back on it. So we go cut him off, right? Again, it creates a mentality, creates an edginess, right? Watch the right guard and the right tackle here. Again, ball's gone. The defender that they're protecting against, right? He's trained to go chase the football, stop that from happening. Okay. And again, we angle A set, we angle B set, we angle C set, right? We're independent hands, right? We stay inside out, all that stuff in protection. But to me, this is as important as anything else, is preventing the defenders from chasing. Right now, this is something a drill that we started to do now to teach the chase, right? So it's an individual drill. So this is chase, right? So now we're chasing on a kick. So right here, this is our right tackle, and our right tackle, he's using an angle B to C. So he's going B to C set here, right? So he's going B to C set here, bam, right? He strikes the pass rusher, right? And he strikes the pass rusher. He's taking his outside hand and getting a handle on the collar. He's going to use his inside hand as a catch hand. Boom, 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 boom. Now, you can't see me here. I'm in the background, and I've got my finger. When I point with I make them pass rush, right? Boom. And then when I point with a finger, the defender is going to act like he's chasing the ball, right? We've got to stop it from happening. Okay. So we train that. Okay. Here you see me pop into the screen there. Boom. So now this is our left guard, right? And he's going to go angle A set, right? He's going to take his outside hand to the collar, right? And the defensive lineman here, Ben, who's playing D line, right? He's pass rushing him until, boom, you see my finger at the bottom of the screen. Now the pass rusher stops his pass rush and he's going to go chase the football, right? He's going to chase the football, stop him from doing it, okay? But you got to train it. Now this is Ben, right? Ben now is on offense. SJ's on defense. Ben goes up kick with a strike to the collar, right? Boom. They got to keep pressing and pass rushing until I show my finger, right? When I show my finger, the defender is going to act like he's chasing the football, right? We got to chase him, okay? That's how you train it, right? That's how you train it. This is our center, okay? This is our center, and I'll tell the pass rusher what I want out of him. Most of the time, I'll tell our pass protector, hey, I want you to angle A set this, or I want you to angle B set this, or I want you to angle C set this. So we're working different parts of our pass protection, right, while we are doing the drill, okay? And then when I point the finger, right, again, the guy who's rushing is now going to go chase the ball. We stop that. We try to stop that from happening, right? And, you know, I didn't like what Ryan just did there. I'll go back on that. Ryan, our number 76, as he's chasing, he should stay engaged, right? He should stay connected to the defender. That's what I would prefer, right? That's what I would prefer. Here's one of our guards. He's going up kick with a collar strike. So I would tell him here, I want you angle A up kick, right? And so they got to work it, right? And now that's what I like. I like the fact when I sent the defender to chase, now Max, number 66, he's staying connected as he's chasing, okay? So that's what we do here. Here's, and I don't particularly like his set, but here I had Jamal go B to C, right? So he's going B to C, right? The guy's pass rushing, right? And then on my finger, he's going, okay? One of our left tackles here, I don't like the fact that he kicked under himself, all right? So again, we're working all that stuff. Now, right, chase, right, go cut him off, okay? So that's kind of how we practice. This is one of our left tackles. He's going angle B to C here. He's going angle B to C here set-wise, right? And then we want to make sure that our hands are where we want them, right? We want our outside hand through the collar. We want our inside hand to be able to catch inside, right? So we're working all this stuff throughout the course. Here's one of our centers right here. Good. So I told him I wanted him to angle A set this. Boom. Ryan, the guy playing defense, he's going to pass rush him until I point the finger. When I point the finger, right, Ryan's going to try to chase, right? And then our guy is going to stay connected, okay? Now, don't prevent him from chasing. Stay connected and out chase him is what I'm saying, all right? Here's JJ, 55. He's going up kick with a 0, right? Transitioning his feet, right? And then on the finger, the defender is going to chase. Okay, good. So you kind of get the idea there. Now, we'll also do the same exact thing, okay? And we'll do the same exact thing, but now we're going to chase, but now we're going to work on like if we're post setting this, right? So we work both. One day we'll do one, the other day we'll do the other. So here's a right tackle on a 4-eye, right? And he's going up post. He's trying to take his inside hand to the collar area and then bring his outside hand on an outside clamp. So he's rushing again. There you see it. You see my finger come into it. Now you chase it, stop it. So we'll work both, right? We'll work both. We'll work doing the chase drill from a kick and then also from a post. So it kind of gets a bunch of things involved, right? You'll see SJ here. I like to see his post foot go more at the crotch, but he's taking his inside hand and going to the zero, right? And then I don't like that. I don't like the fact that he's chasing him and he's disconnected. I don't like that at all. I do like the fact that he busted his butt and went back and tried to cut off 58. Okay, this is our center right here. Our center's using an up kick here, right? Boom, using an angle A up kick against a nose shade. He's taking his free hand and going to the collar, right? And he's using his snap hand as a way to catch him if he tries to cross his face. Again, guys rushing, I point a finger, boom, much better, right? Much better this rep from the one that 76 had previous where he stays connected, okay? Here's our right guard, one of our right guards. He's going up post, right? He's going up post, inside hand to the zero, boom, right? There it is, chase it, right? Stay connected and chase it, right? Here's one of our right guards going up post, taking his inside hand, going to the collar, keeping his outside hand free unless he needs it, right? If he needs it, if 65 tries to come outside on him, now bring it in, right? Quote unquote independent hands, right? I point the finger, the rusher now tries to chase, don't let him, stay connected, okay? So that's kind of what we're doing, right? And but we do it in Indy, right? We do it in Indy. We do it in one-on-one pass rush, is what we do in one-on-one pass rush. So when the whistle blows in one-on-one pass rush, right, our D lineman chase back towards the line of scrimmage. We'll do this right here. Okay. Okay, good. Now here, another thing that we try to train is we call it Kane's jumper. It's a reaction when the rusher tries to match the hand of the quarterback. All right. So when the quarterback takes the hand off the football, right, and the rusher is kind of hasn't defeated the offensive lineman, most D-line coaches will teach them to match the hand of the quarterback, right? So when that happens, you've got to have you trained the offensive lineman's reaction, okay? For us at Miami, we triple extend through the rusher, okay? So here, okay, and I want you to watch this first. Watch the center. The center is actually wearing a red jersey. This was 2 years ago, okay? But it's still pertinent, all right? The center is wearing a red jersey here. So watch the center here, right? This is actually in a 2-minute drill. And the center, the linebacker, right, rushes to occupy the center. And rushes to occupy the center. And when the quarterback takes his hand off the football to throw it, right, the linebacker tries to match the hand, right? Watch the center. Boom, right? So it's jumper, right? So how do you handle the jumper? How do you react to the jumper? Okay, boom. So here, okay, right here. Let me go this copy here. Watch again, this 2 years ago, but watch the center here, right? When the guy puts his hand up to match the quarterback, watch the center, boom, right? The triple extension. All right. So he goes to triple extension. Here you can really see it. Same clip. Okay. Here, right? Boom, right? Triple extend as if you're in the weight room. Come out of your ankles, right? Come out of your knees, come out of your hips, right? Triple extension. Okay. So what we started doing is the drill's going to say, man, coach, this drill looks just like the chase drill. It is. It's just like the chase drill. But now, instead of us working chase, right, we're working jumper. Okay, so now, in this case, the guy that's the defender 58, all right, he's going to rush 63 until I drive my finger. When I point my finger, he's going to jump, all right, and we're going to train this reaction. Okay, now, what I have not done yet, right, but it's in the works, is I'm going to tell them, right, I'll tell the defender whether to be chase or jump, and now the offensive lineman is not going to know. So when I point my finger, if I told him chase, he's going to chase, so now we have to react to chase. If I point my finger and I told him jump, he's going to jump, so that now the reaction is more natural. You know what I'm saying? So right here, but you can see Samson 63 triple extend right on the defender. Okay, this is one of our tackles, right? He's trying to use angle B to C. Again, I'll tell them the same thing here. I'll tell them what kind of angle set I want them to use, so they have to implement it, right? And at the same time, here, Matt, the right tackle here, 78, he's trying to keep a relationship of his outside hand at the collar, his inside hand, right, to be able to catch him, right? So you're working all that, right? You see their feet moving, okay? You see their feet moving, and then boom, right? You see the triple extension, right, from the offensive lineman. Now, I think our chase drill and I think this drill are really effective because we're also coaching the dog out of the defender, okay? To me, that's really, really important. Now, I don't think this kid here, 65, I don't think this is a good example. All right. Here he goes angle A set. He's going lateral to almost up, right? He's taking his outside hand, right, at the collar. Okay.
30 seconds, coach.
When the defender jumps, right? When the defender jumps here, okay, he doesn't triple extend. So I don't like that. And I told him as much, right? Here, again, here's our center. And our center is trying to angle A set this, right? Boom, right? Now, watch. Boom. There's a triple extension. This kid, 76, he was actually the same kid wearing the red jersey in the example I gave previously, okay? But you see it there, right? You see the triple extension that comes through. Again, right, you've got to, as an offensive line coach, the worst defensive linemen on your team are the offensive linemen. Okay. So you got to coach the heck out of them. You got to, excuse me. You got to, yeah.
Coach, that's time right there.
You got to coach the heck out of them of rushing it. Ian, go ahead.
Yeah, that's time right there, coach.
Okay. Well, yeah. I appreciate it. I hope you got something out of it.
We did, coach. I love the reaction stuff. I love your man finish stuff, all that stuff we've gone over before. I appreciate your time coming on and helping out high school coaches.
Okay, bud. I appreciate it. If there's anything you need, let me know.
Yes, sir, I will. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, bye. All right. Guys, Coach Teasley, how you doing? Can't hear you, Coach. Let's try and you might have to select your microphone. No. What I have done, Coach, is I've had people join on their phone. You get the audio on their phone and have the video from there. If you want to try that, otherwise I can't hear you. If you have I don't know if you have your email on your phone, you can get it, or otherwise I can send it to your Twitter. Well, while Coach is doing that, guys, appreciate everybody for stopping in. Make sure you go ahead and make sure you go ahead and subscribe while Coach is getting on. If y'all enjoyed Coach Mariball, make sure y'all give me a thumbs up. That was awesome. Coach Teasley's going to be just as good. We get him on here. We are rocking and rolling 7.5 hours here on the stream. Appreciate everybody that was kind of signing in with us and doing that. Let me check something real quick. Let's see. How close are we to 4,700? We are 8 away from 4,700 subscribers on YouTube. So if y'all want to go ahead and head over to the YouTube for people from Facebook, or if you are watching it right now, make sure you go ahead and subscribe. It would mean a lot to me. No, I still muted. No, it's not. I still can't hear you. There we go.
All right, so you can hear me on the phone.
Yeah. I'll meet you right there. Awesome. So, all right, coach, down here in the bottom. Let's see. You might have to turn your computer volume down.
Yeah, let me do that.
There you go.
All right.
All right, cool. So, and then down here at the bottom on these tabs, you should see what looks like a monitor with a plus sign. If you want to click that, you can share your screen. Where do you have your presentation at, Coach?
Exo's Hub.
Okay. You go to share screen, and then if you have it up, you might have to go to window. Yeah, let's see. Yep, there it is. Perfect. All right, Coach.
All right, it's sharing.
Yep. If you want to go to a full screen, I'm gonna back out. You got it.
All right. Yeah, I'm on a vacation home, so if the Wi-Fi gets spotty, I'm gonna go back to the smaller screen because when I test ran earlier, it was running a little better, not in full screen. All right, so I'm Lonnie Teasley. I'm at University of Nebraska Lincoln. Been at South Carolina the past 5 years. I played at Winston-Salem State, North Carolina, so a lot of background in North Carolina. Appreciate you, Coach, for having me on. I got my first coaching job, high school in South Carolina, then went to South Georgia. So high school football is coaching is near and dear to me. I'm going to talk about today just creating a style of play and really just how you measure it to build identity in the room you want, get your guys excited about the way you want them to play. So first thing, it's just a run code, and really what I want to focus on is the bottom part, the finish. Obviously, we want to attack these guys, but in my opinion, sometimes O linemen like to get their feet a little too wide and they get sprawled out and you can't finish the way you want to. You're more of an absorber. So one thing we always teach them, especially when we get them, is, playing with your feet, around the armpit area so we can actually finish guys and accelerate our lower body and finish nasty the way we want. All right, got me again. All right, so I'm gonna have to go split screen. So focus on this guy right here. So this would be like if you were doing a progression, you did footwork, and now you're on. You took your first 2 steps of a block. You're in the block, and usually if you're playing against a good opponent, there's going to be somewhat of a stalemate phase right there. And what we're trying to get is getting these guys to keep their lower body going through that block after they approach the block. So you watch Torselli right here, who's in the middle, and you can see in the beginning, he punches his hips, and then you see his knees and feet going. That's what we really want. You watch the other 2 guys, they probably extending the hips a little too much, going to get their feet behind them. We want their feet up underneath them. Now, the defender, you got to coach the defender as well. We're teaching them on this drill, like give him a lot of resistance to start, right? So, and I tell them the resistance is only for about a second. And then after that, I want them to feel what it feels like to break that stalemate and keep their lower body accelerating. So that's what we're doing here. This next clip, now we're just doing it at a different angle. So if this would be an example of the right side guys on some type of cutoff block. So they're already in the fit. They took their first 2 steps, and now they're breaking the stalemate and getting their lower body rolling. Same thing here. Already in the fit, breaking the stalemate, get your lower body rolling. Okay, here's just OTA type setup. Just sometimes we'll do it with the band, so a lot less resistance from the defender. The band is doing most of the resistance, but it's the same thing. Getting these guys, when they feel that stalemate, to keep their lower body going. Okay, so then the next part of that progression is you just put the block together. So now they're coming from their stance and they're doing the same thing. And one thing that I just wanted to show, like, to make sure these guys understand like how we want to finish and how we want to play through guys. we always try to go for about 5 yards so their lower body keeps accelerating. Their lower body gets used to driving. Those knees get used to driving for extended period of time. And then this is just in its purest form, just the old school board drill, but it's bringing the components back of that acceleration drill. And you watch his lower man's lower body and watch how his feet on contact on that moment of truth, it accelerates. And that's what we're after right there. Here's another one. Again, watch the lower body. All right, moment of truth, good player versus good player. There's going to be a slight pause, and then we should see the lower body pick back up and accelerate. Okay, so here's some game examples. Okay, so here we're going to look at the, apologize about that. All right, so here we're going to look at the center here. So center's here on the back block. We're running, I think this was a gap play. But watch, he gets to his fit, and we're going to pause it, all right? Good player versus good player. Now he's at the moment of truth, and this is what that drill, what we're trying to get them to understand is at this point, one, he's got a lot of things. The defenders, he's looking at the ball, so he's going to chase and all that. We want to break that stalemate and keep our lower body accelerating. We want to drive the knees and feet through that defender. So you watch him, our center, he's got a stalemate, but he keeps his lower body going and just gets enough push out of the hole to open that A gap a little wider. I'm going to fast forward to the tight shot. Again, so we're going to look at the right guard again. So right guard, he's blocking the moving 3 technique. So, all right, he's in the hole, and this is where we want to see his feet accelerate. And again, we call these the grimy 3-yard runs. They're not pretty, but in my opinion, you know, we're still in a game of a war of attrition, and we want to put these guys in the ground as much as we can. But the thing I want you to see is just, all right, he gets in that position, his lower body never stops. All right, so right guard again. So pause it, watching the right guard. And this is the drill to a T. And again, this is one of those grimy 4-yard runs, 3-yard runs, whatever it was. But good player on good player, right? He gets his first 2 steps down. Now, all right, there's a little stalemate there, right? And this defender is going to go reach for the ball. That's when we really want that moment of truth. We want that lower body accelerating, and let's finish on top of him. So if he wants to reach for the ball carrier, let's finish on top of him. And then we're saying by the 4th quarter, he's going to be wore down, and we're going to like that advantage on our side at that point. Skip that one. Again, right guard again here. Again, he's I think we're running a zone scheme here. So he gets his fit, nose is moving to him. He gets his fit. He's got his first 2 steps in the ground. Now, I would love for him to be a little lower in a little better body position right there. But you're going to see his feet pick back up and accelerate, and he's able to get that guy out the hole. So that's the whole point, is getting these guys to understand, look, we don't want to play sprawled out. We want to play with our feet up underneath us, and we want to get guys moving. All right, so watching the right tackle here. So he's in I think we're running a duo play here. So he's in a combination here. So he gets his fit, and then once he gets his fit, his lower body accelerates through contact. And that's what we're looking for, and that's what we're trying to train right there. All right, so then we got different. So I'll put them in a fit, and then now we're saying, okay, we're going to accelerate on contact. All right, this is after our first 2 steps. Now we're working in different reactions like defenders try. So right here, we'll do different ones. This one, I won't have time to put them all in here, but put a snatch reaction on here. So these defenders are trying to snatch back towards the play. So imagine we're running an inside zone play to the left. these guys are snatching back towards the ball carrier. And I'm trying to train these guys to keep their feet and hips attached to the block. Okay, so here's just some examples of that playing out in the game. Get to the tight shot here. All right, so watching the center here. Okay, linebacker's walked up. He's in his gap. He knows he's taking them. Run the inside zone play to the right. So he gets his fit, comes off the ball, got his fit, and now the linebacker snatches. And we want to see his lower body accelerate so he can stay attached and not get a holding call, but two, stay attached to his block and make that block. And again, it's just keeping that lower body moving. I want to see these guys' feet and knees moving through contact. Probably better watch this one from the wide. I'm gonna pause it right here. Looking at the left tackle, we're running a gap scheme, but it's a bounce gap scheme, a wide to the D gap. So left tackle has leverage on his linebacker. He's working to stay fit. He's got his lower body moving, and then that guy goes to snatch him, and we want to see him move his feet and hips to stay attached to that block. So that's the snatch part of it, staying attached to your block through the length of that whistle. All right, so now I'm going to talk about how I measure some things. And one, it helps me see in a black and white picture who's finishing the way I want. It helps them see it in a black and white picture. There's no gray, who's finishing the way we want. So if you look over here to the left, this was during the spring practice, and I had a student assistant. He tracked these for me, and I'm going to talk about what nasty is for us and how we measure that. But we're measuring the amount of times they played nasty, and we're going to talk about what that means here in a little bit, versus the amount of plays they played. So you can see the center here, he was 28%. The guard leader was 35%, and the tackle leader was 14%. So we're tracking it because it's important and we want it to show up, and it gets competitive. And these guys know, like, there's a lot of other things that go into it as far as the technique and the smart football play. But this is one aspect I'm going to be evaluating to see who's playing. So this right here is our nasty board during the season. Okay. So that was I'll track it during spring ball. I'll track it during fall camp. Now this is during the season. So what this is every number who's on our offensive line, and then we're tracking it per game. Okay. And then at the bottom, because I don't want my guys who are not playing to get discouraged. They got the same goals. We're just tracking it through the scout team. So it's just a way to show them like the style of play, how we want to show up on film. We're going to track it. The guys who the guys who do this well, those are guys that I had when I was at the last spot playing in the NFL. So you can see game by game tracking, and then there was a direct correlation. When we were over 30 as a unit, we usually won the game. When we weren't, we didn't win the game. So there was a correlation to it as far as winning and losing. There's a correlation as far as wearing an opponent out in that third and fourth quarter, which what we were a gap run team, what we were trying to do. So this next slide, these are the guys who won it. So like I said, we make it competitive as well. So in 2022, Javon Gwynn from Charlotte, North Carolina, he won it, and he got drafted and is playing in the league. 2023, Nick transferred in from Yale, he won it, and he got drafted playing in the league. And then 2024, Torselli won it, and he's playing with the Saints, started some games for those guys last year. So just getting them to see there's a direct correlation how you play it. One, it's how we're going to win games, but it's going to help you in your career as far as where you want to go. So I always thought that was good for those guys to see. And then I would even pull clips of Torselli in the league and Rashawn of them still playing in that same style that helped them get to that level. Okay, so the first, as far as the nasty board, so now I'm going to talk about what we're actually tracking. So the first thing we called it a dog, and this is just Can I finish on my defender at the whistle, and I want to finish in a dominant position? So we call it a dog. And it's really just as simple as stay attached to my block, get the last shove, finish in a Nancy position, and it's building our edge. And like when you do it in practice, it builds an edge. Because if you, I don't know if you, in some of those drills, they were finishing with the last shove. And I'm trying to build that edge in how we play, so it's second nature. They're not thinking about it; they just go and do it. Okay, so here's some examples of what we would call dogs. I'm gonna fast forward to the tight shot. And again, some of it you're gonna see we might be towing the line a little bit, but cost of doing business, we'll deal with that. So here, you watch the right guard, and they're working a combo block. I should have watched the wide. I apologize. Let me back up. So watching the right guard, he's running the gap scheme. He's in the combo block. Okay, he gets attached, and it's just staying attached to your guy throughout the whistle, getting that last shove. It may be a little, like I said, we're towing the line, but over a course of time, these guys don't want to deal with that through a game, and that's how I want these guys to play. And again, this common theme, like this right guard, he was out of all the years I started tracking this, he by far broke the record books as far as us tracking this stuff. But again, watching the right guard here, again, he's working up to a backer. And it's just getting that last shove, man, and letting these guys know, like, you got to deal with us all game. And we track those things because we wanted to show up. Go to the tight for this one. Well, you can see it from the wide. So again, just the right guard, and again, yeah, maybe towing the line. The whistle might have been blown. I don't know, but it's again like I own you over the course of a time. Like I'm finishing attached to you. You're not making the tackle. I'm gonna finish with the last shove in that dominant position. You're not. Okay, watching the right tackle right here, running a pin and pull scheme here. So he's pulling, and this is again an example of a dog finishing through the whistle. He finishes with his guy out of bounds. We'll definitely give him a dog on that one. But again, just letting these guys know you got to deal with us for a whole game, and hopefully wear these guys out before the end of the game's over. Let me back up. All right, so that's dogs. Okay, so the other thing we'll track is pancakes. Everybody understands pancakes. Now our pancakes are a little different. I watch some of these guys send me highlight tapes, and they're not really getting off the ball and they're just torquing and throwing. That's not what we want. We want to take a defender against his will, put him in the dirt, but we want the same what I showed you earlier on. We want there to be some type of acceleration through the lower body. So from point A to point B, finish with that man in the dirt. Okay, so we'll watch the wide of this one. This is Javon, who won it the first year. He's pulling, this is him right here at the right guard, pulling out wide. We're on a bounce play. And this is what we would identify as a pancake block. Just you on him, finishing with him in the dirt. Fast forward to the tight here, this one. All right, so again, watching right guard here, Torselli. We're running the gap scheme. Torselli's kicking out to the left, right, and he's pulling, finishes with his guy in the dirt. That's a cake for us. Him man on man, no help. You finish with your guy in the dirt, and he's fired up about it. He's tracking it. He knows he got him one. We got a touchdown. Okay, again, watch this one from the wide. Right guard here. He's pulling on a gap scheme play. And this goes back to the acceleration drill. He gets his fit, his feet stop for a second, but then he resets them, accelerates, and finishes through the whistle and finishes with his guy in the dirt. So it goes back to that acceleration drill, but getting them to understand how we want to play and then making it competitive with these guys competing. And they take ownership of it. This group I had that year, they took extreme ownership of the style of play and how we wanted to show up on tape. Watch this one from the tight. All right, so looking at the center here, so center is working the combo with the guard, and he's working up to the backer, and you can see on contact his feet never stop and they accelerate, and he ends up on the ground, but he finishes with that guy on his back, and that's what we want to see show up on tape and these guys competing. All right, next, knockdown. So knockdown is just putting these guys in the dirt. Like it may not be from start to finish of the block. You may have had help. A lot of it shows up on pass pro, but we'll track these. And again, all right, and let me backtrack. So as far as the pancakes and knockdowns, anything with guys on the ground, when we're in practice situations, I tell them I really don't want guys on the ground unless we're in scrimmage situations. So we lean heavy towards in practice the dogs and some of the other stuff I'm gonna show you here in a second. But when we're in scrimmage situations, game situations, we want these guys on the ground.
Hey, Coach, I'm gonna give you an extra 5 minutes to go to 405.
So here we're gonna look at the right guard and get to the tight. So we got the right guard here. He's in combination with the center. Okay, and he's got help, so we call it a knockdown if he has help, but he finishes with that guy in the ground. And that's what we want. Over the course of time, can you deal with that for 4 quarters, getting up off the ground, 300 pounds laying on you, and you feeling that for 4 quarters? Okay, so now you're going to get to some pass clips when this really shows up. Go to right guard. So looking at the right guard here, okay, so 3-man rush. In 3-man rush, we should always end up with somebody on the ground. Okay, so he helps back on the center, puts him in the ground, helps the tackle, secures the pocket, then go chase the ball. And this one again, this right guard towed the line a little bit, and he ended up getting a personal foul on the last game of the year. And they probably, because the refs told him, watch 76. But I got to deal with that a little bit because of the style of play we want to play. But we don't want the personal fouls. So again, just cleaning up your pocket. We call this a knockdown. Watching the right guard here. Okay, so he's uncovered in the slide. Okay, now he's going to go clean up for the tackle. I tell the guards, your job is to help the tackles on the speed to power rushes, get that guy out the club. That would deem that a knockdown. Again, watching the should be the right guard here again. Okay, so in the pocket, 3-man rush, and it's really the left guard. The left guard gets the first shot, right guard gets another shot. But again, make the pocket violent. Deter these guys from making inside moves, second moves. Make the pocket as violent as we possibly can. Okay, here's just these guys out on the screen, getting the block out in space. So you're going to watch the center. He's going to get a knockdown out here in space. All right. And again, put these guys on the dirt, lay 300 pounds on them, figure out if he wants to do that for 4 quarters. And I think the knockdowns really show up a lot in the past game, especially you're playing against good rushers and you got to slow these guys down, man. So we're in a slot to the right here, and we got the left guard coming back after his 3 technique goes to rail contain. All right, he comes back, and then he just makes the pocket violent, puts that guy on the ground for a knockdown. All right, let me speed up just a little bit. go to the next section so I'll finish. All right, so the next thing we track with these guys as soon as it loads up is called an enforcer. So enforcer is really we're just trying to get these guys to finish at the ball as far as pushing piles, balls thrown on a pass, getting downfield. Loved listening to Coach Ball last. Finishing on our man or finishing at the ball in a violent demeanor. So we call these enforcers where we're pushing the pile. Go to the title on this one. Okay, so we got a counter play going to the right. Okay, you see running back hits it up in the A gap. Okay, you got the Jackals tackling your back. Go push the pile and go create an extra 3 or 4 yards and have some passion doing it. Okay, here A gap run to the right. Again, Jackals on our running back. Go push the pile, get a couple extra yards, deter these guys from being around your ball carrier. No. All right, so here I just stuck this in here. One thing with the pass pro stuff, and I got this from the last D-line coach T-Rob I work with. We'll put these cones back here. So we got 2 cones back here. So if you're on the left side, you're running to the left, right side, you're finishing to the right. So after the whistle's blown, when at the end of the rep, we are trying to beat him to the cone. All right, so we want to beat him twice. We want to beat him in the one-on-one rep and then beat him to the cone. And it's training these guys to finish down the field. Okay, so watch the right guard and just watch his speed. And the ball's going to be thrown. Watch his speed. He's blocking his guy. He's blocking his guy. His guy doesn't chase the ball, but he chases the ball. Watch his speed to get down the field, help his ball carry out, be an enforcer, get those guys away from the pile. Okay, watching the right guard here. Get another pass play. Ball's going to be thrown, and you're going to see him chase the ball, get these guys away from your ball carrier, go make it violent around there. And again, like I said, he towed the line a little bit. I didn't get caught. Okay, here, pass play versus A&M. Ball's thrown. Get to the ball. So you're going to watch first down the field is the right guard. So he's first down the field. He falls on his face, but then you're going to see the center and right tackle following up, getting them a shot as well. Now this one, again, towing the line too much. The ref later said I shouldn't have called that because the whistle hadn't been blown, but is what it is. All right, next one. We got a crash out. So that's just taking the defender into a state he doesn't want to be in. So all that means is you blocking him past the point he wants to go. He puts up the palms up sign. I don't want to, the rep's over, but we decide when the rep's over. The ultimate crash out is when you can get him to throw a punch and draw the 15-yard penalty. Okay, so let me go to the tight of this one. Okay, so we had already drew a 15-yard foul on one of their D tackles. So this is watching the center here. Okay, center setting to the right, blocking nose tackle. Okay, the rep's not over for him. He's still finishing. And this guy doesn't, he doesn't like being finished. So, you can watch our center. He gets up. He's talking a little trash in his face. He's laughing at him because at that point he knew he was in his head. And you can see his buddy coming over so they don't get another personal foul. All right, watching the right guard here, Trovon. So Trovon's, we score on this play. It gets cut off, but he's finishing this guy. And again, I don't know if he heard he's finishing this guy. And this guy right after that threw a punch and he got personal foul. So we call those the ultimate crash outs. baby. I apologize, fellas.
I know you can't hear me because you turned your volume down, but I'm trying to get coach's attention.
I think my internet's crashing out here.
Well, I'm gonna try and get his attention somehow. Let's see. Let's just do that.
So I'll talk through the so you got the gist of the crash out. The next one hopefully starts loading up. It's just show up. And that's just a big man being an athlete. Seeing there's nothing more pretty than a big man down the field showing up being an athlete.
I'm gonna try and get Coach on the phone and let him know he's over his time. I'm going to go ahead and bring on Coach. And say your last name for me. Ratton. Okay, awesome. Coach, you want to go ahead and share your screen? It's this little monitor-looking thing with the plus sign.
Yes, sir.
And then wherever you have your presentation, you can go ahead and click that.
All right, I'll do the entire screen, and then we're in huddle.
Okay.
How's that? Is it all good?
Yes, sir. I got you. Yep. And then go to huddle.
Yep.
Looks good, Coach. Go to full screen. You can click hide down that little tab, and you're good to go. I'm back out.
Awesome. Appreciate it, Coach. So, obviously today, I kind of wanted to talk about identifying and eliminating the twist and pass protection. We'll talk a little bit about how we've done that at the last couple spots. I spent the last 2 years at VMI before getting to UTPB out here in Odessa. And before that, I was at Alcorn. So, been able to pull pretty much all our drop back clips and make some nice cut ups from 6-man pass pro and twist, and that we've been able to use for kind of our teaching and kind of figuring out what we see the most of. So we'll kind of roll with it here. Our philosophy is I never want our guys to get picked. We make a big deal about it, about never getting picked in pass pro. Obviously, it is never fun to get picked or ear hold in pass protection. As we're watching film throughout the course of the week and we see somebody get picked, I make a big deal about it when we're in film study. We're going to drill the hard. We're going to put them in hard situations, and we will drill it. And then obviously, there's not a better substitute than getting good on good reps of doing it. Obviously for us and eliminating the twist, communication's huge. As you get those guys playing next to each other, the more that they can talk, I'll put in some base parameters of bump, 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 and an in, out, out, out. But I make a big deal that they need to communicate well with one another. If you see something, say something. So, we're not a vertical setting operation for the most part. That could be a whole different clinic in terms of if you want a vertical set or not. We will let them call one to vertical set based on some things we see, 3 and a 5 on the man side on third down. And, but just from the last couple of years at VMI, we kind of trended away from that with some of our personnel, and I think it helped us out. And then obviously our post-snap communication talking has to be elite. The big thing for us that we're going to spend a lot of time talking about is we got to eliminate the penetrator with violence. If we don't do that, our buddy's going to get picked. If we can't talk, we're going to get picked. And if we get picked because our buddy doesn't talk, that needs to be met with something that isn't very fun. So, as we're looking at people running their twist, I thought some of the defenses we saw the last couple of years in the SoCon, they did a really good job of their twist games. So we got to answer. I got to answer to be able to kind of tell those guys early in the week, what kind of twists are they running? Are they pickers? Are they quick games? Are they deep games? And then obviously for us as coaches, we need to know, are they attacking the man side? And then are they doing twists to stop, screen, and draw, which are oftentimes going to look a little bit different than some of the twists that they do to defeat, to kind of break down your pass protection. So those are all things to kind of keep in mind as you go through in the twist ID, and we'll kind of talk about it as we go. For individual, one thing that, we'll drill it a lot. I'm still kind of getting used to some of the new rules in Division II where we can't be out there working with them, but in the summertime, that is. But, we did a lot of twist and blitz pickup work in the summer with our guys at VMI and Alcorn. I really like to start with the one-man twist circuit, which we'll show. And then obviously we'll do twist pods against ourselves. We'll go against the D-line where we'll do left tackle, left guard, middle three, right guard, right tackle. And then I've kind of backed off the 5-on-4 twist pickup the last couple years, more so just in an effort to keep guys off the ground in those situations. I feel like we can be a little bit more controlled and intelligent when we just kind of work our pods. The argument to doing more 5-on-4 is that you can mix in some straight rush. You can get all your games in there, and the guys can't necessarily cheat it. But I've kind of taken that down to, our scout work, on days when if we didn't have a pressure scripted in third down, I was going to twist the games up in, scout period, trying to do it efficiently. I got with our D-line coach. We had a great relationship where got their signals for it and was able to just really sit back there and kind of give them the signals. And I would try and put our kids in hard situations through the course of the week based on what we've seen in practice or on film to practice. So the first one here, we're going to look at our one-man twist circuit before we get into the, real pickup so you can kind of see it go from drill to the field. This is a left tackle right here. We're going to get the first game here with – this is going to simulate the 5 going inside, and that's going to simulate a 2-eye or a 3 looping out here. So, again, the big part of this drill is we're going to get this guy setting, and then I want to work a violent pass off and coming back square. So he's working to stop the penetrator. Obviously, we said that's a big part of what we want to do. So that's kind of what we're working in this drill here. Right here, this is a left guard. So this is going to simulate the 3 technique picking out. And then I stack him back here just for some timing purposes. And this is really like the 5 technique looping back on him. So you see our left guard here. I wouldn't hate if he was a little bit more violent. And, like I said, we put a big emphasis on knocking the penetrator out. I am totally cool with him putting 2 hands on, ejecting him out. We tell him he's got to eject him laterally. Do not, if he's laid on it, if he's soft on it, all he's going to do is accelerate him into his buddy, which is a bad deal. The second piece of this is we want this guy to be able to ricochet back, come back square, and stop the looper. Again, we got another rep with the left guard here. Again, we got him knocking him out and then coming back square on the looper. So, again, this is the left guard. Tristan's a tight 3 here, so we got him looping out as the penetrator. Aiden's coming around as the looper here. Again, this is a good one that we do on non-padded days. Low impact, but it's the building blocks of what we do. The second phase of it right here, we got our left tackle and left guard. And then we're just kind of working this. We got the easy game going with him coming down. Again, especially early on, I think we're in spiders here. I'm not 100% sure, but we're going to get our guys talking, passing it off. If they don't talk, we'll rep it again. I am leery enough about maybe not trying to ear hole ourselves terribly hard here in Indy because I'm going to save that. I let the I tell the D-line coaches, let's go live with it in terms of if you're going to pick. But until these guys get good, this was early in camp last year, I would prefer for them to maybe not put their helmet in someone's ear hole. Just you'd hate to lose someone in practice over something silly like that. Again, we got the left tackle and left guard here. All right, we're giving the dummy rush from the 3 technique. You can see how quick the left guard's eyes go out. We're bumping it out. Again, this is kind of just a normal progression for us too. We'll do one man, and then as we get building, I don't necessarily do them both on the same day all the time, depending on how much time we have. I probably do more of this, the actual twist circuit, than I do the one-man twist. But the one-man twist is our, kind of foundational building block. All right, here's the middle twist inside. So, again, we got the middle 3 are up. Right guard's flattening them off, coming back again. So, all right. So now we'll kind of get into some of our games here that we've seen in game reps, and I'll talk through it and just kind of how we teach it. Everything we're doing today will be half man, half slide in terms of what we've done. All right. So, again, here we'll go slide left. So we're looking at the left tackle, left guard, or really the left side. They're getting the twist into the wall. Again, we will rep a small amount of these just so these guys understand, like, hey, when we're slide left, the left guard needs to know he doesn't necessarily need to come off of it here. My left guard's trying to be a little too helpful here. All right, I love the center set here in terms of we're setting the A gap, because my deal where you do get beat on these when you're into the slide side is when your center comes flying over here and that guy feels it and he crosses the center's face. I love what our center did here of setting the trap, and then he can come down and take a shot right there on that guy. He's giving him one place to go instead of a two-way to go. And that's what we tell him, to set the trap with it. Like, don't go flying over there. We block space with our eyes, people with our bodies. So if there's nothing there, let's set the trap and let that guy come down inside, and we'll take a shot when it's necessary. All right. We got another one here going to the wall side. I promise I'll get to the harder ones here coming up. All right. Different kid playing center here against Mercer. Again, I would tell him to be a little bit more patient here, but you could see our tackles do bump back a little bit when they feel that, just because they know they don't want to get picked there. I just love what our right guard's doing here. He understands we're in the slide. He's knocking that thing out. He knows he's got help coming from the center. Great job by the center there. So again, I will rep this far less on the wall side, just enough to make a point. But if we have this one down, I'll let it eat. Like, I promise I will try and pick on that man side as much as I can, every which way I can throughout the course of the week right here. So we'll actually get out of some of these wall side ones in the interest of time. All right, so here we go. Man side, we got the 5 technique looping over the 3. So we'll start right here. I would classify this as a quick game twist by the ETSU here too. Not really picking. We will talk about counting steps at times. We were pretty young last year, so I spent a little bit less time on it, maybe a little bit more as the season went on, but knowing, okay, if our inside foot's back, okay, how many steps is, like, he's going to have to plan off his outside foot and understanding whether it's even or odd steps based on which foot's back. I don't spend a ton of time on it. If I got someone that's got the acumen, I will. But love what the right guard's doing here. Okay, again, we're slide left here. Right guard is responsible for ejecting this guy out. Like, he has to make sure a right tackle. So again, we're here. They are setting vertical here. You can see the right tackle leaving a trail hand. And again, I love the trail hand when appropriate. So again, for us, most of the time, we'll talk about 3rd and long. We can set vertical, obvious passing situations, 2-minute. Obviously, I said 3rd down. But we are not a vertical set operation. I mean, my man right here is 275, 270, or 280 playing right tackle. So, like I said, I could get into that for a bunch of different reasons about why I didn't like it for our personnel. You know, one big thing we're going to tell this guy, the guy who's responsible for stopping the penetrator, you see him eject them out, is we tell them they have time to come back on the looper. All right, obviously we're getting the ball out relatively quick here. All right, we're looking at the left side here. Okay, Bucknell trying to pick us a little bit. So you see 90 turning his head right here, looking to pick our left tackle here. All right. So, again, you see him setting vertical a little bit. It helps us. Again, 10's kind of dummy rushing. They're kind of waiting for him to clear. All right. I think, you know, as you go through the course of the week, like the one thing with how we do the twist circuit through the course of camp, we all know getting scout looks can be a challenging part of our week. So we mix that up during camp. And our kids get good enough at running the twist circuit where, like, I don't get devastated if a scout twist is not identical. Like, we're going to get enough different looks of whether it's a pick game, a quick game, a deep one, and we can replicate that ourselves pretty well just because we get good at it. Shout out to the right guard over here getting a nasty, putting that fella on the ground. Do like that. Looking at the right side here, again, 3 and a 5 to the man side. So we do have the ability to set vertical at times. I would argue that the right tackle is turning his shoulders a little bit quick here. But again, we're going to see this guy start and stop and go inside. So they have to be talking. Like, the right tackle needs to be talking here. Because this one gets a little bit hairier for the guard. Like, how is the right guard supposed to know if this guy's running a twist when he's just rushing up the field? Okay, I think these are a little bit actually tougher for us to stop than when you see the 3 technique turn and go to pick, the right guard can know. But the right tackle has to communicate in, bump, 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 because he's the one seeing 58 go inside. So if he can't do that, the right guard is never going to know to come off in time on the bump. All right. So that's that talk. Like, you got to get those guys talking. And again, like, I make a big deal about it. And it gets to the point where the guy who gets picked is going to get very upset with that when it happens. Okay. Again, we're going to have a quick game here. You know, they're not really picking. These don't bother me as much, to be honest with you. You know, they're exchanging rush lanes, essentially. Nobody's getting picked. I'm not going to spend as much time on these. Like the 5 over the 3, running a quick game where no one's going to get picked. I'm not going to spend as much time on that because that shouldn't be hard. Like, if we're fundamentally doing what we're supposed to be doing, I want to practice the hard stuff. Like this one coming up here, a little bit harder for us. Okay, I think this is a deep game. This is a really good job here by Richmond. They're running the techs from a 2-eye. Okay, I think we do a nice job. Again, you can see we're not necessarily a vertical setting operation here, so they got to be able to talk. As soon as 74 sees him going inside, he needs to be yelling in, twist, twist, twist. We're able to bump that off. Because this is kind of what you get into. Like, you're going to get picked if you're kind of a short setting operation. They start twisting and hitting you with easies and different things. But I think communication on this is key. And again, your guards have time. Like, your guards have time to try and bury those dudes and not let them pick our tackles. Here's week 1 against Navy here last year. I think this is a great job by our left guard and left tackle. You see the left guard, like, we will tell him on this E over T, he needs to take him, eject him out. I am totally fine with putting 2 hands on him and throwing him out. And as he throws him out, he needs to sink back, knowing that end's going to go inside. All right. But, like, you see, now he's like, again, hats off to Navy. They're really good up front. This 96 over here. He was a draft pick. He was a menace that game. But you see him trying to throw him out, and they're trying to pick here. Good job. We had a decent idea, obviously, playing in week one, spent a lot of time on what they were going to do. So that was coming right out of fall camp. I think this one is a challenging look. Again, obviously, I put a lot of the good ones on here. But they're running the 3 over the 5, kind of the easy where they dummy rush. And credit to Furman here. Like, this guy's getting in there making contact. You know, we will spend some time when those guys get up there and start beating the drums and don't making contact. We're going to sink, and we're getting ready to get our eyes out. If they want to get us on one of the – like, every year the D-line coach where I've been is going to get you on the fake one in fall camp, like day 13, where they do the dummy, fake out, coffee house, whatever you call it. Whatever. We're going to get beat on that in fall camp and 5-on-4 pass rush. When someone hits us on one of those in the game, then I'll worry about it. But really good job here. You see the tackle. He's setting out. Okay, 8's coming inside from Furman, and he's going to put 2 hands on, and he is going to flatten that off. Now, it helps the left guard here. Again, his eyes are early to the party. He feels the dummy rush, so he should know, okay, this guy's not pressing the pocket, so I better get ready to get my eyes around, and we're able to swap it off. Okay. This one's probably harder for us to replicate in practice in terms of getting on different levels where they run it well enough. But again, we're going slide right. Okay. You see, again, they're stepping down inside, running the easy. Okay. We get on different levels. We rep it, and you see the left guard just running like hell to keep body on him. Quarterback really probably doesn't even need to move. But again, some violence. And again, this one takes us honestly longer to get to when they get on the different levels. Like, it sounds real easy, but they get so used to saying twist, 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 getting ready to bump it off. Okay. This one, I do need to rep a little bit more through the course of like when they get us on different levels of staying with it. Cause the first couple times we're going to rep this in camp, we're going to cut somebody free. And that's when we're going to make the coaching point of like, hey, you can say it, but until you're physically bumped off, you don't let him go. Having done this for enough years now, like I kind of know where it's going to hit with it and know what to expect. And maybe I can do a better job teaching it this year here at UTPB where I can get it taught well enough. We're like, hey, maybe we can skip that step. That'd be wonderful. All right. Same thing. We get on different levels here. Again, the better people that run it will come in there and contact and kind of cover our eyes up. That's the one, so many guys, I don't know what the deal is with doing this, but we teach, like, especially when we see it in film study during the week, you see this, sink and swivel your eyes. Like, sink and swivel your eyes. All right. If they start beating the jumps, we're going to sink and swivel our eyes. Should be looking at our left tackle and left guard here. Again, good job by our left tackle here. Okay, now you're going to see the dummy rush from 90 right here. This is kind of what we're talking about. He's coming off the ball. He never touches him. You can see our left guard's able to get his eyes around before. Left tackle does a decent job flattening him off. Not elite, but again, we're able to make some things happen. All right, middle twist. The middle twist. So, obviously we're going to rep this a lot. Obviously everyone's got some pre-snap indicators of when they're going to do this. We make a really big point to our centers that we do not want to get picked. In all of these, you make the point like you do not want to put picks on tape because once you put it on tape, it's in the breakdown. You're going to see it for the next 3, 4, 5 weeks. If you're a guy that's going to turn your shoulders and get picked. Bad deal. Very bad deal. My center 2 years ago, he played as a young guy before I was there, and he was like, I got picked so bad, and I didn't stop seeing it. And so he made a point. By the time I'd gotten to coaching him, he was not going to get picked. But it was just so funny. You see, so again, we're slide left here. Okay. You can see the center setting the A gap. Again, I'm cool with him leaving the trail hand. I would actually like it to be even tighter, but you're going to see the right guard flatten the penetrator off. Okay. Flatten the penetrator off. They're talking. And again, the left guard can settle here, and he can keep his eyes out here and help this left tackle who doesn't really need it right here. But, here's another one against Navy. I don't think the freaked out. Oh, yep, there's 96. Okay. So we're slide right here. Not necessarily trying to pick us here. Okay. They weren't necessarily trying to pick us, but they were getting 96 soloed up on this guy coming back, and we do a decent job on this one. Don't worry, he got his that day. But again, the big key for these to stop the middle twist is that center's got to set back and square. If he turns his shoulders, it's going to be a really long day at the office for him. Most people are good enough now. You're going to see all these where the penetrator's coming away from the slide where they're reading it. You see chat here. They're doing the same thing. They're trying to read it. So, again, the center, look how quick this is a great rep by the center here. And it's all because the guard is talking to him. He's telling him, pick, pick, pick. So you see before he's even turned, he's coming back to muck it up. And that's the communication between those two of, hey, pick, 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 twist, 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 whatever it is. Okay, but you see them looping back around, and that's a big deal. Like, they have to be able to talk and communicate. Same thing right here. You got the left guard coming down. The center's already rocking back, trying to force it back. I would argue the center's setting too much to the right here, exactly in this picture. Really, again, like the left guard here too. He's helping this out too. So we're slide left. Again, we block space with our eyes, people with our bodies. So he's making it nice and tight over there. It's a hot mess inside. The right guard may be a little aggressive coming out. True freshman here. But you'd love to see him put two hands on that guy, knock him down right into him. But he's able to come back around, playing a little out of control here. But he does make sure his buddy can't get picked. Really good right here. Again, we're going slide right. Left guard mashes it down. They're talking really well, and that's kind of the piece that you can't necessarily see on film or hear. But they're talking well, and that's the biggest part of it. Love the right guard again. Let me keep moving here in the interest of time. So again, we're going to see a full line game here. Again, we got the easy coming from the field. I wouldn't hate the right tackle being more violent on 45. But again, you can see the center here holding space, inviting that guy to go inside. All right. Again, watch the right guard right here. This isn't again, they are talking. And again, we got to solve it with flattening the penetrator, elite communication. But you can see they're talking because the right guard's eyes are already out here to make sure he is not getting picked and ear hold. Better term for it is ear hold instead of picked. Third and long situation here against Georgia Tech, probably less than ideal situation for us to be in. All right. Again, now this isn't a bad. We got the mix game going. So we got an easy over here, a Tex over here. I like the center set, forcing them into that A gap. Don't go flying over here and giving them all that easy space to the quarterback. Okay, this is a good job by them. But again, you see this guy's eyes from Tech still looking out. So again, those guys that can punch and hold it longer, they're going to give something away. And if we can give our guys the easy indicator of how, who's going to give it, but this is a better job by them. See the double text right here. Again, love the center set. Really like the right guard here. All right. And honestly, we will do more double games like this in scout periods than anything. Obviously, when we got to run the inside games, that kind of takes it off. But very rarely am I I'm going to steal these reps in scout period, especially if we got beat last week or we put anything leaky on film. Like, they don't even have to necessarily get there, but if we put something leaky, we're going to go ahead and rep that. But love the right guard here, knocking them out. Let me skip down. I do want to get to a couple of these dang overloads. Seem to be what we're seeing a lot of lately. Saw a lot of it in the SoCon, at least. So again, we saw a lot of overloads, like I was kind of saying. 3 D linemen to one side. Didn't see a ton of pressures out of these. Obviously, we had 2 choices of whether we were going to slide to it or man it with this guy up here. Based on the weakened opponent, we would go down that rabbit hole with the centers of how we wanted to handle it, based on the back end and a couple different things. Here we started against Navy. We were going to slide to it. We know in the overload fronts, okay, they're putting everyone over there, trying to get us to be a little bit more aggressive. This was the most common one we saw. I think we did a decent job with, some answers to kind of maybe not see some of the harder things. Obviously, I'm sure I've seen enough people run pressures and different things out of it. And, but here against Citadel, they stem to it. Again, just having that backside guard be patient and understanding, like, we check to a 4-man slide to the left. So these guys aren't going to go back with it. You got your right guard sitting right there. Because again, the first time you give up an unblocked pressure in this stuff, you're just creating your own problems. Coach, how am I on time?
Last one right here, Coach.
Awesome. So again, we got overload right here. Again, we check to a true 4-man slide to the right here. Again, being patient and not overcommitting and letting this twist eat us up is the biggest coaching point for us. This is kind of why we stayed out of 5-0 in it. And again, they had the backer over here. The hard ones when they put the backer right there. And then you got to make the decision of letting your back go, take him, calling their bluff. But manning it, obviously you do get picked a little bit. So again, we could go down a whole rabbit hole of why to slide to it or not slide to it every given week. So, yeah.
Appreciate it, Coach. If you want to click the little X, yeah, you go right there. Yep. Appreciate you, Coach. Twist game is always difficult, for at any level, right? You getting your kids to stay patient and be able to sort it out, be able to rep those things. But I appreciate you getting to talk about that, and I appreciate you coming on and talking with us.
Appreciate you, Coach. This was awesome.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Yeah, man. All right, guys. We're gonna bring on Coach Harrison. What's up, Coach?
What's going on?
Not much, man.
There we go.
Yeah. So, do you see the little monitor with the plus sign at the bottom down here?
Plus sign, gotcha.
Yeah, click on that. You can share your screen and click on where you got your presentation.
Screen share.
Yeah, while Coach is bringing that up, guys, make sure you keep sharing it out, keep liking it, the stream, and then consider subscribing to the channel. I appreciate that a lot.
Trying to make sure.
Do you have it on Huddle?
I got my presentation on PowerPoint and then just some clips from Huddle.
Okay. You click on go to entire screen.
Okay.
So the far right, click on your screen. You should be able to do that. Yep. And then go to your PowerPoint down there at the bottom. Yep. Good. Full screen. You got it. All right, I'm gonna back up. Click hide right there on the little bar. Appreciate it, Coach.
Good. I'm grateful to be here. Grateful for Coach Tatum, man. I'm really impressed at what he puts together year in, year out, and the efforts that he goes through to really build a true O-line community. It's helped me out a ton, getting in the group chat and getting ideas and just being around to absorb things, man. I'm grateful for it and grateful for the time here with you guys. My name is Christian Harrison. I am the offensive line coach at Winston-Salem State. Just getting in, new staff, new year, a lot of exciting things going on. My head coach, Coach Torrey Woodbury, brought us in, really got a lot of buzz around the institution. Administration is excited, the students, of course, the athletes. My contact, I'll, say something about it at the end too. But of course, Hairston, ch@wssu.edu. Please take that down. I really, really want to connect with offensive line guys, wherever they may be. It's always good to talk ball, always good to exchange film, exchange ideas. Big part of what I want to do here today is, of course, you see the title, position of power. I really want to talk about body position. Maintaining the integrity of your body position being crucial to making and creating force, creating some knockback, always being able to even absorb those bull rushes. Everything you do will start with essentially just your body position and how you get yourselves prepared to play the sport. I want to talk about something that's near and dear to me as a tall guy. I played ball professionally, played with the Chargers. I also played with the Bills. During that time, I had to figure out a way. I was never the best athlete, was never the fastest, jumped the highest, the strongest, all of that. So I had to figure out a way to create force, create power, and how do I get my pad levels down? I had coaches all my life. I'm 6'6", tell me, hey man, you got to get down there. You got to figure out how to get that pad level down. I'm in every shoots and boards drill. I've done everything you could imagine, trying to figure out, okay, how do I get my pad level down? When we talk about different body types, of course, every offensive line is unique. Every group that you put together is going to have a range of talent, a range of body types, sizes, height, weight, depending on the level. In high school, man, I got a guy, Zaire Saladin, I'll never forget him, played center for me, and he was tough. He was about 5'6", probably about 210 pounds, little belly on him, but he was strong. I mean, could lift, could run, tough kid. People talk about him, even now that I've moved on, his name comes up. Coaches are like, hey man, that center you had? Yeah. He figured out his way to create power, to create force, how to adjust his body, how to position himself in a way that he could, fight back. Of course, what's required for every scheme, every technique you're looking to coach, every coach has their way of doing things. But the one thing that's always true is power is universal. Power is going to express itself on film. Power is going to express itself on the scoreboard. It's the game that we're in. You always have to be looking for ways and different kind of thoughts. How do you think about how you're going to produce power? How do you help, incorporate that into your everyday? But of course, we always, I think, have to ask ourselves, what are we truly asking our players when we're looking for, lower pad level or play with better leverage? One thing I have had to be a lot more clear on, how to be better with, is creating those cues on what is better leverage, what is lower pad level. Of course, I can, get low, bend over, hunch my shoulders over, to get, a few inches lower to the ground, but does that help with my play? Does that create leverage? And then, of course, with your position group, being the offensive line, like I said, I've had a guy 5'6", 200. I've had the 6'5", 6'6", big guys that can play, long arms. D1, size and all of that, which is great. It's always good to have, that big range. And I feel like throughout that range, you can find a way to be successful. You can absolutely find a way to be successful. Big thing that I always talk about and that I always come back to, position of power is everything in football across the front. Maintaining your position of power, learning how to readjust yourself to, recover if you're losing that position of power. Of course, it starts with our base, feet always slightly wider than shoulder width. I like to play, in a comfortable set, but at the same time, always thinking of keeping your power underneath your armpits. Keeping your power underneath your armpits. You're going to express power from the ground through your ankles, knees, hips, and then as with tight elbows that we're going to, express that power through our punch. A big key that I always talk about and kind of my major cue is make sure we got Z in our knees. As we get those taller guys like myself, one thing I've always had issues with, so I'm a little top heavy. I carry my weight, upper part of my body, I'm 6'6", so I understand that. I've seen that issue with some of my guys, whether it's on the high school level and now on the college level, it's something that you fight against every day. And it's one of the main coaching points I think is necessary to always have in the back of the head. Hey, always Z in your knees. With everything you do, you got to create power angles at your feet, ankle, hip, knee, from the base to make sure everything is functioning properly and in line. Of course, one thing that I see that a lot of guys do is they play kind of straight up and down at the ankle. You got to create a bit of a power angle there. I don't want to roll my knee over my toe, past that front toe, that big toe, but I do want to kind of find that line. I want to find that medium area where I can, feel powerful. I can feel like I'm compact, ready to spring out, ready to create explosive power with what I'm doing. Of course, upper body cues that I always talk about is nips, ribs, and hips must be aligned. In order to create power, we have to keep our core engaged. It's a big part of how I think, that finishing part of the game happens. When you, initiate contact, does it break your upper body's posture? Making sure that we stay in alignment, making sure that we are, building the bridge of power from the ground all the way up through to express through our hands. A big key that I talk about, I think about a lot, I've changed it over the years, but something I like to say is positive body lean. Now, I'm not looking for the hunched over thing. I still want chest up, head up, ready to see and strike my target, but I need that hinge in my hips that creates a power angle. From your hips through to your helmet, we want to keep our core engaged. Of course, that body lean, I feel like is what creates that that hunt kind of posture. I like to be in the hunt. I want to make sure that I'm down, engaged, eyes up, looking through, my eyebrows. And then, of course, weapons always hot. When we're talking about our hands being ready to fight, it's going to be about having those elbows tight. Engaging the lat is a big thing. Squeezing those ribs. A lot of times guys kind of lose that because it's something they think that they know how they do, it's happening, but we have to track it. Anytime that we're an inside drill and, I get that back view, I want that guy to look like he's running around with no arms because we got elbows tight, ready to fight, and always thinking about weapons hot. That's kind of the cue that I like to use. I like to make sure my cues are clear, that, we talk about it, exactly what I mean by what I say this. Everything that I do kind of builds out from learning this position of power and maintaining it throughout the play. Of course, we talked about the big range of body types. We got our tackle types, we got our center guard types. I know this is a complicated, issue that has a lot more nuance with it, But, down when it comes down for me, I like to get it in as simpler terms as possible. We got our longer arm guys, taller guys, kind of more built for agility. Those pass pro guys that you see them playing basketball, they gained a little weight and they can come out and, get after it. Then we got our center guard types. These are more of our interior brawlers. They're a bit more compact. They may not be as long armed, but they are strong, barrel chested. You got those types of guys. You got to understand that power is going to look different. Their stances are going to look different. These are all things that, people have come around to, the ideas of, but, it has to be something you're really thoughtful about. My big key is kind of femur length. And I say that as a taller guy, my squat looks different. Especially my front squat, my initial starting stance. With those tackle types as opposed to center guard types, there are things I like to do with the, initial 3-point stance that may be a little different. The stagger might be just a little different, but that's because I believe with those longer femur type athletes, you may be able to generate a little more torque, force to get your body turned with that first step. So you may be a tackle on the backside of a wide zone. I might not be in a completely parallel stance. As far as the shorter femur, more squattier players, I like to, let them find their center of balance. A big part of that is reps. A lot of that is reps. And then keeping track of things, keeping track of who finishes in the stronger position of power. But we'll talk more about that. I'll just use these two as kind of examples is what I mean by guys that play with great body posture. When I study kind of league film tapes just to see the different techniques that come about throughout my career, Tyron Smith was a guy that kind of did it by the book. And then I think now Rashawn Slater is another guy. If you ever look to study tackles, he plays within himself, but at the same time, he's a great athlete. He bends. He plays with good tight elbows. A lot of these things are, of course, good examples I show to some of my guys when they come asking for, who do you think I should watch? These are just, just things to think about. Of course, when I talk about finding your power, this is about kind of two major keys, which first starts with establishing your position of power, which is getting in our stance, finding our stance. Getting low, what does that mean? To me, getting low is about figuring out how to engage with that initial jolt at the lowest level possible with my head up, being able to see my target, being able to hunt. Now, for some guys, that's widening their feet. You'll see them, especially when they lose a little bit after the initial pop, you'll see them kind of split their feet. Some guys, it's, readjusting their hands. But of course, I think all of it helps them reestablish where leverage is going into the defender. And, each guy has their thing, figuring out which one it is so that you can coach it up, make it happen faster, help them, find their level kind of at the beginning of their stance is a big, big key. Compacting your lower body, crunching in. I think one thing that I think every player should think to do is kind of that last second, once you get your body set, is get down in there. This is where you engage your core. Be thoughtful about that process of getting to the line of scrimmage. It has to happen fast, but I think everybody should have a process. The end of my process is just kind of that hunkering down phase, that crunching in. And then, of course, hands being the key. Hands are the key to all pad level issues in my mind. A lot of times, if you miss your target with your hands, because this where you are going to express your power through at the end of the chain, really every time. If you're missing with your hands, if you're inaccurate with your hand strikes, I think that clears up a lot of pad level issues. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of sitting and watching film with kids and kind of going through and asking them, how did they feel? Did they feel powerful during this rep? Is this where you kind of lost balance? As they begin to understand it and see it and kind of visualize it, they start to play with a bit more understanding of their body mechanics, how to maintain integrity of their posture. And then, of course, during the play, this is after you've established kind of your start and initial jolt. During the play, how do I stay low and run fast? This is one of the questions I get from O-linemen kind of over and over and over again. A lot of guys, especially when moving to the second level, they kind of unhook the trailer, they get high, they start looking over the top of the crowd to find their targets, and those are just habits. You got to teach them about being on the hunt, being able to bend, move, and all while maintaining their base, while at the same time, we're not looking to slow down. A big part of finding that position of power is being able to play fast and violent. Fast and violent, as that matches up, creates success. The coming to balance phase and the closing the distance phase is one I've always struggled with. I am, not a super athlete, super quick. It's one I've had to learn through myself. And as I teach it to others, this is where I've kind of created new thoughts around it. I've heard coaching points from other people and I've adopted it as my own. One is you got to surround them with your feet. You cannot slow down, but you have to surround them with your feet. As you get there and you can smell their breath, that's when you go a million miles an hour, chop the feet, buzz the feet to really surround them and close that distance. And then I think the confidence to finish happens when you're able to put all those keys together. The finish part is the huge part that I think you have to track. You have to track. I heard, Coach Teasley talk about it being a dog. All the different ways that you track those things are very important in figuring out, what is toughness, what is domination, what is that power position that, you're thinking about. As we talk about how it shows up, of course, in indie drills, a lot of coaches have questions on whether shoots are good or bad. I'm a shoots guy. I do it in a kind of a way that makes sense to me. Now, I'm not, big on putting them all the way under the shoot, but what I want them to do is to kind of feel that limiter over their head so that they can scrunch down, and then I leave them at the heads out of the edge of the shoot, just so they can feel the coming out part of the phases of blocks that I want to talk about. The initial acceleration, being able to drive out and up into a defender with good pad level. But the big part of that is, if it's an unnatural, if it's at an unnaturally low level, I think the returns on that, diminish greatly. But that little bit of pressure to really hunker in, and sink down into your pads and to feel kind of your base helps. And then, of course, with hand shields, some coaches like them, some coaches don't. I think they have their place. Early, in spring, in summer, when we're really focusing on fundamentals, hand shields are good just to get guys used to keeping them tight. But a lot of times, as summer progresses, you want to get more into body-to-body contact, especially finding your strike points on the move. Zone teams, a lot of zone going on, with RPO games. You got to get good at it, finding your entry point so you can get into the tussle. And if you can find that entry point with your hands, that is where that leverage comes in. That's where you can maintain good body position throughout the block. Of course, in team drills, the big thing I like to track is end of play body language. At the end of the play, are you in a position of power or is your defender? I've never seen a practice be won with scheme. It's something that you got to go beat it out of, and that's why I love those summer days. The defense knows what you're doing. What are you going to do about it? That's where you establish that swagger. That's where you establish, the juice that it takes to go win a game, especially, when you get a tough team, well-coached team on the other side. It has to happen in practice. A big thing I think that you have to do in order to, reinforce your position of power is you always got to put your bigs on the big screen. When they get that big block, that's got to pop up in meetings on Sunday or meetings on Monday. If you have the ability, that's where I think those cameras should be looking at. It really gets contagious. There are a few ways I like to talk about knockdowns or track them. Pancakes is one. Those are the clean ones. A good knockdown, driving through your defender and taking them to the ground. Hemmed up is something I like to kind of keep track of, especially in pass pro. I think if you stone a guy, that's running at you full speed and can maintain good body position and snatch him up by the collar, I think that's time to celebrate a little bit. I think that's time to throw a little extras on it. That recognition, breeds a want to, and then bomb drops. That's just those big collision shots. Maintaining power, a position of power throughout a 4-quarter game is a game of attrition. I mean, it's a game for tough guys, and I really appreciate that part of the game, and that's the one part of the game I like to kind of hone in on and start kind of all of my thoughts on. How can we be powerful and maintain that power throughout the plays, and whatever is asked of us. Just to get out of here, to end it out, just to leave a little contact info. I'm right over in Winston-Salem. I'm more than into talking all as often as possible, as much with the time that I can get. But anything other than that, send it on back to Coach Tatum. And I really appreciate this opportunity to come in and talk a little bit about your positions of power.
Appreciate you, Coach. Hey man, being a local guy, being here, I coach in Winston-Salem guys, and Coach is right there down the street. I appreciate him a lot for coming on.
Oh yeah, wouldn't miss it.
Yeah. Coach, I'm gonna go ahead and have you back out, and I'm gonna go ahead and kind of talk to the folk before we get to the next stuff.
I got you.
Appreciate you, Coach.
Yeah, man.
All right, guys. Yeah, that's Coach Christian Harrison, Winston-Salem State University. Guys, we are rocking and rolling 9 hours in. The 5 o'clock speaker couldn't make it today, so we're having to kind of roll on with just me and you. You're still hanging out with us. There are still 38 people here. I appreciate everybody for hanging with us. We will be making sure we finish out with our last 2 speakers. I kind of want to text him and see if he wants to come on and go ahead and go early. We can go ahead and do that. I'm not sure where he's at, but Coach, where'd you get that hat? Dome Hatwear. Go to domehats.com. You can find all the Coach Speak stuff on there. The Coach Speak guys, I'm good friends with them, so kind of roll on. But then all the Dome hats. But if you go, make sure you use promo code Tatum at checkout. You get your 10% off of your stuff, guys. You want to do that when you get your hats. But yeah, appreciate that. While I kind of do some housekeeping, guys, my wife was like, one last time, go ahead and put the donation on there. We've already had a couple people do that, and I'm extremely blessed and humbled that they did that. If you want to donate, it's not necessary, but we absolutely love it. We appreciate it. So I'm going to go ahead and talk to Coach and see if he wants to go early or not. If not, I will talk to y'all and we'll kind of roll through. But y'all just bear with me as I bring this up. This clinic's always something special because it's the last one, right? So it's the last clinic I do for the year before football season, really ramps up, and so it's pretty special to me. Let me see. He hasn't seen my message from yesterday either, so kind of want to make sure that he's still on and popping with us. Let's see. I don't know. Hadn't heard from him. I don't have his number either. Anyway, is what it is. We'll I'm gonna see if I can contact Coach another way. 1 second. Guys, if you're still hanging out with me, interact real quick. Tell me what have you learned so far that you think you're going to be able to implement at your program this summer? Something you're looking forward to that you've been talking about. Maybe you texted a group chat of coaches and like, hey man, I learned this at Coach Tatum's clinic, and never going to use this this coming season. Let me know if you figured out something. That's what makes it worth it, man. If you didn't learn anything, it's kind of like, well, what was the point? So, if you learned something, definitely let me know. Let's see. Any comments? Nope, no comments. Y'all just watching. Okay, cool. It's easy if you're on your phone. If you're watching on TV, I get it's not very easy. You have to go to your phone and kind of do double duty and bring it out and type. But if you're on your phone, let me know. Facebook's easy too. It'll say that it'll just type it right in. All right, I'm gonna take that off. All right, let's see. Well, there he is. Hold on. Let's see. Would you go early at 5? I'll say 5:15. If he says yes, then we'll go early. Okay. Got some good pre-practice stuff from Coach Lawrence. Love it. Yeah, Coach Lawrence is good, man. We're blessed here in North Carolina to have good college coaches around us. Great stuff. A lot of insight that we will take back to the summer skills. Pass pro stuff has been great. Really good, man. I think that's kind of underrated. Pass pro drills, very underrated. Coach Chad Johnson gave me a piece of info on the OL communication progression that I already sent to our staff. Love it, man. Love it. Let's see. Definitely want to incorporate some of Coach Mariball and Coach Teasley's stuff together. Yeah. I love the finishes. Man, totally revamped everything when I did my one-on-one with Coach Mariball last year. He talked about man finishes and when D linemen disengage, how to stay engaged and trying to regather leverage. Totally blew my mind, and I use that stuff all the time. I just call them man finishes, and when they go to disengage, we reach and run. Different ways to do that. So absolutely great. If you haven't seen that, just go to YouTube and type in Coach Mariball, Coach Tatum, both those names together, and the video will come up. It's actually awesome. So for me, we have what we call no fails, and number 2 is chase the play. So I'm adding Coach Mariball, stay attached to mine. Yeah, that would be perfect for what you do, Jake. That would be perfect. So coach is typing. Hopefully he doesn't bail, but if he does, it is what it is. We'll make it happen. Great pass protection drill, EDDs to add to the program. Love it. That's honestly that is the main goal, man. I just want to give y'all something, give y'all something to kind of help. Let's see. He's gonna come on at 5:20. Go a little early. Send you the invite. All right, that works. All right, so while I set this up and send him an invite, y'all keep telling me what you've learned and stuff like that. Also, people have asked me, how do I get in contact with speakers? Honestly, guys, try your best on your own. And what I mean by that is like follow them, try to DM them. If they have closed DMs, let me know because I'll have it. And I'll try to get like any presentations or anything like that. Most of the guys, especially the I think everybody outside of Maribel and Teasley, you can get a hold of pretty easily. But yeah, you can kind of hit them up. All right, so send that to him. So, coach, if you see that, cool. I literally, let me see. Yeah, he just said that. I know that I literally got back because I was in the kitchen with my dog. I got back and I heard him be like rapping, like Coach Harrison wrapping up. I got back, I sat it down, I knocked my drink over, and so my drink is like everywhere. So, doing it live, guys. Y'all know me. Got a donation. Appreciate it, guys. I appreciate that. That just came through. Coach Gilchrist, I appreciate you a lot for doing that. Seriously. All right. So for the next 11 minutes, we got to entertain ourselves. Let's talk. Drop a topic in the chat and let's talk about it for the next 10 minutes. And we'll kind of rock out. And then the next hour will be speakers. And we'll kind of wrap up at the end. Again. And again, guys, this is the last clinic of the year, right? It's kind of sad, but it is what it is. Coach, this has been awesome. Great day rocking with you, but serious question. Where the heck are all the college coaches running power? I know North Dakota State kills AGOT power, but where's everyone else? Honestly, I don't want to say power is becoming lost. I think plenty of people still run power, but I don't know. I totally agree, Dave. I mean, it's people do seem to be going away from power. They're running more duo, or they just rather would just run counter. But I still think power has a place. And people still run it. I think you just see it in the more power read stuff. If people are running it, they run more power read because people are more athletic. What's the most effective RPOs? This is gonna sound like a most duh answer, Coach, but the most effective RPOs are the ones that are going to affect or read the defenders that give you the most problems. What I mean by that is if you cannot get to the backside backer on power or on counter or any of those gap schemes that work to double team works to backside backer, RPO that joker. That's my opinion. If you can't get to him, read him, right? Because either he's attacking and you throw off of him, or he's playing back and he's not a factor. So that's kind of what I mean by that. If you just know without a shadow of a doubt where that seventh or eighth defender is coming from, and you can dictate that guy staying out of the box, then I think you'll be fine. RPOing that guy using quick game or something like that. Those are the most effective RPOs. A lot of different ways to run counter. What's your favorite way to run counter read? Well, Coach, you came to the right place. Favorite ways to run counter. My favorite way to run counter is bash. I wish I had my I had a diagram already up. Actually, I do. Let me pull this up. Something I drew up real quick. That I'll be posting this on Twitter tomorrow. This is not my favorite. Let me see. I didn't post it. It's my bad. But I'm gonna show you all this. This is not my favorite. I run GT Bash a lot. I love it. Let me share this with y'all. Where is it? There it is. So right there. This is from Georgia Tech. They basically it's 22 personnel, double tight end, split back, and they're running like GR, so guard and running back counter, called GF if you want to, a little F back in here. All right, and they're just running, there's a trap, they're working this Tate right here, they're soloing the nose with the guard, and they're making sure the sitter can get back to the four eye, tackles the ceiling, and they're working this double team back, and they're leading up with the F. They're running like a fake toss to get movement from this weak side safety, and they're going downhill. So Georgia Tech did that in a game, and I'm going to kind of put that on Twitter tomorrow. That's not my favorite way to do it. I just thought it was an interesting way to do it. So there's that. But yeah, just straight 10 personnel, 11 personnel. GT counter bash is my favorite way to do it, Coach. Absolutely love it. Yeah, you can read it, you can protect it, you can cap, non-capped, play side, backside, all the different ways you can do it. You can do bash, toss, normal read, 2-back, 3-back, triple, RPO, anything you want to counter, screen counter, like Coach Jelani Lore was talking about this morning. You could do like anything, right? That's why I love it so much. How are you guys teaching hand fighting in the run game? You kind of I like to progress it, but I'll lock them up and have them in a fit position, and then work the hand fights, and then I'll kind of work independent hands on the hand fights, stuff like that. The only way they get good at it, man, is by seeing it, and you got to give it to them, like show them different ways. So they're not very good at it. Slow it down, do it kind of like half speed, like hand replace, stuff like that, and then kind of get fast with it. That's a good way. Choose violence, run power. Never go wrong doing that. I found a decent drill of refitting when a D lineman has his gap and knocking down the hand of refitting. Love it. Love it. I know. Let me see. What is the best way to teach linemen inside zone? What's the best way to teach linemen inside zone, outside zone? That is something for another time, Coach. Honestly, if you go to if you're watching on my YouTube right now, hopefully you're subscribed. If you are, love it, man. Make sure you hit the notification bell. Go on there and type in inside zone. I have multiple different ways to multiple videos for inside zone. You can kind of check out. I'm not trying to displace your question, but yeah, it's kind of that's kind of intricate, and we only have like 5 minutes left. But I appreciate the question. And Coach, anytime you want to talk about it one-on-one, DM me on Twitter, and we'll kind of talk about it. Y'all have no idea how many DMs I get, and I answer questions, and kind of give my opinion on things. Not the hat switch. Had to. Talking about counter, man. Talking about counter. Let's see. Best way to run counter is counter invert, where the H in the guard swap responsibilities. Very powerful. Yeah. I like power counter invert, man. I like it. Run counter invert often. Let me see. Here we go. Another. I don't have it. Where's my run power? I don't have my power hat. Oh, there it is. Hold on. There you go. Run power often. But if you're not a power team, just duo it. I'm definitely making that into a reel. Definitely making that into a reel. Just duo it, guys. Coach B Mac, for us, just have rules for even and odd. Yeah. Another great one. Where can we get those? I already tried Google. All right, so let me pull this up. Here we go. Let me share this. I'm not sure where Coach is at. I think I sent him the email, right? Yeah, I sent him the email. Okay. Make sure I wasn't tripping. Here we go. All right, y'all can see that. So this is domeheadwear.co. So domeheadwear.co. And if you go to store, Here we go. So there's no ball, run through a mother you-know's face, run power often, all the colors. This is one of my favorites. It's in my car right now. The block somebody. I have this one, the green one. And then my support your local O-line coach hat, who is just like my second. That's probably my number one. So this hat right here is also in my car. Those are kind of my practice hats. So that one and this one are my practice hats. Knuck if you buck. They got some other things. Fear the veer. I'll give that one away. Run the damn ball. I don't have run the darn ball. I used to. I think I gave it away. Ripley's match. I gave that one away. Let's see. Gap down backer. Yeah, they're supposed to local athletic trainer now. They have all different type of stuff, guys. So some of these are sold out. Some of them are still around. They have other ones. There's the coach speak ones. So I have that one, and I have the white ones. Been sitting here on the desk all day. Make tackling great again. All that stuff, guys. Yeah. So if you want to go to domeheadwear.co. Go to store, and then once you go to store, so continue stopping. If you go to there and you put in code Tatum, TATUM, you'll be able to get them at the hat switch. Love it. Yeah, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hat switches again. Love it. Had to step away for a few, but for sure going to catch up tonight. Today has been great. The coach is really good. Really was really good. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Thanks, Coach. Great day. It has been a great day. And I sent him the invite. I'm just gonna send it to him here. Oh, there he is. Boom. Love it. What up, Coach?
Coach, how we doing?
I'm good. If you want to click on the little monitor with the plus sign down at the bottom.
Yep, I got you.
Share screen, and then wherever tab you're using. Love it. All right, cool. Go. You want to go full screen, and I'm gonna back out, Coach. I gotta go clean up a mess I made earlier, and I'm gonna let you have it. All right.
Awesome, Coach. Do I have until 5:50 or 6?
You have until 6.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
awesome.
You got it. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Well, Coach, I certainly appreciate you giving me a chance to speak tonight. Last month I DM'd you asking about getting access to watch this myself, so it's certainly cool to participate and share how I coach something that we all probably do a little bit differently or have heard done a bunch of different ways. Not going to get into the whole this is who I am in my life story, because I've found that most people don't really care in settings like these. They just want to hear what you have to say. But my contact info is here up on the screen, cell and email. Be happy to answer any questions, talk to any of you about anything I get into tonight or anything else, offensive line wise, football wise, and I'll try and remember to bring this slide back up at the end. But I will get into this for now. So I'm going to be talking about 3 different types of double teams we use, but briefly just want to give an overview of the run game techniques that I use in double teams. So that starts with angle drive for me, just a drive block on an angle, down block, base block, moving a human being against his will, point A to point B, simplest thing in football. That's an angle drive for me. Brace lift and sometimes torque is what 90% of the football world knows as crowthering. We do not have a Crowther sled, unfortunately, so I didn't think it made much sense to use that term with our guys. So kind of just describe the technique as it is. Brace, lift, and then depending upon if you're working with somebody and the leverage that we need, sometimes there's a one-hand torque at the end of that as well. So think of that as Crowther, if that's how you're all familiar with it. Gallop, I think that's a pretty universal term, right? Which that we use galloping and knocking the hip or hitting the hip as the outer guy in most of these double teams. A lot of kind of the way I like to coach offensive line is, especially at the non-scholarship level, we get different kids that have different abilities and try and provide each kid with 2, sometimes 3 technical ways to accomplish each task, because you get really long kids, short kids, wide kids, narrow kids, and all over weight spectrum, especially at the Division III level. So galloping works really well for some of them. Just putting two hands and knocking a guy's hip across his buddy's face works best for others. But this is really what I wanted to get into here. So 45 double teams for us. That's just roughly a 45-degree angle. So one guy's covered, one guy is uncovered. You see the diagram of the post and lead, the old mailbox setup there, which you have to show them or draw out. Most kids, even in college, I found, don't know what you mean when you're talking about that. But once they got the visual, then it makes sense to them. So there's three different techniques or ways that we align techniques, and it's based upon what we're running, based on what we're seeing on defense, and obviously what we're capable of on offense. So there are some absolutes. There are certain situations where we use fat, skinny, slip is the third one that's not on this slide yet. And there are some times where it could be a skinny or a slip. More ways that I can give a little bit of control to the players. But by nature of offensive line play, every double team, you're either looking for vertical or horizontal displacement. It's important to define what the goal, what the desired outcome for each one is. And the reason I started doing this is, well, first of all, we still have verbiage in our manuals, in our playbook, to call out who is working with who, which is at the bottom of the screen for us here. Guard and tackles, ace, center and guard, ace, guard and tackle, deuce, tackle, tight end, tray, tight end, wing, quad, to the call side, and then same thing, but 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the back, or opposite the call on the back side. However, our offense and a lot of college football is based out of 11 personnel with some 10 personnel thrown in there, a smattering of 12, 20, 21, and 90% of the time when we run the football or play action and are going to use these double teams, we are looking at a 5-man box, 6-man box, where split zone or any gap scheme, 90% of the time we're only getting one double team. If we were going to be a heavier personnel operation and consistently be in 12, 13, 22 and have a big core with several attached tight ends as a base identity, and we're getting multiple double teams on each play, then all this verbiage at the bottom of the screen would matter a lot more to me. But coaching in 11 personnel offense, it occurred to me that for kids that have a clue, that have some semblance of a football IQ, it's pretty obvious where that one double team is going to occur, right? Like you're running power 2 or 3 technique with a 4 down front, 2 linebacker box. Like that is obviously going to be a deuce, a tackle and guard double team up to the backside, inside linebacker. Once they know that, I've preferred that we spend our precious seconds at the line of scrimmage communicating to align our techniques. And this started when I took over the offensive line at my last school, my alma mater, the University of New England. And their OC there, who had coached offensive line previously, years before, said we need to assign ownership. So like we're going to have a double team, great. The inside guy is going to use this technique. The outside guy is going to use this technique. Usually it was the inner guy was crowdering and the outer guy was galloping. And that's great. Those are techniques that are taught at every level of football. They're highly effective when they're done well. You can generate a lot of power, even for some undersized guys in some cases. And in the past, when we just crowded and galloped, we were able to stand some people up, create some displacement. We're double teaming the crap out of that guy. We had some plays like that, but there were also some plays where we really stood somebody up and then both guys tried to come off for a linebacker, or we really stood somebody up and that down guy managed to slip off that double team late. And the way he got this point across to us, we were kind of having a back and forth in the office. He had our defensive line coach come over and we actually stood up, moved the chairs, and in the office, my old OC was the down guy, the down lineman, and then myself and our D-line coach were the 2 guys in the double team. I'm a former offensive lineman. He's a former defensive lineman. The 2 of us were probably over 600 pounds compared to a guy that was like 220. And he said, get shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip, get lower than me, and you're going to try and block me back as I'm going to try and split this. He split us. So then we spun it up again, and then he said, okay, now you grab cloth, 2 hands as the outer guy in the double team. So this would be, I'm the tackle, our D-line coach is the guard, and then my old OC was a 3 technique. And now we're in that same hip-to-hip, shoulder-to-shoulder position, but I got my hands in tight, one hand right down the sternum, one hand armpit area, grabbing cloth with each hand, and we're doing the same thing. And it got a little intense. Clothing got a little bit stretched, but that double team was not split. And it clicked in my mind that one person is responsible for the down guy and one person is responsible for providing a significant amount of help, but somebody has to be assigned ownership. That's when we introduce these words. So fat double teams we use for the most part when there's a down lineman that's in a gap. A 1 tech, a 3 tech, a 5 tech, he's on a shade. Then that post guy, the inner guy in the double team, is going to brace lift, what you probably know as Crowther. And then if we get linebackers to step up, then he'll be expected to snap off after providing a significant amount of help. The outer guy in the double team, the lead, well, he is taking ownership of that down lineman. So he is going to step towards him, step towards the aiming point, turn shoulders, turn hips, put 2 hands on that defender, grab cloth, and barring any sort of movement post snap, that's the guy who is going to be responsible for that person. A skinny double team, the inverse is true. So we mostly use this technique with head up shades. 0, 2, 4. The post guy, the inner guy now, is going to brace lift and torque. Remember I said the way I teach it, torque is a sometimes thing. That one arm torque is a finishing move. When we brace lift in fat double teams, we just brace lift, knee the crotch, punch with our shoulder, and really tee off on that guy. Skinny double team, it's a little bit less violent, but we're much more cognizant of leverage and body position because we're going to set up that single arm torque where we take ownership of the D lineman after we're getting a significant amount of help from the lead guy, the outer guy, who's galloping or hitting the hip. And then as long as he is able to clear his inside gap, he is expected to climb. If we were ever to be in a situation where we are in a bunch of 13 and 22 personnel and we have these big surfaces and we got 2 and 3 double teams, I think we could combine these these 2 sets of verbiage? Absolutely. A ace skinny to whoever, Trey fat to whatever number. But again, for our offense, for our purposes, we go skinny to him, fat to him. And then slip is the last kind. Again, didn't make this slide, got into it more recently. Slip is the same thing as skinny with those 2 guys switching responsibilities to try and take over a head up shade or a backside shade. We're not an outside zone or a wide zone team, so we really just see it on the backside of our inside zone, mid zone. But there'll be some tape to go along with all this stuff. So starting off with fat double teams, which is what we use most commonly, what I like the most, what I think our guys are best at. Starting off here with an example from Alabama. Try and show some high-level tape of all these skills because we've all heard of galloping and crowthering and angle driving, all that good stuff as coaches. But a lot of times that 17 or 18-year-old freshman, especially depending upon what type of an offense he played in high school, it may be very counter to what his high school offensive line coach taught him or seem very different. So showing that these techniques, for the most part, are used successfully at the highest level. There's some NFL teach tape, there's some FBS teach tape, and then for my purposes, there's some Division III teach tape, there's practice teach tape. But we start with a high-level example. So here's Alabama. This is a 3 technique. He's fat in the gap. We use fat double team to the backside inside linebacker. Inner guy, post guy. You see that trigger step and a really vertical brace lift, punching with that top of the right shoulder. And then the outer guy, the lead guy, well, he is turning hips, turning shoulder, angle drive, grabbing cloth, taking ownership of that down lineman. There it is at the highest level. Here it is, the University of Rochester, Division III. This was a freshman for us 2 falls ago. Don't love his angle. Don't love how flat he is. The base, there's a lot technically that I don't think is great here. But you do see these 2 techniques align. You're going to see a brace lift from the inner guy, punching with the top of that right shoulder pad. And then this outer guy has no regard for anybody but that down lineman. He is turning, running off the ball, angle drive into the rib, hip area. of that defender. Boom. Again, not a great angle, but that is the mentality of how I want this to be. So to go back to this clip from Alabama. So if you are a big gap scheme team and you are playing a defense that is spill and overlap, this is going to be tough because you're likely not going to be able to get this tackle up. The reason I've leaned more into fat double teams versus guys that are playing on a shade, non-scholarship Division III, I don't think there's a ton of guys that are strong enough to gallop into a guy when they don't have much space to build up momentum and knock him all the way from an outside shade to definitively in the post guy's inside gap. It's a lot easier when they're already halfway there by alignment on a head up alignment rather. So if you are getting a bunch of spill and overlap, fat double teams will be tough. If you're getting teams that are going to step up and box it back to a slow playing backside inside, then this is great. And there's other ways that we can apply this. Last example, had that kind of baby draftfish looking freshman that kind of threw all technique out the window, but hit his aiming point, was violent. This is a senior tight end, taught this to them too. Even when they were off the ball, they just crept up a foot or so to get themselves more on the level of the tackle, but we use these same techniques with them. So he's going to turn, hips and shoulders, be physical on the down guy, not worry about keeping any one particular arm free or half his body free. He's just kind of trying to displace the heck out of him. When you get into people's rib cage and hip area, it's a lot easier to displace them, even bigger people. So between a better strike and then being more under control technically, having a base about him, not being so flat initially, this kid is able to climb and instead of virtually giving up himself, tackling that kid to the ground like you saw in the last example. Okay, looking at the inside guy here, that's going to have the brace lift. There's that trigger step near the crotch, and you can see the pad level right before he disappears here. He is leading in with the top, not the front, but the top of that near shoulder. Boom. Then he creates a lever by bringing his hips through. Granted, this is one of our lighter offensive linemen there at UNE. He was about 245, but you can see the lift. This kid is completely raised. He has 0 points of contact with the ground as this kid brings his hip through and provides an awful lot of help as the inner guy, as the brace lift guy. Here it is in a game. Later in the year, everybody's dying. Got a taller kid at guard. Pad level's not great, but everything else is there. And at the left guard and left tackle, 3 technique, fat in the gap. So we brace lift and angle drive. Boom, we get to that hip-to-hip, shoulder-to-shoulder alignment. Try and avoid doing this a ton versus spill and overlap teams, but teams that are going to box it back, fine. If they are going to overlap, that inside guy can still track the overlapping linebacker. And if he's going to try and backdoor it, snap off late. That's really hard, and frankly, I haven't gotten that done a ton in games. But if you got an ass kicker of a 3 technique and you feel we got to get a brace lift and an angle drive in here to displace that guy, that's priority 1. You still can use it versus spill and overlap. It's just tough. All right, some Rochester tape. Guys always love seeing tape of themselves, especially once you've been in a place for a few years. Right guard, right tackle, 3 technique, fat in the gap, fat double team, fat 252. Okay, not a spill and overlap team, so this is perfect for us. Brace lift, angle drive. Don't love how this kid stepped underneath himself, but he fixes it on his second step. Got good eyes, snaps off late when that backside inside triggers, and then the outer guy can take full ownership of that down lineman because we've defined that, hey, unless he reduces and disappears, you're getting a bunch of help from him. But when you say fat, you're the outer guy. He is your problem. He is your responsibility. He is yours to put 2 hands on and angle drive in the next week. So you've seen a bunch of gap examples. I think it's great on the front side of gap scheme. You can also use it on the front side of zone scheme. The roles are just kind of inverted. So this is inside zone on the left or tight zone on the left. We got a backside shade and an open B gap. So zone sound scheme, if he crosses into B gap, we still got to have eyes here, obviously. Getting into the scheme portion here. But this is still going to be a brace lift, vertical in nature, and an angle drive. So it's still a fat double team. 2I, that's on a shade. He's fat in the gap. Brace lift by the outside guy. Angle drive by the backside guy. Hip to hip, shoulder to shoulder. Our eyes are in our gaps. And we snap off to block linebackers when they fit their gaps. Get this kid all fired up. See this brace lift kid? One of our most athletic players, almost sometimes more athletic than I wish he would, because he's very kind of happy feet, impatient. Have to slow him down, which is a good problem to have. But this was him mastering something that he kind of struggled with throughout camp and the first couple weeks of this season. So he would always almost just like elbow a backside shade in this situation and then be in such a hurry to go block a linebacker that hasn't taken a downhill step yet. But here we get a solid brace lift by him. We get that solid hip to hip, shoulder to shoulder double team. Create a little bit of displacement, and then snap off late, and you can see the excitement, which is always fun. All right, my favorite way to use this is a game plan specific thing. I will be the first to tell you this is not the most schematically sound answer in the books, but it can work. So if there is a kid that you just need to get taken care of, that is an all-region, an all-American, that you need to devote 2 bodies to, a down guy, you can fat double team him regardless of his alignment or where he is within the scheme. So this is the backside of inside zone. Typically, we're trying to cut off on the backside of inside zone so we can cut the defense in half. So we wouldn't want to combine an angle drive with a brace lift, because then we're just pushing everything front side. However, this kid, number 94 for RPI, had a monster game against us a couple of years prior, 2022, 2023, all-region player, if not maybe an honorable mention All-American. So he said wherever 94 is, we're going to fat double team him. We're going to beat the shit out of him throughout the course of the game. We'll wear him down. And he really was moving different in the fourth quarter than he was in the first quarter, and it justified this approach. Because we're saying unless there's a good chance that we do not get to block the backside inside, the buck, the will, whatever you call them in your terminology, because we think that we need to devote 2 to this ass kicker. Only done this in 2 games throughout my career for 2 guys that I think warranted it, and I've never regretted. I didn't regret it either of those times. So here again, usually we'd be trying to cut off on the backside of inside zone, but we're going to put the priority on the down guy and fat double team him wherever number 94 is, whatever the play is. Brace lift, angle drive. That kid's trying to stump it. He's already going down to a knee. This is the 21st play, not even on offense, of the game. Again, he was moving different in the fourth quarter than the first quarter. But hip to hip, shoulder to shoulder, aligned techniques. And then we are burying that kid. What about the backside inside? Let him make an arm tackle on, at the time, was an All-American running back and a 5th-year senior, which not everyone has that luxury. But when you do, it makes it a little bit easier to say, hey, we're not going to worry about the backside inside as much because we've got this ass kicker of a 3 technique to deal with. So we're going to worry about him first level first, and then let the backside inside make arm tackles. All right. Skinny double teams. Again, much more leverage conscious, much more technical. Don't love them as much. I think they take a little bit longer to get good at, but once you get good at them, then it's great. Okay, to start, typically a skinny double team, again, that's a head-up use versus a head-up defender. We're going to have a really skinny brace lift where it's not quite as violent, but we're not stepping over this imaginary line, and we're getting this hand ready to torque once we get the bump from the guy we're working with, from the lead guy. Love it when we can gout and keep, stay square, keep a high leg, and that naturally delivers us up to the second level, and especially guys that are longer can leverage that. Doesn't work for everybody, especially at the non-scholarship level. So, and this is an SEC example of, you got a guy that struggles with gout, you can just have him turn and then get get 2 hands into that rib cage or hip area. Example from Ole Miss from I don't even know how many years ago, but not gallop footwork, turn shoulders, makes it harder to climb. Once you turn, and then you have to return before this guy gets over the top. That's challenging, but the priority's got to be on the down guy. So if you're not going to be able to displace him with a gallop, or you're not a good galloper, well, here's an alternative to that. So you can either gallop or just turn and hit the hip, knock the hip. Okay, Division III example on the heels of the SEC. Backside tackle. We'll work through that open gap. There's some color in it. Boom, 2 hands to the hips. Turns shoulders, gets that off arm involved. Do we love it? No, but you can still create an awful lot of displacement, especially when you work with somebody else, and then you still have a shot to right yourself and climb. All right, this is the good stuff. Galloping. So this is a 3-3 stack. That nose is kind of hiding behind this stack's middle linebacker here. We got gap scheme going to the boundary here. So really skinny brace lift here. Gallop, cross the line of scrimmage, hit his hip. And then once we get that bump, that inside hand of the center is going to work to take over. So now the inside guy has ownership of the down guy. Outside guy is your help component, opposite of a fat double team. I'll do the freeze cadence. Okay, gallop by the outside guy. What I don't love about this, he is stepping over that imaginary line. So right now we got to displace this defender about 2 feet to get him definitively in backside A gap. If we take a 1 foot step here, now we got to move him 3 feet. It's a moving target. So that center really needs to pick it up and put it down, not go anywhere. Wait for that help. Boom. Obviously a really good gallop, but you also see that hand placement there. He's got that hand kind of cocked up, ready to go. As soon as he gets that nudge right to that armpit area or the side of the breastplate on the D lineman shoulder pads, waiting to extend, and then definitively put that guy in the gap we want him to be in. But full speed, heck of a gallop, but also pretty good job on the brace lift. Okay, here's a bad example. I think there's a lot of value in putting bad examples in your teach tape as long as you can clearly articulate why it's there and it's not the same kid every time, which you got to be cognizant of. But this was an all-conference player for us that was learning a new technique a couple of years ago. I just said I didn't love that last kid for UNE that stepped over this line. This kid's going to take 2 or 3 steps over it. So we really got to – the gallop guy's really got to work now to get that inside gap cleared and climb. So the center is making his life harder for him here. And that's a long way to gallop. You got to take 3 gallops, and he does a heck of a job. Look at the effect on the nose. Boom, end of the play. However, because we got to take 3 gallops instead of 2, now we're late getting up to the second level, and we got to try and U this guy out instead of pinning him backside when he wasn't overly fast getting over the top. But we got to do a better job of picking up, putting it down. There's some learning occurring there. Some good, some bad. Okay, keep in mind that example in a minute here. This was a freshman this past fall for us that's getting exposed to the technique earlier in the season. So it's a tight shade. He's experimenting. How wide can this guy be when I can still have an effective gallop? And he is galloping and shoving. So he's got that kind of load up gallop footwork, rocking the baby with his upper half. But he's also, you can see the open hand here. He's going to get 2 hands to that hip area and then end up turning a little bit to shove that guy over. So it's kind of a combination of the 2 techniques, and especially with younger players, I'm good as they figure out what they're capable of and how tight that guy has to be to the post guy for them to use that technique. All right, same center from 2 clips ago that went way too far. Same guard, too, same pairing. This is week 11, last regular season game of the year for us. And the previous clip, that inside run clip coming off the sideline, that was early in the season. That was probably within the first 2 weeks. So now he's got a bunch more reps at this. Head up nose. He's going to pick it up, put it down, not go anywhere. You can see the stripe of his helmet above that orange helmet. And then you can even see that left hand. Now, I don't like how far it swings away from his body, or kind of that clasp coming in from the side, but you can see he's getting in that position, which aligns with the use of the gallop technique by the play side guard here. So again, why do we bother with the fat skinny stuff? Because if he is going to like a fat double team brace lift and just tee off, and he's going to gallop, well, we're using two powerful techniques, but nobody actually has control of the man. No one has ownership. No one's grabbing cloth. Here, you can actually see him work his snap hand into position on the play side half of that defender, waiting for the gallop. Boom, you get that bump, and then he keeps fighting upfield with that arm and with his play side leg to get him cut off, and we get just enough displacement to sneak the back out. Love this against 3-down teams. We're going to move a lot of Okie teams, because if this nose slants to the double team, but it's not that hard to transition a gallop into an angle drive, and now we can go climb with the inside guy who's become freed up. What if he slants away from the double team? It's not that hard to transition a brace lift into an angle drive, and now we get a free run at the backside inside by the outer guy in the gallop, by the lead guy in the gallop. So obviously it's great, and the tape's been against head-up defenders that are going to try and two-gap or mirror the guy that they're aligned over. But I also like these skinny double teams against movement as well. Different centering later in the game. Doesn't do as good of a job taking over. And then this kid's going to try and make an arm tackle late, and it gums us up. So this is mainly on here for the lead guy who's going to gallop, turn, get that offhand involved. To shove it, he does a great job of knocking this across the center's face. That's where that inside hand has to be waiting to torque him, finish it, and work this play side knee up the field to fully get him cut off. But it's a good job by the guard here, knocking him over, and then Ewing out the backside inside linebacker as he tries to go over the top. All right. Starts a little bit late here. We're looking at our center here again. Skinny double team. So he is going to knock it over. Technically poor. Don't love how overextended he is, but this is on there again for the guys that are not going to be gallopers, that need to turn and get two hands involved to create some displacement. Look at the target he's hitting with the hands. You can see his white glove. Boom, right onto that rib cage hip area. And even though he's not in a great body position, he's still able to create some displacement. Look at the brace lift guy who's doing a really good job executing this later in the year. Picks it up, puts it down. Can see that inside hand. Can see the white tape getting in position. Gets that knock. Then boom, there's that torque right there. And now we've defined which gap is occupied and which one is not. Okay, last example for skinny. Looking at the left tackle here, you see some communication taking place late. Head up defender or a really tight three technique. But you can see the really vertical brace lift. Don't love his eyes, honestly. His eyes need to be more here, waiting for the center to get his face crossed, so we're protected against that and gap sound. But do love the squareness, the hands, the body position other than his eyes. Gets in that defender's chest plate, and then when he gets that bump from the outer guy, torques with the right hand, physical finish. That's a good gap scheme play. So there's something to take from each of these clips. Perfect clips are difficult to come by, but you should be able to see every element of what you're looking for by the time you finish one of these Teach Tape playlists. And then the last thing is slip. So slip, we use it on the backside of our inside zone, mid zone. It's skinny but flipped essentially. And if you are going to be a wide zone team, an outside zone team, I think you absolutely could use this, just replacing the brace lift technique with a drag hand so you can create some flow and get guys running off the ball. But that's not as applicable in our world. Backside of inside zone, we're going to cut off a pretty loose three that's borderline in the gap, not too far off from a 4-eye alignment here. So that is going to be a brace lift vertical through the play side shoulder of that defender to up to our ID. And then we are going to reach. A lot of times with these guys, I just call that a wide angle drive. So we don't get guys that turn and try and run around defenders and then spin their shoulders back and say, look, coach, I did it. I reached him. I hate that. So you know it as a reach. I call it a wide angle drive. Now you're leading with your backside hand with a wider aiming point, wider first step, obviously, but still want to get guys running off the ball and ultimately be vertical once they get to that play side pack aiming point. Watch this tackle, backside tackle, sell out initially to get the leverage that he needs. But the biggest thing is after this one crossover step, he gets his feet and he gets all his cleats in the ground right before contact, how quickly he's able to take it vertical. And once that right foot hits the ground, now all his force has transitioned from horizontal to vertical, and we are cutting the backside of the defense off, not just washing everything front side. Preserving the midline, preserving front side gaps with the way we teach our backs to run this play. One more, we'll look at it in slow-mo. Really vertical brace lift, keeping the inside guy is keeping his play side number, play side arm free. And then that backside guy, the trail guy, or excuse me, the lead guy in that post lead verbiage is working that wide angle drive and taking it vertical. What happens when you can't get him fully cut off? Well, it's especially if you're using it with inside zone, then you just add them into the front side of the play. And then now it's going to likely cut back, but we can still use the same techniques. So here we go. This is split zone. We're going to try and cut off this head up nose. So head up defender. Now we got to recreate the leverage that we had on that last clip. So we got that really loose 3 technique. This was pretty friendly for that backside guard that just had to go vertical through it. Well, with a head up defender, now our brace lift has to be after taking a step towards our gap so we can still try and split the defender's crotch with our backside leg and punch with our backside shoulder to work vertical and draw that line in the sand. So it's just one extra step before we execute the same technique. Instead of picking it up, putting it down, and then punch with the top of the shoulder, knee the crotch. Now we're going to take a step to our play side gap, knee the crotch, punch with the top of our shoulder. Everything is the same. Wide angle drive technique for the backside guy. Okay, well, what happens when they mirror and we're not going to be able to cut them off? Well, then, boom, physicality, and that works too. And then we're cutting off of him. And obviously we didn't do a great job of the backside inside. But, all right, I'm not going to be able to take this over like we did in the last clip. That's fine. Add you in and then go climb. Last clip here. Backside tackle again. Left tackle. I think our guys treated this as a 2, flirting with being a 2-eye. That's gonna be really tough for a backside tackle to cut off. But we're still going to use that same technique where we're going to try and slip him up to 22. And if we end up just creating a big wall here and cut it behind that, so be it. So really tight shade, head up defender. We got to try and brace lift around him, play side step by the left guard, and then trying to split the crotch with his backside leg. Okay, he's mirroring him. We're not going to get there. The last kid used his shoulders. This kid's using his hands. That's fine. He's still getting into that rib cage area. He's turning, knocking it over, clearing his play side gap, and then he's cognizant of the ID as he redirects really well, and then is able to put the brakes on and you know these linebackers that fit the fallback versus a split zone or split block, buck block, whatever you call it by your tight end, able to trap him on the backside. That's great. Now we're up on a safety. So only 3 examples of slip. It's probably the least common one because we're not an outside zone or a wide team, but kind of 3 different outcomes. The clean takeover, that violent gallop-esque movement where you're not going to be able to gain play side leverage, and then this hit the hip, and that's a long way to go. I got to work through my gap, but I'm probably not going to get there. All right, no out leverage, knock him over, quick vertical redirect, hit the backside inside. That's it. So again, contact info is here. I'd be happy to text, call, DM, email. If you want this presentation, teach tape, practice tape, or just to talk about football, I'd be more than happy to anytime. And Coach, I really appreciate you having me on. Hopefully this is something to think about, some value, something you can use, or even just if you found it interesting, well, then that's great too.
Appreciate you, Coach. Awesome. Love it, man. I'm big on gap doubles. So, and I've switched to the Gallup within the last 2 years. So I absolutely love what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm a gap scheme guy, and depends on your personnel, depends on your backs, but you can do a lot with power counter, power read. That can be a whole little offense. So it's near and dear to my heart.
No doubt. Well, thank you, Coach. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Coach Rojas, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm good. Last session. It's been a long day for me,
yeah.
but I enjoy it. So, Coach, you want to go ahead and share your screen?
Yeah.
It's this little the monitor with the plus sign.
Plus sign.
Yeah, and then just share. We should probably have a huddle.
Entire screen. Is it cool if I share my entire screen? Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. Awesome. We good to go.
Yeah, if you go over to huddle from there. Yep, and then go full screen, Coach. I'm back out. You got it.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for Coach Tatum for having me. I know that this was last minute. I saw the tweet, went ahead and just kind of put it out there. But just real quick, right? My name is David Rojas. I'm the offense coordinator at San Antonio Warren High School. And today, just going to talk about duo. We run duo here at Warren High School. We like to simplify. We think it's simple, stupid for the kids, and we think it's great for any size lineman, whether they're 5'5", 150, and can't really move well, or they're 6'2", 280. So this is kind of what we do. So basically, what this format's going to be, it's going to be duo, kind of how we install it with the kids, and then of course just some kind of coach talk, kind of some tags that we do to kind of protect what we do here at Warren High School. Right, so first things first, we'll send this out to the kids, right? So duo concept, right? And they love all these little nuggets, right? So why we run duo, right? Because we believe 2 is better than 1, right? We want to create more double teams and move the line of scrimmage vertically, right? Some of our guys aren't as strong as these D linemen, right? So we want to be able to eliminate negative runs, right? And I think it allows our kids, right, to buy into the toughness and be violent and all these things that you O-line coaches love, right? So something that we can get downhill right now, and I believe that we can run against any front. Is it ideal against even fronts and 3 techniques and shades and all that stuff? Yeah, but I think defenses are kind of catching up to speed and getting into more bare fronts, tight fronts, things of that nature to kind of get you out of it, right? But we still, I think, as an offense, how can you continue to run the things that you run? So I'll share some things how we do that here. So how that works, right? We use covered and uncovered rules, right? And it's very simple, right? So it's just gap down backer, right? Gap down backer, pretty much the entire time. So how that works, right? Our center has to get the party started, right? So he'll ID head up to backside backer, right? And that kind of tells everyone else, hey, me and such, right, are working to this backside backer, right? You other linemen, right? You guys are working, your gap down to your front side backer, pretty much. We necessarily got away from combos, like combo names like ace, deuce, tray, right? Solos or 1, 2s, and 3s, whatever kind of combo calls. Got this from a clinic 2 years ago, and our combos, right, are just their names, right? So if my name is David, right, and Coach Tatum is my right guard, and we're going to work to the will backer, well, hey, Coach Tatum, we're going to go ahead and just work to that, and that's kind of how we combo out. That's kind of what we say, so if the tackle, and tight end are working to a backer, they're going to say their names, right? They're going to say, John, just to kind of let them know that you're going with me. And I think it helps the kids, one, right, recognize who's next to me and who's coming with me, right? And I think it also simplifies and allows other kids, right, backups, twos and threes to kind of get in, and they're kind of looking around, right, because they're all high school kids. They necessarily may not know what to do, but if you say my name and say, hey, we're going to work to him, well, heck, at least we can kind of get the play rolling there, right? So simple. That's kind of how we do things here. So the covered rule, right? So if I'm covered to my backside gap, right, I'm going to look to down block via the neck of the defender, and I'm going to maintain call side leverage, right? Typically, when you're down blocking around, you're looking to really move him horizontally. We want to do that, right? But we still want to maintain call side leverage, right? We still want to keep our hat, to the call side. Okay. If you're uncovered, you're going to look to double, right? And really you're going to look to double to the nearest defensive lineman, right? Shade, whatever it is, right? And you want to keep that combo vertical. Okay. You want to be extremely aggressive depending on how thick or thin, right? That technique is. Now we use thick or thin. What that means is basically, is he a loose three or is he tight right there in the gap, right? If he's loose, I can kind of, still maintain my gap integrity by taking a step to my gap, right? But if he's kind of in that gap, well, maybe I'm going to just snap my eyes, but I'm still going to be able to help. So it just depends on how tight, those defenders are. And kind of what our O-line coach likes to say, right? We want to stay on our combo until we can smell the breath of the linebacker, right? We're not necessarily ever going to come off. Okay, we're going to allow the linebackers to really come meet us, okay, rather than us go meet them, because we want to kind of close that space out, because our big guys, can't move as fast as linebackers, right? Backside. So whenever we teach backside, right, we need to be patient gap control. So yeah, you still want to be aggressive, but you still want to be patient gap control, right? We want to alert for games and scraping backers. One of the things that kind of stops duo for us, right, is of course a 3 and a 5 backside, right, and some sort of stunts, right, and of course those backers scraping over the top. And we do have some cost for that, and we can sort of get into that as well. Our Ys, our fullbacks, right? We like to call it a Broadway block, right? We like to tell those Ys, hey, all eyes are on you, right? Because the play necessarily doesn't get rolling, right? If you can't maintain a block for about 3 seconds, right? And our Ys are never going to be, our Ys here at Warren are never going to be as athletic as the guys that they're playing, right? But if we can just lose slowly for 3 seconds, we got a chance. And we don't like to overcoach that too much. I used to teach, hey, you kind of want to go and kick him out, as if let's say we're running power, right? But now I just want to get screw to screw and just work on driving him as hard as I can, right? One thing that we also teach those, that if I'm head up and I'm screw to screw and I'm driving him and he's trying to really slice inside, we're going to go ahead and just take him where he wants to go. And then as a play call, as an offense, we can adjust off of that bend there, right? And we'll watch some film on that as well, right? Running back. Okay, you're going to aim for the crack of the guard, right? I like to be very, very specific with my backs, because if you say B gap, they kind of change. If you say A gap, it kind of changes. They kind of want to go where they want to go. So I just say butt crack of the guard, and you want to slide, shuffle, gather, right? So you'll see some clips out of the pistol, out of the gun. If it's pistol, we're going to slide, shuffle, gather, and I'm going to press, right? I'm going to press the line of scrimmage. I say 3 steps, really it should be 5, but it's slide, gather, 1, 2, 3. I'm pressing that, and I'm not going to make my cut, right, until I hit my 3rd step. What that allows to do is that it allows, right, the O-lineman to be able to move the defender, and also get on blocks, right? If we're too quick to the A, too quick to the B, too quick to the C, it doesn't allow our big guys, right, to really work a combo and get off to where they have to go, right? And also the back makes the O-lineman, right? So if I'm in a rush, right, then those O-linemen are going to be in a rush, and we don't want to do that. So really emphasizing, right, of telling that tailback to really press the heels of the line of scrimmage there, right? So this is kind of, how we run duo, again, like I said. So again, we show this to the kids. So, hey, we say center, you're going to ID, first backer head up to backside. So that says him, right? I'm uncovered. I'm going to help you. Okay. Since he identified, hey, I'm working to this backer, that tells these guys, right? Hey, we're going to work. Okay. Someone in my gap. Yes. I'm going to think down block. Nobody in my gap. No. Okay, I'm going to help the nearest defender. Okay, keep that thing vertical, and now we're working to this backer there. Right, the Y is in charge of what we like to call, right, the C gap defender, or end man line of scrimmage. So I like to tell our Ys, hey, think C gap out, think C gap out, think C gap out. Okay, so here he'll step with his inside foot, right? Keep that hand tight to that tackle, right? And really just kind of work up patiently. And usually what happens, right? That end kind of squeezes, and now he's able to block that. Sometimes, right? So we talked about how now if he's a 5, right? If he's tight 5 now, okay, now, right, we're thinking, okay, if he's tight like there, take your steps, okay? And usually we're going to try and win, but if you feel him really, really trying to squeeze, well, that's fine. Go ahead and take him where he wants to go. So usually that's kind of how we coach with the Ys. We don't like to get too intricate. We don't like to use a lot of these cool words, a lot of coach words. We just like to be able to keep it simple for the kids to be able to just execute, right? So tell back here, the drawing's not necessarily, nice, right? But there it is. I would slide, shuffle, gather still out of the gun, and I'll press the butt crack of the guard there for 3 steps, 1, 2, 3, right? And then snapping off. If that mic goes A, well, I'm going to scrape paint tight, right? And probably go B, right? If that backer does nothing, right? We like to teach the backs, hey, if he goes A, if he's A, go B. If he's B, go A. If he's C, go A. If that backer does nothing, he just stands there, you just go A. You know what I mean? And I think sometimes we forget to kind of tell the kids, hey, I know if he does this, do that. If he does this, do that. Third thing, if he does nothing, you just freaking cram it and slam it. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how we coach it up there, right? Some kind of blocking schemes that we have. The drawing's not perfect. I used to do it on Visio. Our school doesn't have Visio, so it kind of gets all muffled up for the most part. This is kind of the different ways that we would block duo, right? Sometimes we do it out of 12 personnel, and you'll see that as well, or we'll do it out of 11 personnel, as you can see here, right? So usually, and this look like we talked about, right? If he's tight, he's just kind of work his way, Titan's going to work his way up, right? And really seal that and deliver that there, right? Against the underfront, okay, this tackle is going to be patient, right? This tackle is going to be a little more patient. Okay, he's going to take a subtle step to his gap, okay, but he's still going to want to stay square and then come off, right, and really until that mic is present there. We like to do that because last year, right, we would just tell the tackles, hey, just go ahead and leave right now, right? Go ahead and leave right now and go to where you're going to be. And that would just kind of screw up our Ys and H's a lot, because the end would kind of really squeeze that, right? Really see that tackle leaving, and he'll squeeze that. So now, right, hey, it's kind of just still, to me, it's still kind of covered and uncovered rules there, right? There's nobody in my gap. I'm going to go ahead and help, right, until somebody shows up. So a coaching point that I think kind of gets lost there, okay? Against the Okie front, right, against the 4-eye, 0, 4-eye, okay? Schematically, not a good play, right? Especially if you're in 11 personnel run-in duo. You're going to likely always have to add a hat. I've seen guys solo up the center, right? And now, hey, now we're pushing vertical for the most part. That's cool. I just don't want to change up the rules for our guys, right? I want them playing fast, and I want them playing physical. Now, you can do that, right? If you got a great center and you like your matchup that week, by all means, go for it. We're just going to add hats, right? Last year we got into 12 personnel, so we're able to add hats for the most part. This year we don't have a lot of tight ends, but I'll show you some clips of what we're doing now to kind of run the play still against that front. Right, so let me get a good clip here. Oh, shoot. Don't know why end zone isn't showing up. I may not have it. Sometimes we don't get end zone. That's fine. Right, so here it is. Here's duo right here, okay? Duo to the right, duo to the right. I'm sorry, I don't know why. Anyways, that's a 3-tech, that's a shade. Okay, so again, he would ID, the center right here would ID, right? First backer head up to backside, that would be him. So he's gonna work a double, right, with this guard. Okay, again, we talk about, you can say postman, trailman, we don't, right? But he's thinking down, now he's thinking vertical, climb, right? Working to that will backer. Okay, that tells the front side guard and front side tackle, hey, me and Coach Tatum, right, working, right, this 3-tech all the way to this backer here. Okay, tight end is going to go ahead and control that C-gap defender, and tailback is reading that play side backer there. And there you go. Good, easy, nice 10-yard run. What we do, right, as a offense to control, right, that D-gap defender, we can go block him. We can do some kind of RPO, right? We do some things depending on how aggressive that D-gap defender is. We teach our quarterback, and again, I'm going off tangents now, but we teach our quarterback that you're in charge of the D-gap defender, right? So if he was somehow down on the line of scrimmage there, he's in charge of that, right? So we teach our quarterback, okay, to open up to the play, okay, and kind of the footwork there, right, is he has a quiet near step. So we teach a quiet near step there. So what that means, the quarterback's just going to pick up, put down his play side foot, turn it right, and now his eyes can be at that D-gap defender, whether that's an RPO, or if that guy is triggering down hard, he can pull it. He has the permission, I guess you could say, to really tuck and run that thing. But that's duo there, right? Tight end doesn't do a great job, as you can see. Okay, kind of just stops moving his feet. Our O-line coach likes to say he stops a lot. He calls him Mr. Stop a lot. He does, but he just does enough to get in the way, and allows our tailback to get a 10-yard pop there. Right here, and that's just your basic even front there, right? Like again, there it is. There's your shade. There's your 5. There's your 3. There's your 5. Okay, your rule is that. Okay, we're gonna double this 3-tech to this backer, right? I'm thinking down. I'm uncovered. Gonna work this to this will backer here, right? And I'm thinking 5-5-5, right? I can be patient, stay slow, and just kind of allow him to cross my face there. Tailback 1, 2, 3. Okay, kind of a little in a rush. But this kid runs a 4.4, so I'm not gonna overcoach this kid. You know what I mean? So he hits it hard, great run. Would have liked to see him make somebody miss there. I'll go end zone here. We should have end zone here. Right. So here's our 12 personnel set. Right, and here it is against the odd front. Okay, obviously this picture is really great. So kind of again, your rules are your rules are your rules are your rules, right? So we're gonna run duo to the right here, right? Gonna run duo to the right. He's gonna ID, right? First backer, head up to backside. So that's who we are working to. Hey, me and you're gonna work to this right here. Okay, we have a tight end and we're in 12 personnel, so I have a tight end here. Again, this is why we say C gap out, because right now he has somebody in C gap, so he is going to be down. That tight end's going to be down. That tackle has nobody in his gap, right? So he can go in and help and work. And now, hey, we're working to this backer here. Okay, that allows this H back or the second Y, whatever your terminology is, right, to scrape paint, stay tight, and go kick out, right? That near defender there. Tailback, right, should be reading this backer here. As you can see, we do a terrible job, right? Again, these are high school kids, right? These are high school kids. They don't always know, okay? But we are wrong here. These guys are right, okay? This backside guard is in a rush. He can kind of just stay present and kind of just work his hand and stay present and understand. We teach our guys to understand there may not be a guy in your gap right now, but I promise you somebody should or will show up, right? If you're playing against a sound defense, right, everybody has a gap, right? So we teach our guys to kind of be patient. But again, it doesn't always work out when you're coaching, 14 to 17-year-olds there, right? Obviously, right? So again, this tackle, right? This tackle should have been helping here and then climbing to that backer, and we should have had a good play front side, okay? But like I said, sometimes you mess up, right? So tailback does a great job of seeing it, making a miss, and then we get a good run through the back door. And we'll talk about the back door, right? I know a lot of guys like the explosive play when duo hits, front side, whatever you like to say, backside, basically opposite of where he's supposed to go. And I show you some clips of when it does really well, and then some clips where if we just stay true to our rules, we end up getting better plays, right? So that's kind of how we block it up there against the odd front. Talk about the tight front. Okay, talk about the tight front. This is practice, right? This is stuff that we're playing with for the most part, right? So you talked about when I talked about when defenses like to get into tight front stuff like that, right? It forces an offense to add a hat, right? So you can go 12 personnel and you can bring in a second tight end. This year we don't have that, So we did a lot of film study. I mean, we got this from the University of Miami, right? When they had that kid, I forget his name, Malik Tony and stuff like that. They got into this sort of like bunch set, because they had the same issue that they didn't have big tight ends. I don't know why. I guess they ran out of money. But we kind of did some study on them. So in this instance, right? So how this technically should be blocked, right? Is that he's here. He's going to be down on that by rule. Okay. Again, ID and first backer head up to backside. So my buddy's coming with me. Okay. He's got somebody in his gap, and then he is down on that, right? So by rule, if I were to go block this out right now, if I were to stay patient and block this out, okay, I don't have a hat for that, right? He is what we like to call a free hitter, okay? Bad play, bad play, bad play. So what now, when we get into this bunch set now, right, we're basically teaching our point man, hey, you are going to block head up to outside, and we're never going to block the corner, right? So in this instance, our point man, right, is going to be here, right? Our slot now is these two guys are communicating on who's up or who's down. The point man kind of starts that party there. Since he's outside leverage, he is going to go ahead and try and seal that out. He's going to insert for safety there. And now he is going to, that tight end now knows, okay, I'm going to slow play it, right? And we should kind of have this play now blocked up. Right. So last year we would just call 12 personnel, 12, 12, 12. We get into some kind of two tight end set and get defenses out of it. Right. But since we don't have kind of bodies like that, this is kind of the way that we're kind of trying to transition to. And again, it's a work in progress. Right. This clip that you're about to see isn't perfect, but this is kind of what we're playing with here. So as you can see, right, that tight end. Now, again, we teach him to stay patient because sometimes he will whiff. Right. So that would allow him to take that. Now he can work to that backer and he's working the safety. Again, does it seem complicated? It may seem complicated the way I'm coaching up right now, but it all just kind of fits out for the most part, right? And now you get that natural. Now again, we don't block it up well, but now you get that natural C gap bounce there that everybody loves and everyone's like kind of watching on X nowadays, right? So technically, it should be here, insert. But if they're all washing everything down, right, well, then naturally, right, it should all wash down. I should press it, bounce, and now we're making that corner make a tackle. So there it is. Again, they're wrong. We should have just worked here. He should have just worked here, right, and we would have had a good play. But he stays on it, right? Nobody gets to that backer. And now, right, now, nobody gets to the backer, but as you can see, our tailback does a great job, right? Sticks his foot in the ground, and although it may not be blocked up right, we still talk about getting combos and just cramming people, right, and just working two guys on one guy. This is still a 4-yard game. You know what I mean? I think that's what helps us. I think that's what helps our kids is that it's almost like a cop out. Like we may not always be right, but if we just get two guys on somebody, right, we have a chance to move them, So that's one of the ways that we attack, even, odd, and of course the tight front. So how do we protect it, right? How do we at Warren, kind of change it up a little bit? We start off with the first things first, just simple shifts, So we'll talk about skip and then we'll talk about bounce. We'll talk about bounce first, right? So depending on defenses, if they are keying the tight end or if they are keying the back, in this instance, right, this team would screw down their safety to the back, And the simple way to protect it, right, was this: we'll just simply just bounce them, you know. And now you got these safeties talking. Snap the football. Run duo. Very simple, right? We don't like to change up anything for the O-line, right? So we like to put all the shifts and all the pretty things on the skill kids and just keep it simple, stupid for the O-line. So here it is, right? He screws down. We bounce him over. They're talking. I'm not sure what they're saying. And we get a good play, right? There's our tight end, not moving his feet once again. But again, it is a 5-yard play. There it is again. There's our bounce. As you can see, the safety screwed down there to the back. He stays there, right? And now it allows our back to bounce it there and get a great play there, right? So we talked about if that end is really crashing inside like that, okay? Again, usually you want to, again, we used to teach them to kick out, right? Now, if he's squeezing that hard, and it's very hard for one of our kids to really get inside and really go dig him out, you know, unless you're heavy, unless you're strong, unless you weigh a lot, it's not going to happen as much as we like to think that it is. And I'm going to coach it up the best I can, and we're going to be tough and we're going to be violent. It's just not the case. So we teach them, hey, you're going to try and get inside. If you feel, right, if you feel that presence, right, if you feel him really trying to squeeze, then take him where he wants to go, right? And now the tailback can bounce that, and now it's up to the offense, right? It's up to the offensive staff to make sure that the D-gap defender, right, is taking control of, whether that's a simple hitch route, whether that's we're blocking with an H, whether we're reading him, whatever that may be. As you can see, he makes the play there, but of course he makes the play 13 yards downfield. And sometimes that's okay. We're just going to live with that. So here's skip. So all skip does, right? And we got this from the Texas High School coaching clinic last year. UTEP did a great little clinic on just simple shifts and motions that they do to just, you know, give the defense a different look. So skip for us just tells the Y and the H, whether that's 11 personnel or 12 personnel, tells the H that they're going to skip to where they have to be, right? So our basic wing set, and I'll show you right now. Excuse me. Our basic wing set is this, right? Simple. 2 receivers. We got a tight end on the line, and we got a tight end right in the sniffer there, right? That's our basic wing set. All we're going to do is say skip, right? Then nothing changes for the O-line. Nothing changes for the receivers. It's just skip. The Y and the H, no, they're going to skip to it. So right here, our Z receiver is wrong. He's fine, right? So if we show unbalanced, okay, right, we got 4 strong there, and all we're doing is just skipping, right? Skip to it, right? Makes the defense get a different picture, and now we're able, right, to get 13 yards there. Again, nothing changed for the O-line. We're just skipping across. Quarterback gives him a little motion, and it's very, very cheap, right? We like to think that it's very, very cheap for our kids, and we think that our kids like it. You know, our kids like to shift and move, and they think, you know, they see it on, you know, on Saturdays and on Sundays, and, you know, they think they're freaking high level athletes, you know. So it's fun. It's fun whenever we do it, right? So again, by rule, okay, we're running double to the right, right? Odd front, odd front, odd front. Okay, he starts the party. I should be working to this guy here. Okay, I'm going to be patient in my gap. Probably go pick up this guy, but again, we're patient. Nobody in my gap. I can help there, and I'm going to be down on that as a tight end because my responsibility is C gap defender, right? C gap defender to out defender. I have my Y to kind of stay patient as well and go ahead and kick out any defender. So reading that, we're working a double team, right? Some people call it a tray, right? We wouldn't call this a tray. Our tackle is named Wieland, and this guy is called Escarcega. So the combo there is going to be Escarcega, 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 right? And that would be the combo there. Right, completely whiffs there, right? Completely whiffs there. We are not patient as a tackle, right? Again, we did not do a good job of teaching the tackles to be patient when there's nobody in your gap. But we will, right? And again, they are high school kids, but technically, that's what should have happened, right? He gives a hand there, nasty old spin move there for my tight end, falls down. But you know what? Again, we get 13 yards there. That's a win. That's a win. If you're like I said, we tell our tight ends, if you're gonna lose, you better lose slow. Make sure I'm good on time. There's our skip motion again. Down, kick. Beautiful there. Right. And again, it costs nothing to us. Right. It costs nothing to us. You get the defense talking. Got the defense chirping right now. He's out. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Unsure. Okay, I'll back up. Okay, I'll go ahead and blitz this gap. 8 yards there. That's our skip motion. I'll show you one more skip. So we'll skip, and then we can also add a trade motion. So a trade motion is just simply, right? Because if you know us now, well, heck, I can just align my defense to the Y's, right? And I'm pretty good, right? We missed the H trade there. But anyways, get a good hit there. Let me speed up here. Cool. Another shift that we talk about, sorry about the H trade there. Another shift we talk about is scatter, right? Scatter, scatter, scatter. So all scatter tells our kids, right, is you can line up anywhere you want. Just line up outside the box, right? Line up outside the box. Just the skill. It used to be the old lineman, but they would line up out wide in numbers and run all the way in, get set up, and be gassed. So we changed it to where, hey, just the skill. So here it is, just scatter, right? So now we're showing an empty look here. And all we're going to do is just scatter to it. Quarterback, make sure everyone's set. Snap the ball. 14 yards. Again, very, very cheap. Just a simple way to protect the play. Right, so some run tags we have off of it, okay? We have Y, we have yak, which is what we call Y across, right, which looks similar to split zone. Then we have base, right, where, hey, if we feel like our tight end's not winning on that C-gap defender, that tackle can go ahead and base them out, and now we have the Y inserting for the play side backer. So this is our yak motion. So again, right, you saw us continuously running duo to the 2 tight end side. Well, now we're going to yak our sniffer. The opposite way on the snap, and now we're running duo the opposite way there. Again, just another simple way to protect the play, right? Because now you can see everyone kind of feeling, okay, the play should be hitting here because the Y's, all that stuff, right? Based off tendency. Well, now we can yak it, okay, and get a different pop there. Again, just another way to protect the play, and nothing changes for the O-line. All they know is that all the O-line knows, they're running duo to the left here. Nothing's changed for them. The look hasn't changed. All we've done is put some eye candy now with our Y's and skill. Here it is. So we'll H trade him, right? Now, again, we're running duo constantly this way, constantly this way. We're going to H trade him. You just saw the last clip. We ran duo this way, right? Whenever we yacked it. Now all we're going to do is just run duo back the same way, right? So it's basically this formation duo, trade him, and now we're just yakking it back that way. Again, very, very cheap. Nothing changes for anybody, right? I'm still going to go kick out. The tight end on the line is still responsible for C-gap defender, all that stuff. Very, very cheap way, right? And it allows us to get 13 yards again. Right, here it is. Now we have the skip and the yak. So there's our skip. And there's our yak motion. Or yak tag, I should say. Some end zone shot there. Right, against this look, okay, one of the tags that we have, if we're getting this look, now our tight end's way over here. We do talk about a line for success. Our tight end felt like he could not get across from right here. So sometimes he's super obvious in saying that he's going to yak across. We don't want this, but at the time, it's one of those things where you got to just kind of let the kids play, So this is very obvious of what we're doing here, but the kids don't know that. As coaches, we know that. Sometimes the kids don't know that. And that's all that matters, right? Kids play. And there's the pop there. Right, we teach our tight end, to pull left, pull right, hit right. We like to keep them square. We like to keep them a little more square. That way, he can kind of stay tight. He doesn't do a very good job there, but we are teaching our guys this year to kind of stay more square line of scrimmage, really hug, right? What we call spray paint, and stay tight. Everybody does a good job pressing it, right? Need to find some work. Get 10-yard run. Another tag, right? So we talked about yak, right? We talked about Y cross, and then now we're going to talk about base, right? So our base tag, base, and all that does, right, is change the rules. Let's see if the end zone. Change the rules of our tackles. Okay, so how we teach base and really what it is, right? So our Ys understand, that we are running duo. Right, we're running duo to the left here. We're running duo to the left here. Okay. He knows we're running duo to the left. I need to insert to the left. Right. If we were running duo to the right, he would know he needs to insert and stay here. Right. And insert first gap. Okay. Again, you have to be not necessarily smart to play tight end, but you do kind of have some sense to yourself. But we like to teach it as, hey, if we're running duo to the left and you hear, base tag, that, okay, I have to insert to the left. If we're running duo to the right and I hear base tag, I know I need to insert to the right, right? And we just teach them, you're going to insert first open gap play side. Right. So if you study us, you'd say, okay, they're going to run duo this way. Right. If you study us, we'll kick this out. We'll run duo this way. We have a base tag, so he's going to try and base him out. They're going to be down on this. Okay. And we should have a good play. Right. And he's going to insert, for first backer, likely be 21 spilling inside there, which is what he knows. Right. So he stays square, does a good job staying square. They run a stunt. Our tackle, right, gets beat. Again, everything looks great on the old chalkboard until you do it out there on the field, and of course, the practice field as well. We can get into technique and all that stuff, but I leave that for all the other clinics that happened all day. You guys are way better at me at coaching O-line. I've never played O-line. I am 5'5", probably about 175 wet, so I leave that to our O-line coach when it comes to technique. All I know is that you should be down. You should have call side mentality. However you guys want to coach that, go for it. Right. But again, you kind of see the vision there of what we're trying to do to protect the play. Here it is again. Right. Now our tight end should have snapped his eyes outside a little bit because we coached him up, right? That, hey, if he does spill inside, right, that's your guy. Kind of forgets about it, right? But still, we are getting great movement up front, though. And I think that's important. Are we getting double teams? Are we moving guys? Then it gives us a chance, right? Yes, this guy was unblocked. Okay, we probably should have had the H go work to him, right? And then if he squeezes, go work to safety, right? But at the same time, we're still able to get a pop there. I know I'm a little over. I'm just go ahead and get to some RPOs real quick. Some things that we do off of it. I'll skip some of this stuff here. Right. So first level RPOs, I'll be quick. First level RPOs, I know I'm over a little bit. Some simple stuff that we do, okay, is a simple arrow tag. So if we say arrow, 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 okay, that tells the quarterback he is now reading the C gap defender. Tight end knows now he is going to jab step, right, show hands, and then he is flat out down the line. That tells our receivers now, hey, we're blocking. We count right from the sideline to the field. So we're blocking 1 to 2. So I'm going to go block 1. I'm going to go block 2. Right. Now, again, this is just a way to protect duo, of course. So again, he reads it. He squeezes down. Throw it out there. Right. Our slot gets lucky there, but still is able to get a hand on him. And now we get a good play. Right. Just a way to protect it. If we feel like those ends are really, really squeezing down on the play and making it bounce, well, then we'll go ahead and go arrow there. Now, it's very important, though, right? It's very important that you get your outside guys, you get your receivers, right, to block as well, right? Again, it doesn't always work out. Here's what I think on paper should be a great play, right? They could probably communicate, hey, I can go here, I can get outside there, or you know what? I'm going to go ahead and reach and run, flip my feet, reach and run, and I'm going to get outside, and we have the edge, right? Should be a great play. Quarterback does a good job reading it out. The end squeezes hard, gets the ball out, should be a great play. But again, it's still, right, no matter what, execution. Right, we get popped, and now it's a loss of 3. Right, we're probably better off just running the dang ball there. Right, but you see the vision, right? You definitely see the vision of what these little simple RPOs can be. But you gotta coach it up. So here is slide, right? So you saw yak motion, right? You saw yak motion on this instance for running a duo to the left here, right? They'll all be down, and then we'll go ahead and yak this guy. Okay, this is out of our split set, and again, just reading that end. I would say that our H does not do a very good job of getting across fast. He could be up a little bit, right, and get across now a little lazy. But as you can see, still reading the end, right? He squeezes. Now we're able to get that ball out. Makes a great catch. And again, just a simple RPO to kind of slow those ends down if we feel like those ends are really, getting upfield and squeezing down on the play. Here it is. So we saw yak a moment ago with our run tags, and now all we're going to do, right, is say slide. Why slide? We know the quarterback knows he's going to open up, read the end. He squeezes extremely hard. Very, very easy read there. Pull it, throw it to the tight end, and he does a great job, right, of getting 11 yards there. We motion him, read the end, squeezes, nice pop. Go get some yak, big guy. And again, our tight ends, when they see slide arrow, they get so freaking excited. You know what I mean? Because we use them to block a lot. So when they get a little pop like that, I mean, they freaking love it. You can see this kid got the bands on, got the freaking black leggings on, super, super excited to be a freaking skill guy, man. Third and second level RPOs, we don't run a lot of them. We just because we'd rather block them, right? How we do RPOs besides the first level is that you're going to read the first guy inside. So we're going to run sort of a dig concept here by our Z. Okay, so we read the first guy inside, right? Usually we kind of got away from second and third level RPOs, and we just think it's simple for the quarterback to read the first guy inside. So by rule, he's reading this guy because he's the first guy inside the Z. Right. Way to protect it. Okay. He squeezes down, lets it rip. Again, simple. Nothing has changed for the O-line. Nothing has changed for the tight end. Just the ways that we protect our play. We run it again. I don't know why we don't get a good shot of that. Run it the other way. RPO. Got a little greedy there, right? Our quarterbacks get greedy now with the RPOs. Okay. I would have been okay. Again, you have to teach the kids What if they do nothing? To me, that linebacker did nothing. Just hand it off. Just hand it off. Just hand it off, right? If he squeezes, throw it, right? If he backs up, hand it off. If he does nothing, hand it off. You know, he chose to do nothing, right? And you can tell he's a little late because of that. Now, receiver does a great job of catching it, but he takes a shot, you know? So quarterback understanding, right? Hey, the only time I throw it is if he commits. Other than that, I'm handing the ball off. In the red zone here, right? This is what we call our rub concept, right? This is against kind of man coverage, stuff like that. This is just rub. So we're gonna run a slant by number 1. Okay. So by rule, right? If I'm running a slant by number 1, it's an RPO. I'm bringing first guy inside. That's him. Now I see what the quarterback sees. Technically, I should have what? Handed it off, right? But this kid's smart. Our QB coach does a great job of coaching up this guy, so he knows it's man coverage, right? Screw the freaking handoff. I want to freaking throw a touchdown there. Bang, touchdown. Right. So I know I went over about 15 minutes, but I appreciate you guys. I appreciate everybody who kind of stayed to watch. That's my information. Again, my name is Dave Rojas. I'm the offense coordinator at San Antonio Warren High School. You can find me on X. There's my information. If you want to email me, that's my email and of course my phone number. I love talking football. Again, I can't reiterate that. I love talking football. I love learning about football. If you saw this presentation and said, hey, I have a better way of teaching it, I can show you, please let me know. I'm always trying to find better ways of teaching our kids, you know, whether that's simple coaching points, whether that's how we're going to block it, et cetera, et cetera. But just, again, appreciate everybody who stayed on. I know it's the afternoon. I know I wasn't somebody that you maybe wanted to see, but I definitely hope that I was able to kind of give you guys some nuggets there.
I appreciate it, Coach. You hit the little X down there at the bottom.
There
you go. Yep. Appreciate you, man, for coming in and kind of saving the session. I appreciate you a lot. I mean, let's talk duo one day, man. We run duo a lot too, so I appreciate it.
Let's do it, because everyone says that and then they never hit me back up, man. So let's do it for sure. Hell yeah.
Yeah, man. No doubt. All right, Coach. I'll catch you later.
Yep. Likewise. Thanks.
All right, man. Guys, we're at the end. We're at the end of the clinic. I appreciate all the speakers for coming on and kind of giving them their time. You know, they did me a favor. Some guys had to come and go, which is what it is. But if you stayed the whole time, I appreciate it. Go ahead and let me know if you're still here. You've been rocking with us. I'm going to go ahead and kind of wrap up the stream, because for whatever reason, only lets me upload like 11 hours onto YouTube. I don't want any of this to be cut off. So I'm going to go ahead and start wrapping it up. But again, let me go ahead and put this up here. Guys, if you are interested in helping us out, we appreciate it. Had a couple people tell me to post it online. I did. But if you're still here, you want to go ahead and scan that and help us out monetarily, it is more than welcome. But until the next one, guys, we're done with clinics for the year. The next clinic that we do will be January, probably 30th, 2027, with the O-line clinic. It'll be the 5th one we've done. It's crazy to say that it's been the 5th one. But yeah, it'll be the 5th Tatum O-line coaches clinic on July, probably 30th. I think that's what the day is going to be. And then from there, we're going to have another in-person one here in North Carolina. So if you're anybody's thinking about, hey, I want to kind of travel for some clinics, sometime in February or March, put it down, come to North Carolina, man. We're going to have all types of good food, and we're going to take care of you, and we can kind of get together. And I'll be at Glazier's, of course. I'll be at Charlotte's Glazier, and I'm going to try and get to some other ones. I had some guys tell me, hey, Atlantic City is a really good clinic to get to. Try to go to the one at Dulles in Northern Virginia, and then try to go to Atlanta's. So try to get around, and I'm not sure where AFCA is this year. Coach is still in the background. Do you know if AFCA is in San Antonio this year? I don't know, but if it is, it'd be cool. But yeah, Appreciate everybody for doing that. We're wrapping it up. See who's still here. Coach Dags, appreciate it. Thank you. Great job. Thank you, Coach. Coach McCora, appreciate you, Coach. Appreciate you. Coach Jake, my dog, still here, loud and proud. Appreciate you, man. And Coach is still here. Thanks, Coach. Looking forward to the January clinic. Thank you. I thought it was Indy. It is an Indy. That's right. It is an Indy this year. Yeah. If anybody's going to the AFCA in Indy, I'll be there. I go every year. I love going to AFCA. So if you're going to be there, let me know. The in-person one is legit. It was a lot of fun. We're gonna modify it so it's gonna be even more efficient and be an even better time. We might do a different venue. We'll see, or we'll still have it at my school. We'll see. Great clinic, Coach. Thank you, Coach. I appreciate you. Thought we had a lot of fun today. There was a lot of ups and downs, kind of trying to figure out some things, which kind of made it put me on my toes, which was kind of fun. But I appreciate everybody for substituting and helping me out. But without further ado, guys, I'm gonna take that off and bring myself back full screen. Guys, I appreciate everybody for watching. And until y'all see me next, which will probably be on a reel tomorrow morning, or it'll be in my next video. Appreciate everybody for everybody's support. I'm Coach Tatum, and I'll see y'all next time.